Happy Sunday, everyone, and welcome to the China DPC Division 1. I'm going to be host Nat T. Joining me slowly as they come into frame is Kezu. You going to say hi, buy some time?
Hi guys, doing great, nice and early, love it.
And then it's going to be, what are you doing? It's just us, that's a surprise, that's right. We don't need anyone else on this panel. Oh wait, what? How did you guys get here?
Oh, damn. Thought we were going to get out of work for a second.
Close.
Two-thirds of the audience were so happy. Like, this is going to be so good.
Yeah, a little podcast.
And then we panned over to the everlasting disappointment that I continue to be every day of my life. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. That's his morning
mantra.
mantra.
We can bond over that. We can bond over being disappointed. Yay.
Oh,
that's cute.
It's a really nice sound.
I'm not disappointed in you, Kezu, and you shouldn't be disappointed in yourself.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're there.
Because you put in a long day yesterday. You put in a lot of effort. You're here for both series. So I'm going to roll back the clips, and I'm going to make Syndron talk about the first series because he was here for that one. Asta versus Dawn. That was that series.
Yeah, kind of a smackdown,
to
be honest. I guess not too big of a surprise, right? Because Dawn looks a little bit out of their depth in this division, which, I mean, if you look over the Dota population, it's hard not to be out of your depth in Division 1 in China. It's some really fierce teams, and yesterday they played against one of the absolute juggernauts here in Aster.
That was a great use of that word, by the way.
I mean, they just got rolled. I mean, sometimes there's no sugarcoating it, right? Sometimes a spade is a spade, and they were outmatched. Both games were very one-sided, especially game number 1. Aster pretty much crushed them. But they improved a lot from game 1 to 2, so that's the positive here. The drafting got a lot better, but still
what about
formidable
Dawn
opponent.
Gaming as a whole over the past 7-8 days? Their progression in drafting, because I remember the first draft, everyone was just like, what?
I mean, they did bring out their signature Zeus once more.
Yeah.
But I think overall it's been getting better. But then they went back to the last pick Zeus yesterday, which
for the
wasn't
third
the
time.
greatest, but you know they'll shelf it eventually. I think the third time's the charm, and now no more.
It might work. It might work. Sometimes the most unorthodox things can yield the most surprising results. I don't know where I was going with that one. Asta, though, you said it yesterday, Syndron, I think you said it, so I'm going to throw it to T, that you need...
Yes.
I'm shaking it up.
Hold up.
It's a crazy day, you know, Sunday, it's supposed to be the day of rest. Nobody's resting here because there's just so much action, so much to talk about. Syndron said yesterday there wasn't too much more to read into Asta's play, but T, you're going to have the hard job of having to do that while the highlights are still going.
I believe that Asta, it's just about aggression and methodical play. I think, unfortunately for Dawn, in every division, there normally is that one team that if you're expecting to be at major, that's the team you need to beat in 20-30 minutes, and Asta just proved to us gameplay-wise that they can find a lead and just execute and win the game. So I think if PSG's done it, Asta's done it. I think later down the line we'll see if Extreme can do it as well, because they are the big three, and unfortunately for Dawn, this is kind of the metric on get into the major, I guess.
The second series had a similar unfortunate tale. It was Asta Aries, who also hadn't picked up a series win yet, come up against IG, who had 1 series win, 2 series losses. And it ended up going in the favor of IG. Went all 3 games though, Kazu, and out of everyone here, you were the only analyst that was on that panel.
Yeah, luckily I was.
What are you trying to say about that panel?
Luckily I didn't have my friends with me. No, glad to have you guys back. But to get back to the series, it was one of the better ones I've seen. I think it was very, very competitive in all 3 games. I think the drafts from both teams were pretty good, especially in the first game. I liked I think it was like the Slark, Dawn, Lesh, Tusk combination. I think that was very good. Now in this, we had also a lot of like very high skill plays in this game. We had like 2 song steals, I think, in this game from Paulson. He kind of owned that. And then I think in the last game, I just feel like IG, over the course of the series, they adapted very well and ended up outplaying Asta Aries. But I still think this third game, the way Ulu was playing the Alchemist, it kind of made me, maybe made my stomach turn a little bit. It's too harsh, but I do think that his itemization was not on point, and I'm pretty sure that he's a newer player, so they kind of need to use that moving forward to help him out and make sure that they're all on the same page in their games moving
He
forward.
had the hard task going up against Carry Pudge in a mid SF though, T.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Emo at least, being on IG, being the star player, I think he's happy that he got another series win. So far now, IG, they've beaten Asta Aries, they've beaten Dawn Gaming. These are the bottom 2 teams, both are sitting on 0 and 4. So I think at least for IG, after a really shaky start to the DPC, already knowing that they're most likely secured at least survival in Div 1, gives a lot of comfort to Emo, and now the journey can only be up. Because don't forget, IG, they are the team that in the first week or 2, they did say that they had player illnesses, they had a lot of issues that prevented them from scrimming. They had to enter the DPC, unlike all the other teams, pretty much with minimal scrims. So it's, you know, I'm happy to see, at least for this roster, that they've been able to kind of claw their way back into a survival point. It's not the best Tour 1, but for IG at least, it's survive, get to Tour 2, and then maybe show us some stuff. Because of course 2 and 2 isn't the best place to really get to a major. Maybe they can surprise us with a cheeky win or 2 down the line, but again, I'm happy for IG at least to be in a somewhat comfortable position.
I mean, you got to remember that there's 4 slots, right? You're
that's
definitely
right,
still in
yeah.
the running with 2 and 2. I think there's a possibility in this division for a tiebreaker with 3-4, even for 4th. I don't think that would be very surprising. And 4-3 might just get you straight there. So you've beaten some of the easier opponents, but if you're warming up and you do very well in one series against one of the big dogs, you're almost there. So it's not out of the question.
I was doing some quick maths in my head, looking at
2
the
plus 2, what
leaderboard,
is it?
and then
for it.
28. The schedule.
Wow.
That's
That's impressive.
yeah,
was
I was
fast.
looking at the leaderboard here, right? So Asta Aries, Dawn Gaming on 4 losses. Also quickly mention Astra 4 series wins. Big congrats to them. It's a great start for them. LGD, Knights, Extreme, and then eHome, and then IG. But the Asta Aries, Dawn Gaming having 4 losses, IG only having 2 series losses. You only play 7 series. So if IG get a win here today, that's 5 out of their 7 series. So they could still tie for relegation. Don't worry.
Yep.
My maths was not as good as I thought.
Yeah,
It was
4+.
good. It was good, but it wasn't as exciting of a result as I thought it was going to
exactly,
be.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a win though.
Can they?
Yeah.
If they win today,
So if they win
their worst
today-
possible score is 3 and 4.
4 and 4.
Yes.
Astra and Dawn haven't played each other.
So
Astra, Aries, and Dawn.
exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
I
they
think
could still tie for relegation that
Between the 6
way.
and the 7.
Yeah.
is that mathematically possible right now? I don't
That's
actually
what
know
I'm
if that's
trying to do in
This
my
is
head.
my favorite part of a panel. Is when
I-
we look at
Well, we try and do
leaderboard
it live.
And we do it live. This is like
Instead
hype.
of doing it pre-show.
Oh yeah.
I'm
let's
going to
go.
go out on a limb and say it's mathematically impossible.
All I'll say is
I think 3 and 4 cannot get second to last in this division anymore with the matchups that are left. I just ran it in my
You
head.
did the, yeah. I could hear the
He's a
little
human
computation.
computer. He's just running the calculations. I'm gonna have blind faith in you and say,
Same.
Good choice.
Yep.
actually, I changed my mind now because you were so confident in that. Blind faith revoked. I don't believe you. I
Oh.
think they can still tie.
Okay.
Well,
That's
Yep,
fair.
that's what I'm gonna do.
division on the panel. Okay.
It's
That's
never
how the
happened
day's gonna
before.
go.
It's never happened before.
Literally the first time.
The schedule, though, I didn't really run through it too clearly, but for you guys, the day is starting off with Extreme Gaming up against Knights, the second series being Asta versus eHome, and then our third one is LGD IG, which could or could not potentially lock IG in Division 1. Depends whose side you want to take. If it's this side, if it's Sintron's side, I'd probably go that side, but you know, I've got to stick to my guns over here.
Just Kezu so bluntly saying, yeah, I'd go with that.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear me.
So
I'm
quickly,
sorry.
he was like, yeah,
Unlucky.
Yeah, I
I'm with
think-
Sand, yeah.
Gosh,
I'm
we
very good
really are
friends
just.
with Cinder and I
Where,
need to
where are you
back.
going to?
Oh shit!
Say it.
Home.
That's right, yeah, because you
Good
didn't take
choice.
my side.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry,
You're off
host.
the panel.
I'm so sorry, host. Forgive me.
I will forgive you if
He
you
doesn't even
can
want to call you by your name.
host.
I'm so sorry, host.
Host. I'm sorry, host number 1.
Whoa.
Thanks,
Don't
dude.
Damn.
give yourself the number 1.
No, I just meant I was the first one here today.
awkward now,
Whoa, no,
awkward.
what on earth? You just jumped to a whole other
gotta go.
conclusion.
Yeah, I
Mate,
gotta
we're
go.
playing
Good job.
Dota, not long jump over here, all right?
Triple jump, actually.
What?
Don't worry, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not providing anything right now.
That is
Yeah,
true.
that is true.
And
Something
that
else.
is par for the course for you, buddy. So we're good.
Something else that is.
Disappointment corner.
Something else that is true is XG versus Knights. That's
Whoa, I'm
the
staying
first
here?
series. Yep, you're staying here, and you're gonna give me some info, Kezu,
On-
on Knights.
Well.
Okay.
Knights,
If it
Knights,
isn't my
Knights.
good old friends, Knights. They're
Yes.
2-1 right now. They look pretty good leading up to now. I think they're still a good team. But the thing is that their hero pool is actually very narrow. And I think with this, I don't know how long of a break they now had, but I think Extreme should have had a pretty decent time to, I think, prepare for this matchup. So I think Shadow Fiend or both. There's lots of Rubiks. They picked Puck twice, I think, in their last picks last time around. And yeah, so I feel like you shouldn't really have too hard of a time to prepare for this match. And I think Extreme are already a team that look very solid. I really like the way they draft. I think they also picked like the Mag a lot. They're one of the teams that played Timber. So I think Extreme should have a pretty good matchup in this game.
For me, I'd say I think Paparazzi hasn't been at his ultra top level of his game that we've seen before. And I think on the flip side, Alacrity, he has been popping off. So I think for me, at least in this game, it's going to be the kind of the mirror matchup like between Alacrity, Paparazzi, the Tinies versus the Pucks, like who really breaks open the game first. Because if it's Alacrity doing what it's been doing in the previous series, I think Paparazzi might be kind of left in the dust a little bit. But again, hopefully Paparazzi's kind of refound a little bit of his form, because some of these previous series, it's just not been to that kind of same, oh, damn, Paparazzi's in the game.
So this series, I just want to add, this series is really important to Knights because they have a scoreline of 2-1, but they have beaten PSG LGD. So if they do manage to win this series, they've beaten 2 of the 3 big dogs in the division, which should, you know, more or less mathematically get you to the major most of the time, because you have some of your easier matchups left. So yeah, a lot on the line for them here. Extreme Gaming with the same scoreline, I believe, also 2-1.
Yep.
It's not a must-win for either team to get there, but I do feel like in the end, if whoever loses here, this could be the reason they just barely don't make it to top 4. So you're gonna bring out all your big guns in this game. Like, you got to do your absolute best and use all your best strategies. If you have something cool that you've hidden or whatever, I think this is the type of series that you burn it in just because of the stakes. So I don't think anyone is gonna go less than 100% in the drafts.
Even if you're Extreme Gaming, they haven't come up against LGD yet themselves.
Yeah, I still think this is a series that they have to win. That's the
Okay.
thing, especially with how LGD Knights went, right? If they do get the win here, then they actually
true, and
then they
then
have
even
like
if
space.
they- yeah,
then they
okay,
can
even
afford
if
to
they do
lose to
lose
LGD,
LGD.
right?
I see
So
what you're saying.
I
Your
do
maths
think
is
this
good.
I do think this is the series where you go all out for sure.
Alright, and
So
game
yeah,
on.
Lina and Treant bans, not so surprising. Kez was talking about it. That does leave in the Shadow Fiend if
Which,
they
yeah.
want to explore that.
I feel like they need to be kind of aware that there's like a super high chance SF is coming your way. So maybe that should influence the second pick here for Extreme. Little cheeky disruptor. They've played this plenty of times. They're a very good team at picking this hero.
We've been straight into Brood, yep.
Oh mama.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Disruptor, you could argue Disruptor later into the game is pretty decent. Thunderstrike, Glimpsing, Broodmother, but in lane, you need, again, if it's like Disruptor in lane can do a lot, but as soon as Brood hits 6, you do nothing. So you still need, for Extreme Gaming now, to have the mid, to have the carry, to be able to play that lane. We've seen it so many times. It's like, you can pressure Brood, but then you need the heroes after. For Knights at least, already a really strong opening. I think the fact that they're mirroring the aggression, where DP with Exo, the good thing here at least is when Brood's taking your side of the map, DP will just take the other side. So as long as you play a mirror game and you don't fall victim to chasing down the Brood, then you can actually kind of ignore the Brood, and then eventually you're just much stronger because you have a DP.
Knowing how Extreme like to draft, I think you should ban Timber here as Knights. It feels like pretty straightforward ban. It's one of JT's best heroes. It's really good against Brood and Tiny, I would say. So it seems safe. If you're leaving in Timber, so I think you just make Hood already really valuable against these two heroes. You can go like standard Timber builds, and it solves the problem that T was talking about, where Brood is on one side and you're on the other. Well, what if you just have this one wall that Brood can never get through, and your other heroes get to play together? Timber can buy travels, connect with the team when it's later in the game. I think it's very stable. I would be surprised if Extreme actually don't just take it next pick, honestly.
It's the same idea for like Tide as well, right? Like if in Extreme you put DP mid, you pick Tide or Timber, and then you actually get to play a really comfortable game because you always have that one hero.
Tide's an option too.
Soaking it up.
Timber, Tide, Mars, you know, just so I get to mention one hero as well.
Yeah.
We all have one.
Because they're having some input, yep.
Yeah, like we all have one, so I think any of these kind of make sense. They all fit like a similar build. They're gonna match up well against Brood. They can hold an area. They can kind of help to like give you more damage, a bit more team fight. So
I think out of those three options, I'm maybe leaning the most away from Tide just because of the ulti cooldown reliance you have, right?
Sure.
Then you have both. You have Death Prophet and Tide. When they're on cooldown, maybe Knights could profit off of just playing aggressively. That's one of the really nice things about Timber against Brood, in my opinion, is that his constant sustain and his mega low cooldowns just allow him to sit there non-stop and never have downtime. So Mars is a little bit in a similar vein. I mean, Arena does have a cooldown, but it's not nearly the same as Ravage.
spells have cooldowns?
Yeah.
So if you put dash WTF,
That's real funny, Kazu.
Thank
then
you.
you're fine.
Shut up.
Extreme at least. Oh damn! Extreme at least. They're keeping things open, unlike Kezu's mouth. They're with the Primal Beast and the Death Prophet. Like you don't really know what's happening here, but I think the main thing is against these Brood lineups, if you're not dealing with getting heroes that just deal with it in lane, for example, you just want to be able to ignore and just plow through, and that's basically what I'm saying. They're just gonna throw the Primal Beast in first, get all the vision needed. You can glimpse back, and you just kind of control the team fights just through positioning, basically.
Yeah, Primal Disruptor is a really cool combo for that. First of all, for the glimpse setups. Secondly, I think Pulverize, like charge into Pulverize a core, is a reliable setup for Static Storm because Disruptor or Primal Beast will want to buy BKB a lot of the time. And Primal Beast's problem a lot of the time as well is that he doesn't, like, he has this time in the game, I want to say for like 10 minutes, where he can solo kill cores, and then it stops. And it never really comes back unless he's mega farmed, so he needs a follow-up. And Disruptor in that regard is very reliable to get the finish. Drow Silencer. That was a very quick Kunkka pick here.
It's a good Kunkka pick as
So
well.
who is? So they're just putting JT on Primal, I'm guessing, at this point.
He could,
Or-
they could be playing
74,
some,
yeah.
Oh, it could be a 4 Primal.
Yeah.
It probably is actually. Yeah.
They can flex the Kunkka, I guess, for a while as well if they really want to. The Silencer, something. I feel like this hero's been gaining a little bit in popularity. I think when you look at the first couple picks of these drafts, they both kind of rely on like running in, right? I think like Broodmother is a hero that if you can't really walk in with your spiders and like pressure the hero, doesn't really do much, then you're just some aura bot. Similar for Extreme, you wanna like pop your Exo, run in, go in with your Primal, get a glimpse. So I think both teams are kind of looking to like shut down the enemy team from trying to run in. I think Global Silence can offer that. I do think that Drow Silencer share quite a lot of counters in their own regard, but I think the laning stage in the early game so far is pretty good for both teams.
It feels like the Silencer for Knights is like, we just want to be able to go for towers, and they're not really playing for a late game timing. It's at 15-20 minutes, they want to try and secure an objective. For a global, secure that runaway. I'm skeptical how reliable that is, because for Extreme, their heroes will naturally buy BKB as like a first item. So that deterrent of global in the early fights is not going to really be there. And it's not as if Knights have these heroes that suddenly after 6 minutes group together and utilize global, like SA10, sorry. So I'm a bit skeptical that Knights lineup will ever really truly get online. I think there'll be some annoyance of Brood, a little bit of annoyance in Drow in lane, but they don't really have the covering and protection of this Drow to just stop everyone just jumping her.
Yeah, I also feel like if you do pick Brood and Drow together, I think you need a really specific cast around that to really work.
Yeah.
They have the Tiny who can go in first and kind of frontline, but I'm not too inspired. I would have liked the Silencer to be a melee 4 or melee 5, honestly, so there's like more ways of initiating fights. Like something that could have come into play was the Clockwork, but that was a great ban from Extreme, right? They covered that already as a possibility in the second phase when they wanted Primal. I think with this Silencer Drow pickup, the Mars of JT is just looking better and better, right? And it's still not been banned, so that would probably be my last pick. You put the Primal on 4, you get Mars, and then Are you concerned, like, let's say you play Mars Primal Beast, are you concerned about Drow Silencer or Drow Tusk? I feel like both lanes are playable.
I mean, the lane isn't amazing, but I'm sure you can make it work. I do think
That's
that
not what I was expecting at all. All right, interesting.
I mean, I feel like the last two pick of Knights are... If I look at their draft, I feel like there's something missing. There's something I don't like. I think Brood wants to play with heroes that abuse auras a bit more. I feel like whether Drow gets like a Pipe or Greaves, if she's out of position, it's same story. She still kind of gets clapped. And I think Extreme have some pretty good answers. I think the Kunkka 18 is great, makes your heroes more tanky. You have the speed from Nature's Prophet, so I like Extreme a lot.
Yeah. Last pick, Nature's Prophet mid, they put JT on the DP. That's not what we were expecting. At least I wasn't.
But
You
also
obviously have it in the back of your
Kunkka
mind.
carry. Like we mentioned the idea of having a hero soak up the Brood. Your carry now exists there the entire time, and I think for Knights, they're going to have to bring 2 or 3 heroes to now kill us as Kunkka that you don't really want to do because now Fury and DP on the other side of the map will be taking literally everything. So I heavily favour Extremes on. I think
I
it's
like them
super
a lot
clean
too.
and robust, and it's just anti-skirmish. And Knights have fully subscribed to skirmish.
Yep.
So.
I love that you guys have put aside your differences and you've all agreed to go for extreme gaming.
Just wait until we get off camera.
That's when the arguing, the bickering starts. So I'll let you guys do that. We'll jump off camera and we'll jump and head on over to our casters, Bcop and Lacoste, for game number 1.
Very much. Coming into game number 1, it's going to be an interesting one between Extreme and Knights. Should be a fun one, and we're seeing some interesting pickups by these heroes, right? Like Nature's Prophet being played by Paparazzi. Thought that was a little odd.
Yeah, we've seen it in the European DPC a couple of times. I think Sumail played it 2 times, and I remember some other games. Don't remember which games. It's way too early here, but yeah, it looks really good. It's like you get that level 6, so you have a global presence. If the enemy mid laner leaves the lane, you can easily pressure the tower. There's a lot of tower damage coming out from Extreme Gaming in this one. Dead Prophet, then you have Nature's Prophet, all the prophets pretty much.
So a lot of them just going to be telling the future, right?
Yeah, all they needed was an oracle.
Yeah. And then you're all set on the futuristic telling of everything. So let's see, as a 5-minute smoke from both teams. And Alacrity just in the way. It's some treants. It's going to be interesting to hear and see Nature's Prophet from Paparazzi. I feel like this hero doesn't exactly scream Paparazzi when you see it.
Definitely not. It's not. He's more used to playing these heroes. That I mean, Nature's Prophet's that hero. It fits in what his playstyle kind of is, where you want to be very active early on. This could have been also Dead Prophet, played by Paparazzi, but yeah, panel discussed about it. Flexible picks coming out from Extreme Gaming. I'm looking to see what PYW can do with this position for Primal Beast. Usually we see this hero played on the mid lane most of the time, sometimes on the off lane. Position 4, not as much.
PYW up onto the high ground with the onslaught. It does feel like the Extreme Gaming lineup is 4 mids and a support.
Pretty much, yeah. They have a good front line. It's going to be a lot of tankiness with this Primal Beast. Kunkka, if he uses Ghost Ship on a Dead Prophet with the Spirit Siphon, it's going to be very difficult to kill her. They do have some burst damage because it's a mid-tusk, so this hero deals a ton of damage once he gets to his items, to Deso, but Alacrity, he's being pressured by Treants. He doesn't deal well with Treants, but I've been really impressed by Alacrity, the way he's been playing so far in the DPC.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he goes against this Nature's Prophet. I already saw a little bit of the Paparazzi just trying to block him into the lane with the Treants, make his life really difficult. So positioning feels like it's going to be key as well for this Tusk in this matchup, especially melee against range. It just feels like you're at a disadvantage immediately in some sense of it. So we'll see how that works out. And then over here, bottom, PYW with JT. This feels like you could get kills if once they hit level 2 here for Extreme.
Once they hit level 2, if Silencer is in a bad spot, he's definitely a first blood material in this one. CJ already used all of his mana. Does have 3 mangoes to work with, but he's doing some good harassment here. Top lane, Broodmother plus a Tiny. Not the one we usually see. He tried to snipe the courier with the 3 throw, didn't happen. they can't put the pressure on Ghost. Like, Ghost is way too tanky, Broodmother tiny early on. They don't deal as much damage, and Ghost is gonna go into second bracer, so double bracer, phase boots, probably. Maybe if it's a safe lane Kanka, then the phase boots is not an option. Then you want to have boots of travel, so you're everywhere on the map to have a bit more presence.
Right. What's the biggest difference here for a safe lane Kunkka to a mid Kunkka, though?
As I said, I think you want to have, like, stay on top of the network, so you can always X-mark boots of travel, come back full mana, be active as the hero, because the hero was, like, very strong in the mid game, tends to fall off a little bit in the late game and super late game, because, like, you need to get close to hit, so want to be active early on.
Okay, so we'll see if they can do that, because you were talking about Paparazzi wanting to kind of do the same, right?
Paparazzi, yeah, I think you can afford to have this boots of travel, because you do have Nature's Prophet, so a little bit more even to global presence, easily outnumbered. You want to push the lane where Broodmother is going to be coming. Oh, Ghost dropping low, but Tiny only level 2 here.
Yeah, so not much damage coming out just yet. Mid also, Paparazzi and Alacrity just fighting away with some right clicks. It's 17-5 to the 14-0 of Alacrity. I feel like Alacrity is doing better than maybe I would have thought in this lane.
Yeah, I'd say so. Alacrity, as I said, he's been doing a pretty good job. Looked stable.
Shards just off the mark. Now the Sprout Alacrity will eat some damage for that. Nothing too crazy, though.
Paparazzi will TP back and come back full HP, full mana. Even gets the Raindrop just to make sure that he can't die to Tusk's combo.
Yeah, not missing any CS because of these treants, so he got the few CS that were available when he was gone, and works pretty well with that, so good job by Paparazzi. Kind of keeping my eye on him. Not many Nature's Prophet games in his career. PYW just diving the tower casually, walking into a last word in an Arcane Curse.
He wants to bait some of the spells from Silencer, see what happens. It does have a healing salve to work with, so we'll be back to full HP.
Top lane taking a look again as DY's here with Ghost, and you know, I've certainly in the past given Ghost a lot of pressure in terms of what he's been able to accomplish throughout his career, and I think the big turnaround for him was the Riyadh Masters last year with RNG. I think he finally felt comfortable with that RNG squad and gained a lot of confidence, and you've been able to kind of see that evolve here with Extreme Gaming. He's got a lot of veterans with him that can really help him out.
Yeah, he's been, I'd say, on point. Had some on and off performances, but mostly doing good. Sometimes stability in Dota is the hardest thing to achieve as a professional player.
Yeah, certainly. And he's kind of finding a little bit of that here now. Felix Chauba on this Tiny, we've seen him have some great performances. He had a Tiny game and a Rubik game that in the past that was really impressive. His Rubik's been top-notch, and well, now, glimpse back under the tower, the chase was on. Ghost didn't go with the Disruptor. Toss up into the air by PYW. Onslaught and First Blood for DY as the Primal Beast makes the way over bottom.
You do not expect this move to happen. Primal Beast or anyone TPing to tier 2 tower just to secure kill on a position 4. I guess it's okay because JT's on the bottom lane, closer to his tower, so able to get some farm here. It's not, you know, Dead Prophet that is dominating the matchup. She's playing into 2 ranged heroes, so gonna be a bit more difficult. Nature's Prophet does have that ulti available, so they definitely want to play a bit more aggressive on the side lanes, trying to get something out of it.
Yeah, we've seen how much damage that level 1 Wrath of Nature can do, especially to these supports. I feel like Silencer's in danger.
Silencer's always in danger.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a rough life to live as a Pos 5 Silencer. Or sometimes
they're
even an off-lane Silencer.
On Ego.
Yeah, they want to go down towards bottom. The Gust comes in. The Wrath of Nature does a lot of damage on the Ego. The rotation in from Alacrity. Walrus Punch on a JT, not doing enough damage yet to get the kill onto the Death Prophet, but last
one more hit.
PYW, so they'll get the kill onto the Primal Beast, but XCJ will die to JT, and now they'll look for Alacrity. Paparazzi's joined in on this. They're trying to find the Tusk. They've got the Sprout, and with DY here, there really isn't much place to run for Alacrity because they've got the Glimpse, and it forces him to snowball back towards the side of Extreme Gaming. So one more right click, not enough. Ooh, Alacrity.
JT out of mana. You know that this move is coming. Alacrity was very quick with his rotation, but it's just way too much damage.
Ooh, Primal Beast back up towards top. Onslaught with the trample, but it's fair to be a Broodmother when you're able to just hide under the bridge like a troll.
So they take this tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. That's why we see this Nature's Prophet more often being picked up and played from the mid lane. Because this is a, I think, full HP tower before Nature's Prophet came in.
Yeah, I don't think there was much pressure being put on that tier 1 bot. So really impressive to just get the damage out there, and that really kind of ruins Ego's lane, right? Like, what do you do without a tower? You're only level 4 to this point.
There are no stacks in the triangle for Draw Ranger. She needs to be in the lane, try to get some experience so they can either play behind her.
Good
right
ward.
now, they're sitting... I'll look at the name of his ward. It's called See You.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get another chance to look at his...
Yeah, it's gone now.
He's got one in the jungle. Yeah, and so it says see you. It's PYW's ward. It's pretty funny. There's one I saw that was called Sentry Ward too. Which I thought was great. Avalanche out and Arcane Curse. PYW the onslaught onto the low ground, but the toss will get the kill onto this Primal Beast. Alacrity glimpsed and well got away last time, not this time.
It's Snaking who did that. Renamed his ward to Sentry Ward.
Look at this Ego just sitting level 4. I'm a little worried too because they got that tier 1 tower bottom without Exorcism. Like that was a pre-Exorcism easy tier 1 tower where I feel like objectives for Extreme Gaming are going to open up more easily now that they've got that.
You know that they're going to be pressuring this mid tower.
Yeah.
JT might even join.
Wouldn't be surprised. He's sitting bottom for the moment.
Wow, they really showed these Treants who the boss is.
Radiant are scanning.
Summons or hero, who would win? X Ghost Ship, PYW also here, and it looks like he wants to get over to the bridge again, but Flyby not going to have that opportunity with the Torrent and the Onslaught all coming through for Ghost to get the kill on a Flyby. So, Extreme kind of taking over the entirety of the map, and you know, that's really to nobody's surprise, especially with the movement available to the Nature's Prophet, the pushing potential that they have on the side of Extreme, but Ghost out very far.
He doesn't have boots.
Tossed, Avalanche, Onslaught, Alacrity also coming over. That Snowball's going to stop that TP, so they'll get the kill on a Ghost. He is just standing way too far forward. That Wrath of Nature not really doing enough damage to be much of a deterrent, but really PYW just walking away and getting
Ego.
out. Now they've got themselves the glimpse into the Exorcism right on Ego. I mean, this is right by the tier 2 tower, too.
Yeah, they need to defend this. Someone needs to show up at bottom and try to stop it. It's going to be Felix for now. I don't think he's going to be able to stop the push. It's going to be a lot of damage dealt to this tier 2 tower. But yeah, on the top lane, Ghost a bit too far away.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
tanky. Yes, you do have armlet, but when they bring the numbers, you're going to go down. Like we see that they need to bring 3 or 4 people to kill Ghost, something that Panel did mention. I like how Alacrity is adapting to what he needs to do in this game. He knows that he needs to make all the right moves. Sometimes as a Tusk, you want to stay, like you want to push out the wave and then go for something, but he's not even pushing the wave. He's straight up going for the kills.
Going for JT, Snowball. JT doesn't have Exorcism, and he doesn't really have any life. So XCJ with kill there. Bring 3 heroes over bottom to take out this Death Prophet. They've been moving around as a unit to get these kills. The one on Ghost, the one on JT.
Man, what happened to Dota? Like, if we click on Death Prophet, what are these items? Like, what is this? Arcane Boots, Casual Chainmail, Headdress, and the Raid Band. If you showed me this like a year ago, I would say it's griefing.
Static Storm, but the Onslaught pushing him away, so he's able to survive. They'll get the kill on the DY. There's the Pulverize for 1 slam. They've got the X as well as the Ghost Ship. They'll bring in Paparazzi. The right click's over. Alacrity surviving on a little bit of health once again and gets out. Felix Chaba is going to run away here. He's in a lot of trouble with the hands of XG right on him. But is he going to be like Alacrity? No, he won't be. Felix ends up finally falling to JT. Again, Alacrity's able to survive.
Yeah, Alacrity has really been on point with his rotation, understanding what he can do, getting in and out of the trouble, and now dropping very low. It's still gonna be a tier 1 tower, because Kunkka with boots of travel, not boots of travel, budget boots of travel for now, just a TP scroll.
With the X.
Coming back, Nature's Prophet with his treants. It's a lot of pressure on tower. And look at Flyby. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Build on Broodmother, going for Spirit Vessel. All right. You'd expect them to just straight up get Guardian Greaves and Pipe. I'm not sure if they get that much value from Spirit Vessel anyway. Sure, you're playing against Dead Prophet. Cores are relatively tanky. But I feel like this item is like very, very situational.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and you'll see how they get to use the Spirit Vessel. You've now got the mech here on JT. Like, we've seen the Guardian Greaves constantly. X goes ship again. Wrath of Nature combined with it. Paparazzi showing back up top. You know, his name is Paparazzi, but he's following these heroes like he is the paparazzi.
Yeah, he's all over the place. He's being very active, involved in 5 out of 7 kills. Level 10 going straight into Gleipnir. I like that. This is gonna be... I think he's realizing that Tusk causes some issues with the Snowball and the great against the Broodmother.
Smoke's breaking. They're going to go. They're going to try and get Ghost. The Static Storm, they're wrapping around. Extreme Gaming's here. They'll go for XCJ. They should be able to get the kill onto the Silencer to start this one off. The onslaught from BYW. And now the Snowball into 5 heroes. You want to extend that and maybe try to get a kill here on a Ghost. The Walrus Punch, and he got
Gets him.
Just gets Ghost before he dies. Alacrity at least getting something for his life.
Yeah. Ghost is also amplifying the damage of Exorcism with his name. So we have 8 Ghosts, so that's 9 Ghosts, and the Ghost ship, so down to 10 already with the Dead Prophet ulti.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ghost, he has his own ship in the game. It's pretty cool.
Gosh. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have no response. I'm so just flabbergasted by the joke. Oh, gosh. 3K lead here for the side of Extreme Gaming. That one was worth a giggle. Paparazzi down over bottom, and what's he going for? You said Gleipnir. What do you think's after that?
Probably
BKB.
BKB. Yeah. They don't have many abilities that go through magic immunity. It's going to be pretty much Tusk's punch, but he can't control everything. Extreme Gaming in a really good spot. They took down all tier 1 towers, and now they can, like, next fight they take with Exorcism running, they can get Roche. They can also force a Roche fight just by being there, I think, with Nature's Prophet and Death Prophet.
And taking a look over the net worth, speaking of Death Prophet, just not anywhere close to where Paparazzi's at, and Ghost even ahead by 1,000 gold. You start to worry about these Drow games, because we've seen them in both Western Europe and China for us, where Drow from behind struggles immensely. So now they've got themselves the glimpse into the Static Storm. The Global Silence is used, so that's not going to save Alacrity. Maybe Felix is looking for an avalanche and a toss, but he'll just find himself being ragdolled around. PYW with the kill on a Felix Chauba takes out the Tiny, 2 dead on the side of Knights, and Extreme again, while putting Knights into extreme hurting.
Damage was already done. Global Silence, like you see this glimpse into Static Storm, it's more than enough. PYW did have Trample already running. Like, this Broodmother is not a factor in this game. She got shut down in the laning stage and decided to go for Spirit Vessel. PYW found him.
Trample, and they should have him. The extra control from the Rod of Atos, the Arcane Curse on 2 of these heroes. They're going to bring over Alacrity once again.
Good
JT
charge.
taking some damage.
JT
Ghost
stuck.
ship comes in, and JT just,
Radiant's bottom
that's his
tower
life now. He lives there. He's got Guardian Greaves finished off, so the sustainability is certainly here for the team to just take the tier 2 tower, right?
She can TP back with the X mark. Let's see if they decide to do that, if they want to put some more pressure. This tower is very low. Ghost.
Sending 2 top.
They're going to give him 2 healing salves, so he's going to be fine using that Spirit Siphon. Gleipnir finished into BKB next for Paparazzi. They're going to have a hard time. Once 2 cores build BKBs, they're not going to have enough damage. Like, both of them are going to be able to do whatever they want in a team fight. Like, even Dead Prophet's going for one. JT's still far away from it. Oh, he's swapping things around. He's like, BKB. Lotus Orb. Lotus is good to remove the silence. Great against the Snowball.
Really big fan of the Lotus Orb. I was a big fan when that first got edited in the game. I feel like that's one of the cooler
It's a great item.
items in Dota for sure. Trying to onslaught, but that'll be stopped, and PYW nowhere to go. Wrath of Nature comes
You
through
see
and
the
hits Evo
power of
pretty
this
hard.
spell. Half HP already gone from Drow Ranger. Like even Primal Beast is going for a BKB as his first item, as a position 4. Felix.
Gonna take a lot of time to get there. Felix, get the vision for the glimpse. No. Not a lot of vision up here for the side of Extreme. They've got this Broodmother ward over on the left, and then just one down by the bottom rune. As we take a look, as DY doing a good job there. 6 destroyed wards of the 22 placed.
In total, 8 against 4 or 5, I think. Here's the power
Bottom
of
lane.
Gleipnir.
Yeah, here they go. Gleipnir used Pulverize, slamming Alacrity onto his head. And that's concussion protocol. Take 40 seconds.
Actually, it's a Gleipnir. I don't know. we discussed this a long time ago, how to pronounce it. I even Google it, and people pronounce it differently.
It's like,
We'll ask Synderen. Synderen knows. He's Danish.
oh, okay. I'll ask him in the green room next. I feel like it's like that video on YouTube. That's the guy going Aegis. Aegis. Just said it
It's like,
too
yeah,
late.
you're really not helping me out.
You
There
didn't
was
give
a
me an answer.
For Aegis, there was a patch. It said the way Aegis should be pronounced.
Go for it. Aegis?
Aegis, yeah. We called it Aegis before. And then Ice Frog said, yep, nope, not the way that it should be.
I think we're going to need a patch for Gleipnir. Gleipnir.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, we got Nature's Prophet, top of the net worth, over the drought by 5,000 gold. I mean, this is just... Nature's Prophet needs a change, right? Like, this is... Every game we're seeing Nature's Prophet's out-farmed by, like, thousands.
It's an
nuts.
insane hero. It's pretty similar to
We're
what
19 minutes
Lina
into
is.
the game.
Yeah, the only hero who can have as much farm is pretty much Lina. Maybe Sven if they make some stacks for him, but we don't see too much of a Sven early on. Picked in the draft, so
It really is ridiculous.
Radiant's bottom
BKB
tower
done.
is under attack.
On Nature's Prophet going into AC next.
BKB's almost finished for Ghost as well. Double Bracers, Armlet build for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trink goes into Roche for a second. They'll D-ward. Another D-ward there for DY. His name stands for D-ward yes.
Not bad, not bad. That Y could have been something different. You know, I see where it was going, and into the Roche pit they go.
Exorcism used, and they're going to try and get this
Dire's middle tower
Aegis
is under attack.
out of the hands of Roach.
You had to think about it.
I-
It was in your head.
Is under attack.
I needed a second thought. I think just Guardian Gears, like, they're full health. The objective taking from Extreme Gaming has been quite literally perfect.
This is the game where you pretty much lose a fight. They use Boots of Travel, TP back with Nature's Prophet, X mark the spot, and they, not gonna say end the game, but this game could end with Extreme Gaming winning 2 next
Radiant's
fights.
top
Game's
tower
just
is
over.
under attack.
Truthfully, even just the next fight, depending on where it takes place. Up here top with Exorcism, when it's back up, well, you would just go high ground, right?
They could even try to poke with some Treants. Who's holding the Aegis? It's
Top tower is under attack.
Paparazzi holding it, so he can be the one sieging.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Easy tier 2 tower, and then
Dire's
immediately,
middle tower is under attack.
Paparazzi, bottom.
I'll take that.
On to the next one. Although there is no tier 2 tower in that lane anymore. It's
There's
been
one
that
left
for a
in
while.
the mid lane, so should go for that one before trying to go for the high ground.
Exorcism in 60 seconds. That'll kind of line up with Wrath of Nature, and now they're going to go. They're going to go for DY with the BKB being popped by Alacrity. Global Silence is used, so DY dead on his screen already. They'll go to the X. They'll bring back Felix Chalba back into the ghost ship. And now Felix on the run. Toss up into the air, but it's not going to matter. With JT having a Crypt Swarm ready. Well, Felix, you're in the Crypt.
They got the global out of it. Instant buyback from DY. They're going to come back, take this tier 2 tower. Paparazzi keeping in.
Welcome
Next
back.
Exo back in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature in 15, so the fight's going to have to be perfect here from Knights. Problem is, it's daytime. Onslaught, X, and back and forth, XCJ goes.
I got that joke, but I saw a fight coming through.
They're going to go for PYW, and now they've got the Static Storm down. PYW gets out of this one. Paparazzi getting a little bit low, but he's working with that Aegis. The Avalanche comes in from Felix. The mech is used by Flyby. These heroes not dying yet on Extreme Gaming, but they finally take the Aegis out of the hands of the Nature's Prophet. Ego over to the side with Alacrity looking ready to go. He's got the Walrus Punch back up, but the BKB's been popped by Paparazzi, as well as Ego. So Ego walking away, and so is the rest of Extreme Gaming, despite the fact that they popped this Exorcism.
Knights are punching back. They are using BKB on Drow Rangers just to get away, but yeah, some nicely executed fight. They get the Aegis off Paparazzi. Drow Rangers still underfarmed. Like, she does have Shard upgrade, which is good against these Treants, so whenever they get close, they explode during a multi-shot. Alright, seems like Extreme Gaming also understands that sometimes going high ground against the Drow Ranger can be slightly tricky. If you don't get on top of her, she deals a ton of damage.
No reason to force it when you have such a lead, right?
Yeah, it's not necessary.
You're close to the next few items on your team anyway. It's Silver Edge next for the Nature's Prophet. You're going AC on Kunkka, which he's kind of far from. He's got that casual plate mail right now, but give it time until next Roche, and these items are going to be there. They can get the next Aegis, just roll it out and go.
Yeah, this AC's done in 2-3 minutes. They swapped things around. Nature's Prophet was thinking about getting the AC, but I guess Kunkka wants to be the one in front. Soak up some more damage.
He is in no man's land. Goes for the pulverized. Felix is here. Walrus Punch, and Ego gets himself doubled up on kills. Now 2-1-1. He's going Hurricane Pike Daedalus.
Wants to maximize his damage output. 4-staff Pike, of course. Great item on a Drow Ranger to get yourself out of the trouble against Sprout. Slightly under-leveled. Level 15. What's Kunkka at? 16.5. Nature's Prophet, 17.
Yeah, Prophet getting close to that level 3 Wrath of Nature, and that's going to hit even harder. More pack of a punch. Might even hit them in the last week. Flyby. Just farming up here. He's got himself. He's looking for Greaves. This is like the Spirit Vessel really hasn't done anything.
No, I was about to say it. Like this Spirit, I don't think we even had a charge on this Spirit Vessel. Like, he's either dead or out of range to get it. Global is available.
Side, Ghost comes in into the Walrus Punch. They've got the Static Storm immediately, and they are going to reflect the Snowball all the way back. So that sends Ghost into a little bit of a odd spot here with the rest of the team focusing their attention on the field. Chalba, they get the kill to XCJ. They'll take out 2. The cores get out on the side of Knights. JT dominating on this one. Ego didn't pop the BKB. He's just going to TP back, and the tier 2 tower over mid is going to be gone.
Pretty donezo. Every single time they use Exo, they get something out of it. All the tier 2 towers are gone. 15k gold lead for Extreme Gaming. They're not in a rush. They are farming their BKBs. This is the 3rd BKB finished on PYW. That Prophet also going for 1. They can just wait until they have like those BKBs. Every single time the Exo's up, they can try to go around the map and do something. And also next Roshan could respawn in less than 2 minutes, so this is going to be the next objective for Extreme.
Yeah, they've picked up that Silver Edge on the Nature's Prophet. AC is not too far away. What's next? What's he going for? Scotty? Okay, Nature's Prophet.
Ooh, I'm a Nature's Prophet. I can build any item I want. It's still gonna feel good. But look at me.
Balanced hero. Oh, Silverhead, sure. Gleipnir, yeah. Gleipnir? Scotty? Of course. Bring it.
Satanic, Mjolnir, whatever.
Yeah, literally anything.
Witchblade. Like, we've seen a lot of Witchblade from mid-Nature's Prophets.
Yeah, like that first item, Witchblade. Usually seen in the offlane, right? With the Nature's Prophet, the Witchblade.
We see it from mid lane as well. I think Sumail is the one who's kind of forcing this build. Wants to get online as fast as possible.
Dire's top tower
Shed the
is under
quiver.
attack.
Why
Drop
not?
for Extreme Gaming. Hey.
Why not make the Nature's Prophet stronger?
Yeah, he's probably going to be the one picking it up.
Dire's
That's a
top
full
tower
AC
has
done.
fallen.
On Kunkka.
Yeah, that'll fly out. They're starting to station themselves over towards bot. Finally have the Guardian Greaves on this Bruno there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But it just feels so late. Like that Spirit Vessel, probably could have skipped it.
I think he's regretting it. Not going to happen. Maybe
Never
if
again.
you're playing like against the Timbersaw, Wyvern, like all these big healers, and you want to reduce the damage. Like this game, it's kind of sad, I would say. Not sure why he decided to go for it.
So they've got the smoke used, and they're starting to set up towards top again. Like you said, they don't really need to force anything till Roche, and you can see that timer,
Dire
One.
are scanning.
50.
Oh, scan connected for a second, so they know exactly where Knights are.
And they kind of back away, right? Like, they want to lead Knights over to them. They don't want to show themselves first, but all right, never mind. Thanks, Ghost. I thought I had a hint of good play call, and then Ghost was like, nah, I'll just show myself, man. It's okay.
Yeah, these pro players, they make you look bad on purpose. They're like, we don't think about DPC majors or the international. Like this guy B Cup.
Dude, I make myself look bad. It's easy enough.
Roshan respawn in a minute.
So I'm taking out the Obs, the Sentry, the Vision around this Roche pit, setting up to take this second Aegis. And really, if you're Knights, it's a tough fight to take, but almost a situation, and really, not almost, it is a situation in which you need to think about how can we take the perfect fight, because that's the only way we're getting back into the game. And we need to stay safe until that point. And I don't think they really can get a pick off unless anybody finds themselves straying from the group on the side of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and look at me again. I'm Nature's Prophet. Here I go again. I have level 20 talents that whatever talent you pick, it's going to be good. Sprout leashes through BKB. It's one of the strongest talents in the game. Like, it's great against Tusk. It's great against any kind of mobility, pretty much. Roshan respawning soon. There's Gem on PYW, so they're going to get rid of any kind of vision that Knights have.
Yeah, Gem really helping out. Get those stats up. And they're going to take a look over as Ghost just pushing top. And then Xing all the way back.
Radiant's top tower is under
So he's
attack.
with his team. They're ready to go. They'll look for Roche, and they might even just leave it for a second, hoping that Knights are going to stray their way over. But it doesn't look like Knights are comfortable to go just yet. We'll see what they're waiting for. Because, like I said, it's a tough ask to want to go for this, right? While that's going on, Paparazzi.
They were
doing
waiting
his
for
thing
this
going
BKB
bottom.
on that Prophet. Now they're ready to go. 4 BKBs on Extreme Gaming, 30 minutes into the game. Torrent
Radiant
connects,
are
they
scanning.
know exactly where they are. So does Radiant, who used the scan, but bottom lane is pushed in by Paparazzi. He's massive. 24,000 net worth on this hero.
Onslaught hitting Felix. They've got the trample on top. PYW going in with BKB. But the global silence is well done. Now stop the pulverize. Felix Chaba's going to be the first one to die. And it's the Paparazzi's on a mega kill streak. The snowball over to the disruptor of DY, but just drops down a static storm. Eagle with the BKB TP out. Flyby hit with the onslaught. XCJ Gleipnir killed, gone, dead. See you later. JT will get credit for that one, and it looks like there's going to be some exit strategy here for Knights.
They don't have
Just
enough
the last
damage.
two.
While these BKBs are running, you have like so much on-ground damage from this Gleipnir, Primal Beast running, Cleave, Ghost. It's just way too much, and this is going to be Aegis once again in the hands of Nature's Prophet. Let's see who picks up the shard.
JT?
JT picked it. Okay, it's the
Fear.
best one, I would say. Yeah, Kunkka is okay-ish. Nature's Prophet's also fine. You don't want to build it when you're... you don't want to buy it for yourself when you're playing it from the mid lane. And the others are kind of meh. So, yeah, having an extra charge of Spirit Siphon and applying that fear mechanic.
Curse of the Old Growth would have been that pickup if he took it, but it is, like we said, on JT. So given that Spirit Siphon upgrade, XCJ, well, he's in trouble. I say that, but maybe baited into going after DY. Avalanche toss, Walrus punch with the Lotus Orb. They get the kill onto the Disruptor, who bought back in the fight 2 before. So he's
the
dead for
cleave.
70 seconds.
The glimpse back on Drow Ranger, but they did not have any reveal. She just picked up a Shadow Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Drow's starting to, this wouldn't be the worst farmed game for Drow if there wasn't a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, she's
Pretty
doing
up.
a good job. Same amount of farm as Kunkka, which is pretty impressive. Going into Lincoln's next. Okay.
Feels like a really late Lincoln's.
It's never too late for Lincoln's.
No?
No, that item's always high value. I guess he's afraid of an X combo, Disruptor's Glimpse, Primal Beast initiating on him. There's some really good spells that he can protect himself with. Might change his mind still. Might go for a different item.
Do you think that's the strongest item he can get right now? In terms of what's affordable for him and in the right amount of timing to stop Extreme?
I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Butterfly, maybe. Butterfly, or even if he feels like, oh, I need to carry this game right now. Like, we're not going to have another fight. Maybe try to go for Rapier. It's a risky one, but sometimes you have to risk it.
Blink in, pulverize, and that'll be Flyby in some trouble, but has the webs, not enough. The glimpse back right for everybody there on Extreme Gaming to get the kill on a Flyby. Showing off some vision and taking away some other vision as PYW slaps it down.
2.5 minutes left on Aegis.
Radiant's middle
Ghost.
tower is under attack.
Not a Ghost. I was looking at Dead Prophet. Exorcism is available with Arcane Rune.
Arcane Curse, Lotus Orb action, get that out of here. And see if the damage starts to line up. Good 3-man Avalanche. Now they've got the BKB into the Walrus Punch. The Global Silence comes in, but it's not going to be in time to get that Pulverize away from the fight, and that means Ego dies to JT. They're going to go after Felix next.
He needs to buy
Kinetic
back.
Field as well as the Static Storm. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of Knights. Buyback available on both the Drow as well as the Brood Mother, but I think they're going to wait for at least the Brood before the Drow buys back.
Radiant's middle barracks.
How much of their base are they going to lose because of this?
It's a long 50 seconds. You're going to be playing against Mega Creeps if you don't buy back. And you don't have the best heroes to do so.
Holding it and holding it as XCJ is getting helped here by PYW, and they just called GG.
All right, they're saving that buyback for the second game. I like it.
So, Extreme Gaming, they're going to take game number 1 over Knights, and Knights kind of fall by the wayside in this first one, as Extreme Gaming do a very good job of taking objectives and basically running the map in the way that they wanted, right? Like they just, from A to B to C to X marks the spot, it was a great way to take game number 1.
Pretty one-sided game from Extreme Gaming, clean execution. This mid-Nature's Prophet, we're definitely gonna see more of this hero either being like banned in the, maybe not a first phase, but he doesn't seem to have bad matchups. That's the problem with the hero, because he comes online so quickly. He's flash farming, and the safe lane got really countered this Broodmother. I didn't really feel any kind of like the Broodmother type of a play. I'm not sure if this has to do anything with him going for the Spirit Vessel. He got shut down. He got counterpicked. Kunkka in the safe lane, something we haven't seen in quite some time, but was popular like 6 months, year ago. And yeah, I don't know. Extreme Gaming, just the level of their execution feels so much stronger than Knights.
Yeah, it was really just a tier above.
Yeah.
It felt so clean from Extreme Gaming. Everything really lining up for them the perfect way. And, well, they take game number 1 over Knights. To break it down for you, we've got the panel. Take it away.
I do have 3 lovely analysts next to me to talk about this game 1 that Extreme picked up. All 3 of you were big fans of the draft, big fans of how they were going to execute it. I think in the green room you guys were talking about the only thing that you were questioning was the mid lane matchups from memory. You're like, I wonder why Knights did this. Do you have any insight now, Kazu?
I was wondering why Extreme did it.
Oh, it was Extreme. That's my
But,
bad. My bad.
50-50.
Yeah,
Yeah, 50-50, and
been the
I
other
was
one.
leaning
That is
towards the
Dota,
other
to
one.
be
I
fair,
got it wrong.
it happens. Sometimes you get it wrong.
No,
But
I normally just don't
I don't listen
to
to
him.
Kezu either,
Yeah,
so then you just
same.
gotta guess, you know.
I really do.
Anyway, Kezu.
you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
so
Oh,
ready.
I thought you were already talking.
Yeah. So I was wondering why they put the Prophet mid instead of laning it against the Drow Ranger, the Nature's Prophet that is. But I think they wanted to play on this higher tempo to then like really open up the tower against the Drow and like collapse on the hero, which is pretty much what they did in the game, right? They went there at 5 minutes. I think it slowed down the Drow's game insanely much. But I think most importantly, what made it super easy for them is the fact that I feel like they just really answered Knight's draft super well. I don't really know what's going on, but the Kunkka pick was very good, and honestly, I just think they had all the answers to a somewhat, maybe one-dimensional playstyle that Knights were going for in this game.
Yeah, really methodical play. I think I just love the fact that, mentioning the Furion, how quickly they just broke down the game. As soon as the Furion hit 6, he's looking at top, he's looking at bottom, they're just making the plays, and yeah, it just felt, for Extreme at least, just a really comfortable game. And I mentioned in the pre-show, just Paparazzi maybe being a little bit shakier than before, and this is a game which is like, it's kind of a little bit of a statement. 8-0-13, no real concerns in the game, just happily scaling with like 29k net worth, nearly 30k, yeah, just
He
a
heard
really
you,
pleasant
T-Gov,
game. Yeah, no,
and he
yeah.
just wanted to prove you specifically, and you alone wrong.
And that's why I want to see, because I want to see Extreme do well. I think I put them, second in my power rankings for China. I think it was Aster, then Extreme, then PSG. So
You can always fact check that.
Good job.
yeah, so I'd love to see Extreme do a little bit better, and I'm happy that he got the MVP. Of course, he did a stellar job.
You outlined the rotations that Extreme were doing, and there were some that just didn't really yield any reward for them. So then there were also some team fights where it felt like there was a little bit of disconnect's not the right word, but they just weren't syncing up in terms of like the primal sort of either being guided by his own team. I mean, like, obviously it still worked for them, but it was just interesting to see these team fights not be as clean as we might expect from them.
I mean, the thing is, you saw the idea and you saw the synergy, but they made a mistake once or twice. It happens. I think the top team fight at the Radiant Tier 1, they get a glimpse into Static Storm, and Primal Beast, the bus
Knocks.
driver, comes and knocks him out of the Static Storm, which is just, unfortunate. But it's like, there was a lot of margin for error in that game, and I think they felt really comfortable and confident even though something went wrong. Just to touch a little bit on Knight's strategy in that game, I think if you're playing, we talked about it during the picks, like you have this Drow Brood combination. I think it's really, really important that you are setting the pace of the game. If these heroes start falling behind, they're just extremely exploitable. They don't have that much presence. So, and your 5 is a silencer, right? This guy is not going to set up literally any plays at all. He's there for a combo and for team fight, but they don't have team fight. So to me, that pick was totally disconnected from what they needed. I think that was the biggest drafting mistake from either team. And Knights, they have to do better. I have to say, I'm actually a little bit disappointed. I thought that draft looked like probably the worst they've had in this tournament so far. Obviously, under a lot of pressure against Extreme, but they can do better.
I think it happened. So when 2 drafts go against each other, and in my opinion, after the first phase, you can say that they both want to do something that's very similar. You have Brood that wants to run in, and as I mentioned in the draft, you have the DP that wants to run in. I think whichever team will like double down on it and end up doing it better than the other team, it will look like a very big outdraft because you're both doing the same thing. But if one team just does it better or has the answer, then you have no real counterplay in the game.
Yeah. But it's also like, for example, like the Tusk. Like this hero is a type of hero that unlocks these drafts to get into the game. But when Alacrity is looking to rotate, does he want to run into a Kunkka lane? Not really.
Yeah.
Does he want to run into some Primal Beast Death Prophet? Like, you could maybe get a kill with Silencer Drow chasing down DP, but then this Fury's going to TP in after. So I think Knights as well, like the draft-wise, it doesn't feel too good with the Brood. This Tusk didn't really open up the game. Alacrity has been the mid laner that breaks the game, or at least makes these skirmishing drafts feel much better. He has no game, and on top of that Extreme, they double down on enabling their push through tankiness and positioning with their heroes. So yeah, again, Knights, their weakest draft probably are the DPC so far, but again, you know they'll be able to bounce back because they have had pretty good drafts before.
Yeah, and they'll have time to look back on that draft to change things up as we're heading to a break. When we come back, it's game number 2 between Knights and XG. Welcome back, everyone. It is Knights versus Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming had it at game number 1. They just out-tempoed Knights in this game. They had that aggressive lineup. They executed it amazingly. They had those rotations. They definitely just felt like they had Knights' number in that game number 1. You guys said it was also probably the weakest draft we've seen from Knights this DPC. So I guess 2 parts to this question. 1, do you want to see them still have that aggressive playstyle, or would you like to see something else? And 2, what exactly was the biggest letdown in that draft that needs to be changed for game 2?
probably Drow Silence's second phase. I feel like after you've opened Tiny Brood, and like ending your 4th pick with 4 heroes that don't perfectly synergize together and puts a lot of emphasis on your last pick saving everything. There's not many heroes in a draft that can be that pick. For example, I think Kunkka, Pangolier, these are probably 2 of the best heroes to salvage drafts. And Kunkka was picked and Pangolier was banned. So yeah, just don't put yourself in that vulnerable position of pick 5 doing a lot of work.
Yeah, like I think usually Knights' draft are pretty, I don't know, robust. You have like the aura builder with a hero who uses it very well, but I feel like that's what I was missing from them in this game. And I think Extreme, they just reacted perhaps near perfect in the draft, I think, to what they were up against. So
I also think it made matters worse that Brood went Vessel. I don't think that build is
yeah,
particularly
that's not good.
It's like you're kind of doubling down on, okay, we have to counter them right now because this Vessel is going to fall off against DP. It's going to get Lotus Orb or BKB or whatever. From my perspective, Vessel in general as an item right now in Dota has a very small time span that it's relevant. So you need to make the most of it, and their lineup couldn't accomplish that at all. So effectively, your Brood doesn't only have a Vessel that isn't good, but now you don't have auras either. So you're just really missing all the components that were necessary to take the fight.
Probably already see there for the fact that he is considering to buy a Vessel, that maybe he also felt it once he was in the game. Something is wrong. I can't like rush mech and go with my Drow because things are already off. And then as you said, yeah, Vessel is a pretty hard item to make work right now.
Yeah, the thing with Vessel as well is like the build up doesn't feel too great. I mean, buying Urn, I guess it's still fine.
Urn is fine.
Urn is fine. So it's the part after. It's the
Yeah.
recipe plus the VIP part, and then on top of that, you're then looking at a window of, what was it, like 15, 60 minutes you can buy it maybe, and then by 20, people normally have BKB or something, and it's like, what am I doing?
Redundant.
How do I play with this? So there's like a 2 and 3 minute window.
Abandoned.
Yeah, it's actually a really sad item.
Just GG. Just call it.
And if it was BKB piercing, then it'd be broken. So yeah, you really yeah, it's a pretty dead
There's
item.
no winning, huh?
Yeah,
No
just
winning.
can't win.
Just can't
What
win.
can you do?
What can you do?
Brother.
DP. DP rushed mech on the side of XG though. That was another thing you guys were a little bit like, how often are we seeing this? Could that be something that would have been punished by another team, by another draft? Were you guys like, nah,
I mean,
rush that mech?
it's standard as hell. It's it's every day. And if anything, I want to see. I mean, I think it's more like Kezi wants to see, but I feel like I'm also down for players to find opportunities to do different builds. But the issue is the meta is so strong right now with the mech that the variation is so low that it's hard to see a game where you can do something different. And I would be surprised if we ever did see different builds. But
I think the thing about it is, so it's pretty meta right now, which makes it easy and maybe like the first thought for people to want to do it. But you also need to be free enough and understand the scenarios where you shouldn't do it. It made sense with the drafts, I think it's fine, and the tempo. But moving forward, people still need to find the odd ones out, the games where you need to do something different.
yeah.
A different game. Game number 2. Extreme Gaming opening up with Tiny. Instead of DP that they opened up with last time.
Yeah, Knights banning out the Furin as well in the first phase, or the Nature's Prophet, and also taking away their Lina.
I think Tiny is actually, when the bans line up like in this exact way, I think this is a really good first pick. You've taken out the Lina, you've taken out the Nature's Prophet on the enemy team, and you have taken out Rubik yourself as the first pick team, which is pretty uncommon. I would say most teams favor Rubik in this position, but if this is the ban pool, I like the Tiny opening a lot. It lends itself really well to a phase closer because there's so many ranged heroes that exploit seeing the first two, and you have all of them at your disposal right now. So, well, with the exception of Lina and Nature's Prophet, which can't be surprising, right? So. Yeah, I think it's stable. It's a flexible hero. They play it on Paparazzi. They play it on 4. And now you get to already consider if you want to counterpick this Phoenix. I wouldn't mind seeing a Snapfire here, to be honest, from Extreme to just close out this phase.
I'll happily see the Snapfire into the Phoenix, of course. And I think for going back to the Tiny pick at least, like Simon's mentioning, there's a lot of these openings have very known responses at least, and I think Tiny is more of that generic one. We've seen a lot of Phoenixes against it, of course. Tiny jumps in, if you don't actually kill him off, you just egg. So in regards to draft, Tiny probably has the least amount of known responses, so it just keeps it a bit more annoying to play against. And you go for the Riki, we haven't seen it be too strong. I think the best showing of Riki that we've had in the entirety of DPC in all regions was Liquid. But that's because the Riki was TPing from lane to lane, being super aggressive. So now for Extreme, to counter this, they just need to make sure they have robust lanes that stick together and don't really allow for this Riki to poke and prod them and punish them. And they're already a sniper pick. it's going to be pretty annoying for them to play into.
What do you make of... So obviously Sniper against Phoenix is a no-brainer, right? What do you make of picking it into Ricky? Do you think that's concerning at all?
I think I feel like if it's core Ricky, which we don't see at all, I feel like that's something that's very troublesome. I do think that Phoenix, Ricky in the game don't really always want to do the same thing. I think they align maybe at a specific timing when Ricky gets charged for like a few minutes, but otherwise, I think the map movement of these heroes is very different, I guess. But I do think that comes down to already Extreme's first phase bans with the Rubik Treant. It's two of the heroes that Knights play all the time. So I think they're throwing them off a little bit, not giving them an opening they want. And I think now for Extreme, they just want to like enable the Sniper in this game. I think like some Centaur in the next phase, something like that. Get out of the egg, decide when you want to kill it, get out of the smoke screen, and yeah, I think that would be a good pick for them.
I think Sniper doesn't really care about Ricky as well, because itemization-wise, you always go Hurricane Pike, BKB. Like they're normally in your first 3 or 4 items, and then also you get shard after that as well. So you have a lot of movement and displacement, and that's why Sniper has just been such a potent hero in the last 3-4 months plus. It's because people have just been respecting you're not that hero that if you jump, you die now. Like you have so many tools to disengage that these backline jumpers, you don't just need 1, you need 2 or 3 now to actually kill off a Sniper. You know, unless he's not 5 in lane having a terrible time and doesn't have any items. But still, normally in an even game at least.
I was going to say, how often is Sniper really struggling in lane? Like,
it's pretty rare.
The hero lanes fairly well. He has like the shrapnel, usually has people that like go into
some
him.
clock or some tree, so any melee hero that enables him.
Yep.
Extreme trying to enable the Sniper as well through the bans. Brood, of course, in lane going to do pretty well. Spectre and Void, just the late game cores that will always eventually find the Sniper, even in the toughest of games. It's somewhat easy for them to play.
I see that there's no Bad Rider banned out against Sniper, so that's something that I think Extreme should be considering within the next 2 picks. Of course, you can't just randomly pick the hero because you couldn't ban it, but you should... I feel like you kind of want to think about the fact that some 18 Bad Rider is very likely for Knights, I think, in order to like break this Sniper lineup. So I think anything here that builds up hype, has a counterplay. I don't know if you want to preemptively like pick some Legion Commander type hero. I think Beastmaster could fit for Extreme. I mean, what do you guys think? Don't you think there's some 18 Bad Rider creeping in?
Yeah, I think you could also play it yourself if you wanted to. I don't think these matchups are bad,
it's not horrible.
I think the hero synergizes well with both Tiny and Sniper, so it was a possibility, but knowing Extreme, they're probably not going to go that route. I think it's probably more likely that we see a support that deals... What support deals well with Ricky Phoenix, though? That is in the pool. Just looking for some sort of...
Honestly, I feel like you don't have to directly counter them, but going just for like a casual Clockwork for 5 will be fine.
Clock's alright.
Yeah,
Clock's
cool.
alright this game for sure.
And the reason is like you're not countering them, it's more you're initiating to force them to use spells defensively, so they're not diving in or they're doing any of this. And already Extreme going for a Dawnbreaker now.
Interesting. Do you think that's a support?
I mean, it could be. We'll see in the next pick. But if it is off lane, it's basically looking at Knights going, your only way of fighting us is through slowly moving towards an objective, pressuring it, and then defensively egging and fighting around that right now. They don't have this like team fight initiator or stun. Ricky Dart maybe, but for Extreme it's like, sure, you don't have much damage, we throw some Solar Guardian on top, you're not going to kill us, we'll turn it around. So I actually really like the Extreme picks right now.
This is a really nasty kill combo. Avalanche toss into Arrow and Donald. Force Staff is going to be necessary for Knights in this game, probably, to combo break. That's the thing about Ricky as a 4 that I think can be tricky sometimes, is that you have to get shard. Like, the hero just isn't good without it, and that means you don't have the luxury that other heroes have of, oh, this is an insane game for Force Staff, I'm going to get that before the item I would usually get. You don't have that flexibility, because then you're just a walking smokescreen, right? So, looking at this, the Force Staff is probably going to have to come from, most likely, the Visage at some point. I don't know if you can, you probably can't buy that first on that hero either.
You really don't want to.
So... It is.
10 seconds.
It's looking kind of promising here for Extreme, to be honest. Once again, I'm especially not sold on how Knights started this. I think they're kind of playing catch up to try to cover their own bases with how they opened, and I think that's the inverse way of how I would draft. I think the way you start picking, you pick something open-ended or something extremely powerful. Like, those are the 2 options. Either there's like one avenue in the game that you just want to totally dominate and you pick that, which I think Ricky and Phoenix don't match.
Yep.
Or the other one is we pick something mega flexible so that we can go whatever direction we want and counter. But the problem is Ricky and Phoenix have pretty bad wave clear. They have no real lockdown until minute 15. They don't have the best laning prowess either. So all of those aspects you need to now you need to cover all those bases, right? I think Visage is going to kind of be on an island in his lane, for example. Like if you're playing Visage Riki, that sounds like a pretty weak lane to me.
Yep.
And Extreme Gaming can just exploit this by running like Sniper Tiny, Sniper Dawn, Sniper Mirana. I think all of those lanes win. So bit on the back foot for Knights. I think they have to recover a little bit.
It feels like right now with Knights draft, they've leaned on Alacrity to be that opening game style player. When he played against PSG, he finished the game. The 2 games total score was like 19-2-22. Like he had an insane series.
Whoa.
And for this at least, this is what he needs to do again in this type of game. Extreme, they come online with items. Early on, their damage comes from some laning phase stuff, but other than that, like their actual entry to fights isn't as strong. It's like small combos like Avatos into Arrow, counterplayer Solar Guardian, a couple shrapnels. That's where Knights can really lean on just poking and just really annoying them. If they can find a way to get Visage through laning phase, I think there is going to be a window where Visage plus Puck together will just dictate a lot of this early game. It might cover the weaknesses of Phoenix Riki, but it's a lot of have to win the lane, have to have the momentum, have to set the pace. And now Extreme, I mentioned heroes that are like just counter-aggressive so many times.
This is really good, this game. I think
Pango
you're picking it
deals
into...
with it. Yeah.
It shows how good of a Pango game it is that you're willing to pick it into Puck,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, it's considered one of the best counter matchups overall, but they seemingly just don't care because of how good it is against the rest.
Something else that's also, I think, kind of cool with their own draft is that, so Puck is very good against Pango, but the damage is like kind of slow, right? You keep him in the coil, you want to kill him. I think this also makes Dawnbreaker's game like a bit nicer. You have someone that goes in for you, so Dawn definitely helps this matchup quite a bit. I think for Knights, I don't know, I feel like you need a hero that somewhat lanes okay with Phoenix. Like I don't think you can just pick any carry here. And I think on top of that, you might want a carry that has the ability to also like jump in and join the fight with like your Puck.
Go for the Slark again. Yeah. Oh wait, Ursa, true. Yeah.
Ursa's probably the I think with Slark you are just...
I mean,
you're
I'm just trying to
very weak.
just go skirmish as hell, you know. This is the Knight's way, but I think
I mean, even Ursa's too slow to maybe like.
I think
what do
Ursa
you
gets
mean?
kited quite a lot from the swashbuckles and stuff.
You may now select your hero.
I feel like Knights have put 2 drafts out that have not been too inspiring. It leans on individual play rather than the draft kind of presenting itself as we're going to win this clear way. It's very much Lifestealer should farm, Puck should do well, Visage shouldn't do well, and it's going to be on the cores to just pop off and find these outplays. But I think relying on that is so hard. And yeah, I'm thinking Extreme's gaming lineup just clean, has everything, easy to lane, easy to contest fights. Doesn't really care about the scaling of Knight, so I think, again, I'm favoring Extreme.
Who are you falling back on if Alacrity has a bad game here?
The
Like
enter into 2 letters.
Lifestealer to me is a dead hero until minute 20, almost always. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't do very much in the game. He needs items. If he has a good lane matchup, there's some heroes he can dominate, but that's not going to happen here. We talked about Visage probably struggling a bit.
It's
I know
tiny
I'm
into
paint-
Puck as well, actually.
I mean, I know I'm painting the picture here that Knights are kind of doomed, but I really have a hard time seeing the overall like red thread in how they're planning out and mapping out the pace of this game. It's kind of weird to see that it feels like this series it's maybe Extreme has just totally figured them out. Like these are the exact things that you guys are using every game. We've done our research and just locked you down. But I was expecting Knights to have. You pointed out they don't have the biggest hero pool.
Yeah.
That was what you said pregame. It's showing to maybe come true here. This is a little bit wacky.
Yeah, I mean, unless they snowball, they're not going to win. I think Extreme's team fight is too good, especially with a sniper behind.
Oh, love the unison yet again here on the panel, but let's hear what our casters B-Cup and Lacoste have to say for game number 2.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Extreme have a 1-0 lead, and the panel was in unison. And are we in unison? Can we say who we think we're going to win in 3? 1, 2, 3.
Extreme.
Oh my God! It's
How
just,
did we do it?
It's just that easy.
It's a slow lineup. It's a really slow lineup from Knights. It's Riki plus Phoenix as a support duo. These heroes are... Sure, Riki, like one of the reasons why he was picked up a lot in high-level pubs, we see him in some of the pro games. It's like he's relatively strong in the lane, sitting at 6 armor, 63 damage. You know, his regen's pretty high. But he's really not that strong.
Right.
Like when in these professional games, like you're not gonna die to Riki blanking on you and then using a cloud. Like it's very difficult. Phoenix as a laner also, like he needs time, he needs levels. These 2 heroes rely Riki mostly on 15-minute shard. as a Phoenix, you can get it slightly after.
What are you looking for in terms of after that shard, though? After 15 minutes, because you get that sleeping dart, you've got yourself the Ricky. Does he really provide anything other than that? Like, is it just smokescreen dart?
It's smokescreen dart. And one thing I don't like is they don't have a combo. Like, they don't have anything to combine this sleeping dart with, like, literally nothing. Puck going in and using his Vanning Rift and Illusory Orbit just doesn't
constant with silence.
Doesn't sound good.
And then on the other side, you've got what feels to be a lot more in terms of team fight pickoff and potential, where you've got Rolling Thunder, Avalanche Toss, and Arrow if it's hit, even Starbreaker, Solar Guarding. Like, there's so much here, it feels like, for the side of Extreme Gaming, where I think the panel put it right. It feels like more of an individual play lineup for Knights.
I want to see how the laning stage is going to go. Like, lineup from Knights can work if they get it to 20-minute mark without having, like, 5k gold deficit. It's a lineup that can work. I'm a little worried you are playing Visage plus a Ricky lane. This is not a... And you can see how they're playing on bottom. Like, he's pulling the wave back. He understands that they can't really do much with their two heroes. They just don't have what it takes to... When it comes down to punching back Celestial Hammer against Sniper, like, he puts a point in Shrapnel. It's an extra slow, so very difficult lane here for Knights. On a mid lane, it's Tiny against Puck. I want to see... Like, Alacrity has been really playing well when it comes down, but he has to carry this game so hard on Puck.
Yeah, the question was asked, what do they have if Alacrity doesn't have a good game? Do you have an answer for that?
I don't. I think if he's not having a good time, so far he's doing good. 8 CS, the only hero he needs to be afraid of is this Tiny, which is considered a counter to Puck, because you always have a kill threat on him. This is not position 4 Tiny, it's a mid Tiny, so his combo, it will be maxed out relatively soon.
We'll see when Paparazzi gets there how it's going to go for Alacrity, and I'm wondering how the rotations will be. As, you know, PYW on this Mirana, it's one of his better heroes in terms of him on the 4 position. I've seen him have games where he doesn't miss an arrow. I think every Mirana kind of has that, but I feel like PYW is very consistent with this hero.
I can also have a game where I don't miss an arrow if I don't use it. Just don't use the arrow and you'll never miss it. Kind of cringe, but it's okay.
I was gonna say I'll ask your teammates because I've heard your Mirana games are
I have a soft spot for
interesting.
What's wrong with my Mirana? It's one of my better heroes. I'm not sure what you
those
heard about
That's
it.
not what I'm hearing.
Well, people love to lie. So small camp is stacked on top. They will need to clear this camp. JT pulling it. So he wants to do it. Enemy pulling creeps to his camp. PYW, level 2, still thinking about whether he wants to get a Starstorm or he needs a leap. But a pretty smart play here from JT, maximizing the farm.
Do you think he's holding a point just in case like he gets slowed down and needs to leap out of the situation? Just hold it inevitably.
You're playing against Lifestealer. I don't think you're going to be in trouble ever. You're not going to put yourself in a spot where Lifestealer hits you. It's also another weak lane from Knights. It's Lifestealer plus a Phoenix.
Bruce dive all the way away. And then a swashbuckle just to add a little bit of more damage onto Ego. Ego free farming kind of because of the fact that JT brought that creep wave over. He's pretty strong when nobody's really in his face for the moment, and 19-2. So the CS for everybody is all right. Maybe Ghost struggling if he's 5 behind everybody else, but I think for the most part things are fine for all lanes at the moment for both teams.
They're more than fine. I think this Pango, who's on top of CS, shows how weak of a Knights lane is. Pango on the off lane, one of the, I'd say, weaker heroes. Depends on the matchup, but he also did build into Ring of Bassi. Oh, arrow hits top.
Yeah, Ego getting low, in trouble, but fine once he gets under the tower. The trouble was there for a second, but, you know, just walk yourself under the tower. I don't think Extreme are really looking to dive at the moment. Now has that second level in arrow. We'll see if PYW chooses to maybe throw one over, because hitting Ego from a distance This health probably secures that first kill of the game. Avalanche onto Alacrity with a toss, but nobody here to help out Paparazzi, just throwing some damage onto this puck. And again, XCJ, he gets low and has to Icarus dive away. I believe that arrow hit as well.
The arrow hit, but not enough damage. Dive. And now they're sitting very low on HP. There's no region left. Phoenix is ringing Tango and healing salve, but PYW understands that he might need to put in some extra damage, extra couple of right clicks.
Let's see if he plays aggressive still, because if he could stop that courier from coming in, Knights are in a lot of trouble in this lane.
They're spamming. A lot of spam. Mana boots 5 minutes into the game.
Take a catapult real easy.
Are scanning.
And you can keep the push on from Extreme Gaming and make Knights feel very uncomfortable. Passing over at Tango. Yeah, the regen situation here for Knights isn't exactly great. TP over mid from Felix to refill Alacrity's bottle, who's now level 6. So both these heroes made level 6, and we'll see where Alacrity goes with this, now having the Dream Coil available. He does get the first power rune of the game, which is an illusion rune.
When Felix TP's mid to refill the bottle, he becomes Re-Felix Shoba. So, illusion rune, bottle by Alacrity. You don't... Arrow? PYW is like, yeah, I'm gonna try to hit Puck, but what he wanted was to get some extra gold.
Just hit the
from
catapult.
the catapult.
Was the arrow aimed at Puck or the catapult? That's the real question. Probably just the catapult. Bottom lane, DY here, and just getting a pull over. Flyby, there's so many Visage players in China last year. I feel like that had so many good performances. Old 11 was there. Zeal, who's now back in the SCA region. Always had a good Visage performance. Felt like that was his best hero. And Faith Beyond, of course, a great Visage player as well. And I think this is one of the first or few times that we're seeing Visage in the Chinese region. So
After the nerfs to Raid Pack, this hero, I'm not gonna say is dead because we're gonna see it from time to time, but definitely got hit hard by that Raid Pack nerf.
Avalanche onto the Phoenix. Arrow hits with it. Dream Coil's just not in time. They may trade, and it looks like they will do so on PYW. First kill comes out for the Mirana, though. Did it real easy with that Avalanche toss and an arrow, and that's leaving JT alone to get some solo experience for the moment.
Once he hits that level 6, I don't think they can kill Ego, but they can kill anyone else who shows up.
DY missing the last shot on that Starbreaker, but look at the aggression on a flyby while Felix, he's caught in no man's land, jumps back to
Another
DY.
shrapnel available soon if they want to maybe jump in. Ghost will be ready with that shrapnel.
Felix, lucky he had a jump ready to refresh as he was in a lot of trouble, and
Dire's
Paparazzi
bottom
now
tower
wrapping
is
all the way
under
around with haste. Flyby, he's in the trees. Obviously, they'll spot him with the creeps catching on to this move, and Flyby
Radiant are scanning.
just holding his breath. No, not there.
Well, where could he possibly be? There's one spot left that they didn't check.
Hide and seek going really well for
Dire's
Flyby.
structures are fortified.
Just gonna stand still. Stream a bunch of T-Rexes. If you stand still long enough, they can't see. Alacrity comes over, has the Dream
Coil
Coil,
on
that's on
two.
it too. They've stayed really long here on the side of Extreme Gaming. They're trying to get out, but Ghost, he's not going to be fortunate enough to do so. Tricks of the Trade avoids the Starbreaker from DY, while Alacrity's trying to get a kill and jaunt over towards this Tiny. But one familiar, two familiar, down goes DY to the floor. And now a rolling
He
thunder
wants
from
Felix.
JT. They're really trying to come over and get anything they can out of this. But JT now
They can't
swashbuckle.
find these heroes in the
The
jungle, in
this
the
is
trees.
working out perfectly for them. No, nobody's getting spotted.
And he's out of the
Okay.
trouble. That was nicely done by Felix. So good rotation from Alacrity. Like we talked about, that he needs to have a good game, and he's having a good time. He is second on the net worth. They did every single coil usage so far has been good. They got the kill out of it. going into Witchblade next. Pretty standard stuff from Puck, but yeah. Extreme Gaming, they wasted a lot of time not finding those kills. First Flyby hiding in the trees, then Felix.
Yeah, they got nothing out of that, and you can see this a bit of a flip-flop from the last game in terms of network at this moment in time. Dream Coil again, here comes Felix. Jumps in, silence with the waning rift, and DY. He's gonna die to Felix with 2 blink strikes. PYW, now what does he do? 3 heroes around, Paparazzi over to the side, PYW chased by Alacrity. They've got Ghost, so maybe they can kill off this Puck while Felix off screen ends up dead. Roche might do it. Ooh. Just jaunting
Arrow
away,
misses.
and now the arrow missing. Ghost really wants to go after Alacrity, but he goes up there to defend him if they do continue to chase.
We see the lack of stuns
Paparazzi.
on Extreme Gaming. Paparazzi will find him.
Avalanche toss. See you later, Alacrity.
They need Tiny to control this Puck. He was on to Ricky, did use the fall combo, used another Avalanche just to be able to get the kill from it, and yeah. Getting closer to his Blink Dagger, 600 gold away, level 9 on Tiny. So combo almost maxed out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This next
Dire's
fight,
middle
Solar
tower
Guardian
is
will
under
be
attack.
available, so gotta be careful against that. It's a good way to counter Dream Coil. Sometimes Puck does not have enough damage when there's a Solar Guardian on top of it.
Right.
There was a time when like Dawnbreaker plus Puck was a really solid opening coming into TI, and even during TI, Smoke's gonna break.
Paparazzi throws an Avalanche, then a toss. Solar Guardian. Oh, Alacrity. He's dead. Supernova. This is not going to get off just by a second short. DY with a double kill on this Dawnbreaker all of a sudden, and now level 7. Solar Guardian helps to get that kill on Alacrity. Dream Coil this time coming up empty.
They got nothing out of it. Paparazzi used Avalanche on 3. That was beautifully executed. They have Observer Ward near Radiant Outpost that is scouting things out. Gave them vision, but
Dire's middle tower is under
not enough
attack.
silence. This is also like 2.5 second silence. JT thinking about that solo kill, but not gonna commit.
Felix gonna stay invis in the Seeds of Serenity. It's probably all warm in there. It's like a hot spring when you place those down, and it rejuvenates you. So Felix may be ready to fight again, and see how much pressure they want to try and put over bottom, as these creeps now get cleaned up pretty easily with the Celestial Hammer burn.
One hero we didn't talk about is Ego. He did finish off his Armlet. Orb of Corrosion is available. He's ready to go. He's 0-0-0, your classic lifestealer game where you do nothing for 15-20 minutes. Once he picks up Deso, he's going to be ready to take some fights.
Do you think that they're leaving him too free here for Extreme?
Dire's middle tower
They
is
don't
under
have that
attack.
hero that lifestealer's really afraid of. Tiny does have like instant stun, but there's no real follow. Maybe with an arrow, I think it's difficult to kill this lifestealer.
Tiny getting spotted here under this ward vision, so they're going to know he's got that blink. Should not come as any surprise to these heroes that he'll make the jump. So not really able to make like a blink debut, right?
He does have a Tumbler Stoid. 30 minutes into the game, you
Radiant's
would
top
assume
tower
mid-Tiny
is under
does
attack.
have a Blink Dagger. Observers scouting them out.
Again, watching DY go to the high ground.
They caught a glimpse of it. We'll get the D ward.
There it is. And a double damage for their
Dire's
troubles
middle
of getting a
tower is under
ward.
attack.
That is perfect timing. Should mean that this tier 1 tower
Structures are
drops.
fortified.
They do have the
Radiant's top tower
glyph,
is under
but
attack.
let's see. Are they going to
Radiant
stay on it?
structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems like they're respecting Puck's Dream Coil, Phoenix Supernova, slightly placed behind. They have not the best way of protecting the egg
Dire's middle
birds
tower is under
from
attack.
flyby. But now they're gonna come back in with that double damage on Tiny.
Radiant's bottom tower
After
is under
seeing
attack.
2 heroes bottom,
Dire's
after
middle
seeing
tower has
Ego
fallen.
showing on the top lane. Pango does have a free
Radiant's
farm.
bottom
JT
tower has fallen.
doing a really good job. 6,000 net worth on him going into Guardian Greaves next. He wants to tank up. Combine that with Solar Guardian, it's a lot of sustain. But we still haven't seen this Pango in action.
It really does seem like every offlaner just going Guardian Greaves, and you can see Visage making the same.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Guardian Greaves in Flyby's future. He's got the mech recipe in his stash, so that'll fly out and he'll have the mech ready to go.
50.
You're thinking about going mid just a second ago.
15-minute mark, which means that Ricky wants to buy a shard. Managed to get some farm. Again, what's the combo with the Sleeping Dart?
Another Sleeping Dart?
They only have one. Maybe stun into birds, into puck, silence. It's just like not something wow.
Right. It's not flashy. And that might really... Honestly, at this point in the game, if they're able to get the Sweeping Dart on, say, the Tiny jumping in, I feel like that at least stops the burst damage coming out from Paparazzi, right?
Sure. It also stops him from blanking out because you get damage at the end of the Sleeping Dart.
Dire are scanning.
So, yeah, wake damage 150, and that might keep him close. Paparazzi, Avalanche, Toss, Arrow, Sword Guardian, and there it is! Alacrity just blown up.
Paparazzi does have Invis to work with for the next fight, so maybe they're gonna try to go for Ego. This
JT.
could potentially be a kill on him if Tiny uses Invis.
JT, it feels like he was trying to like bait the rage with the Rolling Thunder, and actually now just the silence. Arrow comes in, that's gonna hit a creep. They've got the Sun Ray. Assassinate flies over, and that Assassinate's not gonna do enough damage, but Felix now infested. They'll look to get the kill onto the Ricky and pull the Life Stealer out of him, and they've pulled the life out of him, and now they've got Ego in their hands. Avalanche toss, Ego's dead, Supernova not in time, and it's gonna pop as well. JT with a double kill, perfectly done by Extreme Gaming.
Their damage is pretty limited. Like Ricky, he doesn't deal damage. He wants to be annoying. Rest of the team needs to do it. Lifestealer still not ready to take a fight without a Deso. Same goes for Visage, who's not even there. Like, this is a position 5 Phoenix. Now we're gonna see Extreme Gaming start to put some more pressure. This is where their lineup is really good at.
Right, so this should be a jumping off point for them, and we'll see how Extreme Gaming kind of go about it. That Invis rune obviously helping the movement there was very good, but the response from Knights has been super limited. They haven't exactly done anything except, like you said, like the panel said, get Ego to 20 minutes and hope he has the farm to fight back.
It's just a difficult lineup to execute. Like, you don't have that real initiator that's gonna jump in. And they're good at when they group up with the egg, with the Supernova, you know, Puck, a lot of silences.
Puck might be caught again.
He got him.
Into the Arrow, Starbreaker, the lockdown's there, but the phase shift and Alacrity, Illusory Orb, jaunting not far away, forced to pop that Dream Coil. Oh! Survives with 40 health.
Boss. Ooh, not gonna go for it.
Can he line up the Arrow? Alacrity juking, he's jiving and surviving.
I think Pango could have connected his Rolling Thunder if he went to the other way around, but he gets away. We see the power of PYW. It's an old school build on Mirana, going for the Yule Scepter.
Lotus Orb next. Might take some time, but I mean, really, PYW's got everything he wants, right?
Pretty much. It's a save against Puck. Another arrow.
Yeah, that means a dead XCJ, and, well, no Phoenix. He's not exactly having the most fun game. 0-4 and 2. He's had multiple Supernovas scrambled already.
Playing into Sniper and Mirana can be sometimes difficult. Robo found by Sniper. Pupil's Gift for Pango. I don't think you can ask for better items. Pango definitely loves Pupil's Gift. Extra 300 HP, extra mana.
Silent Solar Guardian. The damage, though, is more than the Solar Guardian produces. Starbreaker not going to do anything as the Rage is popped by Ego. They've got themselves the Celestial Hammer on top of this Puck. Goes into a phase shift and will end up dead, so they'll trade a little bit and look for more. Assassinate hits onto Felix Chauba, who's been infested by Ego. They're not thinking about going back in, are they?
They don't have the damage. These two supports, they're really not doing much. Full Guardian Greaves done on flyby. And save the 1,000 gold. Going into Aghanim Scepter next.
So having the Silent as the Grave ability. How do you feel about that, Alex?
It's a good for like picking people off. Playing with Ricky, I think this is their plan. Like in Fast Bomb.
They found themselves the Pangoir, and, well, did have the damage this time. It's not enough. Shield crashing and swashbuckling up onto the high ground. Go to the Moonlight Shadow. They look over for more. DY has a double damage and might chase if he can find a Celestial Hammer Starbreaker combo.
Both supports on Extreme Gaming trying to get Lotus Orb as their items. I would prefer if one of them gets a Force Staff. Against Ricky, against the Life Stealer, probably the best item you can get. Sure, you can dispel things with Lotus, the Sleeping Dart. Man, that ability was so powerful when it was first introduced. It was 4-second duration. It was undispellable. They're like, well, good luck. The only way to protect yourself was to buy Lincolns.
So forced into spending so much cash. Now, well, not the same, and Sleeping Dart, it still feels strong.
It's a good ability.
It's just lost a little bit of its punch, right? Or a little bit more of, I would say, its brokenness. Because I feel like 4 seconds undispellable is pretty overpowered.
Most definitely.
So, we'll see if Knights can make their way back. Ego keeping up. Like, I don't think Ego's first game performance was anything like too amazing, but his farm was there, right? Like, he kept up the entire time.
He kept
it's just
the
tough
same
to keep
amount
up
of
with an Nature's
farm
Prophet.
as Kunkka in the previous game.
Sleep on a sniper. That's a big issue. Solar Guardian again, but look at the damage. It's going to be enough with the Dream Coil. They'll confirm it. Ghost, well, he becomes one. They'll also get themselves DY as on the other side of the fight. XCJ's in trouble again. The Rolling Thunder not going to hit to make sure that he doesn't get the Supernova off. JT kind of fumbling there, and they're going to be forced to run away. But Illusory Orb over, and they'll leap onto the low ground. They have the Sunray. They'll get another kill. They'll take out PYW. 3 dead on the side of Extreme Gaming as they'll sleep up JT, and they'll infest out. So popping right on top of him, the silence is there, and this should be a 4th. Looks really good for Knights.
Interesting move there from Sniper. He decides to go in with no vision whatsoever. Like, you're playing against Ricky. Those sentry wards, they need to be on constant cooldown. It's like, this is the power. We talked about the 20-minute mark when Lifestealer gets online and he's ready to go.
And he's hit that critical mass, or well, not critical mass. He's hit that entry point of, you know, really starting to hold the game. So take a look at this again. It's the Sleeping Dart with the combination of the familiars.
Yeah, and Flyby even resummoned his familiars just to get like another stun if necessary.
Didn't ultimately get there initially on Ghost. It's not needed. And then you see JT kind of...
Fight's already over.
Yeah.
Like, they lost Sniper and Dawnbreaker. They should fall back. So very annoying to play against Ricky. Right now, they will need 4 staffs. Okay, Mirana changed his mind. PYW is like, we don't need that second Lotus Orb. We need a 4 staff instead. And now things are going to get slightly more difficult for Extreme Gaming. Lifestealer with the Infest. Inside Visage, maybe. Okay, so he decided to go for right pack before finishing off his Ags. So he can play with Ricky. Ricky going for drums next. Okay, the second item on Ricky is not as impactful as his Sleeping Dart. We've seen different builds like Lotus Orb, Ether Lens, and some drums pickups.
Yeah, you literally just big impact of 15 minutes. What can I do next? And that's with that Swooping Dart bottom lane. Well, now they have Ego, Alacrity, and Flyby with Felix scouting out. The same can be said, though, for Extreme, as they're going to take the top tier 2. So this will be a trade of tier 2 towers.
Next big timing for Extreme will be them getting BKBs. Tiny very close to his. Needs 1,000 gold after disassembling Echo Saber. Sniper not even going for one yet, but will definitely need it.
Yeah, he's going to finish up on a Force Staff, and then, of course, the Hurricane Pike in full. He's also trying to get the Concussive Grenade.
Radiant's middle tower is under
See
attack.
how much that helps him
Radiant
in
structures
movement.
are fortified.
If he gets slept, if he has a cloud on top of himself and already used Spike, sure, Grenade's good this game, but I feel like he's gonna need the BKB.
They get the sleep, have the silence. Now one familiar hits. There's the Lotus Orb on top of JT. The damage on Ego with some right clicks, but he'll rage. And a 5-man smoke to follow this up from Extreme. But they don't want to let Knights away with no casualties. They can find anything, potentially even Alacrity here down bottom. And that's ping from the Ricky as Alacrity gets away. Paparazzi just a little bit late in making this move. Yeah, he won't catch this puck.
Now that Puck has a Blink Dagger with Life Stealer, you can easily jump one hero and instantly kill it. Morana does have enough gold to buy a Force Staff.
Yeah, holding it for some reason, holding that gold, and I wonder what they're really expecting, especially from PYW. The Sentry down, Felix with the Sweeping Dart, but they've got the Lotus Orb. Now they're going to go in. They go to the Rolling Thunder. JT trying to get around these heroes. They've got the Dream Coil down to the 3. The Solar Guardian up into the air. And, well, nobody dead on either side just yet, but the Rolling Thunder hits again into the Visage as well as Ego on this Life Stealer. Sunray back the other way. They go to the
Big
BKB.
combo
It's
from
up by
Tiny.
Ego. And now the Avalanche as well as the toss. They get the kill to Alacrity. Sunray not doing enough damage. The Assassinate's not going to kill off Flyby just yet, but with Ego going in, he'll rage and, well, he'll TP out, leaving the rest of his team to die. XCJ, he'll go down. Flyby looking like he might be next because they've got the Yules to stop the TP. Avalanche toss right on top of Flyby, making a third dead on Knights. And Extreme, they play that fight really well.
5,000 damage done by Sniper in that fight, and he was also taking care of Tiny. 2 Force Staff, 2 Hurricane Pikes, whatever you want to call them, used on Tiny so that he doesn't die. But good placement of Rolling Thunder from Tiny, because, not Tiny, sorry, Pango, because he went in, used the Shard, and then Rolling Thunder. Sunray, they fell back immediately, and look at that Force Staff from Sniper that I mentioned, keeping him alive.
PYW, Sentry down, but Yule's used. Arrow will hit, so they should be able to get out of the Sentry range and TP out. One thing I noticed, too, with the Dawnbreaker, you know, hit by the Dream Coil, uses the Solar Guardian, jumps up into the air, and then comes back down without Dream Coil affecting them, but can Solar Guardian right out like that, right?
Yeah, and picking up Gem, this is a huge one. You're playing against Ricky. You don't want to lose it. He's holding even a Sentry, 2 Dusts, and a Gem. So wants to ruin Ricky.
Is there a Ricky in this game? Look at the inventory. Answer yes. Ooh, 50-50. Well, 51-49. Do you feel like the game's sitting at that as well?
After the way second fight went, I still feel Extreme Gaming have this. If they execute like that, they need to be able to go in and out multiple times. Morana did pick up Force Staff, is holding on to Blast Rig. Blast Rig, I'd say one of the better tier 3. There's some good tier 3 items, but Blast Rig definitely, in certain situations, extremely good. You're playing like against the Life Stealer, against the Visage Birds.
7 armor is going to be nice, so PYW now working with that. There's a Grove Bow on Ghost. Flyby, I assume, has one. Yeah, he has the Cloak of Flames shipping out. There was nothing on him for the moment, and it's the Philly Stone for XCJ, getting that gold. What's he going to build with it? He's going for a tome.
Wants to hit level
Radiant
12.
are scanning.
It's a very under-level Phoenix. This is almost 30 minutes into the game. Still sitting at level 11, the lowest when it comes down to levels.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yo. They actually just missed him.
They saw this swashbuckle.
Dire's
It's
bottom
being pinged
tower
out.
is under
This
attack.
ward should get dewarded.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They got close to potentially seeing him, but
Oh, JT was not there. So JT is the one who's holding onto Gem right now.
just yet, going back into the triangle. They're looking for a basher on JT, speaking to him. He's also got Gem and Dust ready to go, so the Dust being helped by multiple heroes. Just trying to make sure that they really don't let this Riki get away. Also want to take him out of the fight as early as possible so those sleeping darts stop, you know, flying out. Game kind of silent at the moment. Roche potentially back up in 35 seconds. Really the objective that they're waiting for. And we'll see if either team wants to go again with a smoke. Potentially make a play towards a pickoff, because I think it's really this next Roche, obviously very important. The question of who is going to get it is still certainly in the air.
Looking at some of the items coming out, the Lifestealer very close to his Basher, Aghanim Scepters. Visage needs a bit more time. Phoenix finally hit level 12. Puck going into Scotty. That's an interesting choice. Against Sniper, against Tiny, if he can like slow them down. If they wanted to get it, Lifestealer could have gotten it. He still might swap things around. We'll see.
He's looking for the Abyssal Blade at the moment. I think he wants to jump and keep himself on these heroes because they have been getting away with those 4 staffs, and they've been a bit of a nuisance, right?
I've seen Lifestealers pick up really early nullifiers, especially in European East region where Lifestealer is kind of popular as a hero. Rolling Thunder.
And he's up here on the cliff. Thinking about going to the Rolling Thunder, but just blinks down. And 35 seconds till this next Roche. It's timing out that we're going to see a big fight near this pit. Nobody getting pickoffs the way they wanted. I'm looking over to the net worth, and, you know, Ghost is at the top. And we saw for the longest time, JT was farming really well.
He has fallen off.
But, yeah, but he hasn't exactly kept that pace up, right?
He's given a lot of farm to Paparazzi and mostly Sniper. I've seen them just leave the waves, so he gets there and farms it instead. They understand what their win condition is.
Feels like it's just set on Ghost to kind of do all the work with Paparazzi frontlining. JT just needs to be a Rolling Thunder at the moment. He got the Lotus Orb, so he feels pretty protected, and he's got that Basher too. The Guardian Greaves in the Basher. And DY feels super farmed with that Lotus Orb of his own.
Let's see if this ward gets the ward this time. It doesn't.
Rolling Thunder in with a blink. They get the kill on XCJ. But now Paparazzi on the run with BKB, but the Solar Guardian will heal him up for the moment and keep them away. Rolling Thunder about to end. Dreamflow committed to the JT Hango. And now they're going to fall forward and force staff away. And Guardian Greaves get popped. Supernova over to the side. They get the kill in the field. Chalbo is going to buy back immediately. DY burned down by the Sun Ray and the right clicks of Ego. But Alacrity's in and Ghost is on the high ground. He's actually on the cliff. So he'll be force staff down to the low ground. Alacrity goes in with a 3-man waning rift. Gets the kill on a JT. That's the gem on the deck. PYW, while he's trying to pick it up, gets slept. So he dies too. Gem into the hands of the Lifestealer. There's a familiar locking up Ghost. And they'll look for another one. This is going to be a dead Sniper and 4 dead on Extreme Gaming. With Roche wide open and ripe for the taking for Knights.
This is a huge fight. They just got the Aegis Shard for free, Gem for free, and the next fight, like you can see the power of this Lifestealer 30 minutes into a game where he can lock onto a target and go onto it. 2 buybacks from 2 supports inside of Knights. I thought Pango's gonna, like he bought a lot of time, gets the Guardian Greaves off after the silence, manages to get out of trouble. I'm surprised that they did not fall back here immediately.
And PYW kind of staying nearby. Ghost goes back, and now he's on
Look
the
at
high
Sniper.
ground.
Yeah, he's stuck.
And then 4 staff low ground. Alacrity's still nearby. It definitely felt as though Extreme are caught out once they lose that initial fight.
Alacrity has been really playing well these fights, getting in and out. In the end, decided not to go for Scotty, which is a good choice. Instead, he finished off the full Octarine core, lowering the cooldowns on his silence, on all of his abilities, items, and going into Overwhelming Blink next.
Alacrity really showing up right now. And had to, right? Like that, again, to reiterate what the panel said, they needed Alacrity to have a good game to open it up enough for Ego. And that's what he's done at the moment. And he's given Ego a real shot of carrying the game. And we've seen and felt the damage that Ego can produce.
Yeah, and you can feel that Sniper, once he's isolated, if they get on top of him with Puck or a Lifestealer, he's in a lot of trouble. He can't really punch back. If there's a bird flying next to him, he needs to be very careful. So finished off the Silver Edge, going into BKB next. That BKB is going to be crucial. Aghanim Scepter finished on Flyby, so even more invis now that they are holding the gem. They're gonna be the one controlling the game as well. Right now there is one observer ward for Extreme Gaming.
And it's only barely covering an area of the map where really Knights aren't going to be, because they've already taken Roche, right? Like, they're not going to be fighting up there. They're going to be taking objectives. So the Vision really not doing much for them.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They take this tier 2 over mid, and they've also got Alacrity just pushing in the bottom creep wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's still not the easiest high ground take, right? Now you've got an Ags on the Tiny. You're going to be getting hit by the Sniper. Tree volleys coming through. You need to be careful about how you go up onto the high ground when you do, in fact, choose to do so.
Yeah, they still have a good way of defending the high ground. Tiny, as you said, disassembled his Echo Saber, finished off his Aghanim Scepter, going into Daedalus next. That's going to be a lot of damage. He's buying the Dome for himself once they hit that level 20 talent, extra 40% tree damage.
There it is. 40% grow bonus damage with Tree. And he's going Daedalus next. Just having this Chrysalis, we've seen heroes get popped by Tree Volley. Truthfully, if I got hit by a tree like that, I'd be in the same situation.
It's a lot of damage. Gotta be very careful. It's also about your positioning, using that Tree Volley, then following it up with the Avalanche Toss combo, resetting one more time with the BKB. They need that tiny damage in a fight. Like their front line is okay. I think JT has been doing a good job baiting a lot of these spells, getting the shield crash off, soaking up so much damage, and then getting out of the trouble with the Guardian Greaves or the roll-up.
Trickster Cloak for the Visage, and he's gonna hold it. He just gets harder and harder to kill, doesn't he?
He's very tanky with that Raid Pact, reducing damage from Tiny and Sniper. And now having evasion plus some extra magic resistance. It's not like he doesn't have enough of that damage reduction anyway. And going into Hex, so this is going to be their way of initiating from invisibility. This is a huge timing once Flyby gets it.
Certainly, DY, I mean, they know where he's at. And they're going to make a jump here on a JT. He rolls up, but, well, he's going to curl up and die. Felix goes down to Ghost. They're trying to get away from the hands of Knights as, Aeon Disc, I believe, gets popped on the Phoenix. And they've gone to the back lines. They've got Paparazzi. They'll get the kill onto the Tiny, and Ego is here with everybody needed to finish him off. This is awful for him.
Yeah, JT could have survived there. He does have a buyback, however. If he used the Swashbuckle after roll-up instead of trying to go for, I don't know what he was thinking, Rolling Thunder or the Blink. And now off to a high ground. Still 15 seconds left on that Aegis. And big pickup from Lifestealer, holding on to Flicker. So he's not going to be disarmed by this Pangolier. He does have a BKB of his own, which is on cooldown for now.
So there goes the Aegis, and that means Sniper's going to try and hit away, but the Force Staff snaps the Dream Coil.
Triple Force Staff.
Force Staff back into the well. DY is going to die here. They've got buyback available on the Dawnbreaker. Supernova committed on that. They get the Tier 3 tower, and all of a sudden, Knights, they're up 9K, and they have taken the high ground, at least opened it up for now. JT with the Rolling Thunder. That's going to hit onto Alacrity. They've got the arrow to follow it up. Here comes the Sword Guardian, and slams it down onto Alacrity. caught in the corner. That doesn't just happen in combat games. It happens here in Dota too. You get corner jumped.
They got something out of it. It's a big kill. Did they lose the barracks? No, they didn't. They saved the barracks, 100 HP on melee ones with the buyback on DY only. And you can see how afraid they are of this Puck plus Lifestealer combo. Triple Force Staff on Sniper to get him out of the trouble.
Yeah, if that Force Staff was a Lotus Orb, he wouldn't be here right now. It's good that he made that change on the Mirana. Now going Hex too on PYW.
It's another way of locking down the heroes. PYW is extremely farmed.
Bit of a tree volley there, and we didn't really see that. Paparazzi, of course, being dead for a lot of that. Now they smoke his 5. They're feeling confident to try and take another fight. No Supernova for 35 seconds, and Extreme, they got their hands on a gem. It's XCJ's gem. Let's see what they get out of this, and they've got nothing. At least for right now, they're going to continue to farm. Ghost level 22, he's looking for an MKB. Has the Mjolnir, has Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike, the Shard. He's quite farmed and kind of keep it up with Ego, who on the other side of it has finished off the Abyssal and the AC now.
Ghost needs one fight where he is not touched, where they have a really good front line. Tiny with the tree wally, using that multiple times. They're on a hunt.
Dire's bottom tower
Not
is
going to
under
find
attack.
Paparazzi.
Another Eon disc available on Puck. Needs to unlock it. I saw Ricky also going for one, so they already have 2. We'll have a third one. So that's a good way of protecting against potential instant burst that they can do once Mirana also gets that Hex that we mentioned. And she's like one big fight away from it.
Yeah, speaking of Hex, though, there's one on the Visage now. So you need to be very careful about how you initiate if you're Extreme Gaming. And double damage, oh, bottom. Double damage has just come out at the perfect time.
Lifestealer would pick it up, but he's infested. He's inside of Alacrity.
Not too bad on the Puck either.
He also has Spell Prism on the Puck, because why not? All that CDR with Octarine Core.
Ghost. He spotted the Hex immediately onto the Dawnbreaker. They go to the Dream Coil on the back over the BKBB Papa. They've got the Abyssal Blade. Ghost is in trouble. There's the Supernova right on top of this Sniper. Tree Volley's doing no damage. JT on the run. The Supernova will pop. JT will TP out. The rest of the team's going to get out of dodge. Everybody escaped. The only one running without a TP right now is PYW. After all is said and done, that's not awful from Extreme Gaming.
They only lost DY, but he does not have buyback for 70. Good way to disengage a fight. Still, they need to be holding the high ground. I don't think they can afford to take a fight outside of the base.
So does that mean they're just conceding the next Roche?
If they're positioned on the high ground, Tiny, like where the usual spot is, where the Sentry Ward from Knights is, like they can maybe use the full combo from Tiny with the Tree Wally, but they need some vision, and they have not been holding the gem. They lost their gem relatively early on, and when you play against Ricky, that can be a bit tricky.
Oh, you saw that? So close. Familiars milliseconds away from stopping that.
Okay, they do have a gem on JT again.
JT. Did he get XCJ's gem? Yeah. And he's got an Aeon disc now. Axe. Ooh, boy. They need to get over there. They need to stop this. I don't know if they're not exactly taking it that quickly at the moment.
They're thinking about it. They're like, can we actually do it? Paparazzi, let's see his positioning. Near the high ground for the Tree Volley. Grenade is there. They're cutting things out with Shrapnel.
See that Roche is down to half health.
Daedalus is available. Yeah, this is the spot right there for Tiny. They also placed an observer ward, so they're gonna see things. One observer dropped down by Knights. Gonna get instantly devorted. Okay, he gets it. UIW actually kills it.
Shadows, take us.
Moonlight Shadow to try and get in there, but there's a sentry down in the perfect spot for the side of Knights. Arrow flies across. There's a smoke on 3 heroes and really a 4th with the fact that they're infested inside Alacrity, who's now level 25. So he's got that Dream Coil Pierce, his match community. The BKB here for the Sniper's not going to work out too well, but the Aeon Disc is going to be activated. They've got the Tree Volley, not doing any damage.
Arrow misses.
Supernova goes and gets placed, and PYW is going to die, but they get the Supernova and popping. They look over at Sniper, the Dream Coil is in, they'll snap in with a Force Staff. Ooh, the concussive grenade to get away, and now they're on the backlines. Alacrity's going for Ghost. He's looking to get the kill and finally takes on the Sniper, but Avalanche tossed the Aeon Disc again here for
Buyback
this
from
pop.
Sniper.
They'll buy back on Ghost. They're still trying to go and get the kill on a Paparazzi. They have the Lotus Orb on him, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill. He's there for 85 seconds with no buyback. JT's in, shield crashing, rolling up. Ghost trying to output any damage he can, but DY will fall. Alacrity with the triple kill. Looking at JT and Ghost now. Yule's up into the air. They need to get the Life Stealer away from them. The right click's coming out of the Ricky, but Alacrity goes in for more. PYW's going to be silenced up thanks to the Waning Rift coming up from Alacrity.
Silver Edge in a second.
Silver Edge, but it's not going to be in
That's
time.
game.
Alacrity gets the godlike spree with Ego and gets the kill on a Ghost and JT. There's the Dream Coil down. They're going to buy back on JT. They'll get the Rampage from Alacrity and take out all of Extreme Gaming.
He does way too much with his item build. This is where Puck, 13,000 damage. Like, he dealt more almost more damage than the whole Extreme Gaming team combined. So you have Vanning Rift on 5.9 second cooldown, save for Illusory Orb, Overwhelming Blank on a 10-second cooldown. You go in, you know that you can't die. You have this Aeon Disc, and yeah, Extreme Gaming. We're gonna see a game 3.
Yeah, really well done there by Knights. That last fight was perfect, and you can feel it the entire way. It was just getting there, putting the pressure on Extreme, and then poof, it all explodes, and Knights, whew, blow up in a good way.
Extreme, they needed to get more done at the early stages of the game. First, like 15, 20 minutes. With the lineup that they had, they needed to have a bigger advantage. It comes down to laning stage. Knights, they're very weak in the lanes, but something that I said, you know, they need to have like 5k gold lead. Never happened 20 minutes into the game. Ego was completely free farming, 0-0-0, Life Stealer. Once he picks up his Deso, he decides to join fights, and then they start going for objectives.
Yeah, it was Knights that really just waited for Ego to get there. And it wasn't just waiting. It was Alacrity finding farm, finding pickoffs, and you know, those first couple Dream Coils, they work out. You get a couple of kills. Maybe the next ones don't exactly get there, but I think he did more than enough. It felt like, too, for the longest time, this Visage wasn't really going to do anything, and then all of a sudden it felt like Flyby was doing everything.
Yeah, amplifying damage for his Life Stealer, and then picking up the Hex, like also reducing damage with the raid pack from Sniper and Tiny. You could actually feel that they're not doing enough in these post team fight damage numbers, and that one last fight from Alacrity.
Whew. There's a chef's kiss for sure, right? You put a stamp on that one. They take game number 2, they push us to a game 3, and to break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Gonna have to brick.
Oh, we're done.
Break it down.
It's bricked. The game's bricked.
Over a little bit. Come on, there we go.
I just bricked.
Just like Extreme.
I meant to say I'll have to pick my pick with a P.
Yes.
My analyst brain.
Of course.
Because you were all in favor of XG's lineup. And you were worried the Knights weren't going to hold on. They weren't going to hit the time for Life Stealer to really be active or even kind of play any part of this game. But they were able to do it, T.
And I'll start by saying, yeah, so Alacrity Puck, really good early game. He died twice, looked a little bit shaky, but then after that, he was at the forefront of all the engagements, and I think what Knights demonstrated with their draft, that looked a little bit, like we said, weaker. It was more the constant aggression and poking that I feel like we never really got to see Extreme hold an area with confidence. It's this Puck jumping in, it's this Ricky throwing out darts, and for Extreme, like their lineup, it looks insanely strong. but that's if they can protect the sniper, hold a high ground, use vision, and get the kills. And I feel like Knights just played around that perfectly, always punishing them. And the laning dominance that we expected Extreme to have didn't really come in. So on top of that, like this Lifestealer always top net worth, Alacrity always punishing Extreme, then it doesn't really matter if you don't have like the perfect kind of looking draft, because you are just running over your opponent and playing as a cohesive bundle. Like you see most of these highlights we're watching, it's an initial engagement and then a really awkward chase down. Most drafts would get punished because of that, but for Knights, they just always had the resources to keep going, to keep trying, and then yeah, a really nice game 2 from them.
Yeah, so there's a couple of stages to this. I did not see this game play out this way at all. I thought the lanes, first of all, were going to go worse for Knights than they did. I think they floated the lanes pretty well. They lost the mid lane slightly, Puck against Tiny, which I think is expected, but Alacrity made up for it with good rotations. The Ricky lane went better than I thought it would. So first of all, they got off to better conditions than we expected. Then secondly, yeah, like you said, that this poking and prodding strategy, maybe we were underestimating it a little bit. I would have liked to see Sniper by BKB. I think it's a really big problem that he just keeps getting locked down by random stuff. Like Puck is just jumping him every fight. That's a huge part of the damage out of the play. He keeps getting darted. He just keeps getting controlled, right? Ultimately, Visage gets a Hex, which doesn't help either, but that's way later in the game. His net worth isn't being utilized on the Sniper because he's getting controlled so much, so that would have probably been helpful. But yeah, very
I feel
impressive.
like they may have underestimated Knights a little bit. Maybe we did too, in terms of how much they can actually collapse on the enemies. I think the Extreme had like a good grip on the game. They had a lead, but then they took this fight in the enemy jungle against the 2 support buybacks in the outpost, where I feel like the game kind of turned around. I mean, Alacrity being MVP is, I think, no surprise.
Alacrity is so comfortable on
His
this puck, by
puck-
the way. Like, we've seen it already this DPC, but last year as well, he stood out every time he got this puck, and like it is no different this time round. Like, it definitely felt that they wanted to come into this game and were like, okay, let's do a little bit more comfort. How can we play around with this? And I mean, yeah, like you're saying, Kizu, just absolutely no surprise that he gets MVP there.
Yeah, I mean, he even had like 1 or 2 deaths in the early game, right? That kind of set him back, but he kept making the right moves. He kept getting emo into the fight with the infest, coils, chasing the right heroes. I mean, this guy's puck is definitely something I think you need to pay more attention to. Like, he even picked it into like not the best matchups. He had to lane against a Tiny and so on, so props to him.
I mean, I feel like after we saw Alacrity puck against PSG, other teams all now thought about the hero more. Like, we didn't see any second phase ban pucks. We didn't see anyone care about the hero really. And then because of his performance earlier in the week, it's like, oh wait, other teams are now thinking about it. I think other regions as well didn't play any puck. Alacrity play some puck, and now it's like, wait a second, let's respect the hero. And yeah, it's just this constant ability. Maybe not this highlight, you know, but the fact that, yeah, I feel like it's that consistent factor of annoying and taking away resources is what you have to respect against Knights. And if he's going to play it like this every time, then I might start favoring them if they even have it, no matter the draft.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see as well. We didn't talk too much about the Lifestealer. That was the overall last pick of the draft, I believe, right? That was the full-on 10th pick. I wasn't a fan, but they managed to weather the storm and really get him into the game. And what Lifestealer does offer in this game is that his core-to-core matchups, he's really good against Tiny. So Paparazzi was struggling a lot to play like he usually does, with going in, soaking up damage, and still coming out ahead. Lifestealer just eats Dawnbreaker alive. If she ever casts ult and comes in, she's just food afterwards. And finally, against the Sniper, once again, when you do get on top of him with Puck and an Infest Bomb, you have the kill potential together with Ricky as well. I think that's maybe a little bit of a hidden factor that we don't really, like, you don't really see it when you're watching from outside, but like, you could probably imagine playing in Extreme's position in this game, and it's like Ricky and Lifestealer are missing. How do you play the map, right?
Yeah.
You can get darted into smokescreen with Lifestealer just killing your cores. It's pretty dangerous.
The map plays you.
Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to play off that as a throw, but thank you, T-Gov. We're going to jump to a break. Knights won game
fucking guy,
2.
man.
You know what? Yeah, break. We'll be back game 3.
Say my mic is
I'm
in my
so
mouth.
sorry about the. Knights versus Extreme Gaming, game number 3 here. Obviously, that means they've taken 1 game each. Knights took the game number 2. They looked great. They looked fantastic. They did the aggression. They had the poke. They had the alacrity on puck, nice and comfortable. It was a significantly better draft than game number 1 for them. And game number 3 draft kind of being speed run right now.
Yeah, I think for Knights at least, they're very happy with how they played out the Ricky lineup. I think already with this opening, Extreme will have to think about a second phase puck ban because you don't want to give them the same double poking style of play, especially now with a Shadow Fiend that can just stand his ground with some BKB type Hurricane Pike A-click and also good against lane. So yeah, I think I'm already thinking about puck and the game hasn't even started.
It's interesting to see Extreme come away from that second game and ban Phoenix. That they think that was the biggest problem overall. Maybe the issue that they had was that we're running this team fight lineup and we want to run in, but the egg was constantly an issue, so they couldn't really organize the fights the way they wanted. I think the Ricky was pretty annoying too, but they don't seem to think that that was the bigger of the two in terms of
Rubik gets that through.
That's true.
Probably will be
you like
unpicked
it
in this
here?
game. No,
maybe
I think
second phase for one of the teams. Like maybe for... I mean, I think at this point it might even just get ignored.
I like this pick a lot, actually. I think this hero is one of the this is one of the best 4s at beating Shadow Fiend in safe lane. So you've already set him up for a bit of a failure there. You're not likely to see Alacrity play mid SF. I don't think that's actually going to happen. I think for Nice, this is a one-dimensional pick. And now they're banning out the puck. So checking all the boxes that we wanted to see, I really like this adjustment from Extreme.
And now you probably ban out like a Clock Oak as well, because now you secure the Primal Beast lane, especially if it's a 4 position. Some 5 clock with Battery Assault Cogs, you disrupt his ability to ever get onto the carry if you just play the lane together. And yeah, could be thought about.
First. Interesting.
Extreme Gaming's
I do
turn
like the
to
clock ban a
ban.
lot. But they might find something like a core that is more valuable to get rid of. I don't know what that would necessarily have to be at this
RNG's
point.
turn to
It is
ban.
apparently
Oh.
tied.
Are they planning on Tide ban? Do they have some picture of some like Zoo hero that they want to play? Some type of Beast-esque lineup that they want to just kind of run through them? Don't allow them to get to this comfort of poking and prodding, just be able to group up more
10
convincingly.
seconds
What carry
remaining.
could they want to play against SF that is bad against Tide?
5
PA is a
seconds
traditional horrible matchup into Tide,
Yeah.
but nobody plays PA. PA
don't-
is good against Shadow Fiend, though.
I still think Zoo is
there a
probably
melee?
my
I
lean.
think it's gotta have more to do with an offlaner, I feel like, rather than a carry. I think most carries that do well or that you want against SF are either A, the ones that outrange him, which means they're also good against Tide, or B, the heroes that get on top of SF, and most of these heroes are also good against Tide. So I feel like it's perhaps mainly about a
RNG's
incoming
turn
offlane
to
pick.
Vector would be pretty bad against Tide and gets on top of SF.
Yeah, it could be that.
But I don't think Spectre into SF is actually that good. I think SF just stands his ground, right?
I think it's an okay matchup, but picking it like this...
It's like
with-
some Viper or something.
You're
after,
missing bans, I think,
Yeah.
for the Spectre. Like,
Yeah.
you
I
want
agree.
like some Spectre, Necro...
I feel like Knights right now just are really susceptible to any push lineup. Like Extreme, if they just go for like the Beast, some
10
Lycan, some
seconds
put
remaining.
DP mid or something, you just go through them and
5
just try and punish
seconds
them.
remaining.
Yeah. They don't have solutions yet, but they do have 2 counter picks, so I don't know if I would like to see them commit that hard.
Sure.
But I do like the idea of maybe getting 1.
Yeah, for sure.
Lycan's possible, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't mean they're picking both at the same time here, guys. Just to be
No, all
clarified.
3.
Yeah, they're gonna do Beast and
Run 'em back.
Lycan plus the like an Enigma last pick, and you get 2 Helm of the Overlords, 2 Ancient Crimson side lanes, and oh god, imagine that.
What a dream.
What did DY play last game? Played Dawn, right?
Yep.
It's not very good here. It's nice in theory against the Ricky, but now you're playing into Glimpse, which is very annoying for that hero to face.
What are you looking like? What does it need? What do you want to see in the +5?
I mean, in theory, a save is really good this game because most saves play well together with DP and against Ricky. But the problem is the shard. If you shard out the saver, you have this time window that you can maybe kill DP in.
How about you go Sven +1 and you flex the Sven between 1 and 5. You give DP some armor against SF, you can get on top of him in the game.
Sven's pretty cool.
Good. Then you're revealing your Primal Beast and DP, at least within that flex. So one flex that you open up, you then remove the flex elsewhere.
I think they want TA actually, right?
Who Extreme?
Yeah, TA against Shadow Fiend, probably.
I think this 5 pick's uncomfortable for them because they've often had Disruptor or Tree or Phoenix for Extreme Gaming. So 2 are banned, 1's picked. And okay.
Okay.
I'm so happy
really
they're doing some push. Like,
this is smart.
go for it.
No, I mean, it covers what you talked about with
Yeah.
playing faster and pushing, but I also think this is a carry-to-carry matchup that Shadow Fiend actually is a little bit tricky for him. If he needs to spend the fight fighting the bear and there is a resummon, that outlasts his BKB.
5 seconds remaining.
And again, the tempo of the game overall, we might not even get to that point where that becomes a relevant factor if they're going to play this quickly.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, this is a hero you wanted to see, Nat.
I
Finally.
literally called this up yesterday. I was like, why don't we see Ben? She has that save you talk about. She has a reliable stun as well.
You know why you were saying it?
Why?
Because she's not needed in the lane.
Yeah.
She's got a Lone Druid pick,
10
basically is a hero that can play somewhat independently,
Sustain himself.
especially in the safe lane. And now
5
Avenge is like,
seconds
just
remaining.
prevent hard camp pulls, keep your small camp open, do your own little thing. And now you can secure Roshan's later down the line. You can get some battle runes. Like, you're pretty much just doing basic support things without having to win the lane. And Knights picking up a Pango, it's good against the counter aggression. Wait, they just want to run at us. Let's try and stall the game out. But I actually really like how Extreme's approaching this. I think the issue with Extreme's lineup now will just be they can get to a point where they potentially could falter. I think the Lone Druid Shadow Fiend
10
matchup does always feel good
remaining.
for Lone Druid. But Knights still have one more pick to counterplay a
5
very
seconds
obvious looking
remaining.
approach from Extreme, which is just get farm, A-click down lanes, try and get out of the best of 3.
I think your tide ban has the answer now. I think they must have known already that they want lone Venge. It's kind of a lane where tide just laughs. Also, you always have the Ravage, you have the Anchor Smash in the game.
They spent so much bonus time, though. It makes
They
you
did.
wonder if, like, maybe they had the lone covered, but they didn't know what support they wanted or something, because this took
Likely.
them really, really long.
Remaining.
But yeah, I would also say, just thinking back on what teams used to do against Shadow Fiend in like different stages of the Dota 2 history, when he was played mid a lot more, I think Venge was actually one of the most successful heroes because Shadow Fiend is very much reliant on having the correct positioning in the fight. You need to be able to either hit raises or get attacks off safely. When Shadow Fiend gets swapped into this team, he's just done.
Yeah.
And there's no save in his team whatsoever to protect him. So I think he has to be really, really careful with positioning. Getting swapped into a DP ult, getting swapped into a Pulverize. Now you can get swapped into a Leshrac. This pacing of Extreme, it's very clear that they're looking at, okay, we're just not going to get to late game. We're not interested. We don't want to play. After 25 minutes, one of them has badminton practice soon. Somebody's going to a birthday.
It's doubles,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah.
So
But
they have to be out by 30.
Have you ever seen a draft from a team look
5
at one
seconds
hero
remaining.
and go, we're just going to annoy that one hero so much? Like, all heroes on Extreme, it's like, we're just going to make sure this Ricky doesn't have any fun. Like, you dart someone in the swap, there's the grouping up, the objective push, and I think this is maybe what could happen again if you first phase Ricky. Like, get him out of the game. Of course, I still think Knights, they still have a pick to prevent this. Again, they need an offlaner, realistically, that can counterplay. That's why the Tide Center already banned out. The Mars is, I think, too slow to spell dependent. Trying to think what it is. Yeah.
This pick needs to kind of do a lot, is what it feels like. 'Cause
You
I think
can't really conquer either as well, so it's like it's just an awkward pick, I think.
you don't have very high damage, but also your heroes right now, if they get caught, they're very susceptible to just dying. Like Ricky, Disruptor, Pango, I mean even SF, if they get on you or run at you, I feel like the answers from Knights are not as strong, I think, as I would like them to be. I think Extreme, when I see these drafts from first pick where they just lay out pick after pick after pick and it makes it really hard for you to respond, I think that's like prime time first pick drafting, and I think that's what Extreme Gaming kind of did in this draft.
Yeah, so they ran the Visage back that they ran last game, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't feel like... I mean, I was a doubter in game 2, so who am I to say this, right? I didn't think we would be here.
Nah,
now
that's what we
anymore.
hire you for.
But
to be wrong.
yeah, I mean, I've got a track record
Okay.
of some kind.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm very wrong. Sometimes I'm very right.
That's normally how it goes. I believe you are either
Sometimes
one or the
you're
other.
incredibly right.
Really?
Yeah, incredibly much right.
Yeah.
Incredibly
Insanely
much,
much right.
Insanely much. And I think Knights have an insanely much... no, joking. They have a hard job in this game because unlike last game, I think they had a lot of insurances in their draft where puck, bomb, plus life stealer, you find Sniper, you win the game, right? Like you kill one hero, you can win the fights. And I think in this game,
You just don't see it.
they don't have that same like kill one hero, win the fight. There's so many layers to
And they
it.
don't have the Phoenix to cover against this 5-man. That was a
True.
big
But
problem
I'm ready
last
for
game.
Knights to
So I'm
somehow
hearing-
do it again, you know?
Everyone's extreme gaming again.
Yeah.
I still believe in it.
Perfect. I love it. It worked for you in game 1. It didn't work for you in game 2.
will
We'll
work
see
in
if it
game
works
3.
for them in game 3. As we jump on over, it's Speak Up and Lacoste.
Thanks so much. Coming into game number 3. I don't know if we thought we'd be here after the drafts in game 2, but Knights really showing up, and I think I might put a little faith in them. I've been changed. I think I'm going to go with Knights in my eyes.
Knights this time around. I like what Extreme Gaming got this time. It's all in on push, but it's also a very good scaling lineup that was scaling into mid and late game. But they're also super strong once they hit their 20-25 minute timing with these heroes.
Oh, and that is a dead bear. That was for Flyby. Easiest 300 gold of his life. Woo!
Well, let's see if he decides to buy something different. You're playing against a lone druid, so stick kind of has no value. Maybe just get
30 seconds to battle.
Bring a Bassi straight away.
Imagine if he gets first blood as well. That could be a lot of a boost. a big boost here for...
And a big chunk of XP
oh,
as well.
yeah. Woo! Look at that. A fourth of the level.
Ego decided to go back. He wanted to refill his mana, use those 3 Shadow Raises, wants to have something
The battle begins.
as well to offer in the laning stage. It's going to be 2 for 2 in the end.
So, even on the bounty runes, but a little bit of a lead for Knights to start. We'll see how that goes and maybe turns into anything going for the lane here. Having it be a little bit more regen is always nice. And it's the same plan, right? 15 minutes, get that sleeping dart, hope your Ricky can do something off that. This time around, it does feel as though they have a little bit more to jump on top of it, and I think we
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
criticize it a little bit.
Static Storm, Requiem. There's a lot of things to, like Rolling Thunder. Definitely much better combo than what they had in the previous game. Even though they won the previous game, this lineup, mostly that I'm looking at, is the mid matchup. It's Leshrac against Pango. Alacrity has been very stable so far, and I want to see what he can do in this matchup. It's a Lesh favorite matchup. You do get harassed by a lot, and you can see Paparazzi already putting in some work.
Yeah, Paparazzi, we'll see how his game goes, but it's been maybe a closer matchup than many would have thought with Extreme Gaming here. And Paparazzi over mid, he's sometimes thought of as the mid master, as, you know, you think about his old record of the DAC, mid 1v1 champion, back-to-back.
Yeah, one of the better ones out there for sure.
But Alacrity's certainly holding his own. So we'll see how that goes. PYW back on the Primal Beast. We saw his build when he was on it was just that BKB straight up. So can they get away with that again? Is that the game plan here to get a bunch of BKBs out?
Probably. It's a hero that loves to fight early on. This time around, I don't think he's going to have that easy of a time. Playing into Sleeping Dart later on, playing into Glimpse. You try to go in with Onslaught and Trample. You get Glimpse back. Your combo's gone. Your mana's gone.
So let's see here as taking a look over mid once again. 15-0 to the 12-1. So Alacrity certainly, you know, holding his own for the moment.
Oh, a couple of CS missed there
Yeah.
from Paparazzi. We caught that on camera.
Caught in 4K.
And that's what paparazzis usually do. They have good cameras.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Sony S4 Alpha. Maybe? I don't know. I thought I knew for a second. Maybe the Nikon Z5. Bottom lane, taking a look. Ego, XCJ. is this a combination for either side that is really going to output potential kills?
Which lane?
Bottom lane?
Bottom lane. They have one raise into potentially glimpse into 2 more raises. That Prophet has been answered. Whenever you see this Dead Prophet, she most of the time does not end up on a mid lane. It's a flex pick that is mostly paired up with the strength melee position 4, and then the enemies pick range carry. So it's I'd say hero that is flexible, but doesn't get as flexed as much as some other heroes, like Tiny, I would say.
Right. Now looking up top, Magic Missile and Bear. Gets him down to about half health. He'll even pop the Fairy Fire.
It's like, I don't want this. I have way too many items in my backpack. Gonna pop this Fairy Fire. And he decided to go for Buckler, which is a pretty smart idea, because you are playing against a lot of minus armor. You have this Blightstone on Lone Druid and also Wave of Terror. We didn't mention Vengeful Spirit as a hero. I would love if this hero gets some loving from the Frog. Attack range 400. Give her something extra. Maybe some extra loving for her spells. But definitely a hero that... Oh, Shadowfiend glimpse back. And this is what we talked about. This Disruptor is going to cause a lot of issues for PYW.
Right. Going back to the Venge, is it still some of the same story as like the Ricky, where you want to get that shard so you have that magic missile bounce?
As a 5, might be slightly more difficult to farm it up, especially because you're not fighting. This is a fighter hero that loves to trade in the lane.
Onslaught bottom, trample, but there's the glimpse again. Said it was difficult, and it's continuing to prove to be so, as XCJ just holding that glimpse ready for when they jump on the Ego.
Cooldown matches Onslaught and Trample's cooldown, so as long as XCJ has enough mana to cast then Glimpse, they're gonna be okay.
That should be, and that's leaving Ego to have 22 CS5 denies early on. 33 and 4 here for the Leshrac. And another Onslaught in and another Glimpse out. So he's in, he's out, he's in, he's out. PYW, well, hokey pokey, spin yourself around.
Let's do the math.
That's what it's all about.
So he needs 200 mana for a full combo on PYW, and Glimpse is only 70 mana level 1.
Value.
So every single time they do it, Knights, they win the trade.
Now they've been taking some damage on Ego, but other than that, he's been pretty okay. And now, mid, Rolling Thunder, Felix is here, Paparazzi onto the low ground and juking.
Papa.
Hey, they don't call him the Disco Pony for no reason. He's able to put his left foot forward and get away from that Rolling Thunder.
He almost gets a kill on Ricky. Needed like an extra hit, maybe an extra pulse from Pulse Noah. Alacrity picks up another rune. It's going to be Illusion for now. This is a different game of Pangolier than what we've seen in the previous one. This Pango will have his spells maxed out relatively early on. Going into the Fusel Blade, glimpse back immediately.
Yeah, but Paparazzi's here. He picked up that bounty rune and he goes bottom to get first blood. With the aggression that had been going down bottom, I'm a little surprised it's still just first blood coming out this early for Paparazzi. Or this late, I should say. Venge now silenced, jumped, and now back into the trees. Oh. Surviving, actually bumped by that onslaught from PYW, and Alacrity's gone in too far. So Paparazzi getting another kill, 2 for 2 here, and all of a sudden, well, he's out of the gates rolling, and this pony is racing.
DY surviving because of the raindrop. And PYW, he's been very active on his Primal Beast in game number 1, expecting him to do the same thing in this one.
Now, how aggressive can he be? How much can he get in terms of farm? How quickly that BKB is going to come out for the Primal Beast? You can see 3 cores for the side of Extreme. Their farm is quite high. The only one keeping up right now is Alacrity as he's back alive.
Both offlaners very close to level 6. It's especially important for Visage because he can farm the jungle with it, JT would definitely love to pressure a tower, so we'll see if there's going to be another rotation from Paparazzi. Does have double damage.
Yeah, has the double damage going into the Bloodstone, moving towards bottom again, and that'll be the play that you just talked about. So, will he make a move? The answer, yes. Will he get a kill? Answer unknown. We'll find out next episode.
They caught a glimpse of Disruptor. So let's see, PYW.
Now he's spotted, but I don't think that's going to matter. You'll glimpse, but truly, if the stun hits, you're dead already.
Paparazzi 2 times, he makes a rotation. PYW goes in first, tanks the glimpse, and this should be the tower.
Wow, look at his farm. Like, Paparazzi's getting out of control really quickly, and I know the panel joked about him needing to leave in 30 minutes, but maybe it's 20. This lineup moving quick behind Paparazzi at the moment.
Top tower, full HP for Extreme Gaming. Flyby, summoning the birds, hitting that level 6. But they are getting scouted. This observer ward providing vision. They saw both of these heroes. Pango also not a hero that deals damage to towers. They caught DY.
Have the damage, TP straight up.
It's that easy.
Yeah, just
Radiant's bottom
TP.
tower has fallen.
Bottom tower goes down, and that doesn't require the exorcism. And this is something that Extreme did really well in game number 1, was taking the objectives. And it was the same situation, right? They get the bottom tower very quickly with the Nature's Prophet from Paparazzi as PYW pull back here into 3 heroes with the glimpse. So PYW will fall to Ego. And to extend on that point, you know, they got the first tower bottom no exorcism in the first game, and now it feels like they could kind of just move and get objectives to their liking whenever they want at the moment.
Yeah, this mid tower should be next on the menu for Extreme Gaming. It's full HP with Exo. Lone Druid, his item build, going for Hand of Midas. Seen different builds. I'm not a Lone Druid expert by any means. Last time I played Lone Druid, I played it without a bear, so I can't really talk about hero too much. I didn't play him for like 7 years when it was a thing.
You just no bear?
Yeah, no bear.
Doesn't that get lonely? Did you like not know what the skill did?
No, I knew. It's just I was super lazy. I don't want to talk about my Lone Druid. It's one of my worst heroes.
I was going to say, if you didn't know what the ability's called, Summon Spirit Bear.
It says, like, yeah, it's literally in the name.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you didn't know what it did, it was kind of weird. BYW top. Going for a little bit of a defense of this tier 1 tower. Also looking to get that level 6, so he's got the Pulverize. When he has that BKB, eventually, we'll see what the timing ends up being for him. What really are the ways for them to stop the Pulverize post-BKB?
They have nothing. They need to take these fights pre-BKB. Ricky's still not a hero. He's thinking about getting that energy booster for Mana Boots. Not going to happen. We'll just save the gold because he's not getting anything. Sitting at 10 CS. You want to hit that 15-minute shard.
Missing the stun, and they've got the Static Storm on top of Paparazzi, but he's so tanky. Goes after Felix, and the chase is on. Dominating spree there for the Leshrac. Rolling Thunder used by Alacrity, and he'll roll his way out. That's about it. That's all they get. But the move was for Paparazzi, and it proved to be, well, something with no damage.
Paparazzi involved in all 4 kills. Actually got all the last hits on all 4 kills on Extreme. He's super tanky. He's he almost has Bloodstone. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, he's
700
really close. I thought he was rolling away with the farm, but everybody's keeping up. Shocked.
Pango, once he hits his Mana Boots, has his combo, one-shots the wave with 2 abilities going into the Fusel Blade next, 200 gold away from it. These low mana pool heroes need to be careful. Primal Beast, Venge, and Lone Druid. If they get hit by like 2 swashbuckles, they're not going to have mana to cast any of their abilities.
We'll see what will come with this Diffusal Blade and what the moves will be for Knights.
Ghost already preparing. He knows where the real threat's coming from for his bear. Going into MKB next. He wants to have that true strike against Cloud.
And What's Cloud at right now? Just level 1, 30% mischance, but level 4, 75%. It could be an issue. Usually is. And Felix, you can see he's just saving up for the dart. 2 minutes till it's in stock. He's going to need 500 gold in that time. Should be good to get it, truthfully. And they are wrapping around, maybe look to get a kill here on Ghost. As Felix, he's getting the vision to scout for the glimpse. And now with the Rolling Thunder, but again, where is the damage? They've got the Rolling Thunder, they have the Static Storm, full duration, and they don't even kill Ghost. These constant jumps for these heroes are showing to be futile for the side of Knights.
Ghost got the true form off before getting glimpse back. Tanks up. This hero's pretty nuts. You get bonus 8 armor and 500 HP on level 1 true form. Now on the mid tower, JT still holding on to that Exo. We still haven't seen Exo in a 14-minute game, which is
Uncommon.
definitely uncommon.
Is it uncommon? Is it rare, mythic, legendary? Well, now it comes out. We've got ourselves an Exorcism. That'll be for the mid-tier 1. They're going to try and get this tower. Knights looking as though they want to defend, which, how will they do without the Rolling Thunder? I don't know how much they really have to defend this. They're just kind of watching as the tower dies.
PYW trying to make something happen. Uses his onslaught, doesn't find anything, so that's the second tower for Extreme Gaming. Next Exorcism, Lone Druid should have his item, or at least some of the components of it, Demon Edge, Javelin, so they can actually go inside the Roche Pit and take it. Like, you also have ways of amplifying the damage on your Spirit Bear with that Vengeance Aura, Wave of Terror, level 2 in it, level 7. Nothing too fancy on your position 5. But problem with the Shadowfiend is I don't think he's gonna have a good game this time around. He's gonna be getting swapped in all these damage that he doesn't like to play into Leshrac, into Dead Prophet, like Lone Druid, with the right clicks. I think it's gonna be difficult, especially because they don't have a single save on side of Knight. So if he gets aggressively swapped in, he's just straight up dead.
Yeah, level 1 swap isn't exactly the furthest range, but when you've got the lockdown before it, it should make it easy to just get these swaps into the arms of Extreme. So, bottom lane, Ghost continuing to farm this bear. He's got the Blitz Knuckles. Like you said, he's going to the MKB. So, it'll take some time for him to get there, but there was just this pickup of the Guardian Greaves for JT. So more sustainability for the side of Extreme, and that comes with Knights not really being able to output enough damage to get kills anyway.
Same as in the previous game, JT, in terms of farm, relatively high, going for the Guardian Greaves. That's gonna be their mana. Oh, Ricky, he's starting to throw some darts.
Put some dreams into Extreme. Let's see if it turns into anything else, because now they've got the follow-up. It's unlike the game in which they didn't really have the follow-up, but it still worked. Dust did not hit the Ricky, but PYW now slapped. Alacrity is coming over, and there's the big pull to try and get away, but they've got a glimpse. So that means you're into the smoke screen. A silence onto 2, the swap to save PYW. And now DUI with the Wave of Terror that hits onto 2 heroes. They'll pop the Exorcism, and now they're going to roll. They've got the Trample. It's on top of a couple of these heroes. They've already gone to the Requiem. They get the kill to 2. They'll take out DUI and PYW. The support duo gone on the side of Extreme. So with that, Extreme will back off.
Awkward fight from them. I thought they're going to wait until there's MKB finished level 12 on Dead Prophet for some extra damage from Exorcism. But yeah, and also PYW was 15 gold short of his Ogre Axe. I mean, that's not a way to say your team, oh, I need 15 gold, I can't go in, I'm gonna lose my gold if I die. But yeah, some nicely executed combo, glimpse back into smokescreen, swaps comes in, both of the supports still die.
And maybe a little forced, I would say, from Extreme, but only the supports. That being said, Knights, though, now they've got Ego top of the net worth. So, I'll have BKB in a few moments. Worried if Extreme have kind of not gotten ahead by enough.
Pretty similar to previous game. I would say 20 minutes into the game, they had a 1k gold lead, and then Knights took some really good fights.
Yes.
Billy Stone found here for the side of Knights. Throw that over.
Thing about Dart this time around is you still have damage running. Like, if you sleep, Lone Druid, Bear can attack you. You have a Ghost running around, and also Leshrac with Pulse Noah.
Yeah, so it's not so easy to just get these kills if the damage is still ringing out. But for right now, the sleep led to those couple of kills. Got the glimpse with it, so if you try to leave after you're woken, you're just right back to the starting point.
Smoke from Knights. They know exactly where they are. JT.
Oh, he slept a mud goal. But now they're going to have the glimpse. It's on to JT. The swap out again. JT doesn't have exorcism for 12 seconds. A magic missile thrown by DY. And they're leaving DY to die. So, Ackerty, meanwhile, Old Thunder and PYW. Well, Ghost too. They've also got the sleep onto the Lone Druid. They've gone over for more. Not too certain why they stayed, but now the sweep, the Static Storm, and the Requiem all there. Ghost dies too. Knights move down towards mid. They get the tower, they get 3 kills, and it's looking like Roche time.
This first usage of BKB on Shadowfiend and the reveal of BKB gives them so much. This is going to be Roshan. JT still has Exorcism.
There's no way they want to go, right?
Sleeping Dart. He's going in.
No, he's not. He's locked up thanks to the kinetic field. He wanted to, and then, well, easily done by XCJ.
These glimpses have been on point. When it comes down in the laning stage, he managed to glimpse them back so many times to stop the aggression coming out from Primal Beast, and now Shadowfiend will hold that Aegis for 5 minutes.
Knights making the proper moves, and
without Exo, Knights for 2 minutes, they're gonna play super aggressively.
Sleep.
Sleep into Bullwhip combo. Whoa.
Yeah, sweep Bullwhip, and now the glimpse back. JT, well, the Sandman cometh and puts you to sleep. Ego dominating now on this Shadow Fiend.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And right onto the tier 2 too. So it just feels like nothing stopped for Knights since game 2.
It's pretty similar the way it has been played out between 10 and 20 minute mark. Paparazzi, still no deaths to his name. Finished off BKB. The problem in the previous fight was that Ghost did not have his MKB finished. Like, yeah, you had all the components, but it's not an MKB.
Rolling Thunder committed, and they brought the Disruptor over. They want the glimpse potential. Look at him, right on the step. Static Storm, Ghost swapped out, but they've got the Requiem over to the side. Ego comes in with the BKB. They'll get the gun of DY, and now, well, problems for the side of Extreme. Ghost falls, double kill, Alacrity in on a Paparazzi. He's on the run. How far can he get? Swashbuckle over, and, well, he'll get back towards JT as Knights, they'll stop chasing.
His haste is running out. Man, those glimpses are destroying the fights. Yeah, you do have a swap, but he can glimpse you back. Felix? He's ready to use another dart.
Stun lands, there's the dart. Onslaught onto the high ground. Well, welcome to the life of being a ward. You will stand there, you will get vision, but that's all you'll do, and the team will combine themselves to be a sentry and de-ward you. DY now on the run, Alacrity in even more, and they get the kill onto this Venge. They take it another, it has just been kill, hand over fist.
Knights, they understand that that exorcism near the Roche pit was a mistake, giving them more than 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to do whatever the hell they want, and they're taking these fights. Some really nice combos, like Swamp comes in, but the Glimpse forces him back into the fight. Shadowfiend using the Requiem. There's still no BKBs on their side other than Paparazzi, and he was not in that fight to use it. So off to a high ground, pipe done. On Visage, flyby, tanking up this time. It's gonna mitigate so much damage from Leshrac.
Go to the Exorcism again. Ego this time moves in the Aegis very quickly. They get the Static Storm down onto a couple of these heroes. They've got the Kinetic Field locking in. DY, now Ego with the BKB. Does he have the damage? Can he get the kill here on a Paparazzi? No buyback available on the Leshrac. That's a big issue because they're going to lose JT too. Two heroes gone to the side of Extreme. They'll glimpse back DY and make it another killing spree for Flyby and Ignites. They are just absolutely demolishing Extreme.
These are the fights that Extreme is supposed to take. Problem is, Shadowfiend was holding the Aegis, swap into overwhelming damage from Leshrac, from Lone Druid. And now, without Exo, again, for 2 minutes, Knights will go and take these fights. Full Daedalus now. Like, this is Mask of Madness, BKB into Daedalus. He wants to have as much damage as possible to take down Dead Prophet, who relies on sustaining through Spirit Siphon and the Guardian Greaves, and same goes for Leshrac. So, like, he's itemizing against the sustainability.
And this is
with 3 handsome rows.
gone perfect for Knights, right? Would you want to see anything different? You said the itemization's been perfect. Is there anything more that you'd like to see from them, or are they just in a perfect spot at the moment? Dust on a Felix, Kinetic Field down, and there's the Pulverize. That'll be stopped thanks to the Glimpse. And they're chasing for a Riki at the moment and not even getting the kill.
So much time wasted on this Riki to try to get something out of it. You asked me if I wanted to see something there. I don't think you can ask for anything better. XCJ, he's been really on point with his glimpses. Flyby just finished full Guardian Greaves, so that's going to be sustained for them. And they want to take another fight. 30 seconds without Exo. They can hit this fight, initiate before the Exo's back online.
And now they've got those Greaves picked up and finished. They'll have the sustainability to fight here. They've got the Vision down, and there's the silence with BKB from Ego early on. DY's just dead. They'll go for more PYW. Looks like both supports are going to die. JT, he's sticking nearby with the rest of his team. Do you want to go
Double
in on
buyback.
this? Triple silence, BKB, Paparazzi going in. Both the supports bought back. And now they're going to swashbuckle across. Ego getting low. The Onslaught's there. They get the kill on the Shadow Fiend. And now they'll look over at the rest. Magic Missile onto Alacrity. 4-step swashbuckle all the way onto the low ground. As he'll blink away, they just get Ego. Is that enough?
They know. I think
Alacrity?
they know he's on the high ground. It's being pinged out.
Do they have anything to see him? Oh, Fear. That doesn't bring him down, though, as much as he's scared to be there right now.
So 2 buybacks, heavy commitment from Extreme Gaming to take this fight. They're already 1 racks down. You can see that Shadowfiend dies after he's isolated. Leshrac with some really good body blocks.
Stun, Onslaught, Swashbuckle. Oh, Felix drops, swap. That's on the Paparazzi. That'll leave DY to die. That's pretty much the name of the game with a 5 Venge.
Once Shadowfiend respawns, collects the souls, they're going to be ready to go in and take a fight again. Next Roshan might respawn in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Minute 30. Who do you think? Just a quick prediction. Who takes it?
Next Rosh?
Yeah.
Or the whole game?
Next Rosh.
Knights.
Okay. Quote him on that, chat. Let's get him.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, it does
like,
feel 50-50.
I mean, the general percentage is 50-50, but I'm leaning towards Knights because if there's no Exorcism, if they take another fight before it, they're going to be good to go. I see Shadowfiend trying to go for Scotty next. I think picking up Hurricane Pike will be slightly better because we've seen in the previous fight that if he uses BKB early on, they need to take care of him somehow. There's there's 1 Force Staff on the Disruptor. Okay, so we'll see if he decides to get one for himself.
You kind of want a secondary way to move, right? If you're swapped in.
If you're swapped in, you pop a BKB, use a Requiem, or start right-clicking, but would prefer if that's a Hurricane Pike over Scotty. And he buys it.
He's listening in. And They'll have that pike. They'll look at Roche in potentially 14 seconds. 5-man smoke from Extreme. They're down 10,000 net worth. They really need to make a play here. Double damage is sitting on the ground. Ooh, Ego. Oh, no, he got it. BKB, now the right clicks in, destroys DY. Oh, man, 1,200 on that one. 1,200 on that one. Taking out Paparazzi. Put the cameras down. They'll go after Ghost. They should take out the lone druid. He's walking away. He's walking away. Shield crash finally comes out from Alacrity to get the kill. They take out JT. PYW's gone. Full team white for Knights.
There's no way they let this happen. They just gave Shadowfin the double. They tried to bait it, swap him into a Savage Roar, but he was so quick with the BKB reaction. And this just might be the game. They're going to take the one set of barracks. Lesh is out in 15 seconds. Next row is going to respawn in 50. They have more than enough to take these barracks down. There's still a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Sometimes a risky move like this, it pays off. Like if it was the other way around, if they executed it perfectly, then we would be like, hell yeah, man, this is extreme gaming, but it looked foolish in the end. Allowing Shadowfin to pick up double damage, gets the BKB off, plus Mask of Madness, over 1k crits in a team fight. It's like, what the hell am I watching?
Straight damage injected into the Shadow Fiend's veins as he was just popping people for 1,200 and taking no prisoner. So 10 seconds till Roche, and everybody's up for Extreme, so I guess that's a positive, but can they get over to this Roche once it's up? I don't even know if they really want to fight. They've got no Exorcism. That's on cooldown for another 35 seconds. It's tough. They're going to smoke, though. They're going to make the move, as it looks like Knights want to wrap all the way around. They might just catch Extreme.
Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah.
Bait it.
Invis, denied this time. Ooh, they checked Roche. They thought they were in there when the smoke broke. Smoke screen down, Magic Missile comes out, they've got the bash, they'll go to the Fear, but they get the kill on the DY, they'll take him out first. Now they will go over as the Bear's in trouble. Abyssal Blade, 300 gold, that goes the way of Flyby. Another sleep on a Paparazzi, there's gonna be no Bear, that means there's no damage. What do they do? Paparazzi pops the BKB as well as the Bloodstone, but he gets swashbuckled out, and they'll look over at JTGG. Knights defeat Extreme! A 2-game straight comeback, and they have done what people thought was impossible and taken out Extreme.
So right now they're sitting at 3-1. Extreme Gaming is 2-2. It's looking good for Knights. Like the way they started the season, and they poured spots in China to go to the major. So with this victory, a very important victory, I'm not gonna say secured themselves a spot, but looking most likely that if they keep performing, if they get like 2 more wins, it's a guaranteed major slot. So looking very good for Knights. That double damage bait, man, didn't pay off.
Yeah, it was, a trap well laid out, but not well executed, that's for sure. And then, Ego, 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, just slapping them out of the game. I mean, that was so much damage. I don't know. They baited themselves. That's what it felt like.
If it was any other rune, maybe they could have gotten a couple more fights but with that DD, sometimes it's all it takes. Like the split second, the decision, like let's do it. They were smoked, didn't pay off in the end. You lose the whole series off of it. It's a rough one. It's a tough one, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the major having 3 wins at this point. Yeah. I mean, in China, it feels like 4 is usually the threshold to at least get a tiebreaker. Yeah. So, 1 win away, and Knights, 2 games in a row, beating Extreme, who a lot of people have at the top of their list. Whew, I don't even know what to say. The last words I have are, panel, take it away.
Into some better words for you, Big Up, and everyone out there watching about what Knights did do in this game number 3. Game number 1, they just had to shake off the rust, put it to the side. It had been 5 days since they'd last played. Game 2, they picked up that momentum. In Game 3, it felt like it somehow carried across Syndrome.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how I'm sitting, or standing, as it is.
No, you actually are sitting. If you stood, you'd be way taller.
I'm really tall. No, I'm kind of standing with the same feeling as I did after game number 2, that It's a bit different, but it feels like to an extent it's similar in a way. It's like you think Extreme would do better in lanes and that they would kind of just crush this mid-game portion of the game, but once again, Knights do a pretty good job at floating the lanes and doing fine, and then when it comes to the mid-game, they're just flat out getting outplayed.
Yep.
I think there were a lot of itemization issues here that we were talking about backstage that was part of the problem for Extreme. Yeah, do you want to go over that, Kezu?
So I think first, Knights played way better. They deserved this win. They played great, but I think when you look on the side of Extreme, you have 3 cores that want to peak around the same time and kind of fight together at the same time, right? You have maybe 15 to 20 minute mark, like Yulon is gonna be strong. I don't know if he ended up going for a death for this game. He had some Midas into MKB build. But what surprised me the most, I feel like this is the one game where you should skip the Greaves on DP. In order to enable your Lesh to like use his high HP in the Bloodstone and enable your Lone Druid to hit, you actually need someone to go in and tank and like have a BKB, because at this point, I think no matter how much net worth the DP has, once this Pango rolls, what do? You can't step into the fight, you're gonna get roll stunned, you're gonna get Requiem, and then suddenly you're just gonna die. And that means your Lone Druid can't play the game and nor can your Lesh. So I think the whole game, it just falls apart right there.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have Alacrity, again, just opening up the game for the side of Knights, and you saw from the tail end of those highlights for Extreme, because of this disjointed itemization, you know, the Midases and all this and whatnot, you don't actually have this cohesive moment where you can fight. And also the MKB, I think they took a fight with MKB not complete, got absolutely slaughtered, and then from that point, it's like Knights have moved towards Roshan, get an Aegis, they continue playing aggressive, and we're mentioning push lineups. Extreme, of course, it's a very face value push lineup. But Knights, they kind of have one too, right? With the Visage and the Shadow Fiend, if they get online, they can just rinse through your towers, and because these lanes went even, this Visage, double auras. You've got actually Wraith Pipe and Greaves, triple auras, sorry. And then you have Ego going 12, 1, and 9, uncontested, and it's like this game, they do too well in the early game, they do too well in the mid game, because Extreme just aren't doing that well. And I think Knights, they execute beautifully, they itemize perfectly, and then they play together this entire time. I think we've got to give a big shout out to supports as well. We've been mentioning cores a lot, but the Riki, I think we've seen a lot of Rikis fail. I think this could easily have been a game where the Riki just falls victim to push, but because he gets the shard at 15, buys a drum, plays with a disruptor, he knows that Alacrity will be there to kind of offset the lack of damage. It just makes it feel so much comfortable. So yeah, I think, yeah, supports did really well on Knights. The grouping was really good, and they just were better than Extreme.
And the MVP you just saw on the screen there, XCJ on the Disruptor, I think it's a very snowbally game by nature. I think the reason Disruptor looks this good against the enemy lineup is when they don't hit that item timing that we've talked about, the Knights team just keeps running at them. It's kind of funny because it was like Extreme Gaming have the push strat and they got Raxman at 20. I was like kind of in disbelief, like how is this even happening? But it really goes to show how much it matters, because I'm 100% with Kezu. I think the itemization from Extreme is just flawed. And it makes me wonder, how experienced are they in playing strategies like this, right? This is not their bread and butter whatsoever. It seemed like, okay, we identify what was wrong in game 2, we know what to pick against it, but you're still kind of not really itemizing for it. I didn't like the Midas on Lone. I think you should go something faster that times
Mask
up.
of Madness, Deso,
BKB first item with phase boots on DP. And
But
then
the
Lesh
too.
going Bloodstone, I think is okay if the others go all the right items, but when they don't, his Bloodstone also feels kind of weird, because he also can't go
I think also his problem was, so I think he went Bloodstone BKB, which I'm fine, it's pretty normal standard build, but then why follow it up with the Kaya after? You're playing like into a Shadow Fiend. You want armor that you guys can keep going in, like they should be helping each other to keep moving forward. It also makes your Ventures game a lot easier when he doesn't need to react like, bam, I need to swap you, but more like, you're tankier, he can chill, everyone can run in more, but instead I feel like it just snowballs and no one can run in. And then, well, it's hard to play Dota.
Very much so. Pointing out all the things that Extreme Gaming didn't do. Knights, though, they just...
Great game from
them.
them.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, they also did things I think a lot of people just weren't expecting. So is this combination of both Knights coming out on top means a winner's interview with one of their players. It's going to be Felix joining us, their position 4. So we get to ask him some questions. Felix, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on a win today. I have to know, when you're drafting the certain lineups that you had in Game 2 and Game 3, what is the main focus or the main goal when you go through picking these heroes?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。我想问一下，就是第2、第3场比赛里，队伍调整之后的那个主要 BP 上的一些方向调整是什么样的一个思路？
就第一把选了感觉 打不过，然后感觉他们限制特别厉害，然后就玩我们训练玩的东西吧，就第二把就比较好打。
Yeah, so after first game, we felt like their profit lineup is really strong, and we don't really stand a chance. That's why we made this adjustment. We banned the profit, and we took the lineup we are more comfortable. We using screams.
Okay.
I have a question about the post 4 Ricky. So you're, I think, maybe the best team at running it from what I've seen. So I'm wondering, what do you value the most? Like, what makes your Ricky post 4 work? Do you carry him through the lane with like a Visage Enigma? Do you value having teamfight with it? Just wondering.
就是想问一下，就目前看下来的话，你们对4号位的这个影刺 Ricky 应该是打得最好的队伍了。我想问一下，你们选影刺的一些思路是什么？是要去配合一些长线上的像维萨基这种英雄呢，还是说你会经常去游走？你们的思路是怎么样的？
就我经常玩力玩的话，就线上配个维萨基，然后就我多逛给队友信息，就感觉打得很舒服呀。就这些吧。
Yeah, so my experience is usually we pair it with a Visage, and I will roam a lot just to provide the extra information for my teammates, and I feel like we are very comfortable with this kind of playstyle.
I have one quick follow-up question. Was the Ricky only picked because your Rubik was banned?
我还想问一下，你选力丸是不是因为拉比克一直被 ban？
没有啊，还有很多英雄，只是力丸感觉特别好玩，好吧
？Not really. I still have many heroes in my pocket, but I do feel like Ricky is really interesting playing.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, congratulations on the win. First of all, I think you're one of my favorite position 4s in the region to watch. But you just said you have other heroes. Is there any heroes that you've tried asking to play, but your team has just outright said, no, you're not allowed to play that 4?
你是我非常喜欢的这个赛区里面的一位4号位选手，然后想问一下有没有一些你想玩但是队友不让你选的4号位？
还是有些吧，就老奶奶这些被队友禁止了呀，给不了控制，然后被投票说不能玩了。
There are some heroes like Snapfire. My teammates just don't want me to play the hero because it's not like instant stun lock. So they vote my Snapfire out.
That's fair enough. And also, again, do you have any let's say any tips on playing position 4? Because again, I very much enjoy watching you play mechanically on the role.
就是还想问一下你有没有一些给观众们4号位上的一些建议，因为我特别喜欢你打4号位的一些细节操作。
就对线要求高一点吧，然后游走就多切屏，看看地图上发生什么呗。就你信息越多就越好打嘛。
So first of all, you want to have a strong landing phase. That's the first requirement. Other things like vision, other things you need to rotate your camera and to gather more information. More information you have, the easier it can become.
Cool. Thank you very much.
All right. Final question from me. So you have played against. So a lot of people thought that the top 3 teams to beat in this region would be LGD, Extreme, and Aster. Now you've beaten 2 out of 3. Do you think Aster will be the toughest opponent you have left, or have you just got it all figured out?
就是想问一下，因为开赛之前大家可能认为3支最强的赛区的队伍是 Aster、老干爹跟 XG， 那你们已经赢了里面的2支，那你觉得 Aster 的话是不是最强的对手？你们如果打 Aster 的话，有没有一些自己的就是一些办法？
就 Aster 不是打过了吗？我们已经输了呀。当然他们是最强的呀。
They've already played, mate.
Oh. I thought they still had Aster left.
No, they've already played.
Oh, so that's
they've
why
got
lost.
Aster Ares, Ehome, and
That's
Dawn.
what I meant. Okay.
So yeah.
I take it back.
New
right,
question?
That was actually a really bad question.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with myself. I was sure they hadn't played Aster yet. All right, that explains things.
You got a new question in the tank?
No, that's it.
Perfect.
Thank
you so much,
I was just pretending.
Thanks for playing along, Felix. Thank you for joining us in the interview. Congratulations again, and good luck in the future.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, apologies for him. We don't know him. Thank you. Dude, that's my favorite thing is Felix Java laughing at you at the end there. Thank you so much.
As the camera panned away, I was like, I was trying to show Sen, like, your mate, it's already been played. And he's
I'm just farming.
That's true.
Those are megalols
Reddit
in chat.
points or
Is that
what?
what you're farming?
Yeah.
You enjoyed the series so
I don't know.
much.
I don't know
you
why.
want to play
I don't know
again.
why I thought it
That's
was
why.
another team that they lost to. I've just
Yeah, no,
I
because
mean,
again,
sometimes there's no excuse. Sometimes
mean,
you're just stupid.
Yeah, it
Knight
happens.
started with the hardest 3, so that's maybe why you didn't expect them to, because they're playing so well. You didn't expect them to be playing so well against these top 2 teams.
I mean, considering that it's Aster that they've lost to, they have a pretty good chance of getting top 2.
They've done really well.
I mean, they should, in theory, as the rest of the season goes swimmingly for them, they should be at the major.
They should be. They should be. I believe I'm waiting for production my ear. I think we're just going to jump to a break because we're a little bit behind schedule. We do have a second series coming up. It's going to be Aster up against eHome. It's a 3-series day, so there's a lot of Dota still left to happen. Strap in, buckle up. I don't know, wherever you are, just enjoy the show because we're going to jump to a break. We'll come back, new series. That was Welcome back. We didn't want to leave you waiting too long for this second series. We wanted to get straight into it. And Sin whispered in my ear. He said, "Get T-Governor off this panel. I can't handle him correcting me for being wrong over that question." So we replaced him, and we got Lizard in down the end there.
This is the real cabal.
To be fair, T-Governor kept correcting my English, so I also kind of wanted him to know.
Yeah, well, you know, I was going to bring that one
will not
up.
correct your English.
Thank you, sir.
It will be okay.
It'll be
It's my man.
insanely much.
Yes, you too. Can we get her off the panel?
Yes.
Too?
All right,
I
see
want
ya.
Sheep
Bye,
back
guys.
here.
All right,
Pickles are
Sheep.
toasting.
She's not here yet, actually. You have to stay.
Let's switch up
All right.
again.
I got to stop doing that bit. It's not funny, actually, because it's probably the third time I've done it here on China Division
Yeah.
1.
It wasn't funny the first time either.
No, or the second, actually, I'd say, too. And it wasn't
okay.
funny there the third time. Ehome and Asta, let's chat about them. You can start, Sin, with Asta, because you're very rehearsed in their history of who
Absolutely.
they've come up with so
Apparently.
far in the DPC.
I mean, I'll own it.
Yeah.
I
Just own
I
it.
got to make
Just
fun.
go
I mean,
with
it's,
it.
Yeah.
it honestly, it's pretty funny, especially when you
was.
have an interview with a player and you're asking them how you're going to face up against a team you already played.
And you lost to them.
I mean, what happened? what can you do? I mean, I guess that kind of answered the question, though. They were the toughest opponent.
They
so
were.
there you go.
Inadvertently answered your own question.
Yeah, there's a real chance with how this division has played out right now that the team you have on your screens right now could clean sweep. Aster are looking extremely powerful. They have still have some hard matches remaining, and this one could prove to be a challenge to them. Ehome play pretty quickly. They have strong early mid game, and they play some push-oriented heroes.
More about
Aster-
Aster, less about.
Yeah, so Aster are
you, host
very Aster are very how to say Aster are very solid and stable, and they like to
Yeah.
play slightly longer games against at least the stronger opponents. They don't mind going late game. So I think for them it's about, you know, play for enabling your cores, get to your BKB late game timings, and then usually you will come out ahead against a team like Ehome.
I will only hype Ehome on this entire panel.
Okay, well then, Lizard,
Should
please,
I
a
continue
little
with
bit-
Aster or
Yeah,
what?
just a little bit. I guess we haven't seen them lose a series, right? There are 4
This is the
wins. All right, relax. We're going to get to Ehome soon,
No, no,
because
thank
please
you. This is
hold
the
your
one.
horses, pull in the reins. But they have gone to Game 3 on 2 series. What was it that like teams like XG had to be able to push them that far?
Well, a team like XG is definitely on the same skill level when it comes to just the way they play, just the way they historically played, and versus Aster. If you're expecting anyone to take games off of them, it's PSG LGD and it's XG pretty much, and that's it. Like, Team Aster is considered the regional slayer for a reason, and they've just continued doing the same exact thing right here in this DPC season. They've changed what they changed their mid laner, but you can't really feel it. It's pretty much the same skill level.
Yeah. All right, now Kazu, you can hype up
Thank you.
Ehome.
Finally. So Aster are the best team of the region, but it's time for them to lose.
But Ehome is the best team in the region.
They will be the best team in this series. I will tell you that much.
Okay.
I want Ehome, no, I want them to like play on their high tempo. They've shown us their Marcy, they've shown us the Nature's Prophet in some of their earlier games. I think that's what I would like this team to do and kind of also stick to. I feel like that is their strength, like this early mid game. And then just really take it to Aster and play their own game. I want to see them like show up as they did in the first series.
We've seen Ehome lose some series. What would you attribute those losses to? Is it the fact that they weren't focusing on themselves and their own drafts? Or maybe they were just not hitting the same aggression that you have liked from them?
So I do think that they were outmatched in 1 or 2 of the series, which, you know, it happens. But I do think that the strength of this team is on this fast pace, and maybe those losses will kind of help them to be like, okay, we want to focus on this. We have good laners that want to play fast heroes. We're going to double down on that, and then moving forward, that's what we're going to pick, and that's how we're going to play.
Do you think it's a bit of a concern that if they're that telegraphed in what they play, that some of these really experienced teams that they get footage, right? Like maybe this, okay, wow,
They
this
get the
aggression
tapes.
is really surprising. They come out strong in the beginning, and now you're facing against these juggernauts, and they have, you know, time to study
The
you.
2 losses Ehome have to as well
Yeah.
is to XG and to LGD. So that experience he was talking
Well,
about.
it is definitely going to be hard for them. I'm not saying it's a, you know, easy task for them. I'm sure that they're aware of this. But I still think that that will probably give them the best edge. I think especially when you are perhaps a slight underdog, I think pressuring the opponent gives you a way higher chance of winning than sitting back and letting them make all the right choices where they're like, oh, I get to think for 30 seconds how I respond to this high ground push. Or, oh, they're going to go Roche in 1 minute. I'm going to be ready. But instead, when you're bam, 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 you one play after the other, you get some chaos in there.
Yeah. and they already played 2 Giants, right? So they are kind of prepared. They've already played against the best teams in the region. Like Aster, obviously, probably everyone's favorite,
Probably
right? Like
the
top
best.
one, the best.
Probably.
But they've had their prep. They had their booties kicked already twice in a row. So maybe this is the series. Maybe they can now take it at least to game 3. I just want to see Salad on something active. I want to see him on those position 4s that are able to create stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want. It's like with Secret and Zayats. I don't want Zayats on a treant. He's an amazing 3 player, but I don't want to see that. I want to see him active. I want to see him able to go in, stun people, kill them off with +1.
Is there something to be said about? So they've lost to the other 2 teams that we had as the like trifecta of the strongest of the region. Is there something to be said about Aster being maybe a little bit slower than the other 2? Like, are they slower than Extreme? Are they slower than LGD? And could that help?
I think definitely slower than LGD.
Yeah.
But I think not a lot of teams are matching LGD's tempo.
I think LGD and eHome are probably the fastest paced in the region. I don't know if Aster and Extreme really give each other much in terms of how fast they play. I feel like it's perhaps slightly equal. So
yeah, for Extreme, I would say even that they still are a mystery to me because of the changes that they've made. So they have that stable core of the 2 supports that's still there and trying to set the pace of the game, but it isn't looking nearly as fluent as it did before in the previous seasons. And when it comes to Aster, like, they were always a team that can do pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Like, it just depends what strategies they choose to run. Like, if they want to be fast-paced, they can be. If they want to take it slow and just go for that late game carry on Monet, it's also an option.
Is there a player on the side of eHome that in your eyes, when they have a good game, that's normally the key for eHome's success? Or are you like, sometimes it's Salad, sometimes it's MKS? Or is it definitely more predominant on one player?
I feel like it can be any of them, but the one that stands out to me the most when they really push forward and like play really well and then just crush your opponent is when MKS has a good game. But I think that again comes back to the aggressive carries. He had a very nice Wraith King performance. I remember his Slark and I remember his Nature's Prophet. All these 3 heroes, they want to hit a timing, they want to go and keep pushing forward.
If you can have a nice Wraith King performance in this patch, you're really good.
Yes.
So, I mean, that says a lot. If he did well on Wraith King, he's
good.
He's good. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think I like what you said about Salad. I think that's probably for me is the pick for this.
Okay.
Like when I see eHome do their best and play really fast, I loved his Tusk. I think that is an amazing hero for him. I believe he's also played Clockwork, if I'm not mistaken, which was also really good. So I think position 4 initiators that get that done. Maybe Ricky could be something for him too, that we could see in this series. Now it's becoming a little bit more popular. He reminds me a little bit of how Boxy plays for Liquid. I think that kind of playing on that would be a good idea.
Okay. Do you want to talk about hero changes within the China region in general? From what we saw a lot of priority placed on in the first few days compared to now 8 days later. You know, it was still that, what was it, Tree?
Doom as well. Doom was like
Massive,
our main opener.
Lina, Tusk.
Like, we actually,
Pango,
who did we talk to? Was it XXS a few days ago? And he also said that he's looking towards Liquid and Tundra and maybe drawing some inspiration from him.
2 different teams gave almost that exact same answer, that it was Liquid, Tundra, and a lot of the Western European teams right now.
So obviously the Chinese region started a little bit earlier, and then after the European one, Western European one started, we all steal from each other, right? Like we all like to
borrow. It's inspiration, Lizard.
Yeah, it's just inspiration, nothing else.
As long as you credit in the bottom, it's fine.
Yeah.
The footnote.
Every time after the draft, you have to message Puppy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's write a shout out in all chat.
Yeah, you reckon that's what they should start doing if they took inspiration from somewhere?
Only
one
if
of
you
the
win,
drafts?
though, in the end. Yeah.
No, I mean, I want credit from both teams. I want to know where the losing inspiration's coming from too.
When you lose, shout out to Sint. I picked this up from his panel.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I watched his stream and I saw this was very good. Turns out he just played against account players.
That box is much more fun.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This draft, there are some bans. There's an issue though. We're resolving it on our end. I think that's
just a couple of
I
bans.
think our observer computer issue.
It will get
English.
It was a sentence. I'm just
It will get there, yeah.
Fix,
one
observer.
Oh,
Yes.
now I'm all. It's my fault for her.
We actually have audio in our ears, and we hear the grunts of heroes that
yeah.
are getting banned.
Do you reckon you can guess it?
It's pretty difficult.
No, it wouldn't
it
be
on,
picked. It
turn
wouldn't
it
be
on,
picked
turn it
because we were up to 4 bands and we've heard
One
3
of them
sounds.
really sounded like troll, but I refuse to believe that.
Nah, definitely not.
Oh, it was
Okay.
Bloodseeker ban. Okay.
Close
It's like
enough.
a-
So it's a Coddle, a
Turn
Pengu,
to ban.
Tiny, and a
Radiant
Marana.
team banned.
Okay, so this hero pairing I'm a huge fan of. I don't think it's as good as it was, but the Caudal Pango is crazy for playing fast tempo, so it's right up eHome's alley, right? You Chakra Magic, so you get 2 Swashbuckles back to back. You also refresh the cooldown on Shield Crash by a large amount, so...
What would you rather have, Kotal Pango or Kotal Ember? Obviously, Kotal Ember wasn't possible here, but overall.
I think that's a bit too difficult to just make a blanket statement. I think both are insanely strong in the right conditions. I guess the upside to running it with Pango compared to Ember is that Pango probably is a little bit, I'd say he's a little bit more flexible in terms of laning
10
matchups,
seconds remaining.
I would say, but...
A little bit. I
at the end
think
of the day,
he
it's
he
probably-
gives you a bit more team fighting too.
5
But
seconds
what I did like
remaining.
from their opening here is that I feel like they kind of had this prepared, where they ban the Ember. If you pick Caudal, I think we've seen a lot of teams 6-7 the Ember. First of all, they would be happy doing it. Second of all, they would steal the Ember then from you, because you would likely pick it on 8. And at the same time, Ember is very good against Pango. So they take it out that they can get the Caudal, they get whatever they want, but now we still get one of the heroes that we want too with the Pango. So I like both openings a lot. I think eHome have done their prep.
Yeah, and then they cover up the
Yep.
Pango a little bit with the Bloodseeker ban, with the Bane bans, so you don't have these heroes that
Asters
can
turn to pick.
play well with the Mirana and also mess with your Rolling Thunder.
Back to first phase bands as well a little bit more. The Marcy was the other one I was going to bring up. That's been like a massive shift as well.
Yeah, we are seeing way more Marcy now, and interestingly enough, on the core position, like on the offlane.
Zhao Yu
10
owned one of the
seconds
games last time. I think he nearly like steamrolled maybe the second game, where he...
That was against LGD, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
We're seeing, it's interesting because we're also seeing Dawnbreaker on the offlane for a couple of games, and it's the same kind of idea. You get this offlaner that dishes out immense amount of physical damage very early on.
They also scale really well. I'm always surprised at like Marcy. I feel like it's a type of hero where you don't need to be top net worth. I feel like the longer the game goes, just the more levels you get with the old, and eventually you have a BKB with your sidekick, you just feel very strong, even if you're like a middling net worth type hero.
I mean, it kills your carry with brown boots. So
Yeah.
level 6.
It's kind of like, if you think about what makes Lina so strong, is that she has a built-in insane attack speed boost.
Yeah.
And Marcy has that too. So you just reach some sort of breaking point where you have quote-unquote free moon shards when you're fighting. So once your other items catch up and they compensate for the lacks of the
Radiant
hero, it can
team
just be
pick.
absolutely insane in terms of damage output. So Snapfire, not really particularly good against either hero that eHome has, in my opinion, but I think it's just stable for their laning. I guess against Caudal, it's like, I don't know, it's okay, but it doesn't strike me as like, wow, what an insane Snapfire game.
10
I have
seconds remaining.
an idea of something that they're maybe planning. When I see Caudal Pango,
5
I think of
seconds
Faceless Void.
remaining.
You don't care about Caudal in the lane, you always time walk, you have time dilation against both of them, you have Chrono for it too. So maybe they're like, okay, we can make it easier later to have a Faceless Void pick. It pairs, I think it's like more about their draft, right?
Yeah.
You have the fallout damage for the Tiny, who's probably just gonna go mid now, so I think this
I like the
it's,
idea.
it's a fine pick.
Yeah, I was thinking about Mars as well, but you're playing into Pango. I mean, it's decent, but perhaps not. It's definitely not as good as Void. I like the Faceless
Void
Void.
looks really
it's
good.
similar.
Are you saying Tiny mid because you think Snap's going to be 4?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
like what I could see now, if eHome don't really like pick heroes that would force Aster to deviate from Void, 4 Snap, 5 Mirana, mid Tiny, and then they pick Void.
Okay, and then they'll just be looking for that offlane as last pick.
Correct.
Alright, interesting.
But yeah, there is still the option of putting the Tiny 4 with Snap 3 and getting
For
a
sure.
mid
That's
laner
what-
as well.
yeah, that's what
They're-
I was thinking too.
They're not locked at all.
Yeah, I hope for eHome that they identify the Void problem, because I think you're right. If it's good against one of the next 2 picks for eHome, I think it's just pretty much an instant pick, right? It just looks that incredibly good. The Caudal matchup, like you said, in lane, Dilation is very, very nice, and all your heroes combine with Chrono. So
What do you take here
very
if you're
strong.
eHome? Some Disruptor is okay. I think maybe Nyx is okay against the Snap.
do you like Disruptor Caudal duo?
Not
Radiant
really, but if you
team
want to
pick.
play on
I go with the
the
Nyx.
other one, I think that's it's fine. It gives you maybe a bit more of the like scouty and a guy that can go in front, cancel snap ult.
What kind of offlaner now can you think of? Something like a DP maybe even? Like you have the Nyx, something that protects the range offlaner.
Yeah, eHome were first picking that hero earlier,
Yeah.
and now we're at the 7th pick, and it's not banned.
We did see DP lose a couple of games, couple of series.
It's one of the heroes where I don't like it too much against Snap, at least. But I think it would fit their draft. It's okay with Nyx. I think that's the type of hero they're looking for. Or
This was in the last game, right, as well? Like
Team
DP.
Aster's turn to pick.
With the Morphling. Yeah.
Interesting. So they want to keep... Perhaps they want to keep the Pango semi-flex between mid-top. A bit surprised about this Morph pick, to be honest,
I still
in this slot.
The Void is so good, right? I still think he's really good.
I would tend to agree. I don't know if they're looking at something
10
else.
seconds
Like
remaining.
eHome going Morph seems like quite a deviation from what they what we
5
wanted to see
seconds
from them, right?
Got some Naga as well. For, perhaps doesn't combo with Team Master's draft overall, but just strong
Radiant
into
team
Morphling.
ban.
Go with the Beast.
Saving carry for last.
Yeah.
Is there some sort of added flex value to doing it this way around? Probably not, right? Because now you've committed Tiny to mid effectively, so you're just saving carry.
And you're
Unless
also
it's
giving them 2
Snapfire
bans,
mid.
right?
The snappy doodles.
Okay.
I mean,
I was just throwing it out. I
it
know
is
it's
possible.
it's
It
being
is-
played there,
it is
but
a
it's very
possibility.
not likely.
It is a possibility.
I think we have seen it in the Chinese region already once.
I just don't think you do that into Nyx,
Yeah.
though, right? It's not worth upgrading it.
Yeah, 100%. Spectre ban. Oh, I don't know. Forgot completely about the hero, but versus Morphling, extremely strong. Yeah.
I mean, Beast
10
is very
seconds
annoying for
remaining.
both Coddle and Nyx.
Radiant
I don't know
team
how
ban.
much Morph cares. I think it's somewhat annoying for Morph, but I think maybe they didn't want to pick their carry there because eHome can still flex the Pango.
Not
I don't
sure.
know how afraid you need to be of it, but Beast pick is okay.
I think I also like Anti-Mage now for Aster.
Yeah, I would agree.
In this game, it looks very good. It's great against Coddle,
10
Nyx, Morph.
seconds remaining.
Pango.
It's basically good against everything, and you do
Team
have the
Aster's
ultimate last pick. I
turn
think
to
that is the
ban.
slot for AM. I think that is an absolute last pick in the draft, or like 18 at the earliest. So if the conditions are met here, it's definitely something Monet is very experienced playing.
Is there an option to go for a Slark as well? I feel like they...
Slark is also okay.
There's actually a lot of good last picks.
Yeah,
for Aster.
so keeping
10
carry in
seconds
hindsight
remaining.
now for the last pick isn't that bad for them because you only get 2 bans. They
Yeah.
banned
5
out the Drow,
seconds
that deals
remaining.
well because of the marksmanship, right, versus Morphling. They banned out Spectre, just builds into Skadi versus Morphling, really good.
I don't think
Works
Aster
really
wanted
nicely.
either of those, actually. I do think they want one of the ones we talked
I
about.
think so too.
Between Void, AM, and Slark. I do think
Radiant
those 3 are
team
actually...
pick.
all 3 of those are better picks than these
Yeah,
bans
it's-
are.
And they ban out the Disruptor, which is good versus Void, which is good versus Slark.
Yeah.
But do they think it's Nyx
Core
Yeah.
core with
That's what I
Coddle?
was thinking. I was like, why are they
Core
banning out
Coddle?
supports looking at what we have?
Maybe eHome play Coddle 3.
I don't
10
necessarily...
Coddle plus
remaining.
Nyx on offlane.
Yeah, like I don't mind the Eng ban to like kind of protect the beast, but the
5
second ban
seconds
surprises me
remaining.
a bit more. Maybe they've seen something in scrims that we don't know about. They must have played one of these 2 heroes
Team
somewhere at
Aster's
some point
turn to
as a
pick.
core.
So it's Pango mid, Mars offlane with a Coddle. Or maybe Mars mid and Pango plus Coddle offlane.
I mean, I would
It's
want
still flexible.
Yeah, I would want to play Faceless Void in this game for sure.
Void's good. I still think AM's good. I don't think the Mars is a big
10
enough
seconds
problem
remaining.
for him. And I also think, I guess in terms of playstyle, you're
5
split. If you're
seconds
split pushing as
remaining.
AM in this game, what combos do you die to? Nyx plus Morph.
Maybe
Nyx
with
plus
a plus
Mars,
one.
maybe.
Oh, TA.
Templar
Okay.
So
assassin.
stepping-
Select your hero.
We've mentioned like 7 carries.
Yeah, got none.
Not that one. Oh well.
Yeah.
They debated us. But
Not what I was
TA
expecting, to be honest.
is perhaps a move in a slightly different direction. You have a ton of minus armor, ton of early aggression with the Beastmaster. So your tempo, like we were talking about Team Master perhaps being a team that isn't playing as fast as the rest. Well, this is a draft that should allow them to do exactly that. They should be playing on a faster tempo than how I envision a eHome being in this game at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't mind the TA pick. I feel like it's pretty good with their draft. You have the Beast Aura, you can play fast, you can kill Pango in his role.
Get Roche.
They want to play for Roche, 1-2 ages, try to keep pushing forward. So I think it's actually going to be a very even game.
You had to pick though. Sorry. I don't
I'll
make
go
the
with
rules.
eHome, as I said.
I
They have to win.
like Aster more, but I'm not sure TA was the best last pick, but I see how it works.
Yeah.
And we'll see how it does play out as well. See if the vision that Aster had for their lineup comes to fruition as we head into game number 1. It's B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1 between Aster and eHome. I think eHome fans out there are hoping that they can pull off the same upset the way Knights did just the series ago. They're going up against Aster, very strong team. You concerned
the
about
strongest team right now
Yeah,
in the Chinese
definitely
DPC,
the
sitting at
strongest
4-0. Did only drop 2 games so far, so very difficult not to crack. But eHome, like coming into this DPC season, I think a lot of people didn't expect them to perform this well, and they're a really solid team. They're a really good team. They drafted themselves a good hero. I'm slightly favoring Aster because eHome, this type of a draft looks slightly different from what they usually pick, I would say, but still a strong looking draft. I gotta agree with the panel as well. I expected something different to come out from the last pick. They had way too many options, decided to go with the Templar Assassin. It's gonna give them a bit more like tempo maybe compared to some other heroes. She does hit a certain timing with the Deso. It opens up the Roche with the Beastmaster as well, so put more pressure onto the towers. Like, not the hero that Morphling is afraid of. I think they had better options when it comes down to counter picking.
Right.
So if it was something else, if it was like the Faceless Void, maybe even Slark option, I think I would prefer that one instead, because yeah, Morphlings were definitely afraid of these 2 heroes, but I guess they know what they're doing.
Do you think that maybe the TA is here to kind of secure objective taking and also push the pace where Morphling doesn't get the farm that he wants, doesn't get the lane that he wants?
Yeah, Morphling and Templar Assassin, completely 2 different heroes when they want to join a fight, when they want to do things. Morphling definitely more late game oriented compared to Templar Assassin. Salad.
He's in trouble.
He's dead.
Yeah, very dead on his screen. Arrow hits and will die to Monet. Not the first blood you want to give up in this situation. And Monet, to start the game, well, he wants a salad.
Good way to start. So, not even a melt hit. They still managed to get the kill. And will get the ward of his own ward. You should get some money back, like 5 gold for trying.
Depending on the time, it should be money back. How long has it been there? You get some cash back.
Not a bad idea.
That's the first good one I think you've ever complimented, and I'm going to hold that true to my heart.
I think the lowest one, like the most money you can get from it, should be like
half.
30, 20. Half might be a bit too much. Monet hiding in that meld again.
The problem is wards are free. So getting money on it, you could just
Yeah, it's a good way to grief. Never mind.
Yeah.
Taking that back.
Because then you're just getting free money, right? You throw down 4 free wards and give yourself like 200
Get that
gold
faster
straight
bottle.
up.
Get
Yeah.
Get that mid some boost.
Oh, man. We actually thought of a way to break the game in 2 seconds. So XWI here, the one thing I do worry about for Morphs whenever I see a Tiny in the game is, hey, don't get yourself caught full agi if the Blink Dagger is available on the Tiny. I always feel like I see that once a game with Morphling versus Tiny.
It happens. The funniest one definitely is with Kobold. With Shovel, when you dig it
Ooh,
out
Impale
and
hit
he
bottom.
kills you.
Bobica Scatter Blast. He's on the run. One more right click needed, and they just can't keep up with him. Ooh, so close. Good impale from LWW.
We see more and more Beastmasters picking up like straight up early Ring of Bassi to be able to spam things out, combined with Enchanted Mangoes to have that constant spam in the lane. LWW.
Kind of forces MKS to not be full agi, right? If you're able to spam more and more.
Yeah, he started with a stick, so he's gonna be okay. Nyx Assassin, like not a strongest laner overall, but provides you with a stun. After that buff to Impale, the hero feels good to play.
Scatter Blast and 2-man stun.
Catches a mid Cookie, nicely done.
Cookie still connects though, once the movement starts, I believe.
I believe there was no stun.
No. We'll have to see him do it again. Do it again. Please. As Bobica, XXS. I always talk about the 2 players because they've just been together so long.
They know how to play the lane, like you would expect them to after playing 7,000 games together of professional games and as much scrims, maybe even pubs together.
It's a lot of time together.
Mid lane, 8-7. A lot of denies on Tiny. Pango still has same amount of CS, but XWY doing a good job on Tiny.
Fills up a water rune, and now just going straight back over to the lane. Just 2 levels in the toss early with the tree grab, and Knight right now 2-1 build for him as well.
It's a trade lane. None of these heroes should die to each other, especially Tiny. He has way too much HP to be bursted down by Pangolier's 2 abilities. I think the lane to look at is the bottom lane with this Nyx Assassin potentially being the first blood material. Has 10 stick charges and a carapace 1 point in it. When I say first blood, I mean like the real first blood, not the one that happened. I don't count it.
Not the real first blood, the next first. Second blood.
The laning stage first blood.
Pick you, getting run down, so is Salad. Salad might die for the 2nd time, and that will be after the Mirana is taken out by Zhao Yu. So
I guess he thought he could get through those 3s. Usually it's cut down by your carry with the Quelling Blade, so you can pull the big camp if it's open. And the 3s grow every 3 minutes, so the 3 definitely grew.
This is so risky for MKS just sitting here. Heavy on the Agi. I'm just worried there's going to be a cookie on a creep or something like that. He'll end up dead, but instead they'll go the other way. They'll dive into the tower and get LWW easily. Nothing really stopping them. There's not really anything MKS can do, right?
He can't really help you. It's adaptive strike, but he's fine with this type of a trade where he gets some solo XP, gets the free farm underneath the tower.
Avalanche into a Spike Carapace, but LWW is just there to refill the bottle of Knight. Meanwhile, XWY, he picked up a water rune, so he's got 2 charges on that bottle. There's those trees cut. MKS coming over, he's finishing the wand, and then going into the treads as he shifts all Agi. Gotta be careful of anything being thrown over. If an axe comes in or somehow Clockwork's into the game, get a rocket flare out. I've seen that kind of deaths on Morphlings before. More in particular, Fly. I've seen die a couple times with that. Rocket flare.
Fly's an expert, dying with Morphling, low HP. One of the better players out there for sure. I miss Fly.
So do I. I miss the days of him being GGG on King Gaming. He played with XWY. And he also played on Serenity with Jinkyu and XCJ.
Didn't talk too much about the top lane. 24 CS on Templar Assassin. Mars doing a really good job. Zhao Yu, I've been really impressed the way he's been playing so far in the DPC. Very stable, very good at spell casting.
I think offlaners for a long time in China were kind of few and far in between.
Yeah, you had like
Chalice.
2-3 really good offlaners, and then like it was always big market to find a good offlaner.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing more offlaners that are pretty stable in the region. Like XXS is obviously one of them. I think Jiang Yu is going to be another one. Zhao Yu is definitely there. JT is always talked about as stable as well. So, interesting to see. Rolling Thunder comes out from Knight with a swashbuckle to kill off Bobica. They'll double up on kills. And Knight getting a kill as the lane has been pretty okay for him.
Lane's going well.
Salad over here with an Illuminate, trying to clear up anything.
This is going to be big. Combo that we didn't talk about. Pango plus Coddle. Double Swashbuckle, double Shield Crash. You want to get more points in Chakra Magic. With the Diffusal Blade, it's a core Pango. This is going to hurt. Like, this is going to be insane amount of damage once Knight decides to pick that Diffusal up. Usually comes between 12-14 minute mark, depending how much farm you tend to get.
So that's a power spike that you would say Aster kind of have to defend against, right? Because they're looking to move a little bit quickly in terms of objectives and whatnot. If they end up getting kind of evened out thanks to that Diffusal Chakra Magic combo, yeah, things will probably look good for Eho.
XXS farming a big stack in the jungle right now. He's gonna get himself to level 6. Lane will push back to tower. Boboka will get some XP there. So maximizing the experience gain and the farm gain. 4 camp stacked for Ehome and 3 for
Knight in
Aster.
trouble. XWI came in, they landed an arrow, they got the kill onto the Tiny. Salad was there to try and help with the Solar Bind and giving Chakra Magic. But XWI killing off this Pango and slowing down the progress. And I think, yeah, PQ should see that they've got this Ancient stack. Both these stacks here. And from there, they might want to go over and have somebody try to take those stacks and not really give them up to Ehome.
Ancient stack might be a difficult one to take for Ehome. Cookie.
Yeah, going in, and there was a look of potentially going with the Rolling Thunder, but XWI Avalanche Tree Toss to get the kill on LWW, who was over there, and another kill going the way of this Tiny.
To go back to stacks, MKS does have Morbid Mask finished. They can farm the big stack, but I don't think they can farm the Ancient straight away. It's going to take a lot of time for Morphling to farm it. Pango can help out. So potentially Monet, if they take a fight there, maybe he can steal some of those Ancient stacks. It's a risky move though. Like, he's not gonna just run in. They need Hawk from the Beastmaster. They need Tiny to be around to be able to burst the target down if someone comes. Cookie trying to surprise him here at the bottom lane, but MKS so far has been shifting the correct way.
I'm a little surprised that when PQ went over there, because he's been in the triangle a couple times, he didn't place down much vision to keep an eye on this.
I'm not sure if he didn't have anything or...
Zhao Yu forced the TP. Oh! Get close. Thought he might get closer than that. Rolling Thunder and leaping, juking, and oh boy, no leaps left.
I think you just say, I'm done there. Save those leap charges. Replenish time, 45 seconds. So it's gonna take a lot for you to regain those charges. You're gonna be dead anyway. Even if you like try to juke the Rolling Thunder, he's gonna get the angle. Swashbuckle is down to 8 seconds, so no real value of losing it that early on.
XXS taking, or trying to take even more stacks here. And they've got Boboka. He's probably gonna stack this Ancient camp again. So they're really looking to give some farm over. We'll see if XXS takes it or ends up being Monet.
I think you need to give this to Monet instead. It takes a while for Beastmaster to farm it, but you want your D8 to hit the timing. Get that Deso online, get that Blink. XWY has Invis in the bottle, level 8. Very close to his Blink Dagger.
They've got this ward that's spotting Knight over in their own jungle, so I wonder if he'll back away, they'll smoke Invising and try to get this kill, because they're watching him farm at the moment. They've got him under vision.
Boboka is like, I have one job, I'll sit in triangle and stack.
You guys get this kill.
He's level 4, does have a book for himself, but since he was stacking a lot, not gonna be level 6. He always has 2 heroes to play with in this game with Mortimer's Kisses. They're gonna find LWW.
They saw him going under that sentry, so now he'll morph into the Tiny. Avalanche comes out, LWW is gonna be killed off, and now they got the damage with the Rolling Thunder to lock down XWI. Primal Roar was used, but it doesn't get them anything, so off that Invis, well, under the sentry and immediately dead. The trade is not well worth it for Aster. Actually works out for Ehome.
That Primal Roar should have been on Pango, I think.
Stop the Rolling Thunder from locking him down.
Thunder. Morph already used Waveform and the full Tiny combo, so
Yeah.
he could not be able to stop Tiny from running away.
A little bit of misuse there for sure. I was surprised that they didn't go for the Pango straight up. They've had some vision, or well, had vision throughout the entirety of the Radiant jungle, and they saw him the entire time, but instead maybe got a little bit greedier and went for the kill on the morph.
Something is so satisfying about watching people farm big Ancient stacks.
I love it. I love when people get efficient with their farming of the camps, when they've got like
kill it one more time so it stacks.
Nether Toxin, or you know, they're using the Psy Blades to splash over. I love it.
Monet has been on this top lane for a very long time. He understands that Keeper of the Lights damage and Nyx Assassin being under-leveled, level 5, that it's not enough damage throughout the Arena of Blood, so he kept farming it. So Beastmaster took those big Ancient stacks going into Helm of the Oh, this is gonna be some sick timing on the Helm.
Avalanche cookie the wrong way, and then Bobica commits to the kisses. So we're rolling Thunder now on top of this Snapfire. He may not see him, but he's... Oh, got him.
He feels him.
Yeah.
Knight, what a move. This is beautifully executed. For a second, I thought they have a vision considering how well he moved.
Yeah, when you lose your sight, your other senses get better, and that was touch for him.
That's Daredevil right there.
Attorney Outlaw.
PQ try to go for a deny. Morphling has way too much damage, sitting at over 100. This bottom tower is still not dead. Beastmaster, I did mention it, Helm of the Overlord. If you get like an Ancient Black Dragon, you can cut the creep wave with it. They don't have the hero that deals well with this Ancient creep. Oh, LWW already used Carapace.
Cool little combo there. Impale into the spear. Trying to take a look at when this is going to come out. Avalanche toss from XWY. They don't get the kill into Zhao Yu. Again, falling short on the damage. And Helm of the Overlord is on its way. They don't have an Ancient Black Dragon camp, but they could stack in just a second to try and get one.
Let's see if he gets this one immediately. Gonna take over Ancient Granite Golem, which will make them tankier, 15% bonus HP.
And then walk away. And boop. Nope. Gets the Ancient Thunderhide. So they just farm that up. Meanwhile, he's got the boar hitting these other creeps, the Hellbear Smasher and the Hellbear.
Hellboar Smashers, because he's hitting them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Definitely
tower
so.
is under attack.
We need a name change.
Deso done on Templar Assassin. Pretty standard build. Dragonlance into Deso, going into Blink Dagger next. Monet, his farm is well, staying on top of the network with his farm.
Kind of imagine what it would have been like if he had taken those Ancient stacks, but I think you're, with the way the lane went, you're more than okay with XXS getting a pre-14-minute Helm of the Overlord. And here comes Zhao Yu Arena, but right into an Avalanche toss. MKS morphs, they've got the spear, XWY dies. LWW will fall in tandem with Knight, so two heroes dead on the side of V-Home. They'll go after Salad, they've got the cookie, they'll lock down the COD on the Melt Strike. Triple kill for Monet, farm or not, he's getting the kills. They're under the Moonlight Shadow and won't get the finishing blow on PickU, but this means the Tier 1 tower bottom's also dead, and Monet bring on the farm.
As soon as he joins the fight, as soon as he finishes the Deso, goes into a fight. 6 Deso charges. We've seen the number, almost 3,000 damage. Pango needs to be careful. He, like, for a second, it thought like a really bad
This
arena.
is MKS. He's in trouble. Arrow following him? No. Just hits a Warpine Raider, and now they've got the spear on the XXS. KS is behind and throws an adaptive strike. These heroes, oh, there's a Golem. Just going right after Knight. This Golem doesn't care. Meanwhile, on the other side, they got LWW.
They can't deal with the Golem. Like, they just don't have enough damage, and they're gonna always have something against the Pango. Rolling Thunder, he gets close to the Beastmaster, will get roared, and the overwhelming damage from Templar Assassin will bring him down.
10K net worth now for Monet.
I thought you were about to say 10K net worth lead. I'm like, there's no way that's happening.
No. But he's got 8 Deso charges already. He just built this. That was a good fight to go on bottom when you pick up the Deso, go, get some charges.
I don't think you can ask for anything better. After picking up Deso, 2 big team fight wins, 2 towers. Roche is gonna be available for them. They know that they don't have enough to deal with this. Zhao Yu does have a Blink Dagger, but this Roshan goes down so quickly. Sentry is already in vicinity, 2 of them, so Nyx Assassin can't get close.
No way in, no way out for Roche. Aegis picked up by Monet, and he will continue to work it. As he's going into the BKB next. Same is for XWY and XXS, so they're looking for the triple BKB timing. And Manta just finished for the Morphling.
Double Brigand's Blade dropped. You definitely want to have this on Pango. For now, MKS is going to hold it, but Pango definitely benefits the most from it.
Dagger of Ristel also dropped, but that, I mean, it does look like a pitchfork. I don't really know if that's a dagger. Oh, they'll go. The spear. Oh, the arena. The combo's not there. Primal Roar, and then the Ancient Granite Golem just wailing on these heroes. They've got 2 rocks that are hitting away at them with Tiny and the Ancient Granite Golem, but they'll take out the Granite Golem. They'll get you, and they'll look for the Mortimer's Kisses that are stopped thanks to the Spike Carapace. Meld Strike, Avalanche onto LWW. They're quickly to get further in. They take out the Nyx Assassin. Morph into the Tiny. Avalanche hits Monet and XWY. It's a double kill for XXS right now. They are staying on eHome, maybe a little bit too close. You gotta understand, XWY, he has a gap close in the blink. So they've stayed. Avalanche tossed. Down goes Salad. He's been tossed.
That's a bit of a roughie. Mars missing the arena. They got the kill on Templar Assassin. Sometimes, you know, taking a fight like this with the heavy investment, you use Rolling Thunder, Vendetta, you need to fall back. Say, this is enough for us. Now Monet is getting closer to his BKB. Once he has a BKB, he's really not afraid of anything. There is enough lockdown for eHome to bring him down from 100 to 0 with the Nyx Assassin Impale into Arena and into a Spear. Boboka's not having a good time. It's one of those games where you know that you're playing into Nyx Assassin, so your Mortimer's Kisses are going to easily be stopped, and you have to deal with it.
Yeah, he got a shard, which upgrades the Fire Staff Cookie, and it's giving him the potential to farm, and I think he's kind of recognized this is going now into the mech, probably just trying to be that heal for the team and the sustain with, I would assume, Guardian Greaves later, but they look over, Impale XWY, ooh, the last right click's not enough! He survives, and now it goes back in. Oh, gosh, salt in the wound. MKS just going down to all Vaster.
I like that XWY understands I don't need Echo Saber in this game. All I care about is getting in, blowing one of these supports with my combo. So BKB is going to definitely help out with that. And I guess he's afraid of a Carapace and Rolling Thunder, getting his mana burn, even Solar Bind to one extent. He does not like to have that on him.
Telling me you don't like no movement speed.
XXS. Scouting things out with the
Solar
Hog.
Bind, Arena Spear. They've got the Ancient Black Dragon throwing down a Fireball, but that Fireball will not do much. They're firefighters out here on eHome, and they will extinguish the fire of XXS.
Big kill. I'm not sure what that was. He was, I guess, trying to play with PQ. He was close to it, but no other heroes. So roar into arrow, maybe get a quickie, get in and out, but needs to be more careful. 6k gold lead for Team Aster.
Yeah, working with a big lead here, and now down over bottom. Knight, okay.
Monet's too good. He's actually too good. He has BKB finished, double BKB now on Aster. Tiny has one done.
He died so fast. 14 now on that Deso. I don't really know what you do against that. Monet is just too farmed. XWY. What's he got? Blink, his BKB. So BKB, almost BKB, and almost BKB on the 3 cores. Yeah. So Beastmaster, he needs no more gold. He's got the gold. So triple BKB timing. Here it is.
What a timing. What a sync.
All coming in together.
This type of a sync up doesn't happen often, where you have 3 BKBs finished in the matter of 30 seconds.
Seriously. Triple fusion here. You know, all to combine together into the strengths of Monet XY. Totally works. Bottom lane, tier 2. It's gonna go down pretty quickly. They've got little Shredder, they have the Deso, they have this Ancient Black Dragon. It's just an easy tower, nothing.
We'll take an outpost. They can take one fight and then wait for next Roche. Smoke coming out from them. Monet gonna TP to the top lane. So both outposts are already taken.
Yeah, they traded those towers. As much as they took it for free, it was, well, without any contest. Gem, and it's on the Tiny, I believe. Ravage. LWW looking for a high five now. That's a little ambitious. You're not leaving so fast. Monet, another kill, putting him up to 16 on the Deso. Deso Watch 2023 is really moving along.
It's a full Hurricane Pike now on Templar Assassin. The gem pickup's really big. They're gonna be able to devord, see this Nyx Assassin. It's actually Boboka who bought it.
Yeah, it was passed over to the Tiny for a second, I think, because he was the one at the front for that one, and then it got passed back to Boboka. Which is interesting. And meanwhile, was that... Who just had that axe keyed? Oh, Tiny. There we go. I was like, Snapfire's never going to get the gold for that. But XWI going into the tree volley, of course. See that a lot with these core Tinies, and usually a Daedalus after that.
Was thinking about getting the back to Echo Saber and then disassemble it to have a little bit more mana sustain. Seems like it's going to be Ags after all.
MKS.
I trust
Getting closer and closer to his Scotty, but also wants an Ags after that.
Keeper of the Light got found.
Yeah, Salad killed again and minced this time.
They're going to go for high ground. I mean, he needs to buy back immediately. They don't have that much push when it comes down to killing the creep wave immediately. Pango is there. He still has Arcane Rune. What is he building into? Blink Dagger picked up. No shard yet. Trying to buy a Lotus Orb for himself to reflect. Roar back to Beastmaster.
Midnight. BKB, toss up into the air, and that means he's not getting out with the BKB there for XWI. They have the control. LWW, no Spike Carapace. This time the kisses do the work. No, it's actually still Monet that gets the kill.
And he drops the gem back to Boboka.
Salad.
He bought back 67 seconds. Roche respawning. Let's see if it's going to be a short spawn. Minute and 30 seconds. All right, eHome are liked by Gaben. He's not going to end the game immediately. He's going to give them another shot.
Yeah, waiting for Salad to respawn, but this is a healthy Aster team. They've been eating a lot of Salad. 6 deaths on this Coddle.
Yeah, didn't really feel the influence of Coddle this time around. Does have a Spirit Vessel charge, which deals well with the refraction. Stops the Blink Daggers from going off, but pretty similar, I would say, to what happened in Game 2 when they had a Broodmother and she built a Spirit Vessel. Like, not very effective. This item got nerfed way too many times.
Yeah, for sure. The nerfs just... they hurt so much sometimes. Make you feel pretty weak overall. What would be your nerf if you were nerfed yourself? What would they have to nerf about you? Your puns?
Yeah, when it comes to casting, sure. And then I'll have nothing left. I'd be like zero
unplayable.
0 intelligence, 1
no.
strength. My agility also dropping low as I get older.
+1 base damage.
Monet.
Roche up soon, and they're all set.
He knows something is up. Both of these lanes are getting pushed in. One by Ancient Black Dragon, one by Monet.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Just letting the Ancient Black Dragon push in bottom. These heroes are staying, these heroes committing. This time, they're going to try and bait out the Invis rune. This didn't work out for the last team that tried to bait a rune. Let's see if it works out for them this time. The arena's up, they'll go and get the kill on XWI, so it's going to start out pretty well. The Rolling Thunder is going to be stopped to the Primal Roar. Boboka still caught inside the arena. The gem's on the deck, but they get it into the hands of Piku. They start to leave on the side of eHome. Kisses. Night. Dead. He'll go to sleep with a good night kiss.
That trap slowing him down. Buyback from XWI. He says sorry. I'm not sure if they want to give him the Aegis this time around. It's much better to have it on Templar Assassin because she's the one who's going to be sieging. But the instant buyback from XWY, they didn't get anything out of his buyback. Still a big win for Aster. 16k gold lead. Now you have silence on your traps as well.
Gosh, Daedalus. Oh, gosh. That with the silence from the psionic traps and the Deso at 20. Oh, God, Salad.
Was that 3-shot?
Yeah. Never seen someone eat a salad so quickly.
Now Meld dispels talent level 20 against Solar Bind, against Spirit Vessel, Disarm from Pango. Once Templar Assassin hits that level 20, I remember when Templar Assassin was literally not playable if game goes longer than 30-35 minutes before. Like, that was pre-talents, so you're like, we gotta end the game. The hero's not gonna get any bigger.
Yeah. Well, it feels like he still has room to grow, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not stopping.
Now you can get the Shard Axe, level 25 talents, the 7 Refraction instances is pretty nuts. Even the other talents, once you get to level 30. He was holding a Mindbreaker. We'll get Enchanted Quiver delivered to him.
4-man Smoke and Broken. They've got the Moonlight Shadow. Swashbuckle up on the high ground, blink down low. Toss, Avalanche hitting on 2. They've got the axes coming over, and the damage on a LWW to get the kill on a 1 at least. It's 18,000 net worth lead. No real punchback from Eho.
They also proc on this on Pango. He's trying to protect themselves against Beastmaster, Primal Roar, and Templar Assassin overwhelming damage. And now without E on this, he just might die.
They'll go in. They've got the arena. It's around on 4 with BKBs being popped around by all 3 cores on the side of Aster. They'll turn it around with the Primal Roar onto Zhao Yu. They've got themselves 1 kill. They look at MKS. The cookie is perfect. And MKS drops. He's dead for 52. He's got buyback and probably forced to use it. There it is immediately. Impale, Spirit Vessel, Monet on the run, and he's low. There goes that Aegis.
That's a way too deep. Buyback from MKS. Let's see if they can get another one.
Got the disarm to start, but oh, Impale from such a range. And then the cookie just to leave. They don't want to chase.
It was supposed to be like at least set of barracks there, but MKS buys back. Monet going Madman mode, jumping underneath the tier 4 towers. Good Impale from Nyx. Man, Beastmaster, I don't know where XXS is getting the gold from. We've seen these Beastmasters being super farmed. I remember the other day when 33 was playing Beastmasters, constantly on top of the network. He has Assault Curious and has another 1,000 gold saved up.
It just keeps coming. And his name's not even Monet. He gets all the gold.
A good one, B-Cop.
Thank you. It's compliment from the highest. The highest authority of jokes.
Bubblecat will break the smoke.
On the high ground, but they know where he is. Spear, BKB, Primal Roar, all the way out. Zhao Yu, whoo! See ya! They get the kill on a Zhao Yu. They'll look over at MKS. You bought back before? Well, you're dead again, sir.
They might call
LWW falls. Knight with a TP out. Aeon Disc. He'll survive and back into the base.
Bubblecat, what a spot to be in. They try to go, like, they can't even get close. Every one of them, but they start attacking him, uses the Ogre's Seal Totem, very cool tier 3 item, and then uses a cookie plus a Guardian Greaves. These barracks with AC plus Deso Lil Shredder, they melt. I want to see if they go for the last push because they know Morphin doesn't have a buyback. Seems like it's going to be another set of barracks.
Glyph. Defense is tough. There goes the tier 3 tower. And another set of racks. Avalanche tossed up into the air. Melt Strike. Take him out. And GG. Yeah, I mean, a little bit anticlimactic, but at the end of the day, Monet with the perfect game. And Aster overall just dominating the side of V-Home. They had a little cucumber, a little feta, onions, some olives, and they were just killing Salad every single time. And
there was no real threat for this Templar Assassin throughout this whole game. Like, they needed Pango to rotate plus Mars early on.
Yeah.
Monet was sitting at the top lane for like 15 minutes. This usually doesn't happen, and as soon as he got his Deso, TP's back to the bottom lane, they get the triple kill, they get the tower, proceed to move to the mid lane, they take another tower into Roche. Pretty clean execution from Team Aster, textbook example. On the other side, eHome, I did mention that they had a little bit of a different draft than what they usually have. A bit of a slower start. This is Keeper of the Light, Nyx Assassin. These two heroes can't really move around the map. I guess a lot of was on Pango's shoulders, and they got 1 or 2 kills in the laning stage pre-10 minutes, which did slow him down. He was supposed to be the playmaker for eHome. Never happened.
Yeah, it was just once that Deso fight happened, it
game-
felt game over, right? What do you do? Where's your answer? I don't think there was any. It just felt like Aster just counting the cash, counting the money, and counting the gold, the towers, everything. There was nothing they could do, and you got to regroup. Go to Game 2. Hopefully you can even the series if you're eHome, but Aster with a dominant Game 1 performance and breaking it down more. Got the panel. Over to you guys.
Thank you guys so much. Syndrome over there. Is this how you
That's
expected?
me. That's me.
That's you. That's you. I don't know why I got thrown off. Aster coming out on top here. They get the win. I actually did want to ask you, Keza. You wanted to see eHome come in. You wanted them to have an aggressive lineup. You're like, this is their strength. This is how they can win. And then we had Salad on Coddle.
Yeah, that didn't work out, did it? I think
What happened, Kazu?
They did the wrong type of fast. They didn't go for the heroes that play fast. They went for the heroes that move fast.
And the heroes that stack the triangle really fast with Coddle.
Yes, and
You
lose
didn't clarify.
fast to Aster.
Just fast.
You're not going to explain anything else?
I will let them talk for a bit,
Okay.
and then I'll
All right,
get back to
Lizard.
it.
Yeah, I'll start it off with the fact that they didn't pick what me and Sint were asking for.
Yeah, then it's over,
the
basically.
problem.
That's already done.
That's it. They just picked Kotal and they put it on position 4. We want to see these heroes that can actually play fast, not move fast, as we talked about. Heroes that can start engagements, that can go in. But they didn't get that. Not on Salad, at least. Nyx Assassin, he had a couple of really good fights in which he sets things up with a good carapace, like the fight around the rune in the Rosh pit. But at that point, Aster is way too far ahead. Why? Because their draft just works that way. On one side, you have a Morphling that's literally doing nothing for 30 minutes. On the other, you have a TA Beastmaster Snapfire lane that's just taking one objective after another, and Roshan falls in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I think Aster also did a really good job identifying the pace of this game, and they just started stacking Ancients really early. So they have Beastmaster farming Ancients. He farmed a triple stack early. TA was free farming top lane plus 2 jungle camps. And as long as the waves are pushed out all the time, it's kind of hard for eHome to organize moves that kill a TA with the lineup that they have. That might be what Aster identified to pick this TA over some of the other options we talked about, is that she's harder to kill. So they need to bring Nyx plus probably 2 more heroes in order to kill her, because nobody breaks through Refraction here. Pango has Swashbuckle that deals, I think, is it 4 instances of damage, if I'm not mistaken?
Should be 4. Maybe 5 if you go through him.
Yeah, so it's a really tough kill for them if there's any sort of backup. And obviously an added benefit of playing TA and Beast is you have so much vision. You put traps everywhere, put a sentry there, you'll see Nyx move in, Beastmaster's covering the other half. Just textbook stuff. I mean, I keep getting more and more impressed by Aster. I feel they're just the team right now in this region. Just outstanding.
How did you feel, Kazu? Just the support duo in general for eHome, the Coddle, and the Nyx. Were you just the duo wasn't it for you, or it was more like Salad on the Coddle? I know there's a lot of other things to it, but it's you explained in the pre-show what we've seen eHome have a lot of success on is Salad having those initiations, getting into fights, and having.
So I think that this support duo it can work, but I think against a team like Aster, I think that they may have abused it to the max. You have summons, you have vision with the traps, more things to push out the waves. So I would like to see Salad on a more aggressive hero so that they can also group up together. Because like you guys were saying, I think it was really hard for them to do that. I also think Aster played incredible. Monet was just farming top for the whole time. Once he was available, helped his team to go bottom, take the bot tower, win a team fight, go with Deso, then take Roche. Textbook gameplay from start to finish.
I feel like if you're going for this hard carry such as Morphling, and you're playing versus Aster, you need to reserve that spot for the ultimate last pick. And You make sure that it's going to be a really good game in which you have the ultimate win condition in your hard carry.
Yeah.
And if you get there, you will win. The problem is you pick it a little bit too soon. They just change. They change the pace of the game. They change the way they play instantly with one single pick with that TA. And the worst thing is, it's not like they picked TA into a draft which didn't look good for a TA. Like everything else, the 4 other heroes fit perfectly with her.
If you had to pull it apart, and if you had to say one bad thing about Astra's heading to a break, what would it be?
They should have won 1 minute earlier if they didn't make that one mistake 5 minutes in top.
How dare they?
Did they make any mistakes?
Barely.
Not really.
No, I'm putting you on the spot.
I should have just said nothing.
So
Great.
I want to add one more thing for eHome,
Okay.
just because there's one thing that I really would like to see them do in the second game that they've had success with. They were picking DP for a reason. They used it to get towers and have some sort of map pressure. This lineup does not take buildings at all.
Yeah.
It's very slow, and that's playing Astra's game. So I don't only want to see Salad on a Tusk or on a Clock, because I don't think if he was one of those heroes this game, they would have lost anyway. That wouldn't have been enough. I want to see the DP, I want to see a Dragon Knight, I want to see Nature's Prophet if they can get their hands on it, something like that, to try to break the map apart and not let Astra roll like this.
Alright, well, we'll jump to a break. When we come back for game 2, we'll see if any of those heroes pop up in eHome's lineup. Ehum versus Aster, game number 1, going that way of Aster. They secured it, and in a very clean fashion that we've seen Aster turn up every time with. In game number 2, are we really expecting anything different?
No.
Yeah, that's what I...
That's
Wait,
untrue.
but no.
You're expecting
Yeah,
Ehum.
I was going to say you were. You said coming into this series...
I had so much
you were
faith
like,
in them.
Ehum are going to be favored in this series.
Well, I will still tell you guys
Quote
all the
unquote.
good things that eHome have to do.
Okay.
But Aster are pretty damn good, and they have their hands on little cool hero, and they're going for a fire draft again. Look at this.
Oh my gosh, wait, they have Lina and Ember?
Yeah.
Oh, holy moly. You're going to need some copium to really have belief
Gonna
in
need some
the
ice for that.
They need Morphling now, right?
Need some water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you reckon Ehum should just
You
go
reckon
full...
they're gonna pick Morphling?
What else
No.
do they need? Morphling, what else? What else
Kunkka?
water-wise?
Kunkka?
Kunkka?
Oh, Kunkka is the most water-themed hero, actually.
Yeah,
You can make
water
a whole
park.
water park.
Yeah.
Tide Hunter?
Isn't Morphling?
Tidehunter eggs.
Sure.
It's quite a lot of water.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Morphling.
I mean, he stops being water. He turns into other people.
That's true.
Because he knows
that's-
water
no,
sucks.
But
no,
he's
that's-
water,
don't
it's
skill it.
still water-based
No,
though.
he should just not skill
He
it.
changes water molecules to be other.
Listen up, Kizu. They got Marcy. How do we enable that, and how do we stop it as Aster?
I mean, I think for Aster, something they even have done before and they like, I think, is to have either A, counterplay against Marcy, like that goes through BKB, or B, heroes that give like armor to Lina. I know I think I mentioned this when, I don't know if it was the last game or the series before, but that's something that I could see them do, because it kind of allows your... It just furthermore enables your win condition against a hero like Marcy. And I think if you're eHome, they should turn this game into like a chaos type of game that they've done in other times where they have like multiple jumps. I know that T-Governor loves his clockwork if he's watching, which maybe he's not. But if he was, he would probably be like, there's your big clockwork here.
Because it's a game.
It's a
Oh
game.
my gosh, oh my gosh.
Every game is a good clock game.
Yeah.
If you're T-Governor, yeah.
Yep.
You know what? No flaming
I'm not
analysts
flaming.
when they're not on the panel. Don't bring them up,
No, he's
Kezu.
just a good
Keep
clock player.
T-Governor's name out of your mouth.
All right. What can I say?
The
I
man
mean,
just
I'd rather not
loves...
talk about him, so sounds good to me.
That's so mean. Singe, you can talk about the draft then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alina
us.
Ember.
Okay,
Surely
so-
we can touch on Alina Ember.
Right, so obviously the trade-off here is that you give away first pick Alina, which pretty much nobody does right now because it's that powerful. But the trade-off you get your favorite hero in Marcy, and you get Rubik to steal Light Strike Array, which is very, very good. Obviously the problem is these two heroes that eHome have don't really catch Ember whatsoever. So I think you really need somebody on eHome's lineup to be able to set something up so Marcy can connect. Marcy can kill Lina really fast if she gets on top of her, but I think somebody else has to do the first bit of initiation.
So,
Nyx,
clockwork.
Nyx could be a pick again, but I don't know about the laning. That's
I
my
think
concern.
Nyx could be good, but then it has to be... It would have to be in the safe lane,
Yeah,
right?
like
With a
some-
different hero.
5 Nyx with a different hero on the safe
Yeah.
lane. And some ranged heroes for them would be pretty solid as well.
I'm pretty sure Lisa just said what you said,
Yeah.
literally word for word.
And I was
It
gonna
was like
continue.
an echo.
And I was gonna continue.
Yes, let's hear it.
Like,
I think Nyx safe lane is a 5.
do you think the Disruptor plus Drow here could work, or some ranged, or is Ember a deterrent for that?
10
Like,
seconds.
I'm
Take it
looking at Lina and I'm thinking, okay, they didn't go for Nyx. There are heroes that get on top of her. They banned out something like Spectre. There's something like Slark as well left in the pool. Or you can try and outrange her. Like we've seen what Sniper and Drow being picked into that. So
I don't know if I like Drow. I don't think Drow fits eHome's lineup that well with what she wants. She wants frontline. She wants people to just be a wall. They don't really have that. Marcy, I wouldn't consider a frontliner in that traditional sense. She's not inherently very tanky. She just goes in and kills someone really fast rather than tanking in the front line for like 20 seconds. So I like the sniper idea probably a bit more because I think he can cover himself a little bit better than Drow can. But I would rather see something than neither hero. There's the Sven, by the way, has a good call. Together with Caudle as well. This is two good
Makes
chakra
sense.
targets, both Ember and Sven.
Thank you.
Good work.
You're praising me. Thanks.
So what melee carry can go in on Lina or Ember and get things started is the question without
10
Spectre and
seconds
Void.
remaining.
Those were like the two prime candidates. So PA is not going to work, I feel.
Still
The enemy
Slark
heroes
in
will
the
have
phone.
too much armor. I think Slark is going to have a similar problem. He's going to be fighting into a lot of AoE damage, and he doesn't kill fast enough in this game.
They banned Void, actually.
Yeah, Void would have been nice, I think.
You know, these guys are good. They actually
They're
know
good.
what they want in a
They really know what to do.
Void would have been a pretty sick pick, but, you know.
I mean, I don't know. Do you think Lina or Drow or Sniper is better? I think Sniper is probably better and is the better option of the two, but I just think neither looks great.
If you can, I would prefer if you can find a melee hero that can get on top of them, because I think you want this multiple form of initiation in this game. But if you can't find one of those that feels good, then I think your next go-to is probably the Sniper.
What is it that we're missing here when it comes to melee heroes?
Okay, I like this.
This is what Tundra did, right?
Tundra ran this. Dragon Knight with Blink Dagger. That's a setup to get on top of the Lina. Expecting the lane matchup against Ember should be a wash. Both heroes just farm.
Yep.
And you needed that instant initiation that you talked about, right? Like now you have Lift, you also have Dragon Tail, followed up by Disruptor's ulti. Yeah, feels like it's fairly enough against the Ember at least.
Oh, Zhao 8. Zhao 8. Oops, my bad. That's RTK.
I was like, the coach.
Yeah, no, he is he's got an idea. He's telling them right now, yo, we're banning this. I want that. At least, you know, I can.
Oh, Monkey King was actually not a bad idea either.
Yeah,
that's really good.
It's like some OG Caudle lane counter. You always mischief as well. You get on top of him. You also get on top of the Lina. Yeah, it's a good ban.
What if he bans next? Also be a really good
10
one.
seconds remaining.
No way to know.
Just sit here and wait.
5
Techie's ban
seconds remaining.
incoming.
Melee hero, get on top of them.
Is there, like, if you're thinking out of the box, something that buys Blink Dagger? His melee doesn't have innate mobility, but buys Blink early on.
Carry. No, so Tiny's also banned because that could have actually worked too.
Yeah, they just ban out the Blink.
What is that?
Don't worry.
Lina? First?
No. Yeah.
I can't read. Aster are picking first, right? Like they have to show their offlane.
Yes.
Because Ehoma second pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Chaos Knight?
That's what I think can be. You're talking for Ehome, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if it's good against Aster's last pick, yeah, then it can work.
Do you want to speculate on Aster's last pick then? Because we feel a little bit stumped for E-Homes.
Hero that lanes with Caudle can enable. Pango is not in the pool. Mars is not in the pool.
What are you looking for? What does this hero need to have?
Like, they already have a bit of poke with the Ember, something that goes in first, gives you vision. Any sort of frontliner for the Lina would be solid in my opinion.
I think Timber's good.
Timber?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how much Aster. I mean, XXS does
I like Visage or Brew. Okay, they banned Brew.
I like Visage maybe.
I have a bit of a problem with Timber because so he can frontline, but I feel like he doesn't offer that much more other than that.
He's
like
not a wall, he's just kind of making space somewhere, right?
Can you find something that is annoying, can be in the front, but also builds auras? That's why I'm maybe looking a little bit at the Visage. That's one.
Visage is 2.
Yes.
Just keep it going.
How many more heroes
I
can you
still
guys
think-
name?
Legion. That works. I like that more than any of the ones
That's
we
a
suggested.
purge for the Lina as well if she gets stunned by Dragon Tail. It offers some more protection. And it gives Lina attack speed, something she really needs because she only has 450,000.
Yeah.
So what's another 100?
100% win rate.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
That's in this region, I believe. That's status.
Yeah, it's probably picked one game, right?
Yeah.
Pick rate 2.5%. That's 1 in 40 games. That sounds about right.
5 seconds remaining.
Quick maths.
Yep.
That
Quick
was
maths.
some good maths. Why can't you do Sint?
You're right.
Predict
Ask good
E-Home's-
questions.
Yeah, predict Ehome's last pick.
Predict Knight's next opponent. Dude, I don't know. I feel like they're a bit. I think the best thing I can come up with now is probably Ursa.
I was thinking the same. This pick seems a bit hard.
We've seen a couple of teams go for a troll, but I don't like it. and
There's
it
a
didn't
lot of
work.
Not good against Lina.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have built-in
But
region, you're
they
gonna
actually
get
picked it into the Lina.
Yeah,
Like multiple times. I'm not sure why. They go for the Battle Fury Blink build and thinking like, yeah, we'll get on top of her and just destroy her, but usually it just doesn't work that way.
It's Dragon Knight carrying, they pick a new mid.
That would be very crazy.
That would be kind of wild.
I just think Ursa, right? The lane matchup against Legion's good. You have someone that can jump on Lina, get a basher, try to get the fast kill. It's
They go with the Drow. They all the way back.
Drow
Like,
DK.
so the reason we called out Drow earlier, at least my opinion is, with Disruptor it's one of the stronger lanes. Like that's it. You outrange the Lina, sort of. You can itemize for her, right? You get the Gust as well versus the Ember. It's solid. It gives you some synergy with the Marcy.
Mhm.
Sidekick is nice on draw as well. So
We also give the aura to Dragon Knight when he's in Elder Dragon form, which is really nice for him. So, I mean, in isolation, I look at eHome's picks, and their lineup looks really nice. It looks like a great lineup. It has
And then you
synergy
see
with itself.
Lina.
It makes sense to play.
And
I just don't think it counters Lina. That's the problem. And that's the problem I have in a lot of drafts when we see Lina, is that teams are picking good drafts, but does it beat Lina? And I don't know about this one.
Down to execution.
Yeah, it really is.
We have to head over to our casters though, so very quickly, Lizard.
I'll go with Aster. I see the draw. I see the reasoning, but yeah.
You
My boys
abstaining?
eHome. This is the one.
This is the one.
They got it.
Copium.
This is the one.
Copium. All right, Kez is going to run back to the green room. He's going to have some more of that copium. You can already hear it. And we're going to jump over to the Casters B-Corp and the Cost for game number 2.
Thank you very much. Kezu, save me some. Thank you. Appreciate that. Coming into game number 2, what are your thoughts, Lacoste?
XXS Legion Commander. This guy, yeah, he's one of the best, if not the best Legion Commander out there. He's been playing this hero when the hero was not good. It's a good way to... It's a last pick Legion for Team Aster, which does provide him with some save for Lina, the spell mechanic, and also in the laning stage against the Disruptor, this hero you get a lot of value. Disruptor doesn't get to use the Thunder Strike because you purge it immediately. Might struggle a little bit because he's playing into 2 ranged heroes, but knowing the way XXS plays, look at his itemization. Bottle, Boots Bottle, that's what he has queued up. I don't think I've seen Bottle from the offlane in a very long time. I'm not sure if he wants to commit to it.
Yeah, he's kind of come off that build, Boots Bottle. He's now Treads Wand with the switch. Also, you know, they're putting Monet on a similar hero than the first, right?
Never mind, I was looking at the Ember Spirit. My bad. I was sitting down, clicked on the Ember Spirit. They look almost the same. Has some redness. Yeah, they actually kind of look the same.
Stormhammer hits 2, but it's a 5v5. Everybody here, we've seen this before with the Illuminates. That's a 5-man Illuminate. Rebound away from Zhao Yu. Ooh.
Quick, check the damage. I want to see the damage done by heroes. It's going to be Keeper of the Light. Probably 1,000.
Hey!
Yeah.
753.
Not bad. Not bad. Some
Let's go
big
again.
numbers. It's definitely hard to fight into what they got. Sven Stun into another LSA, into Blast.
Yeah, it seems as though with the right combos, you're just going to be forever locked. And especially in this top lane. Lina Sven we've seen, I think, but once before in our coverage. Maybe twice, but I remember it just being absolutely dirty in terms of a lane. In terms of a lane and a Lina. And it is just like, what do you do in this off lane with Marcy and Rubik?
It's not the strongest lane. Marcy has been played as an off-lane hero. Nowadays, we've seen some position 5 coming out from Team Secret the other day. Not very successful, but the hero was successful in the Chinese region when PSG LGD played against eHome. It was the hero that was picked 3 out of 3 games and scales really well once she gets that BKB. Armlet depends whether you want to get Armlet or not. Looking at the mid lane, it's just a farm fest for both of these heroes. They're gonna try to play aggressive, level 1, level 2, put pressure. But once you get a point in another point in Flame Guard, with point in Dragon Blood, second point in Dragon Blood, this lane is kind of a snooze fest.
Right. Well, less of a snooze fest, I would say, is the top lane. But hold on, under the tower, and XWY to get some damage. So is Knight, though, and is the trade really what you want? Everything on cooldown for XWY. Meanwhile, rebound top, Salad low, but he went early boots tangos. Fade Bolt thrown over, Piku in trouble. One more right click? No, he's got a Fairy Fire. So that'll keep him healthy enough, and he'll also south.
Nightmare for our observer. You see 5 heroes with low HP. You're like, do I go mid? Do I go top? How's the bottom lane doing? XXS as expected, going for that Presti attack. So Disruptor not getting too much out of that Thunderstrike value. And look at that damage.
Yeah. Not fun. Bobica doesn't get the Courier. Short needed one more right click, but still charging up the Illuminates. That won't hit. And Piku trying to get the pull off up top while this bottom lane's getting pressured. And you see Piggy gets the pull, or a half pull, which is always fine. And I wonder when they're going to start to really move forward. Probably level 3. I feel like they certainly could get it done if you're at a position for both, actually.
It's a lot of pressure on MKS. He has no regen left whatsoever, is bringing some tangos on the courier. There is a healing self and tango on LWW, but okay. Thunderstrike just to stop the pull. Heavy commitment. And Boboka will farm all of that. This is a build that Boboka has been going for when he's playing Coddle. Headress, you know that he's getting mech later on, and he's been farming a lot of jungle creeps. Ooh, 50 HP on MKS. He needs like 3 hits.
Oh,
yeah.
13 health.
Second raid, maybe if second raid band was not delivered there, it got a bit of an extra HP, a bit of extra armor, and ate a tango, so it like kicked in for a second. Maybe it would be enough, but looked like 3 hits.
Yeah, so gets that salve, heals up a little bit, but he is soaking up a lot of damage. And with you talking about how Boboka is going into the mech, we've seen a lot of offlaners go for mech. Legion, not one of those heroes that wants to do that, though. So definitely, you're keeping the sustainability of a future Guardian Greaves, right? But you're not losing it. You're losing the timing, but you're still gaining, I would say, XXS on Legion.
Boboka is one of the position 4s that tend to get greedy on certain heroes. Keeper of the Light, definitely that one. But XXS, he already knows what he's going for. Power Treads, Blink Dagger, BKB. Usually we don't see those many items lined up. Might throw in a Blade Mail if he feels like it, but playing with Keeper of the Light does allow him to play very aggressive in the lane, has this constant mana sustain.
God, Illuminate hit them both. They're just constantly sitting at low health. Another set of tangos for MKS. And that is certainly not what you want if you're the side of eHome. And now Telekinesis thrown back on a Monet. Xiao Yu sitting low as well. Everybody but mid is really sitting low at all times, right?
Pretty much. Another Sven stun available. Monet, Falcon Blade finished. Pretty standard stuff coming out from Lina. I don't think you need to theory craft anything about build on Lina. It's been done. Get that Maelstrom, farm the Ancients, get a BKB, into Boots of Travel, join a fight once the BKB is up.
Yeah, it's really been perfected, right? Falcon Blade with all of what you just said, and you know, from there it just feels simple. It's just for Monet. I think it's just his comfort, right? TA to Lina. Nothing really quite different between the two in terms of farming style. And then fighting style afterwards. Once you get that Laguna Blade, you could really start to just blow up heroes and move around the map, especially once you get that Maelstrom you're farming up real nice.
Courier has been killed.
Who's that courier? MKS dropping it as it came over. And also a D-ward for Boboka, so a good amount of gold coming his way. Level 5 for MKS is XXS.
Every single time he gets close. Overwhelming odds. In your face. Level 5 on Legion Commander. Boboka doing a very good job staying away from that XP and trying to burn some more raindrops on this Draw Ranger. Rotation from Salad on a mid lane. First the Dragon Form usage with the Catapult. Boboka's gonna mimic it.
He'll come over, he doesn't have a lot of mana to play with, but he'll look for the Illuminate, does some damage over tonight, and XWY will be safe with that.
Boboka TP'd mid just so he can use Chakra Magic on himself. And it's going back to bottom. Value.
Stormhammer, Monet, LSA, and now Xiao Yu. Well, he doesn't have a Rubik to rebound off of. Needs creeps to come over and finally gets them, and the right clicks won't be enough, but they knew what the idea was, especially with no second hero, the creep wave not near. They had a chance to get a kill if they maybe put it together a little bit better.
Rubik might be in trouble. They also do see Xiao Yu.
Stormhammer on both.
Stun.
That means LSA on both. Oh, they're going to get themselves the Marcy. Now they look for Salad. Telekinesis will keep him alive. just by the skin of his teeth as it's first blood again for Monet.
This observer ward providing them vision. They should probably know something is up the way PQ initiated there.
Yeah, he just went for it.
And also this Sven pick, we didn't mention it, but against Marcy, against the Dragon Knight, and mostly Drow Ranger, providing your whole team with an extra armor is going to be huge.
MKS TPing back down to the tier 1 as he picks up that ring of health. Didn't even want to risk walking back past the river.
MKS with ring.
Knight. Stormhammer, there's a regen. Searing Chains, Breathe Fire. XWY is going to bottle up the regen. They're going to continue to chase. Remnant over, Illuminate hits Salad. These two heroes sitting pretty low over mid, but the damage is a little bit lacking to get a kill onto the Dragon Knight.
It's a lot of long distance poking with Illuminate, Searing Chains, overwhelming odds. They can keep the distance. LWW.
Oh, Remnant's back.
Outplayed.
XWY getting a solo kill there on the Disruptor. Leaving the lane open right now for Bobica, who's sitting level 5. Should be able to get to an earlier 6. And he's got 900 gold saved up. So can only assume when that mech's going to get here is pretty soon. Stormhammer, Telekinesis, but a Laguna Blade and a right click from Monet to get another kill. Aster already 3,000 net worth ahead, and they're going bottom. They want MKS. There's nowhere for him to go except around these trees and into the creeps. He's blocked for a moment. XWY now here with Bobica and XXS. The duel, the Illuminate, and the winner, Chicken Dinner.
This is also going to be a tower. I'm a little surprised that MKS decided to stay bottom. Usually Drow Rangers want to get 6, get out of the lane. He's level 7, so 7.5, so surprised that he was still there. I think his place should be in a triangle. Also having this Ring of Health because of the constant spam, it's an investment that I don't think it's going to pay off in a game like this. Because eventually he's thinking about getting the Lincoln Sphere, but that's 30 minutes after.
That's pretty cool from XWY. Keeps him close, but maybe keeps him in a little bit too much damage range. He'll Remnant back. Just, you know, we've talked about it a couple times because we've seen Drow lanes kind of go this way. The recovery is never that great. It's tough to get back into these games, but what's the route in doing so? Is the game more now on Knight?
He needs to pick up the Blink Dagger and move around the map. Problem is Legion Commander has a Blink Dagger and 100 gold. Jesus.
Oh my god, the farm is... How does XXS do this? We were just talking about it last game.
Oh, that's what I mentioned before the game started. He's the best Legion Commander player out there.
And they're going to go. They'll get the kill on a PQ using that Unleash. So Monet will hide, knows the power of the Marcy.
Monet has 10 minutes. Falcon Blade, Maelstrom on Lina. There are no stacks in the triangle right now for Monet. Seems like they want to take this fight. Monet's sticking around.
So XXS finished the armlet.
Okay. Not gonna question it. He did have casual gloves.
Oh, LSA hits as they jump in. They want Monet. They don't have the Unleash this time, so the damage is really lacking. Zhao Yu needs to now leave. They've got Laguna Blade if they can find themselves. The Marcy may not even need it. The Illuminate just misses. The wings don't clip. But Marcy's wings may be clipped out as they're trying to get out of this one with the rebound. Knight ends up dying. Zhao Yu able to just survive rebounding out.
It was only with Bobica who
I say that.
did have a spirit form.
Searing Chains to kill off Zhao Yu.
Keeper of the Light does have like 2 good heroes to play with. Number 1, Ember Spirit, of course, with the Searing Chains, lower the cooldown on all of his abilities, the Slight. And this is going to be another tower. The second one is Legion Commander, but XXS, he's like, see you guys, I can feel you can take this game 4 versus 5, having this armlet, going into Blink Dagger next. He's going to be super tanky. Damage output on E-Homes is very limited. They need to heavily commit with Unleash, Dragonite form, Rubik with something big stolen. Not sure what that big is. There's some nice spells to steal, like Sven Stun, Overwhelming Odds. Maybe Illuminate. Other than that, it's pretty mediocre.
Yeah,
LSA, never mind. LSA is still there.
There are options to get some stuns out, and we've seen Rubik's kind of go off, stuns out, guns out. But a lot easier to do when you have a stronger team in front of you, one that's not down 5K this early.
Aster has some really good front line as well for Lina. You have Sven that provides you armor, Legion with the Dispel mechanic, Keeper of the Light with the mech that we talked about.
Here they go, looking for the Storm Hammer that's over onto the Drow. They get the glimpse, the Static Storm, so there's no way for him to avoid that glimpse this time, but LWW in trouble. And there's the duel with an easy victory for XXS. 2 for 2, 20 damage.
Ehome losing too much of a map right now. This is the Drow Ranger that is sitting at 0-1-0. They might find another one. It's Dragonite, way too tanky.
So they've got themselves the semifinal score, right? 7-1, giving them the Brazil.
Yeah, and both cores on side of Aster going for Maelstrom. Very effective. Dragonite has a lot of armor. Drow Ranger, a lot of agility, which means a lot of armor as well. So you don't care about that armor with the procs.
Where do you go if you're Ehome? It's not just the Drow doing poorly either. It's all 3 cores. This might do it for them.
Big kill.
If they can lock them down enough and take out XWY, which they do, MKS, he gets a good amount of gold. That really helps him back. And stealing the Stormhammer. That's exactly what you wanted. And they're going to try and start with that. They've got the glimpse, but where is your help? Nowhere.
He glimpsed him back for the lulz.
Trying to get a high five. But Pikiu, well, he's not friendly enough to give that high five back. He won't oblige. As Salad comes over, he's got the Storm Hammer like we saw a moment ago. But still nobody here. They're all towards top. They've got Marcy farming. Zhao Yu going into the BKB. He's 1,800 gold away from that. So, see what he can get as XXS gets together with Pikiu. And are you a little surprised that maybe Aster aren't looking for a fight again? Or
they will now. Now that Legion Commander picked up the Blink Dagger, they're definitely going to go look for something. And Rubik sounds like a juicy one.
Blink, dual, Stormhammer, the damage is there. They'll get another victory, this time with an extra 8 damage thanks to the level 10 talent. And that is now 38 damage for XXS, but Knight going the other way. He's got the Dragon Tail, the Static Storm committed. Sven's pretty tanky, the right clicks in from the Lina. Knight needs to run the Stormhammer, the kill for Monet. And Knight jumps into darkness.
Pretty similar to previous game where he joins with Templar Assassin as soon as he got his items. This time around, BKB is getting delivered to Monet. So he's going to be ready to take a fight. In terms of Roshan, not the best Roshan taking lineup, but with the attack speed from Lina, Mech, press the attack, you have enough sustain. So that could potentially be a new goal for Aster in the next 2 minutes.
Really don't see them slowing down anytime soon with the BKB now on Monet. Ember's going for his, that's kind of far, but he also has just finished off a Maelstrom himself. So double Maelstroms here, the map is going to shrink for Ehome. They've got another glimpse, it's onto the Sven, but it's away from the team, and now Monet over to the side, they've got the duel once more. That means another victory for XXS. Stormhammer on a Knight with the Laguna Blade Searing Chains as it's a second for Aster. They just keep getting caught on their own side of the map on Ehome.
Map shrinking. There's not enough space for them to farm. Zhao Yu trying to get his BKB. This is going to be the timing when Ehome is going to try to look for a fight. This is a dead tier 2 tower. They're going to pop a glyph. Catapult's still there. Lina has 77 fiery soul charges, so should be able to bring it down.
Bobica unleash. Oh no! Zhao Yu. Oh, the rebound! He gets the kill, but that's going to cost his life.
That's the best thing he could have done. And Bobica tips Zhao Yu. He knew that Bobica's going to be very greedy. Try to stay close. Maybe he gets the last hit.
Static Storm committed onto the Sven now, but where is your damage? The glimpse, the duel. Do they have the victory? No.
Stolen Warcry from Rubik. This is also relatively good to be able to tank team up. Man, PQ has been on point. He goes on the high ground, baits those glimpses, a couple of other spells thrown at him, and then rest of the team comes in and cleans up.
Yeah, he's like setting Yihome up for failure. Yeah, he's been, you know, I think everybody on Yihome, they're so used to Sven being a carry. They're like, we gotta kill the Sven, use everything.
Sometimes it sounds stupid what you just said, but sometimes it can happen. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Like your first initial thought is, we gotta stun this guy. Then suddenly it's a 5 Brewmaster.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I wonder, because we were seeing a lot of that 5 Brewmaster a couple years back. We'd see like Red Panda always on the 5 Brew.
He brought it back. He played it the other day.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just that eliminate hitting from Bobica to get the kill in LWW. It's just that, like, mindset of just being there always and trying to get yourself the kill and the carry, but they're not really the carry. Dual distance, all right. LSA, right-click damage, another victory for XXS. He's level 13, so that's going to be even more dual damage for him. Now in the form of 28 per victory, 84 for this Legion.
And into the Roche pit they go. This is the sound where you get scared, like, oh no, he popped the God Strength. And then he does nothing with it. It's just a position 5 Sven. PQ playing it perfectly, I would say. He's tanking up the 404 build, getting the point in ulti, going for drums, and wants to pick up the shard as well. Like this shard, then it's not gonna be dispellable, it's passive. So you get passive 6, plus you get extra 15
Monet,
from Warcry.
BKB, another duel and another victory. He is undefeated. Just bringing him into the arena and asking the crowd, are you not entertained? As they go after this Rubik, Salad steals the Stormhammer, throws it back onto the Sven. But again, where's the damage? It's from the multi-shot of MKS. The right clicks from Monet. They've got the silence on a 2. They should be able to get the kill on a Knight. He's up onto the high ground, but the Remnant forward. Now MKS over to the side of the Stormhammer that was stolen. Now thrown back on XWY. Sight of Fist, Searing Chains on a 2. Blinding Light, hitting 3, going for more. And MKS is going to drop. It's looking like they're going to get everybody on the side of eHome. As Aster go back down the steps as a TP comes through from the Marcy, wanting to fight again. But Xiao Yu, do you have the damage? Dispose, the right clicks, the unleash, XWY with the Sight of Fist, but now Rubik in trouble. Duel. There's the duel again from XXS. You come into my arena, you will lose. LWW on the run from XXS. It's a battle of the 3-letter names, and XXS will be the victor.
And this fight has been going on for more than a minute. XXS duel resets and they get it one more time. Currently sitting at the 140 damage, but
20 minutes in.
Yeah, Legion Commander damage numbers are insanely high, almost as much as Lina. And looking at the healing, quite nice. Press the attack, mech, and Boboka also decided to go for Holy Locket. Not what we usually see, but you can understand that they feel whatever we throw on Lina, like right now, she doesn't need much help because she does have that Aegis, but once the Aegis is gone, with press the attack, with the Holy Locket, mech, Warcry, this is gonna be one difficult Lina to kill. Level 18, 21 minutes into the game.
Somebody please find an extinguisher. One that's not expired, thanks. Because they need to really put out the flame of Monet. And it's not looking like it's quite doable for them as another duel. Another duel. Oi! BKB, there's the duel. Is the damage in? The blinding light, the right clicks, sure. It's more than enough. Glimpse back, but can they look for more? They've got XXS. LWW will TP out, and with that duel victory, 168 duel damage for XXS.
Plus some extra region coming out from that press the attack talent.
Oh gosh, 97 to 3%.
MKS, he can't catch a break. Like,
and there's the BKB, Monet. Well, another salad on the menu.
I like how they're popping BKBs to get the kills, but they're also like getting all the farm on the map.
I don't know what eHome's map really looks like.
Boboka is more farmed than Zhao Yu.
That is insane.
Boots of Travel done on Keeper of the Light. Wants to get Boots of Travel 2.
What?
Well, I said that Boboka is a greedy player. I didn't mean bots 2, 22 minutes into the game on your position 4.
What does bots 2 do for him? I mean, like...
He can be anywhere. He can
but like...
play with Lina, lower the cooldown.
Get Axe.
Get her some chakra magic.
Please, just Axe. 19,000 net worth lead for Aster. Zhao Yu rebounding away.
That means Boboka will be playing carry Keeper of the Light in jungle. Will join with bots too. Rest of the team is close, but he's taking all the farm near the outpost. He actually bought bots. I can't.
Like,
he can join the fight faster.
yeah. Next Axe, right? Right, Boboka? Come on. When was the last time you saw bots 2 even built?
This is the fastest bots do. Most definitely.
Sight of Fist, Searing Chains. Uh-oh, that means a duel's in your future. And that means a duel victory's in XXS's future. You're unleashing XXS because he's coming after you, Zhao Yu, and you cannot fight back. LWW will end up dead. Zhao Yu falls to XXS. Down goes Salad. Boboka's here because he's got bots too.
I would not be surprised if they called a game.
It is, yeah. All right. You're not wrong, and neither is eHome for calling it here. Aster just destroying them. That was the cleanest performance of the DPC so far. I'm gonna mark it down.
I think even Dawn Gaming didn't lose as much as eHome did in this one. This was a complete stomp. Like, mid lane was pretty even. Bottom lane, they were getting nothing out of it. Top lane was also a disaster. Double stun, Sven plus Lina. I think we're definitely going to see more of this combo if teams do get hands on Lina, which I don't think you should let Lina through unless you have the first pick. Then it's fine. You get it. We've seen different combos with Lina, with the 3-in Protector to tank things up. This one with Sven, definitely my favorite.
Yeah, it's a double stun combo. The damage is there early. It takes advantage of supports that want to rotate out, I would say as well. You see Rubik's that want to move over to the mid lane at 6 minutes. I think a combo like this takes advantage of when there's one hero in the lane. Stun. Yep. There's a lot of damage there, and I just don't know what you really accomplish in a lane like that. And even against the Marcy, which has seemed in the past very strong, they maimed it. Like, there was no chance for that Marcy, and there was no chance for eHome in that game either. Team Aster take a 2-0. They have really almost got themselves a check mark on going to the major.
Yeah, I checked the previous DPC all 3 tours. If you had 5 wins, it's a guaranteed major.
Yeah, so Aster's almost there. To break down this performance, we've got the panel. So, guys, take it away.
This is that 5th series win for Aster. So, Syndron, our maths man, would you like to announce the big news then for Aster?
Congratulations, Aster. You have made the major.
Oh my God!
The
You
energy.
said it in the most hyped way possible. Thank you so much, Syndron. I appreciate that. We can talk about it a little bit more because I want to actually focus, Kezu, on eHome. Just, I don't even know how to word this, but just why?
I would say the biggest thing is actually that they're just outclassed.
Yeah.
If I were to play their draft, I think it's not ideal, but I'm sure it's playable. I would maybe change the last pick Drow, but I think the rest is totally fine. I think other than that, it just comes down to, I think, gameplay and being outmatched. I think on the contrary, if I can talk about it really quickly, this might be one of the most beautiful drafts I've seen, at least whether it be European,
You
DPC.
can take as long as you want to talk about it.
Thank you. Because I think there are so many synergies from start to finish in the Aster lineup that it's actually quite insane. So you have Lina that synergizes really well with the Sven. He gives the Lina all the armor. You have Caudle with the Ember who helps him synergize there as well. Then you have Legion with Lina who also helps her in the game to buff her up, give her the save, the HP reach and the attack speed. Then you have the Caudle even laning with the Legion Commander. It's like you could draw multiple arrows between the heroes of how they synergize with with another. And when you're also like a really veteran team that knows how to play the game, as Aster, do and showed in this game, then you get beautiful Dota like this, and the enemy team just doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, and that's just the in-term synergies, right? Then there's also what you counter in the opposing team.
Yeah, exactly.
You have Legion Commander laning against Disruptor, which is one of Disruptor's worst matchups, because you put your Thunderstrike on and you just purge it off with Press the Attack. So it's a lane where it's one of Disruptor's absolute worst laning matchups overall. So he isn't offering very much for Drow in terms of that lane.
Do you think that they could have maybe switched things up and put the Rubik on the safe lane instead, Disruptor on top?
I don't think it
It
matters
helped,
enough.
yeah.
Because then the Rubik is going to Fate Bolt her, and then she's going to purge that off.
It's the same.
So
yeah.
At least some damage is done.
I mean, that's true, but yeah, I mean, just full on. I agree with Kezo. This is the coolest draft I think I've seen, and it's not like they're picking like super creative stuff. It's not like wow, okay, you went out of your way to do something new or whatever. It's just super sound. It's fundamentally just beautiful, and yeah, I like this MVP selection for the game as well. I think XXS did a wonderful job this game.
And speaking of synergy, like you said, how Legion Commander synergizes with Lina, how Legion Commander helps Lina. Well, Lina in return helps Legion as well. In every single duel, you would see a Laguna Blade, you would see a couple of those right clicks flying in, securing the damage. I don't even know how much damage he had at the end.
Almost 200, I think.
It was a ton, yeah. So in a really, really short time span, the game lasted, what, 25 minutes, something like that. It was extremely short. Yeah.
And it's funny to see that, right? Because like eHome's draft was pretty good.
Yeah.
Like I like their strategy just in isolation, but everything is just picked apart, countered step by step by Aster. So ROTK.
I was gonna say, can we actually give MVP to ROTK instead?
I don't know exactly how their draft dynamic
share.
works. I would imagine he has. I don't think he does this on his own. I think it's like obviously a whole team thing, but he might have.
Cat there as well, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he could have pitched the Legion there. I know XXS also loves the hero and plays it quite a lot, but I believe it was one of the heroes that RTK liked playing around with a lot himself, actually. So he might have a good eye for when I think of him, I think of like Darkseer, Legion Commander. Those are the kind of heroes that he will understand. Tidehunter, when it's a good Tide game.
When XXS came into the scene, he was actually spamming Legion quite a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Poor man's shield Legion, I remember.
Oh yeah, the poor man's shield. Oh, we all
don't
miss
get me
that.
started.
Yeah, we don't miss that.
I won't get you started. I won't get you started.
The good old times with poor man's shield and Iron
And
Taunt.
shrines.
Look how far we've come.
Should do kind of miss shrines. Anyway, anything else from Aster? It feels almost reminiscent of their series yesterday, Syndrome. When I asked you this question, you said it's hard to sort of pick a highlight or something that really stands out when it feels like you're just always 100 steps ahead of your enemy.
Yeah, there wasn't. Again, today they weren't really challenged, so you can't like pick this moment of genius or incredible item build or whatever. That was like, oh, nice, they got this good idea that won them the game. They won the game by just being better from start to finish. For me, it was the draft that I would highlight, if anything, that was like the standout thing, because I think even by their standards, this was excellent.
Yeah.
So I think that's definitely something to take with you and be proud of if you came up with this.
Well, with this duo, Aster take the win, and we're going to jump into a winner's interview. It's going to be with their position 5. Pichu is going to be joining us here on this interview. Congratulations, Pichu. You guys have won every series so far. How does that feel for yourself, but also the confidence for the team?
恭喜你感谢你接受我们采访，恭喜你们拿下了这个目前为止赛季的所有的胜利。然后目前的话，你们队伍的状态怎么样？你们对自己这个战绩，现在是有信心吗？是不是信心特别好？
我们现在队伍的状态挺好的，然后对现在比赛挺有信心的。
We are very confident right now, and I feel like our team is in a very good condition right now.
My question is there something that you value more compared to other players in your opinion? For example, do you care more about communication or the way team fights are played or enabling other players?
想问一下，就是皮球你自己的话，对哪方面会比较看重呢？作为一个选手，你觉得是队友之间的沟通啊会比较重要，还是你觉得团战的细节这方面，你会个人来说的话，你更看重哪一些？
我更看重的是选手的个人能力加团队的执行力吧，就这两个。
Yeah, I think I value mechanic skills and the team's execution, ability to execute team fight, ability to execute. That's what I value the most.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, congratulations with 5-0. You are qualified to the major. That obviously puts your team in a really nice position. How are you going to spend your remaining games? Are you going to like experiment to try to learn something new about yourselves and other heroes? Or are you going to keep playing what you're best at to try to get a flawless score and build your confidence?
首先，恭喜你们现在是5-0的一个成绩，已经是确定了 Major 的一个名额了。然后想问一下，接下来的比赛和这个休息的时间，你们会侧重什么？就是想去开发一些新的套路呢，还是说会继续沿用现在的这个状态，争取拿一个比较满分的答卷，可能7-0这样的一个成绩？
会去学习西欧赛区比赛的一些东西吧，然后争取打个7-0，慢慢进步，然后再去 Major 打成绩吧。
Yeah, we will try to learn from West European division and get some idea from other region also. And we also want to try our best to see if we can finish this season with 7-0.
Congrats once again. I'll just combo your answer and Sin's question. Like, which one of these teams from other regions are you looking forward to playing the most at the major?
那我想就是顺着这个问题继续问一下，可能其他赛区哪支队伍你们最希望在 Major 里面跟他们交手呢？
西欧的石头人，然后东欧的 BB， 就这两个。
Yeah, there's two teams, Tundra from West Europe and BB from Eastern Europe.
And if you could like rate your skill level in comparison to them, what do you think? How would you match? Do you think that you have what it takes to take down the current TI champions?
那我想再问一下，就是你觉得目前队伍的这个状态、竞技水平有没有机会去挑战一下 TI 的卫冕冠军？
我觉得只要我们打好自己的，执行好，就能战胜任何人。
I think if we bring our best game and bring our team execution, we can beat any team.
Okay.
I think so.
Good attitude.
Yeah, definitely a sentiment here on the panel as well. You guys at Asta have been looking fantastic. PG, thank you so much again for joining us.
感谢你接受我们的采访。
谢谢。
Thank you.
That's a great question that you brought up at the end, by the way, Lizard. I had it written down as well.
Yeah,
here.
I stole it from you.
You didn't. We're just on the same wavelength. But I was also actually going to ask you guys, who do you think outside of the China region have what it takes to be able to beat Asta? Is there a team that stands out in your mind?
I think right now, if the LAN was now,
Yeah.
I'd pick Liquid.
Same.
I think.
Okay.
Because they are the one team that we've seen so far that is so strong and so fast in lanes in Western Europe that style might be able to outpace Astra and take them out of their control.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, they're the favorites overall. Like for the next season, as long as they continue playing the way they are, they're my favorites at least to take the major.
I haven't seen too many games of the newest Bad Boom team. I assume he's talking
they're
about
also
the
really
Toronto,
good.
Tokyo,
Yes.
Pure.
Yeah.
I think that team can be
They're
really
very
good.
scary too.
They might even be one of the teams with perhaps the highest ceilings of a Dota team that I've ever seen before they really start playing. If they can match up with other things like draft, comms, and just like, matching in terms of like a human level. But I think Liquid, Bad Boom, I wouldn't be surprised if they're really going to shine throughout the seasons.
I look forward to seeing those teams, but I also look forward to some more Dota. We're going to have a look at the standings currently as we've had 2 series played out today. See where those 4 teams have placed themselves. Asta Ares, absolutely no shock with 5 series wins, are up on top. Then it's going to be Knights 3-1. Same score line is LGD joining them there. And then it's IG and Extreme Gaming on that 2-2. eHome on a 2-3. And then Asta Ares and Dawn Gaming at the bottom with 4 series losses. Very rough to be down on that bottom end of the ladder, but big props to Asta and Knights up there. And then the remaining series left is LGD IG.
Yeah, just quickly about the scores that we just saw. We were talking about it backstage. We haven't been talking about Knights too much, about the potential that they have. They've played against arguably the 3 strongest teams going into this. They've beaten 2 of them. So Knights might actually end up in 2nd place by the rate this is going. They only lost to Aster. It was a 1-2. At this point,
This first series
look
was
very likely to go to the major as well.
It was a surprise to me. I did not expect them to take down Extreme.
I mean, they're looking really good. I feel like Alacrity and Felix are the 2 standout players for me. On top of that, their drafts are good, and I mean, they're just performing and beating the big dogs. So I don't know what else to say.
there is nothing more.
So what do you think the top 4 is going to be now? Is it Aster?
In order or just
Aster,
for-
Knights, LGD, and who's the fourth? Is it
Extreme.
still Extreme
I'd
or?
still go with.
I think it
Extreme.
has to be Extreme. Yeah.
So that means, based on what we talked about a couple days ago, we thought maybe eHome would get fourth. We have Knights there now. I'm assuming,
Yeah.
but the rest is kind of the same.
Extreme still do have to come up against LGD though.
Yeah.
So.
Still, I think.
But they've
I
only
think
lost to tough opponents, right? They haven't dropped the game against the team they were
XG?
supposed
Yeah,
to.
they
beat.
just lost to Knights.
They lost to Knights and to
Aster.
And to
Yeah,
Aster,
so-
right? Yeah. So.
Well, there's still LGD to play against. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of games to look forward to. Again, another series still to look forward to today. We're going to jump to a break. It's going to be a little bit of an extended one. When we do come back, we'll have that third and final series for you. Welcome back to Division 1 China. It's our third and final series for today. It's going to be LGD up against IG. And I do have a little bit of a shake-up. Actually, it's a lot of bit of a shake-up on the panel. Hey! Yay! We got Tigo joining us back. We got Sheep joining us for the first time today. And Lizard, you're still with me. So let's work this way.
Can't get rid of me.
I can't get rid of you. In fact, you actually moved down.
Where
this
am
way.
I?
I'm
lost.
slowly pushing towards the host role, so...
You didn't even slowly. You literally went from that end straight to here.
I'm scared. I don't
It,
like
took,
being
it,
down
did,
here.
it did take me 10 days.
It feels really wrong though, because like this is normally like the wholesome hugging panel member, you know?
Yeah.
And now he's in the middle. It's like
It's now that he
it
can
just
use
feel-
both his arms.
Exactly. And there we go. I told you this is the most hugging panel.
You did make that comment. There is a lot of
Hugging.
Physical hugging. I don't know if you can do any...
Appreciation
I have,
for each other.
we have a problem though in the shot, like...
Oh, he's just
Oh,
so
yeah,
big.
come on,
He
big.
bleeds into my frame.
I'll
What is
just move
going on?
Here, next to T.
Just do a nice little.
All right. Let's start down the end though, and let's have a chat about this series. We've got to get it underway because the draft will be up on our screens very, very soon. Let's start with LGD. Sheep, nice, simple, easy. This team is looking fantastic. Not undestructible though, as they don't have a clean record at the moment.
They do not. But I would say overall they're very, very strong. Definitely a large contender for getting that major slot. I think if they win this series, they should be not confirmed, but like at least up for tiebreakers for it. So I'm feeling pretty good about them. I think I've been very impressed with like Shiro as a carry. I know he has like big shoes to fill, and more importantly, it's like they said that they had not. They came together kind of like quickly. And they didn't have like a lot of time to bond and get super like, you know, fleshed out on all their strats before they came into this DPC. So I think the results that they've been getting based on that has been very good and impressive.
I was gonna say, you never would have guessed that
Yeah.
that's what their atmosphere was coming into this.
Yeah, the way that they're playing, the pace at which they play is incredible for a stack that has just kind of met and kind of started playing together not so long ago. But then again, they did know that they're gonna play together for quite some time. Like even since TI, some of these players did know that they are joining PSG LGD, so maybe they started preparing, thinking about switching up the playstyle a little bit, talking to the coach behind the scenes. Coach is like, Ame, you're the best, you can win this TI. At the same time, he's like, hey Shiro, you know?
Yeah, you can be the best, you can win a TI. You know, yeah.
Start learning some more heroes. LGD are going to be coming up against IGT. Do you want to give us the full rundown of that roster over there?
Oh, for IG?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's, once again, it's Emo and the new lads. You got, you know, Dust, Irving, Polisson, QI, QX. We're going to see it, you know, rattle through here. I think IG overall have a slightly troublesome entry into the DPC. Again, they entered the first week with a, I think they had some illnesses on the team. They said they weren't able to scrim that well, and the first couple of officials were actually there, I guess, like kind of live scrims to some degree. So I take their performances so far with a pinch of salt, but they have recently been performing a little bit better and getting some wins under their belt.
I love the Dota sign on their collar. Did you see on the jerseys?
Yeah.
Like right here, they have a little.
I didn't. Can we run
Dota
that one?
sign.
Can we
Do
run
it
that
again.
first?
Run it
Yeah.
back.
Do it
next
again.
time.
We're
Next
just going
time.
to team intro again.
Next time they play, make sure to watch. But
Yeah,
yeah, like IG for me is nowhere near PSG LGD when it comes to the way they gelled. I feel that IG is all over the place. I'm not quite certain what their skill ceiling is, because this is a team that seemingly, from my perspective and from your perspectives, like we've talked about it, has way too many ideas. And the ideas are obviously clashing within the game.
Yeah, I feel like play-wise for these two teams, PSG, their biggest weakness so far in DPC have been teams who have been succinct, aggressive, and PSG, when they've drafted like a slightly weaker lineup. And then they lost to Knights, they lost to Evo. And I don't think IG right now, in their victories, they've never had the same strategy, which is take over the map, win the game within 30 minutes. It's always, they draw out the game longer, they make it a little bit harder. So this isn't, in a 1-for-1, I think it's a hard matchup for IG to beat PSG, because PSG hasn't bled to these types of teams yet.
Yeah. Draft is underway. I know that we have 4 picks, but firstly, I just want to talk about the Rubik and the Tiny. I mainly ask you, Sheep, because you've given us info on the Rubik, how well it does in lanes, why they're picking it up. But then we had Fogged on the panel a couple days ago, and he was like, Tiny is just the most underrated hero ever. He's so good.
Underrated.
Yeah, he still
Underrated?
thinks. I was gonna say, even though it's picked a lot, he still thinks it's like just one of the best. So with both of them in post 4, which one do you favor more? Like, would you have first picked the Rubik?
For a pause 4? I mean, I think it's hard to say because obviously, like, I think Tiny's ability to initiate and, you know, reposition heroes is something that Rubik's not as good at. Like, they do different things. It's very hard to compare them, like, one-to-one.
Okay.
Because they're just better at different things. Rubik's laning is way better. You know, Tiny, you might see dragging waves more to avoid bad matchups. So it's kind of what you want from your hero on why you would pick one over the other. I think they're both great heroes. I think they're both not underrated at all. I think they're both picked
overrated.
definitely enough.
Overall, just
Correct
watching the combinations, though, PSG LGD have got a very standard one, and this should be the lane. Like ever since, well, not right now, but back in the day when Centaur comes into the meta, the most normal support position for is a Shadow Demon or sometimes Rubik, more often Rubik than not. So you lift into the stun, you have a ton of damage there, you complement each other very well during the fight. Rubik enjoys having that stampede to get in and out of position to steal crucial spells. And I do like Rubik into the Tiny. Like you said, they both bring something to their team, but it's really nice to have Tiny jumping in and then just being lifted, right?
Yeah, nice little lift, nice little Ava steal, and yeah, I think for PSG, it's nice within the draft that they've slightly changed it up. Of course, they have picked offlaners before quite early, but what was it? I think they were their first pick, right? Yeah, cool. They were first pick. So you take it a bit, you're giving away these other heroes and closing out the first wave of Centaur. This pick here, you would expect it to maybe just be a position 5, or wait, it's just Pangolier banned. So I could see it's been like a Crystal Maiden or something that just complements the rest of the draft. You see a couple more heroes, and then you go for it.
Or it's a flex core and the Centaur is a support, baby. Let's go!
That's true. We have seen it as a pos 5 over in Europe. You can't say it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
If they pick a 5, I'll be a little sad, but I'll understand.
Draft-wise, like IG are kind of showing the hand a little bit. So PSG, if they are to pick up, let's say, like CM plus carry here, they kind of know what lane they're going into. It's going to be Snap plus Mars or Tiny plus Mars or something. So it's not like there's a lot of thinking going in for PSG.
I'm surprised a tiny little bit that they even let the Mars go through. There's a Snap. You're also playing with the Centaur. Mars for me looks not. It's like the best of both worlds. You're completely negating Stampede, and at the same time you're setting up for Mortimer's Kisses. So just a no-brainer pick really for IG. Meanwhile, PSG LGD with the Undying and the Morphling. How do you feel about that?
Earlier today in China, we saw a game that could have been an anti-mage game. And this, as well for IG, could actually be an anti-mage game. Because when you have all this like lack of control, lack of punishment, lack of tower damage, you always find the farm. I think that's the issue with the hero. I'd be surprised if they picked it. Yeah, but for PSG, you asked about the Undying Morphling. It's a tell on the first 3 heroes, right? Morphling can't get pressured at all from the lane combos I mentioned for IG. Undying against any of these heroes, all strength, you're just going to thrive. Sure, there's a little shot against Tombstone, but that's very unlikely to happen because you Tombstone quite nicely against that hero.
I'm looking at Slark here for IG.
Already banned out, boss.
Oh, is it banned out?
It's a banned out, yeah.
I'm looking at the big bear.
Yeah, bear's probably the more meta option. I think the anti-mage was a little bit too wild, so I apologize.
I mean, if they pick it, I'd be hype as hell.
I mean, if it does, I'm ripping off my headset, my t-shirt as well, everything's going.
Jeez.
Yeah, and no one wants to see that, so don't pick it, IG, please. Don't want to end the stream.
You just hyped it up and then you're like,
oh, they did the Ursa.
Big bear.
Good job,
I'm doing
Sheep.
up buttons instead. There you go. Buttons up.
Nice one, Sheep.
Our stream is safe another day.
Yep. They don't want to be quirky. But
That's
again.
fine.
So why the bear, Sheep? What's up? Why is the Ursa good?
The way I look at their lineup right now, I think they're just drafting in a very straightforward way. They pick a 4 that can make moves and initiate for them. They pick damage in their Snapfire. They pick Mars that combos with the Snap. It's very simple. It's like, you know how they're going to play their fights. You know how they're going to want to initiate.
Yep.
They missing holes in terms of like physical damage and ability to take Roshan. Ursa fills that perfectly.
Okay.
I think the lane is going to be completely fine for him as well, or should be fine for him. And it just answers some of the heroes. He's going to be able to kill that Tombstone with his Fury swipes. He's going to be able to kill Morphling, who likes to shift strength and get loads of health, and who kills heroes with loads of health.
Yeah.
It's Ursa. It just seems like the natural pick.
Another thing that I really like about Ursa is that it will be played by Emo. And so far, whenever he's playing these super hardcore carries like a Terrorblade or something that needs to go extremely late and isn't active on the map, they don't look that great. Whenever he's playing something like a Pudge, something that's very active earlier, they look like they have a general idea of where to move, and I believe that comes off of the fact that they listen to Emo quite
Yeah,
well.
I was gonna say he's doing the shot calling.
Yeah.
He's like, let's do this, these rotations, this is what I need.
Would you listen to Emo, or would you just do your own thing?
I would definitely
10
listen.
seconds
I would just
remaining.
go AFK, brain off, and I'd be like, yes sir, whatever you say.
Yeah,
Five
that's fair. I mean,
seconds
if you're trying to win a
remaining.
Dota game, you kind of want to listen to the most experienced player. I think for PSG, they might be listening to Nothing to Say here because his pick is going to be coming in soon. I think Puck for PSG will be very good. IG, even though they have... Okay, it's banned out. I won't even bother talking about it. Thanks, IG, for banning it.
Alex, did you have a point?
No, I just had
Oh.
like a vicious flashback to when I said Fury swipes for the Tombstone. I don't think that's the name of the spell. What's the one where it goes, "Rawr," it has like loads of attacks?
Overpower.
Overpower, thank you.
We all know
You all knew what I was
saying,
saying, but somewhere out there, someone in Twitch chat goes,
What about
"Shit,
tech
Fury
Question mark,
swipes."
question mark, question mark. That's not right.
You can build stacks on the Tombstone? That's wild.
That would be kind of wild. That would be wild.
Yeah.
Techies.
Techies?
Yep.
Love that hero.
What's up with that?
I mean, what's up?
What's up? Why techies?
What's up?
What
I mean,
what
again,
up?
they're
What
just
up?
trying
What
to...
up?
There's flexibility in IG's lineup, and I think the IG needs something to get it over the edge. So there are two bans at least, techies. You put that in lane, it's going to be just super annoying to play into for morphing, just getting constant bomb spam. So yeah, I think just respecting the...
I really hope one of these days we get an interview after a ban such as this one.
Yeah.
After we explained it for like 5 minutes, we asked the
Yeah.
player and he said, yeah, misclick.
One day there will be that interview.
Yo.
Meanwhile, we were breaking
10
our backs here.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it does make some sense.
Trying to
I'll
break it down.
find it.
What's up, T?
5 seconds remaining.
Wild suggestion.
Yep.
Nothing to say, Tinker. The reason why it won't be happening is because they have last pick on IG. They'll just pick a mobile hero and punish him.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
that could be the wild hero. Realistically, actually, the bans on IG, we haven't really looked at it too much, but Ember, Pango, Voicespirit, and Puck banned. That is all of his skill set, pretty much. All the poking heroes that PSG often
Storm
utilize.
Spirit, this is it.
Yeah, nothing to say. Can
You guys
literally,
always hype it up.
He can literally play any hero on mid lane. I wasn't a believer as well. But this guy literally takes 5 pro games. He struggles in 3 and then he just owns the hero.
Ooh, this could be in like an OD game potentially. Just
Okay.
a lot of aggression, and all you need to do is just stall out. The issue is you don't really have that innate playmaker, but they've already picked very robust lanes where Undying secures Morph, Rubik secures Centaur. That as long as you just keep pushing out the lanes, you'll get the items, and then IG's entire play is pin one hero down and kill them. You know, like Tiny Jump, Ursa Jump. If that is on a hero, you can just see him kill it.
Okay, a beast.
Okay, fair enough. That is fight aggression with aggression, and I mean, it is a mid laner here, so you're just going to see these quick TPs to the side lanes, overwhelm, and take the fight. So.
Do you like this sheep? Like we have now a Centaur, a Primal Beast, Morphling, all
10
tanky, all
seconds
against an
remaining.
Ursa. Is it punishable or?
He can only hit one hero at a
Okay.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
5
Can only
seconds
hit one hero
remaining.
at
Get
time?
Battle Fury, and then you last pick Mag, bring them together, and they can hit all of them, kinda.
If they did that, I'd lose my mind.
Nothing to say Mag. I actually wouldn't mind seeing that. Obviously won't see it this time, but another good one, another great one.
Yeah, I mean, what I do like about this Primal is just that he's going to rush that BTV, and he's just going to be able to go into these fights and cause problems.
Kind of Enigma.
So yeah, mid
Yeah.
Mars and then
Mars,
offlane Enigma. So this is kind of how IG's found success in previous games, is going for these big team fight offlaners and rolling for that way. Again, I mentioned IG, they're not a team that sweeps the map very quickly. They like to play more mid-late game orientated playstyles. So
Are you worried, sheep?
are you worried,
who?
Sheep? Are
For
you worried?
Rubik?
Are you
For
worried for
Rubik?
Rubik?
Yeah, there's a Rubik on one
Yes.
side.
No? I
No?
think he's going to have the best game of his goddamn life.
That's what I mean. They just picked Enigma.
He's going to be on another planet in this game.
I hate that so much. And I hate it so much that we're just going to jump straight into game 1. We're going to head over. It's Lyrical Fog to see what sort of puns they can come up with for this series between LGD and IG.
Thank you so much there, Nat. Fog really liked that one a lot. He was tickled pink when we heard that.
It was like a delayed reaction too after T said. I didn't laugh at first, and then I was like, it's so bad that it's actually good.
Very good.
All
We're
right.
going to try and get through this game.
Oh, yeah.
LGD versus IG. The panel was talking about it. They needed those last couple heroes. You were really liking the Bat Rider potentially for LGD. They decided to go for the Primal Beast, and then the last pick, Enigma. They're on a little wrench in the works there. Thoughts on it?
I love LGD's draft. I think we've seen so many games where the Rubik just has a plethora
Yeah.
of spells, like
And it's
everywhere.
first picked.
It's a first pick. He's got some snap spells. All of snap
Wow.
spells, amazing. Enigma
Right.
spells, amazing. Tiny spells, amazing. Mara spells, unless he covers it with Bulwark, pretty good. So Yeah, looks like a pretty dream Rubik game. I love the opener, Rubik Centaur. I think Centaur for me is on the rise. I like the people are going a bit more into double edge, and I think I'm gonna have to wait to see how this lane goes, especially that safe lane for IG. It's a lot of spam. The Ursa, the Snap might be under some pressure. Ursa usually does quite well, but I've seen these Rubik Centaurs just tend to bully most carries.
Yeah, that's the thing to me that always feels a little bit weird is you think about Ursa as like this hero that can try and really get like really aggressive early in the lanes against these melee heroes, but a lot of times you don't have the HP pool to actually go in there and make that move happen.
And sometimes like you see like a more defensive kind of 5 hero. This is a very aggressive 5. Like you don't really see Snapfire played too often in the 5 position lately. You've been seeing a lot more as 4 as.
Good luck, China Captain.
I like it. A lot of respect there from IG.
Definitely. Emo saying that there. And I think that, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to watch. They're starting double ring of protection on the Centaur, as we've seen with all that changes now, having crazy base regen right now, 9.1. On this hero. And what is it that you like so much about it? Is it just like the sort of the way that it plays? Because for a long time it felt like you get this blink dagger and you still can't really fight. Like, what's been the thing that people have been doing more now with Centaur that's really been working?
Lane just feels better because the double edge spam. You're able to harass a lot more. Stampede always feels kind of good. Feels like in some games there's a limited amount of catch. That being said, Mars is one of the best answers. That's what we saw during, not last TI, but the TI before when these two heroes were like in every game. It was Mars gets picked, Centaur gets picked, and Mars gets picked because you can't run away, right? Yeah. Pop Stampede, you're trapped in the area. But yeah, let's see how it ends up going.
Yeah, it ends up going the way that they want it to. We saw a lot of movement recently. I mean, I think people come into this one again anticipating LGD is just going to run away with it. And I think that there's something to be said for that. But I'll also mention that IG looked a lot better than we were giving them credit for.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, good way to do a little interrupt there. They've been looking a lot better than we were sort of seeing through the first couple of games of theirs. They looked like they improved afterwards, and particularly getting that win just the other day.
Yeah, Dust seems to be a little bit more, in the beginning I feel like he had some of these games where he did throw away some of their lead with just 1 or 2 misplays, but he's been kind of cleaning up. His lane has always been good, and then you have to mention Polison, right? His Earthshaker and stuff like that, he's been absolutely on fire, how much aggression and stuff he's been able to pose. His Rubik also, the Song Steal. Yesterday, I believe, it feels like it was 2 days ago, but it was yesterday.
Yeah.
When he played it, he had a great time. So looking also at the reason why they picked the Enigma, I think it's also just, of course to slow down Morphling, but also they wanted to switch these matchups, right? They didn't want 2 strength versus that Undying. So now having this lane matchup is a lot better and putting the Mars mid.
Well, we can see that already. Emo not doing too terribly up there top. The spam hasn't really started yet.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to need to watch and wait for. But if they can get off to a good early beginning, things could also, carry on from there. But nothing to say. Likely to make some pretty early rotations, I would imagine. Spear back by Dust just to keep him off of them. And still manages to get a lot of those last hits. So Dust holding his own. Again, he was #1 rank in China, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was. I don't know if actually. Let me check really quick for you again. But he was during the. I think about a week and a half ago. He was. So I can check really fast.
I mean, if he's lost it now, that's not a good look, man.
Hey, so these guys are grinders, man. You never know.
True. I think so. Go crazy pretty quickly. Nice little half pull there from Paulison. And Why You Smile tries to redraw aggro. Looks like he's going to be able to. So not a free one. And yeah, back at mid with the bottle in hand. Dust not able to get a refill right away. Obviously, nothing to say is there to be able to go and get some pretty good aggression onto him, too. We'll see if at that 4-minute mark things change around a little bit here, too.
Yeah, I mean, this lane is going to be a bit more of that trade farm for sure. And then, yeah, I think we're probably, yeah, I'm waiting to see those, the tops in rotation, everybody calls it that, those super early moves. Definitely really interesting. Other cool thing about the Primal Beast versus Mars matchup, if he's trampling and you try to spear him, if it's to trees, he cuts the trees before the spear connects. So little small interactions that we'll have to keep eyes on there for that Primal Beast versus Mars.
Yeah, that could definitely pose a little bit of an issue. So just have to get him onto the cliffs instead, or you're on arena.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, next round of these coming up. The Courier bringing some boots for the Primal Beast. And yeah, what is it that those rotations are going to be looking to, like, which lane do you think he wants to go for there? Is there one that's like slightly easier or that's more high value, more important to shut down early?
I'd probably just the Ursa. I think the Enigma's already having a bit of a rough time. It's 11 and 8, but look at the last hits on Shiro. I mean, 24 and 6. They're getting so many of these Eidolons with Y.
Yeah, that is.
And the spam up top, Emo, he's already starting to get kind of low. It's starting to begin. He's having to actually bring his own salves out. So this was a little bit of my concern with the Snapfire. The Ursa, as we said, he's this very strong independent laner, but Snap is just... He's just not the best 5 position. You know, in the laning phase, he doesn't really pose too much of help to be able to protect. Just the spam immediately continues.
That's more kill potential if they can do it, but LGD doing a good job of never offering that opportunity. And if it is just a matter of trading, they're going to trade more efficiently with the natural regen that's really high there on that Centaur.
Exactly, yeah. You see, like, the Emo's already had to bring a raindrop as well. They've gone through salves, tangos, another raindrop coming out for QIQX. So just anything to try to absorb that constant spam that's going to be coming out from the two of these.
Yeah. Does still have pretty good last hits on Emo, obviously not as high as the Morph lane with those Eidolons. In the mid lane,
he's starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, Dust tried to get a spear back onto Nothing to Say to the tower, but it was just a little bit off the mark on him. And so Nothing to Say gets out of there scot-free.
Yeah, he's literally just trampling every wave at this point now.
Yeah.
So unable to really prevent him from getting all these last hits. It's causing Dust slight issues at top.
There it is. Planet drawing first blood, and giving a Rubik first blood in a game like this is a very scary proposition.
Yeah, I actually love Rubik as 4 position taking first blood because you get those arcane boots and it just unlocks your hero completely. So it's cool that he is able to get that. And they're not all going for the Ring of Health on the Centaur. They're going for aggression build. He's going for phase boots. So just looking to play super aggro up here.
Can't they do anything though? Cookie out, finds him there. Still very tanky. This guy has 9 armor.
Yeah.
They're not going to be an easy kill at all. But QIQX, having gone back to base, has a little bit more regen to bring out for his Ursa.
They will send looks like they will send that Centaur back to base though, perhaps. He's got phase boots. He's going to run back quick and reset.
Okay.
So good little aggressive play there from QIQX. Maybe they can punish Planet as well. They do seem a bit too far out of position.
At the rotation in.
Oh, and TS, he knows.
Yeah, they realize what's happening. Wants to go forward for this one. Jumps in.
Here comes Mars, though.
And the rotation, it's going to bear some fruit. Nothing to Say. Ooh, he gets the pulverize,
Oh, my God.
Dude, the turn. Nothing to Say. Still going to fall. And as Centaur moves back in, the rest of IG going to back out.
They just placed that lane ward 30 seconds ago. QIQX had just put the one up top, so he saw the rotation coming in. Very nicely done.
Now gets some pretty good pressure onto this bottom tower with the Eidolon split and the catapult there. Hey, we'll have to run it away in a moment here, but keep the catapult alive for a little while too.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, half damage on tower with your level 5 Eidolons. Pretty sweet. Great rotation though, Dust. Yeah, reading the map.
Jeez.
So much damage.
And it's just about to be off cooldown again too. Like, that's a crazy ability to just trade with.
Yeah, and if Dust isn't careful also, if he misses his Rebuke or his Spear on NTS, like, they could just set up a kill onto him too with the trample charge.
Just be careful. Throws out one, able to break it.
Nice play.
Dust very much living on the edge in that mid lane against the Primal Beast. But so far, at least, you think about how strong that Primal Beast rotations sometimes feel. The fact he got killed up when he went up top, the Mars rotation made that move. I feel like they've dealt with this early aggression pretty well.
Yeah, it's the lane ward, right, that I was mentioning before from Snapfire up top. It just saw him moving, so they just TP'd very quickly on the Mars. NTS, they're double-checking the rune. Dust will get lucky.
Gets the illusion there. Now they are running in towards a ward, but looks like
nice toss.
Why gonna get caught there? Pinned to the side. Has the rebuke. Couple more punches, and the Undying is eventually going to go down.
Got the ward.
All right, he got it. He's gonna give up
gold.
some gold. Yeah. They also lose the Snapfire. up on the top side of the map, and I think that's going to be the signal Ursa needs to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, and for people not know why he did put that up there, Sentry only gives you vision for a small amount of time, so he needed vision to actually up on the high ground to finish off the ward. So, the trade of gold.
I mean, 125 gold for, what was it, 200 or something like that? For
125 for 133, so
Okay.
about equivalent exchange, not including his death.
Yeah. Oh, he's dead anyways. Right?
Yeah, he's dead anyway. So, oh, mid.
Nothing to say. Drops it down.
That's a solo kill.
That's a big one. Ollison moves in. They managed to find a cookie. The Ava, the toss with the tower. Is it going to be enough damage?
No way.
Oh my god, he's living. Unbelievable.
The stampede.
Dude, that's crazy.
I
Think
cannot
about
believe it.
How different that looks if your two supports come in and get the experience turn. Oh man, that's big.
Paulson goes for just getting the maximum damage rather than maximum control, right, for the Ava toss combo. But yeah, not end up being enough. Raindrops, saving lives, and Stampede, of course, too.
Crazy.
Pretty great.
It does look like Emo with that Ring of Health going to be going for that Battle Fury build. Wants to match the tempo, or at least the scaling of the Morphling. We'll see if it ends up working out for them. Has anything in sort of the early start to this changed your opinion of where this game's going to be going?
No, it just feels like too good of a Morphling game. Like the way that they set this up, it still feels phenomenal for PSG LGD coming out of the lanes. Ursa's been slowed down, Morphling is not, and they have the counters for that last pick Enigma.
Right.
Up top, Emo. He just, every time he shows, he eats a double edge and a Fade Bolt. Even though he has a Ring of Health to sustain a little bit, if he eats a second salvo of it, can likely just die.
Yeah, he's got to be so careful right there. And just getting denied in his face consistently.
Listen. His rotation's coming.
Yeah, there's heroes here, and that's going to be an easy one.
Oh, and Eidolons. Nom, 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 nom.
Primal Beast just, like, feels unfairly strong at certain points in the game. You know what I mean? Like, obviously this hero falls off later, but this movement is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, thank God that they added that, they changed the charge where you can actually stop him. It was pretty ridiculous, the fact that he would just charge through everything, even when he was stunned.
Yeah.
It was a good little balance change that they did put in. But yeah, he does have great kill threat on these side lanes. That's why they went for this pick. Let's see where Dust's next move is. He has a DD. Maybe he can look to find some opportunity here, but it's just being watched. The ward up on that cliff is just watching them kind of pivot back and forth.
Well, I think over the next couple of minutes when this BKB comes out, the avenues of IG's abilities to fight are going to be pretty freaking limited.
Yeah, this is, it's going to be so early too. I see they have stacks for Nothing to Say as well. Takes out a double stack, has another one. And they're going to have Blink also on the Centaur very soon. So pace the game, it feels like it will start getting accelerated on top of that. They have easier forms of initiation since it's, it's a 3 Centaur compared to a 4 Tiny. Tiny's going to take a lot longer to get toward that Blink Dagger for them to just force engagements.
Yeah, but there is a ton of team fight on the IG lineup
There is.
too. You've got that Mars, the Enigma. Granted, there is a Rubik in it, but you have that, and then of course Snapfire Ultimate, which is online now, level 6.
Has to just it's always scary, right? Rubik.
Yep.
If Snap's not all the way downtown, those kisses will turn against you as well. Good rotation.
It's on in.
Irving.
Spot him. Hello, hello.
See you later.
And Pulverize too. Yep. And Dust moving in now. I mean, they're just a little slow on this.
A little bit of a wasted tombstone, at the least there for the side of IG. But yeah, Nothing to Say right now, being a real big nuisance for those kills involving him. And that timing for BKB, it's going to be so fast.
God, he is so farmed.
Yeah.
I mean, Jiang Yu on the Centaur is definitely the one that's sort of fallen by the wayside a little bit by virtue of all this space. But, I mean, Nothing to Say. It's pretty impressive what we're seeing him do on this hero.
And even though the Centaur is behind on gold, it's gold. It's effective gold that he's been efficient gold that he's been spending. He has the blink, so phase boot blink. He's ready to battle.
Dust a little ways away from his blink being completed. Now they're smoked up as 3. Irving, the one that's walking out in front, and they'll get him with the Malefice. It looks like.
Okay.
Planet steals Avalanche. That's a good steal.
He wants to go in perhaps onto Irving. He's thinking about it.
Stun already. Backs away. Avalanche. Mech is popped.
Okay. Keep the Eidolons alive for this push.
Trying to do what they can to it, and it is going to be a good chunk of damage onto this tower. And while this is happening, Emo is taking Roche.
Oh, that's a bold attempt.
I mean, he needs a little bit of help. And yeah, Dust is going to come on in
Okay.
and secure that they finish this off.
Okay, nice move. I mean, a bit of a distraction play coming out from IG. It looks like now they do know on the side of PSG LGD, but it's too late.
Well done, well done.
Sneaky by Emo. Forced all that reaction mid and then just walked into the pit.
Making really good moves of this one right now, it feels like. And almost done with his Battle Fury. He's been able to keep up about, what, 600 gold behind the Morphlane?
Yeah, pretty good. Pre-Battle Fury, right?
Yeah.
But now, nothing to say. He's got BKB. That's one of the faster ones I think I've seen. Level 12 as well. Holy.
He is incredibly farmed at 14 minutes.
They gave him a ton of stacks, to be fair. I've
Yeah.
seen like Innocent stacking for him. He's been taking pretty much all of them instead of the Morphling. But now, super ready to battle. Now you can't really cancel the charge too easily at all.
There is still one thing that can do it, that black hole. Irving showing in mid, jump in, Stomp is there, Dust. Oh! Dust! The drive-by catch! They have it though, BKB there, Irving a little bit afraid. They already used the Snapfire Kiss Steal for Rubik. And nothing to say. Oh my god, the kiss is coming from downtown. The Stomp again connects. There's the Stampede to try and get out of there. Dust is dead. Holy moly.
The dream Rubik game. Yeah, it's you're always gonna get kisses if they're not super far away. That's the other thing that Centaur also allows the Rubik to play even better, right?
Oh yeah.
He can stampede in, get right into vision, find that Snapfire to get the steal. It looked flashy, the spear catching the Primal Beast, but then he's like, BKB.
I mean, that's the thing, is I feel like, you know, if Rubik does go in there and steal, like, this isn't the window where I'm as afraid of Rubik stealing Black Hole, I feel like, because he doesn't have Blink Dagger yet. I was wondering if maybe there was an opportunity there to throw it out and just, like, say, screw it, it's done. But didn't go for it. Can't blame him. It's a scary thing to give up.
Yeah. Oh, he has to catch. Mostly it's the Rubik, of course, but has to also be wary of this, the Primal Beast's mini stuns, right? If he doesn't catch the Pulverize or catch that Primal Beast during Pulverize, then the Pulverize is going to clip him and stop him instantly. So IG, though, we'll at least get the tower out of it. But PSG, LGD, they're fighting as 4. That's the difference here. Like, Emo's not really showing up too much, but they're taking the battles as 4, and it's pretty convincingly.
3,000 gold lead. And with Battle Fury done, feels like still need time before he can really come online and
more stacks.
Be a presence.
Nothing to say. Clearing a quad stack Ancient.
Oh. Dude. Oh my god, he's going to get Aghanim so quickly. What the hell?
A good Aghanim's game, too,
Emo?
for Ursa.
Chasing. Oh, one more hit.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. He went in deep. He went in deep. Paulison trying to finish it. Dust. Things getting dicey. They burned through the Aegis, though. Find one. And it looks like they're going to end up losing Emo, dude.
Oh, it's such a risky play by Emo.
Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts a lot. Man.
He tries to get a solo kill, but it's a pretty bold attempt. He doesn't really know where all of LGD was. Yeah, he gets destroyed. 5K lead now. That Morph under no pressure. He got the shift off so quick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was never going to die on Shiro there.
Look at Planet. I think he wants to try to make use of these kisses one more time. Probably wants to look to smoke the Centaur. Still has it for just a small amount of time. I don't want to ping it because I don't want to write in the chat, but I think it's like 25 seconds or something he's got left on it.
Okay.
Oh, Dust, this could be, if he just shows himself. They cancel the blink.
He's done. Damn, dude. Double use out of those kisses.
And he's farming with it. Love it.
Yeah.
Efficiency at its finest.
Planet, I mean, we said it was set up to be the perfect Rubik game, and he has shown so far everything he needs to. 3-0-3, you know, being involved in the majority of the kills that have been going on here.
And I like the way he does it, too, because Centaur has a bit of a slow animation for the Blink Stomp.
Yep.
He Fade Bolts first, Blinks cancel, Dust is just stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, no way out.
Yeah. Good recognition. And just so many stacks. That's the thing. Look, again, just Ancient stack, hard cam stack. He's been doing this the whole... I don't have a amount that he stacked, but I want to say it's like 11 stacks that he's been able to do while being active.
We'll have it at the end of the game. We'll be able to take a look and see. Oh, actually, there we do. 7 stacks.
7. So 7, 3, 3. Even Shiro stacking a couple, but 10 between the two supports. It's you know, indicative of their net worth. You see he's got 5K net worth on Rubik on top. So
Jeez, he's gonna get above dust pretty soon.
Yeah,
this game keeps going this way. And again, we talked about like scaling. It's instead of for Primal Beast going for the Aghanims, he's going you know what the word is.
Sayakanj.
Sayakanj. Get out of here, you. God damn it.
I do that all the time. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. I mean, both items are really good this game, but I think with the way he's snowballing, he's just feeling more damage rather than just playing around those stacks. He's not really getting hit that much. So I just wanted to buff up everything rather than just his uproar. So Blink now on Polison. So Blink Dust, Blink Polison. Can they look to make any aggressive plays, though? Because it feels like LGD just dictating all the pace of the game, and all their ults are back up. So Stampede at the ready. They're looking to invade.
And in this area, not seeing anybody really. If they take the long way around, they're going to run into the Snapfire. Maybe Dust, too.
Shows himself.
Yeah, showing on that lane is kind of rough.
Dust 2, is this counter?
Oh, they see it. They have a ward. Get out of here.
I mean, they got another D ward, and they're scanning right on top of him.
Oh. Manages to escape. So you can see the amount there that we've been going through at the 20-minute mark now. Roche, what, 2 minutes till it's capable of respawning? I mean, it feels like LG has basically gotten everything that they've wanted out of this so far.
Yeah, and they're controlling the map around this area next, right? So just putting that ward up on the high ground.
Interesting. 55% with a 5K gold lead. Really valuing, I guess, the power of Enigma late game.
I think it's disrespecting the Rubik.
Yeah. Jeez.
Disintegrated.
Oh, man.
Starting to get difficult for them to make any aggressive moves on the map. PSG LGD are just, they're ready for every single one of them. Polison with his, yeah, he hasn't been able to find anything with the blink. It's always LGD making the first move. Polison, oh, Jesus.
That was very close there. Ran into a random nothing to say who is coming down bottom.
Look how he's so tanky. Like, how do they actually bring him down? They're gonna have to have Ursa in every single one of the attempts to go for him. And Emo, he's got Blink and Battle Fury, but he's still incredibly vulnerable. If he commits for a kill, he'll probably die afterwards.
Well, and that's the thing too, right? Is like it's sort of like what Sheep was saying, that they're all so tanky going against Ursa, but he can't hit them all. They need Irving, it feels like. Oh, God.
They know he's here.
Oh, man. Yeah, and Rubik's right there, so there is nothing to do. Paulison tries to stop it. Avalanche. Now the Stampede. Couple more hits. Irving is in some trouble. Going to die.
And also Polison.
Oh, my God. Keeps going. Looking for more. This Tiny doesn't have that many places left to go.
He's okay.
I was wondering if they're going to run after him with nothing to say.
Oh, but QIQX, Shiro, seems to have found himself a free target.
Yeah, they're just dying all over the map right now.
Yeah, and we saw there, nothing to say, had just hit level 15. So Enigma stuns him, clicks Uproar, no more Malphus on top of you. So good talent choice.
Very good stuff.
Kaya Sanj done, level 16. Rune will spawn top though, so not a haste rune on the Primal Beast.
He's going to go for a chase there onto Dust. Doesn't decide to do it.
But the Morphling game just continues to be absolutely free. Shiro 302, top of net worth. Same level as his Primal Beast as well. Oh, interesting. He actually bought the shard on the Morphling. Cool. Haven't seen people do that too often. Oh.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Every time he's there for a second, he just gets completely obliterated.
I actually didn't even notice that he was on the sidelines there. He didn't even have anybody close. I guess he just got stuck there.
Yeah. He's so close to BKB. Like, it feels like that's kind of what they're waiting for now. They need to get some other like way to make these items work. I mean, Enigma has a Lincoln's BKB queued up because he knows that he's got to stop all of this.
But that's a lot of time that they're looking for. As Roche, that second Roche, it's on the menu for LGD. It's going to die so fast. Tombstone plus Flesh Golem with Shiro beating on it. No way for IG to make it there. Their lineup needs this Roshan for the Ursa to be able to fight since he's pretty far behind. Yeah, like he's gonna be getting closer towards BKB, but it's coming out quite late as LGD getting everything on the map.
Waveforms on in. It's going to be the shard given over to the Centaur. So the double edge change-ups there as well. Oh God, I just, you know, when you hover over that, you see what could have been the hitch a ride ability on the Centaur.
No.
Dare to dream.
If it only was able to pull people out of Black Hole and Chronosphere anymore, then maybe. But
all right.
It's gone are the days of that, which I think nobody even got to see it in a pro game. So
sad. Planet over there in the side. Dust
again.
Hello, how are you, sir?
Hi, just bullying.
Jiang Yu gonna get caught, and Dust dropped again by Shiro. Did he finish his BKB? Yeah, he at least finishes BKB this time.
Look how late it is. Level 13. Primal Beast, nearly level 17. I mean, they've set up NTS for the most success possible. Same thing for Shiro with all these stacks. Dust hasn't been able to find much of anything. 1-5-1. After that first rotation top, right? That was kind of feels like it was the only move that IG's had that's gone successful for them.
Tough time indeed. They have the Force Staff coming out soon here. I mean, it's just, and that was all again set up by that ward, I guess, as well.
Just not even one step ahead, right? PSG LGD feels like they're 3 or 4 steps ahead in this game, not giving any breathing room to IG whatsoever.
Shiro starting to take down this top tier 2 tower, while the other side of the map, IG inhabiting that jungle. They claim one of their own, so getting that outpost there. And maybe gonna make something happen mid. You see a ward placed down over on the mini-map behind the tier 2 tower on the Radiant side. I don't know if that's gonna...
so deep.
I mean, they're at least shooting for the stars. They're like, maybe if we get down here, this is gonna be the big play we can make.
Maybe trying to just read smoke movements and stuff too that's coming out
Yeah.
from deep. I'm not sure. It's a very aggressive ward placed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But very much struggling to find anything in this game now.
Anything indeed, yeah. 3 tanky cores, can't find targets. Now they're just kind of like cutting creep waves and trying to find anything tricky. I mean, Polison's literally cutting waves mid. So I guess that's the purpose of that ward, to delay.
Right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I will say that, like, you know, the lead has not ballooned completely in the way that it has for some other ones. 7K, it's remained consistent over the last couple of minutes at least. But can they ever make it really pull back?
And the issue is also, like, they have the Ursa versus Morphling. So you
Right.
want to be the ones actually with that lead rather than the opposite, because Morphling's just going to be able to scale way harder than that Ursa.
Dust heading out. Oh, finds everybody. The lift is there. BKB.
Tomb on high ground.
Okay. Emo comes on in, and with the Snapfire, they're going to bring down the Tombstone. Nothing to say. On top of Emo, though. BKB wearing out low. He pig pulls to run away. Try and reset on the fight. Stolen Arena. That, I'm not sure what that was.
It looks cool.
Okay.
He's like, this area is ours. I tried to catch the Enigma, but quick blink from the Enigma to get out.
Okay. I was confused why he stopped the Pulverize on the Primal Beast.
On the Ursa?
Yeah.
He had Enrage on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There
it
is.
was just 80. Yeah, it was just reduced all the way down, 50%.
27 minutes, and again, these fights don't look completely terrible. It's not great, but
They're having to get a kill and just bail immediately because I think they're terrified to use their ults at this point. Every ult is just getting taken, right? There's been no black holes used. Irving's just so scared to use it versus Planet, and you can see why. I mean, Planet on fire on this Rubik.
they've got to find him first.
Just ain't easy.
Nope. And for LGD, a very simple solution. Send in your big baddies to run on in and start killing people. Make sure that Rubik's protected.
Yeah, just send the Undying in. Who cares if Innocence dies? If he gets Tombstone down, job's done, gets vision of the fight, and then the 3 Bruisers go in and, yeah, Planet do whatever he wants.
Irving, he's found. Planet got him. Oh, man.
How does he keep finding him?
He just walked through the trees. He was like, he's down here surely.
The Eidolons are kind of killing Planet, but Shiro turns into the Enigma as well, tries to cut the trees. 3 Midnight Pulses.
Wow.
I love when Rubik and Morphling are on the same team.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
It's like you have to be. You're playing versus Mars, and Mars gets a spear, and then there's 2 more spears that fly out as well. So it's just all these funny little combos you can do.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
8,000 gold lead, where it's been sitting consistently. But everybody from IG heading on down here now to try and find Jianyu. Do they dare go for this kill?
He's so tanky. I mean, he's got Halberd.
Yeah, it looks like they're just wanting to take over the triangle so that way Ursa can farm some more.
Yeah, it's just scary to set up any of these plays around the towers because it feels like PSG LGD. They never, I mean, at this point in the game, of course, they don't really have to use TPs ever.
Yeah.
So they always have TPs to just back up. So if they do go for the Centaur, they'll probably get like 4 wiped right afterwards.
Smoke up as 5. Smoke immediately broken. Good blink away. Paulison gets out of harm's way.
Bonked Planet a little bit backwards too.
And you see QYQX spams out the wave. Starts running out of there. And LGD kind of being pulled around the map a little bit. It does sort of beg the question of, you know, what's the eventual end goal for this? But it is definitely trying to get into their next set of items at the very least.
Yeah, just continue controlling the map.
BKB Irving.
All right, step 1, kind of. Still has to find the Rubik, and then also, I mean, just has to find the Rubik.
Yeah,
and then get the Enigma and get the Lincolns pretty much, so that he can have a little bit more of a safety net. But
right,
still not easy. Let's see what they can do though. They're feeling confident. Basher also finished on Emo. Let's see what they find.
They are fairly grouped together right now as LGD, and the call is to head right into the area where they're at.
They seem to know this. Look at the positioning. Undying checking one ramp. Primal Beast checking the other.
Paulison up front. Nothing to say. They run into him. BKB out. Emo bashes, connects, gets the enrage off, and Pulverize not doing a ton. The BKB, the runaway. Still waiting. Irving on the low ground there. And a toss trying to break any blink daggers that they might have.
Throws a zombie at him.
Yeah.
That looked, I was like, what the hell did he toss? It was a zombie. That looked pretty funny. That's BKB from Primal Beast, BKB from Ursa, and Tombstone, I guess, and Stampede. Those are the 3 big things used.
Okay.
Ooh, now Planet has an Aeon Disc, so gets harder and harder. He also found a headband about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So distance of this Rubik, he's going to be playing so far back. And he also just has very far increased range to be able to steal these spells too.
Midnight Pulse can be kind of an interesting little addition too. Oh my god, can you imagine if Enigma Black Holes and then Planet Midnight Pulses and then steals Black Hole?
It could happen. It could absolutely happen.
Oh jeez.
Shiro, I saw he had Silver Edge queued up. I didn't really see the big reason why. He just has Shadow Blade now for now and then goes back for Satanic. I like that he just goes for finishing Satanic instead. Just so a bit more survivable.
Again, all it takes is one big fight. If they can win a big one here, this would be huge. Gets the 4 staff away. Why? Taking a lot of damage here. Emo on top of him. Gets the silence out from that Mindbreaker. Tombstone down.
Shiro's
back
in.
away. Avatos onto 4, but turn BKB Black Hole.
It's a big
one.
one.
The control is there. They've got more than enough damage. Stolen Black Hole, spear away. Planet ready to turn this one. The big stomp in and the Black Hole countered onto 2. Is it going to be enough for those kills? It certainly will, but Emo runs on in. Takes down Y. Triple kill for Emo.
And Roche. It's
in
up.
the end, this is a huge win for IG.
Great positioning from them. Shiro, he gets a 4-man avalanche, but nobody else is there to back him up. Primal Beast got nothing offed. They completely controlled and killed off both those cores with the Black Hole. Irving comes in clutch. Planet not in range to be able to get that steal in time.
And I think that was the first Black Hole of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it was.
See how far back Planet was, and then, of course, if he's that far away, good recognition by Irving that he can't get in time.
Yeah, the Dust jumping in, catches the Centaur inside of there. Planet actually had to blink backwards to jump out of that Mars arena. Now a huge window. Really nicely done from IG.
I mean, he still steals Black Hole.
Sure.
But it wasn't onto Emo.
Exactly. Emo's able to run in, clean up the fight. All right, IG.
Yes,
yes. I mean, it's a the dream fight, really.
Dude, that was awesome.
Taking out both cores, both of those big tanky cores, the Morphling and the Primal Beast, before they're able to do much of anything.
Well, Black Hole is still online for Rubik. They weren't able to kill Planet. So that's got to be a key hunting ground right now because, I mean, for both teams, right?
And now, full Abyssal for Ursa. They have Refresher Shard on Irving, and he's close to his Lincolns as well, too. So fights maybe looking a little bit easier now for IG. They've found a huge window in this game.
I honestly wonder if, like, you just maybe even want to wait out the fight until that you know that Black Hole is gone. You know what I mean? Like, it's a long duration to wait, but I don't know. It's always scary when going into the fight and they have that ability. Particularly on a Rubik with that crazy type of range he has.
They just have to be, it's positioning, right? It's patience of positioning is. That is like literally the best possible place that they could have fought right there.
Yeah.
Up on the high ground, LGD on the low ground, gets caught like kind of awkwardly where the fight begins onto the Undying.
Well, I mean, like trying to wait out the fight right now and say
Instead
don't.
of-
Instead of like, IG just like chill for a little bit. You know, even with the Aegis, like.
They'd have to like kind of sit in base because you know PSG LGD, they want to use it, right?
Yeah.
They're like, that was a one-off. We made a we completely botched the fight. They still want to look to fight even though they're into this Aegis.
And Planet, the one that's leading the charge with the wards. Paulison is there with an Invis rune. Oh.
They see Irving.
They find him. Big jump, but the BKB Planet there. They can break it though if they want, but it looks like they're just gonna let that kill happen. Okay, so they let Irving die. Emo, he is still back here and going to TP out. So using Black Hole solo on the Enigma, that's not too bad.
I think PSG LGD is still happy with it, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're just looking to just get any type of kill that they can. Because I think they still feel stronger in the fights, just positioning all the importance. They can't get stacked up on the two cores. Morphling and Primal Beast can't get Black Hold when the Rubik's not there to get the steal.
Right.
So they're happy with that. Downtime is not too long either. It's 100 seconds.
Could see that.
If he can steal it again.
Right there, Rubik is queuing up the BKB himself. Dude. This has the makings of a pretty freaking epic late game fights here, depending on what happens. Abyssal Blade finds him there to start, but finally turns, pops the BKB, pulverized, but the Enrage was ready. Stolen Avalanche, so that's what they're working with now.
Back up to a 6K lead there for PSG LGD. IG can still see the possibilities of them being able to fight. Irving still a bit away from Lincoln's, but it feels like perhaps they still just want to fight without it. Because he does have his Black Hole available with BKB. Maybe they can look to force something. A minute and a half left on Aegis.
Yeah, it's sort of a tough one, right? Because, you know, he's going to sort of not have buyback for this if he does go for that full Lincoln's. And, what, 400 gold away? Pretty freaking close.
Listen, Emo, don't take my creeps.
Get out of here.
Go away. Thank you.
Right, he's going to get these ones most likely.
And they've got a bounty rune, so it should be pretty close to him having finished up. Okay. So I guess they can just finish up that Lincoln's and then perhaps look for that fight. But that does mean Aegis likely a timeout before that battle does happen. 50 seconds.
So the only other, I mean, there's nothing else that pierces BKB that he has to worry about right now, right? I don't think so on Enigma.
No, I'm trying to think about any like steal plays or anything. Like no, he should be fine.
Okay. The only other thing could be just like dying to Morphling if his positioning is a little bit off or something.
Yeah, I guess eventually it will be the 25 on Primal Beast if he gets and he gets like some cast range.
Right.
Then perhaps maybe they can like break it with the Rubik and he can catch. That's like, you know, that's asking a lot, of course, but
totally. Conceivably possible.
Conceivably possible, exactly. On paper, as we like to say, right? That's everyone's favorite term, so I think in Dota. On paper and
dude, nobody does anything on paper anymore either. It's like
that's actually quite true, right?
Yeah. The hell.
It's a good saying though.
Yeah. Ward in the base. This
Okay.
one not known about.
It's a big, especially when you have Tiny. It's a big one, and they did take the gem earlier.
Ooh.
Oh,
Planet.
That's switch up on Shiro as well. He's got a Hex.
Okay.
More and more carries lately buying the Hex.
Showing the value of it.
Yeah. Versus Ursa, it's always going to be very strong. If you get it on the pre-BKB, he's just going to die.
Well, LGD now know Aegis is gone, so they're going to smoke out and try and take the route through their own jungle, it looks like. And they've sort of been nursing this lead. 5K, roughly about where it was before. In terms of, like, you know, where the teams are sitting, would you still be giving the edge right now to LGD, you think?
A lot to execution, honestly. It's all going to be up to Irving, how much he's going to be able to make happen with these black holes. But vision, so important.
Walk right up the hill. They spot it right at the start. Everybody's grouped together. Shiro's just to the outside, though. It's a little bit scary. Where do they want to go?
I think Planet is now playing a lot more confident with how he's going to be holding his Blink Dagger. I think it's Dust's job. It's Dust and Emo's kind of job to, mostly Dust, to get this Rubik. Try to just mess with him so that he's not able to actually steal the black hole. So a lot of like simultaneous initiation for IG.
Well, with the Lincolns now, though, it's not going to be as much of an issue, right? Like, that should be able to deal with it.
Should be able to, yeah. It still is like 4-second cooldown on spell steal, so
yeah,
if he can like initially break it and then they have an opportunity, you know.
He sees him before he gets out there. True.
Yeah, it's. I think this whole game is now going to be determined on like vision in those and jumps.
Obviously, not many vision heroes in this game. The main one is that Undying with the Tombstone, given that full vision in nighttime as well as in daytime. Zombies see everything.
They do.
And down bottom, they're going to try and push in the wave a little bit with these Eidolons, get some counter pressure going. A minute until Roche is capable of respawning. That next one's going to have everything on it.
That's, I mean, it's initiation who can get that next Roche. So if LGD is able to control this area and IG is not able to kind of get this area back for themselves, then that could be disastrous really for IG.
Jagir picked up these neutrals.
Ooh. That could be a nice one for the Enigma. I think you give that to Irving immediately.
He passed it over.
Cooldown reduction's great and all, but as we were saying, positioning is everything.
And for LGD, I mean, it feels like it's still very much on Shiro just to sort of take the fights that he wants to in a successful way and, you know, find the Hex, I guess, on the Ursa when Enrage is down. Or is he going to just try and, like, blow up these other supports?
Probably mostly the Ursa, or just a quick, if they get vision, right? Quick initiation, pop that Enigma if they can actually get on top of him.
Double catapult wave.
Yeah, it's going to start hitting this tower pretty hard. They have Eidolons too.
Yeah, this is needing to be dealt with. And IG, they are heading back up towards the area where Roche is. It's a long respawn, 2 minutes.
This tower is...
It's going down if they're not careful.
It's gonna drop pretty soon. Like these Eidolons tanking for catapult, and then the next wave is coming. Irving's able to keep those catapults alive. Tower might just fall. Looks like one of them will survive at the least. So yeah, PSG LGD, they're maybe gonna have to react to this.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna.
It's okay. All right. Opposite sides having the same thing kind of happen. They had the double catapult, so they did the math. They knew.
Smoke, smoke. Who they finding? Illusions being sent out by the Morph. And they're heading back bottom again, or just the long way around?
Trying to get the long wrap around. But yeah, they know that this ward is here, so not wanting to walk right into this vision.
Okay.
Oop, ward placed, they know. LGD knows the exact positioning now of IG. They counter smoke. He's waiting with the tombstone. Look at why.
Yep. Right up there. Catches him. Dust, he's already got. And he's dead. Didn't get it down. Now buys back. Good force staff in the black hole onto both of them. Stolen black hole. Tries to turn it, but it's already too late. The Avatos, they got Planet under control. Second rounds, the charm taking down Shiro, but is it going to be enough damage? Planet able to get away a little bit there. And the control is enough to kill. Nothing to say, but they managed to find that Rubik and bring him down. Another buyback.
Holy, I mean, all of PSG, they know this is the fight that determines the game. The Roche could be up, still not there, 20 seconds.
Oh,
and now there's no black holes.
Ooh, crazy, crazy.
4 buybacks.
I mean, that was so much damage dealt. And Roche about to respawn. Do IG just feel like now they can't go and fight it? I guess that's the case.
I mean, without having any black holes available, without having any arena as well. Yeah, this Roche now, it's going to go PSG LGD's favor.
I mean, that was a lot of buybacks used, though.
Yeah.
4 buybacks. They have to get the value out of this here.
They're going to have a window, 100 seconds. So PSG LGD, do they take the risky kind of play to smoke and look for a battle, or smoke and just look to straight to go for a push? Let's see which one it's going to be.
It's such a tough question right now, which way they want to go with it. And they give
they're
it
giving
to
it to Rubik. Okay, now it's... I mean, now it's kind of scary.
Okay. So 2 spells stolen. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, what to break it down for me, like, I guess now you have a window where you can try and run in and actually make the fight happen, but with no buybacks, you can just straight up lose the game if you lose a fight.
It's a very risky position for the side of PSG LGD. They have to be very careful the next way they take the fight. They give the Primal Beast the Aegis, though. They know that Shiro, they're probably telling him, okay, you're going to have to be the one that holds buyback. Primal Beast can go in and die once and then reset. 40 seconds until that black hole does come up. And the other thing is, too, that was the refresher shard they held from way earlier. So that's why it did go so successful that they did still have that on Irving. This time around, he's not going to have that second round of black hole.
Yeah, only the one. Trying to build into the refresher, but he's still a ways away from it.
I think this is one of the better games that we've gotten in China. This is super close, and I don't think many people expected it with the way that PSG LGD had that lead.
Yeah, I think a testament to how much IG has grown over the duration of this DPC season. Like, even in this little bit, they are looking so much better than they did in that first series that we watched of theirs.
Yeah. Emo, 25, getting close to being maxed out. Finished up an MKB just before as well. The damage, he'll be able to just eat right through that Morphling if he sticks on miss. We've seen a few times, and yeah, they're looking for it. Black hole's back up.
They know that this could be the win. This could be the one that they get there. And on the bottom side of the map, they're going for the long wraparound. LGD, Shiro.
They seem to know.
Thinking they're in the area. Spot, nothing to say. Spot Shiro right away on top of him with the Abyssal Blade. He didn't get it off. Does he have enough to survive through it, though? Thinks about it, turns in, black hole.
It's on
has
nothing.
to cast another thing. Well, they already have killed off the Morphling, but he buys back now. It's only stolen Malefice. Emo dies to nothing to say.
Oh.
And that's too much damage. Black hole didn't do a thing.
He literally was on nobody. I think they didn't really, this is the buyback kind of play thing that you play around. Shiro, he runs in first to force it. It didn't actually even hit him. He dies before it even clips onto him. But
I think they were just wanting to make sure they got that Morphling kill, and he ended up, coming out of the spear and still dying. Granted now, that's 5 buybacks used, but with no black hole, I mean, how much can LGD do? I feel like they have to get something here, though. Let's take a look at this again.
They're going to go for a push for sure with those being down. Yeah, it's a great jump. I mean, Emo, he gets the full cleanup. But then Irving, yeah, a bit of a whiff there. And then the positioning's really awkward for them. Tombstone on high ground. They have full vision, full everything of the fight, really, with that buyback from Shiro. Yeah, high ground push. Shiro now.
See if they decide, how much they decide to give up.
There's nothing on IG. There's no black hole. There's no Mars ult. Neither of them.
Yeah, this is so hard to make any type of a counter play happen. And again, one lane of Rax already dead. They're going to pop the glyph on the second as they'll try and do whatever stall tactics they possibly can. Avalanche, throw it out, and LGD going to respect the respawns.
Okay. They are starting to get, those buybacks. It's been about 3 minutes, so 3 minutes left on them. They're going to back up. Play it a little bit careful.
I mean, this is almost feeling like a Hail Mary moment, though, for IG, right? Like, you know that none of them have buybacks for a little while longer. Do you just go for it all and try and find a kill here? Because if you win a fight, you win the game.
They need 40 seconds.
Yeah.
40 seconds for Irving. Dust has about 50 seconds for double. So maybe you just wait the minute before you look to make that big play.
Scotty done on Morph. A 6,000 gold lead.
Nothing to say. His Aegis is going to wear out. So this could be a window where they can even find the Primal Beast in the front lines. He wants to ideally break the smokes, but if Aegis wears off and they kill him, then it could just be a 4v5 fight immediately.
Anybody dies, and it is such a big boon for IG here.
They have a full Hex on the Tiny. Also, Polison if he wants to purchase it.
Wow.
Everyone's starting to pick up quite a bit of items here. QIQX also has an Aghanims, but it looks like they're all just saving buybacks, so they want to have that. Because they all should have it. Yeah, all 5 do have it available on the side of IG, so.
Yeah, they get a Lincoln's now on the Ursa.
Okay. They can protect Irving a little more.
Yeah.
Throw double Lincolns on him. Irving very close to his refresher as well, too.
And that Hex is bought out.
Okay, so no buyback then.
No, still has it.
He still has it. Oh, wow. He's super rich.
He's crazy farmed.
Emo,
Everybody
though.
is.
Emo does not.
Yeah.
Emo spent.
Battle Fury in the backpack. It's all about the battle. And this team is going to be furious if he dies.
Yeah. LGD is they're playing it patient though. Buybacks coming back up 1 minute. 4 minutes, of course, for the Morphling though. So he's the one. Shiro still has to be very careful. And for IG, they should be able to recognize all in the Morphling. And here we go. They've got everything back up.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point too, is that with the other ones coming close on timing, it's probably better just to sort of zero in on that morph as the main one to go for.
Right now, they have this 60-second window. If they can catch, could just be the deciding factor for them. They also have this toss requires no target, which sometimes just catches people off guard too. If they get a base ward, they get a toss out of somebody. Could be huge from Polison.
Polison.
Spotted, he knows, yeah.
Drops down a ward and immediately realizes, dude, can you imagine?
Like he could do crazy stuff. Polison can blink if he gets that high ground vision, blink Hex, toss the Morphling out, and then Morphling can't shift and actually just dies, so.
That's
not going to be
crazy.
the case though.
DD spawns bottom. LGD do spot it. As Centaur is running out along the top lane there. Don't know if he was scouted or not.
Buybacks back in 10. Now they're just short a little bit of gold. 500 on Centaur, 300 on Rubik.
It definitely feels like with IG now in their positioning, we're going to be getting to another Roche.
Game is getting complicated, it feels like, for PSG LGD, just because so many rounds of these ultimates are just going to constantly be available for the side of IG.
You can see 56-44.
It's so close.
It's up in the air. Oop.
Almost finding the Centaur top. The DD, it's still bottom. Shiro, he's going to get eyes of it.
Yeah, that's a nice win for him. And just running around with that ninja's gear. Can't get scouted.
One of the best heroes in the game to get DD, since you're just raw stats.
Yeah, that's like, what, 780?
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
Still 100 short on those buybacks on Rubik and Centaur. If they can get like 1 or 2 kills, then they'll be fine for it. All right, let's see how it goes. Into the high ground they go.
Dude, waveform attacks targets is pretty good for this, but the jump in, Emo, he gets the enrage off in time. Trying to find one. Where do they find a black hole? It's onto him. Emo, he's going to get on top, but he's getting blocked by Eidolons. He's trying to find the finish, and they get it. 2 minutes on the sideline, no Morphling.
And they've got another black hole.
Oh my god, the double. They drop it, tries to BKB and get out of there, and it looks like he's going to. Emo chasing. Hunting, wants to find a bash. The pushback, not bad at all. And the spear is connecting. Now they lock together.
He's got a blink.
And gets out. So 30 seconds on Roche, but no Morphling. He can't be in this fight.
Perfect recognition from Irving. They saw that the Rubik was a bit far away. He's actually able to just throw that black hole. It was a moment there when they didn't have detection. The Sapphire actually wasn't close enough. So they're like, wait, he's in the black hole. I know it, but I can't hit him. And then, yeah, QIQX gets in range.
I thought he was getting blocked by Eidolons, the wall of them that was there.
It looked like it as well, yeah.
That's so crazy.
Eidolons scouting the Roche. They're going to know it's up immediately. They're going to be able to get that one as well. IG starting to do it here.
Bouncing back and forth on the gold lead. It doesn't really matter because the big win here is going to be a huge amount of net worth in that Aghanim Scepter and then that second life. I'm not even sure who they want to give it to. I guess Ursa seems to be a pretty good bet.
Probably, yeah. I'd say just give him most of those items. Aegis and Ags.
Yeah, he gets there.
Yeah. They'll give Irving that next refresher, of course. We do know that we cannot stack them, though. Can't refresh and refresh. I know there was a moment where you could use the shard and then the orb afterwards, even after they patched it, but pretty sure that was fixed. So he's going to pass it away. He's going to give it to the Ursa as well.
Cheese on the Enigma. Emo having trouble trying to juggle all of his items right now.
Yeah. So maybe I have to sell this battle. Here he is. 10,000 gold in his backpack.
That's crazy. Yeah, it might be time to get rid of that.
Might be time to get rid of one of those soon. He still has growth though. He still has like bots too that he can buy and stuff like that. But
Yeah, he's going for the Swift Blink. I think he probably sells it here.
yeah, let's see what he does get rid of. Nope.
He's attached.
All right, PSG LGD. Now they have every buyback ready. So Shiro, even though he was brought down before, does have it. And they also pass. I was wondering why Shiro was holding the refresher shard. I know he has literally 6 activatable items, but nothing to say is like, you know, he has this really valuable position where he can just get this like double pulverize and just change the entire tides of the fight.
Damage there changed to pure too. Didn't even know about that one. But regardless, you're seeing one of the other queued up items that can maybe save the day here, the Wind Waker. Dude, if we're getting to Wind Waker gaming,
Oh, I love it, please.
That I don't even know what to say anymore at that point. We're going to be seeing some crazy stuff.
Would you say that you have nothing to say?
Oh, God.
I'm so sorry.
You know what it was?
You
It was
did it.
T. We came over here and
It
he
was
did that
T.
awful pun to start this. It's all his fault. Unbelievable.
Yep.
We love it.
All right, 5 buybacks, 4 on the other side. They did get Polison to use his before, but now he's got A on disc, so a little more coverage. PSG LGD, yeah, they're very scared to step outside. Double black holes at the ready.
Dude, everybody's so afraid to move anywhere. They're so scared. Which, fair enough, you know? It makes sense. It's like, you get to these points in the game and it's like, what is the proper initiation? And you kind of get an idea for it when you're out in the open, but then now you're in the lead and you need to figure out how to break high ground as IG. And it's like, what's the protocol for that? I mean,
A good fight.
okay.
That's probably going to be the case, just trying to get this really successful fight. And I mean, I think this Ninja Gear is honestly like pretty game winning. Irving just constantly smoked. They're never able to find him to get the jump on him. And ooh, top. Dust.
Wants to
find him.
Find him.
Can't quite. TP.
It's one of those moments where you expect like a blind blink and suddenly you get him. Why?
He's on a journey.
He's just running around with a gem. He stole the Ninja Gear. It's pretty cool.
That would be pretty amazing if he somehow did do that.
Well, no, he has his own.
I know.
Gotcha, gotcha.
I mean, if he stole, right? So. But he's just, it looks like he's just like trying to get some information with it and then swapping in telescope for the fights.
He's stealing the outpost.
Sneaky.
That's crazy.
Oh, it's an arcane rune. This could be a dictator to allow them to fight for Irving.
Okay. He takes it.
They also, he just has 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so maybe wanting to try to take some type of advantage with it.
Dust has bots. He also has the unassembled Aeon disc ready to go.
These fights are going to be wild. Polison thinks about it.
Yeah, and they get the D ward right there. They realize that it was going on.
Is that his job with the Ninja Gear?
Dude, that's
I'm
crazy.
just taking outposts, guys.
Don't worry. I'm on the job.
That's actually pretty funny. Is he going to cut a wave too? He is!
Why not?
All right, well, Tombstone's probably going to die. Yay. Oh. It's a close one. The battle. Okay, I get it. Push out top. Jump.
Abyssal already there. Spear misses. Oh, but second round, it's enough for the kill.
Okay.
They take down nothing to say. Obviously has buyback.
Didn't have to commit the black hole, though. It's just the first set of Areno there from the Mars. Oh, and now Mars 25 as well, so extra regen inside of his ult. He's got it online.
And has everything ready to go, but no refresher.
And no wave, as we did see. Top wave, it was taken out from that Tombstone. Mid wave is going to be the big one that they need. Polison, he looks like he's pinging, expecting someone to cut it.
And they have a wave pushing into their base, actually, that they haven't been able to deal with.
Yeah, the tier 4 was taken out earlier from it.
Jumps in. Abyssal finds him. Hex, but Aeon disc in. That is an illusion, sir.
Okay,
Lincoln Sphere popped. And that's Malefice stolen.
He covered it nicely. He black holed and immediately
Dude,
Malefice.
they're tier
straight away.
4s. They have to get back. Yeah, they're back there now.
Okay, and Aegis does get reclaimed. So now, PSG LGD. Very patient also. Look at, nothing to say, held his buyback when they dove high ground. So
yeah.
Very, very patient this game.
Octarine core done for the Enigma. This is the type of game that could definitely just end in one bad fight.
Yep.
And it also could go on for like another hour, I feel like.
Absolutely. We do have those neutral items very soon, though.
That's true.
We haven't gotten any for us.
No.
That usually means that the game's going to end right before it happens, though, right? So.
I mean, that's what happened yesterday. We had one where it ended at 60 minutes, I think.
I think it was like 60:04. Right?
Yeah.
It was literally as the 60-minute mark happened, the game ended.
Oh, and there it is. This is another way to end the game. The Eidolons.
He has hit 25.
Dude, look at him. Look at him go. All right, well, Fadebolt's pretty good against them.
Tower
but they
drops.
take it down.
Jump.
Safe's push. Why? Gets out of there. Tombstone
Dust.
down.
That's Dust's second BKB.
Now
Now going to be a lot more reluctant to go in.
Yeah, 60 seconds until Refresh Orb's back up again.
60 seconds till refresher, or 60 seconds till refresher, 60 seconds till those items.
Wait, did they refresh on the Enigma?
He immediately did, yeah.
Okay, got it.
GD trapped in the base for quite some time now.
Yeah. They haven't really been able to get out there, and IG building up their lead, 14K now. They do have to get back and, again, defend their base.
Yeah, they're pinging it already. They're like, this bottom lane, it's starting to get pretty annoying.
Yeah. And with 59 minutes in, we are just about to get into those Tier 5 neutrals. LGD, I mean, this is always a tough situation, too. Do you want to try and go out, send somebody on, like, a little mission to get some items yourself? Are they trying to take a fight right now?
They saw the Mars bottom. It looks like they want to maybe set up for him.
Oh, he almost broke that smoke. So close. QYQX heading in here.
So close. Emo.
And Emo finds him.
He knows.
Planet right on top of him. Gets the lift, but Abyssal is there. Force Staff tries to get out. Stomp. Irving right on top. Finding Planet. He's dead. Can they get out with everybody else now? Nothing to say. TPing. And it looks like they will manage to get out with everybody else.
What a read by IG. They know that perhaps they're going to set up for this Mars on bottom. Emo just jumps right in. They find the Rubik as well, the ideal target.
And immediately they're running into the triangle here.
They see the Centaur pushing up far. They're setting up for him already. They have that side ward, the Tinker ward, as we call it.
Oh, trying to TP out. And
They
there
catch
it
him.
is. The Hex comes out in time. And they will find this Centaur. Emo chasing in and getting him there. Aeon Disc will not keep alive at Cent.
60 minutes. Shiro probably going to start running to some neutrals to find them. First one, it will be found, the Book of the Dead. Buyback forced from the Centaur. They're holding on to Planet's buyback as long as possible, though.
It's a Stygian Desolator on the Ursa.
Oh.
So he has that one now, and 6th Roche is up. Shiro.
Giants ring.
Oh, man.
Also a big one, too, for the Mars.
Yeah, Shiro's just going out to go farm him. He knows he needs to get him.
They have a ward on it, though. They're preemptively prepped for the 60-minute mark, so they do see the Morphling.
Ooh, this is a big play. He's completely alone here. Shiro goes in Viz. On top of the ward. No, he doesn't know.
They're going to be able to catch him with this.
The jump in, and the Hex is out. The BKB, the black hole. Don't spear that guy too far away, but they get the finish.
IG, the preparation for the 60-minute mark, knowing
Dude, they
that
knew.
They know LGD's going to go for some type of fancy play to try to find him. Instant
Unreal.
refresh, looking for the next one.
With an arcane rune, they are running down lanes. They've got Aegis on Ursa. The Aghanim Scepter gets picked up by QYQX, so he can go for some toss-in plays or jump in to save people.
All smoked in the back line, too. 31,000 lead.
Ready to run in. They've got that shard on Irving, ready to go. Eidolon spawn, send them on in to take down that tombstone, but Fadebolt does some pretty good damage. And it looks like they're going to have to wait out that tombstone, trying to not use the buyback on the Morphling if they can hold it.
Holison's ready to go in again.
They jump, they find him. Do a ton of damage there. Spear connects, controls, and dead. Stolen toss, that's not going to do enough. Centaur jumps in for the stomp. They jump out.
They full reset on the buybacks.
Nothing to say. Has to be careful about this one. He manages to escape from that.
Planet. Looks in pretty aggressively. Trying to find Irving. Shiro.
Went forward pretty far. Thought he had Irving. Wasn't the case. He's still good with 20 seconds left until these got double black hole again.
Yep. They're just trying to find him, but he's never giving them the opportunity. Bottom is pushing in again. Dust has to back up and take control of that.
This is one of the best Enigma performances I've seen in a long time. He had so many counters against him.
Yeah, he seems to have, after that top one, he seems to have always been able to find that Morphling or the Primal Beast. And I think we're going to start getting to points where people can't actually spend their gold. Emo, 12,000 gold.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have Moon Shard. Doesn't care for it, doesn't need it.
He's got what he needs.
He's almost maxed on attack speed anyway. Stun.
Picks up an Eidolon.
Nothing to say. Hex.
Toss out. There we go. Special delivery, courtesy of Tiny. BKB is there with the Pulverize. Turn now onto Dust. Second Pulverize. It's not doing enough damage. Fallen Sky to interrupt. Crazy things are happening in this game.
They just don't seem to have the damage at all.
No.
Shiro's never able to really stand his ground and hit people because of the fear of these black holes. And her IG, yeah, just perfectly set up.
Emo moves on in. Does not have Battle Fury in inventory at the moment, but does a good chunk of damage there, taking down these creeps. Again, the big worry that you always have to have in the back of your head for IG is this bottom lane.
Yeah,
is
the
there
back door.
any chance we could see like a Morphling going for an all-in at some point? Maybe even buying a Rapier or what have you?
It feels like that actually might be the only
my God.
chance that PSG LGD has to win this game now at this point. They can't win fights,
No.
so they're going to have to do something crazy to try to have an opportunity.
Shiro's trying to buy the Rapier right now. And in the meantime, see the wave being pushed in up top here.
Abyssal Blade dropped here. Oh, okay. Dust. Maybe they set up the gank here on him. Shiro. And why?
I don't know if they do enough damage, though.
Should be able to.
Hex, okay, you're right. Definitely did. They had enough damage.
Yeah.
I'm so used to just them not doing enough, but they find the kill onto Dust.
Yeah, finally it's not them just being CC'd the entire battle.
Emo, he catches them in the fallen sky! Oh, what?
Emo! I mean, that's 120 seconds. Bars buyback. They can look dead.
Immediately they go on in for this one. No Centaur here. Stolen overpower. That one's not going to be good enough. The melee Raxes are falling. They're throwing Eidolons in. Giant Tiny, giant support Tiny. Find why you smile. He's still fine, though. Stolen Avalanche. Shiro rolls through. Kisses raining down from on high. Just trying to cover the area. Get that vision.
Raxes are dying.
Another one falling. Do they go for any more now? Dust does not have buyback, and this Aegis is going to expire in 40. 80 seconds still without Centaur. You got to imagine that this is going to be the place they go.
The Book of the Dead is starting to shove the wave in pretty hard. Double catapult wave for the side of LGD.
Close are they to the rest of this? They ended up not buying yet. I think the Rapier is on the courier coming back right now.
It's been spotted, too. They pinged it immediately.
It's in vision. Rapier on courier. Head on in with Shiro. He's got it. Boots of travel.
Dust has to go back. They got megas. All right, so now bottom wave, not going to be a problem for them. Those mega creeps will constantly be able to push out the waves. And IG looks to have done it. So as long as they don't throw this humongous fight, they don't give some type of black hole to this Rubik in some type of weird fashion, this game should be in the bag for them.
I feel like I've seen so many of these games, though, where a team like has been working for this like final objective, and then suddenly everything falls out the wind, right? Like they're split up now, they're farming, somebody's gonna die, I can see it. Oh God.
Has to be cautious with his positioning.
Oh yeah.
Saw him for a second there, Shiro. We'll have to back away.
You can see with a 51,000 gold lead, it's 80%. What?
That's the 20% is on, that's Planet right there. He's that one hero, so 20%, right? 1 out of 5, something like that, right? You can get that there.
Wow.
If he can get Black Hole still, it's seemingly pretty impossible, but...
To be honest with you, I think IG can win without having to cast Black Hole again this game.
Probably, actually. Maybe they... It's so tough to tell your Enigma not to cast it, though.
I know.
He also has Seer Stone, to be fair, so the distance that he's going to be casting Black Hole from is also quite crazy. And they're going to be able to constantly scout inside these fights.
All those neutrals. They have them all on the side of LGD. After the death on Shiro, they haven't been able to go out onto the map to secure the rest of them.
Yeah, IG has all 5,
That's what I meant.
Yeah, they're stuck in the base for what feels like it feels like for almost 15 minutes now, more.
Yeah.
After these fights from IG, just recognizing who to get these black holes on. And IG. Still farming. Dust has to be careful, of course. He is the one that did use buyback. Doesn't want to overcommit too hard.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if they just wait for that.
Oh, we have 30 now, of course, on Ursa. So one of the... I mean, really, it's a really strong talent, but the other one's just too strong to take. Enrage now provides half benefit to all your allies in a radius.
Okay.
So inside
right.
the Mars Arena, inside like the areas of Black Hole and stuff like that, Emo is going to be able to protect his allies too.
Interesting.
It's actually cool too, because maybe if they can kill the Enigma, that's just gonna prevent the damage to even have to be able to kill the Enigma during Black Hole too. Even though LGD hasn't been able to kill him anyway, but you know, you can.
Does it work on the shard as well? I assume it would. I don't see why it would, but it's only for like a second anyways.
I think it's only on the ult bit.
Okay. Smoke out as 5. LGD.
So ward here. Dust. He's thinking about jumping.
There's many heroes in the area.
He's got bots too.
Tombstone. They're right on top of him. Look at the kisses. Come on down here. The black hole connects onto both. They are gone. Just like that.
They found another neutral item though. Did see LGD was looking to go find those in the meantime, but they do not have a Primal Beast now for 2 minutes.
Ex Machina is big, but I don't know if it's going to be big enough. You don't have it. You don't have this Primal Beast. You will have buyback back up in 50 seconds, but the tier 4 towers being hit. They have one more chance. Planet.
Look at these Eidolons.
Planet with the Phalanx trying to protect his area. Not sure if it's going to be enough.
The throne.
The Fallen Sky, they're focusing it down. LGD, they have to fight right now, but there is not enough in the world to stop this damage from coming on out. IG, they jump on in. They're trying to find him, and the throne is going to fall as GG is called. IG, they managed to squeeze this one out. I can't believe it.
I cannot believe it. The way that they take these fights. Couple slip-ups from PSG LGD after they were playing a near-perfect game, right? I think this game at some point was... 15-3, something like that, with an 8K gold lead. IG, they know the perfect win conditions, who to catch, who to jump, and they do it. I mean, Irving, next level plays on the Enigma, but Emo also having a near flawless game. And how many deaths? I'm gonna reach over really quickly just to see the deaths. Emo ends 11-2-4. I mean, that's pretty damn good for the Ursa too.
In that type of a game, that's insane. I can't believe that is actually what ended up happening there. And I mean, I think that it's worth talking about, like. You know, I think a lot of people would have given this team a lot of flack for saying, you last picked Enigma into Rubik? Like, this is what you're going to do? Your win condition is this? But they knew, well, we just need to wait for a 62-minute timing, and then we're going to be good to go. I respect that.
They made it all work, and they made it work at the exact moments they needed to, right? It's like this top fight, and then Roche respawns, and they get a refresher shot on the Enigma, which kind of causes this back and forth, this constant thing that just rolls them and snowballs them to be able to take this game. I mean, yeah, best showing I think we've seen from IG and PSG LGD. They've been shaken up again.
Totally. Yeah, the LGD team, I think, is you know, definitely not been shy about being able to come back from these and be able to, you know, still have success. So a lot on the line for them here. We'll see if they can IG continue, make it a 2-0. That would be crazy again. Another 2-0 against LGD. But for now, let's head back to the panel, let them break down that insanity.
How do we even start breaking down this 70-minute game? I think I just got to hand it. We can work our way back down this way, Sheep. Any talking point that you wanted, because there is so much that we can keep going on about.
Oh my god. This game was such a back and forth until suddenly IG just had it, and they would not let it go. Like, their ability to dominate the map for the later portion of that game was insane. They were like using Gem to just utterly take away all vision from LGD. They couldn't see anything.
And this fight was just beautiful from IG. And I think at this point, we understood that IG knew how to take every single team fight. Dust on his Mars, jumping in, forcing the Rubik to have to blink away, then moving back to his team, covering the black hole. And then look at this, spearing the Rubik back away. And this felt like the theme of the entire game after the 33-minute mark. They get all the Aegises, and they just respected the fact that if Planet can't enter the fight, there is no turnaround potential, there's no damage output from PSG, because Morph just is always getting black holes.
It always felt that way, right? Like all you have to do is get the Rubik out, and then the Ursa is jumping Morphling. Usually Morphling is a hero that sustains himself very well throughout the fights, can survive these big initiations, but not into an Ursa, not into Enigma. I believe in this fight exactly Enigma is black holing him on the mid lane. There's some, maybe next fight.
Yeah.
There were a lot of
There were so many black holes.
I mean, we see LGD having like this gold advantage, and I would say that that was
Oh, it
there
is.
for
You're
most of the game, but it felt like just change in the pocket, you know? Even though it looked like 5 to 10, whatever amount of gold, it just wasn't really transferring into anything for LGD Lizard.
It wasn't really transferring into anything because they need more. Like this kind of a lineup needs way more to be able to actually use the gold. It's like usable gold. You can have net worth, but is that net worth actually going to win you team fights? Not necessarily. Definitely not for PSG LGD. Meanwhile, for IG, once again, what I really liked is they had Emo on a more active of a carry. Yeah, I was doubting the offlane Enigma a little bit, but eventually you just don't care. You have Refresher, you have Linkens, and as long as Planet is controlled, like you're free to work your magic.
Wait, do you want to do the game where we all try and say who we want for MVP and see if if you're all on the same page?
Okay.
All right, you got an MVP sheet?
No, hold on, I'm thinking.
You got to think of one. Do you have one, Lizard?
Yeah.
Did you play this last time, T?
Nah, but I got an option.
We go on 3.
All right,
I'll
all right.
check.
You ready? So I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you say who you think is going to be MVP. You ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Irving.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. You all said someone different.
I said Irving.
I said Emo.
I said Emo.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
okay.
agreed.
2 people did say
Dang.
To be
dang
fair,
it.
he had some good black holes.
The reason why is even though it wasn't like the most banging Enigma game where it's like he's hitting every hole, I think actually to be fair, it could have been Dust as well. Should have probably been Dust. Anyway, hindsight. But anyway, we'll give it to Irving because it's very easy in these games as Enigma to give away the cheap black holes. And I think his team did an exceptional job at always setting up the fights to enable him to black hole. But I think just the understanding of how to utilize Enigma in a difficult Enigma game, picking it last, that's a lot of pressure on a player. So
it's definitely one of his comfort heroes. He, like you said, wasn't tempted into these bad fights to use it too early until he saw that Rubik is controlled. But that as well comes in with the fact that his teammates are very aggressive. They jump in first. It's like sometimes you're playing this Enigma and you literally are the initiation, you're the team fight damage, you're the control, you're everything. This time around, it was a completely different story. Like you have Ursa jumping in, poking, giving that first info. Then you have Mars following up. Then you can actually control the Rubik and know where he is.
I think one thing from this series, at least from Emo, I don't know if you were looking at the player cams at any point, but the emotion from him when his team were hitting the spells, you could physically see like him screaming, like the passion he had. We haven't really seen that in the previous series. Even when they're winning, it's more like, yeah, okay, we win, you know, whatever. But this,
Has any previous opponent been like LGD though, you know,
Yeah.
like this, I guess, pedigree to a name such as themselves? A 70-minute game sheet, were there any standout items, neutral or bought from either side that you're like, we never really get to see this on a hero?
I wouldn't say never get to see, but I really like the pickups of the hexes on Dust and Polosun, just meaning that they could... when you're ahead so much, what will happen is that you will try and keep the enemy in their base, and they will try and find opportunities to leave their base. And these hexes just meant that when LGD did manage to sneak out, they could find and kill them effectively and like keep them locked down for long enough for other heroes to connect and just finish the job. I just think it was really nice as well. It makes Shiro feel super pressured. He doesn't want to buy things like a Lincoln Sphere, so he's like down one item and always a threat. I just really liked it. I thought, I mean, it's hard to compliment them too much. They're so ahead. They're going to be able to get any item they friggin' want.
Of course, but I mean, there's a lot of things to get yourself there, especially in a 70-minute game like that marathon was. We're going to jump to a break. I know the players are going to need the reset. We're probably going to need the reset. And when we come back, it's game 2. LGD versus IG has already been an amazing start, and it's only game 1. Game 2 is going to be coming up very soon, but it was a 70-minute game for this game. I know there were a few more things we wanted to talk about before we jumped to the break and didn't have the time. So closing remarks, Sheep. I mean, when you have a lead, how do you ensure that you're not throwing it away? How do you make sure you're always holding on to a lead like IG had for that length of a game?
I think it's mostly to do with like the vision LGD has and how you can abuse that. So they're holding their triangle, for example. They're not letting them get out that way and cutting 2 waves. And they understand that LGD don't see anything. They have to guess at where they think they are. So they can use the fact they don't see them to then move from the triangle to like the other side of the jungle. And that's how they caught a lot of heroes. It's how even they ended up taking like good fights where they were able to just kill planets straight away and then, you know, start to push to the racks and things like that. I really liked how they did it. Just their use of gem, just their use of mind games, and then after they get that fight bot, you know, someone's already ran off to the top side and they go up there and kill that guy too. And it's just a whack-a-mole game where they're just keeping them down.
Every time they pop up, you just find them and smack them down. In your eyes, T, what's the biggest change up LGD are going to have to look towards? I know there's a lot of contributing factors, but a standout in your eyes.
I don't think there's too much you really need to change. This is just one of those beautiful games of Dota where it came down to the big team fights and who's executing better. I think there's not really much about draft either. I would honestly lean more towards the emo effect of IG. We've already touched on it a couple times on the panel. Emo on aggressive heroes feels a lot better. He's more emotional in the game. He's more just, again, the leader that you kind of expect to see from him. So I expect in this game maybe PSG force him a little bit more in the draft slightly. But if he is still playing these Ursa heroes and whatnot, just respect the fact that the IG are going to be like 20% more aggressive.
The 2 of us, after the last game, the 2 of us, me and Sheep and me.
Okay,
Sheep and I.
Sheep
We did say,
you and Sheep,
like you counted down 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
We said emo. You said Irving.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I take that back, by the way.
What about that Enigma? Is
No,
it
he
something?
did explain it.
No, he means in regards to the draft. Like, is it going to
come through? Sorry, my bad. I thought you were talking about like why he got MVP. I'm like,
No, I'm just asking, like, do you think that it's a good first phase ban? Because Enigma has been banned before.
Dude, yeah, it was priority at the very first few days of China DPC.
It probably won't be a first phase ban. I still think that for IG, the reason why this Enigma was so good was because of the extra layers they had covered earlier in the draft. Because then it was like the Enigma saw the entire engagement to then hit the plays. And I think if they're first phase in Enigma, there's things that PSG can do in the draft to make the Enigma game worse, because this was a hard Enigma game just because of the threat of Rubik. But there's other ways to make Enigmas hate their game, right? Laning phase stuff, early pressure on the map, or even multiple ways to cancel
Something
black hole.
easier, like a silencer to be played.
Exactly. So I would expect Enigma to be in the back of the minds later down the lineup, but again, I don't
Not
think
necessarily first phase.
No.
Okay.
Do you think there's going to be any changes at all to first phase bans?
Depends on the pick order. I believe PSG is going to be second pick, and they were first pick this time. So that there will, you know, there will be a forced change.
We had a Brood and...
It was Brood Shadowfiend banned from PSG, and IG banned out Alina Marcy.
That's interesting. I mean, if the pick order changes, I can see bans changing.
I think PSG, if I check quickly, I think they normally do ban out the Lina when they are second pick. Just because, of course, they just...
Everyone is banning out Lina.
Yeah.
No one likes the threat of a Lina.
Let me just double check that. Yeah, they ban Lina. And then their extra ban is a little bit of flavor towards their opponent. Be it a Snap or a Pang or whatever. But, you know, we'll see. Drafts, hopefully, will be...
Hopefully. We've got to talk a little bit more because, I mean, it wouldn't be China DPC without a lobby issue, would it?
That's true.
So true. So true. Couldn't go through a whole day with no lobby issues. Anything from you then, Sheet, that you'd like to see changed up for LGD?
They had the lead at some points in this game.
Many times.
So it's not like there's anything to do with drafting. I think I was pretty happy with both sides on that regard.
So just play better.
I was going to say, then is
yeah.
it trying a different play style compared to... Because IG, like what you said, having emo being involved early, playing aggressive, do LGD just try and take a different game plan?
Do you guys think maybe IG just surprised them real hard with the emotions and like the play style that they brought?
Absolutely not. This is the IG that we saw yesterday.
Okay.
But it's also the way that PSG lost game 2 to eHome. Because the game
Valid
2 of
point.
eHome, it was Primal Beast, it was Marcy. I mean, again, the Marcy, I think it's Zhang Yu, or is it Zhao Yu? It's I can't remember.
Who won Hihome?
Yeah.
That's Zhao Yu.
Zhao Yu. So Zhao Yu just absolutely popping off with that aggression. And I think
we mentioned it. PSG, they lose to aggression, and IG were like, boys, we're going to be aggression times 10 in this game.
Yeah,
so for PSG,
But are you,
what's this?
But they got first Aegis on LGD,
Yeah.
and then when.
Did they?
Yes, they got first Aegis on
Okay,
LGD.
and then IG got the
and
second?
then IG got the second Aegis,
I see.
and then I was quite upset because Emo literally
Quite
just
upset.
ran a Centaur bot lane with his Aegis and died twice, so he didn't even effectively use his Aegis on second Aegis. And then LGD got third Aegis. That is more than enough chances and opportunity
Yeah, to take the
win
game,
the
right?
game.
Especially
Yeah.
when you're playing with Morphling and
Yeah.
Then I go back to my original question. Are LGD going to have to change their game plan? Are they going to have to try and meet this much aggression?
But it's not
It's
aggression.
weird
They're
because-
ahead.
yeah,
They just
aggr-
need to stop,
Go
throw
on.
ahead. I'm blaming a little bit, but like you can't
Stop
have-
throwing!
yeah, it happens.
It does happen.
It's
Yes.
more. It's also more. It's even with Aegises in this game for PSG. I don't think they can ever take the high ground with conviction because there are multiple ways of IG winning a team fight. When you get to high ground, it simplifies using those spells because, of course, Rubik will be in more difficult choke points to get picked off. There's multiple ways. So even if PSG have multiple Aegises, that doesn't really give them a winning position. They need to get a bigger kill lead and build on a net worth, choke out their opponent. So I think it is just more testament to IG under a bit of PSG pressure.
Are we
still
going to
running
circle
through.
back all the way to the drafts and say that, okay, IG's draft was easier to execute
No.
at some point?
Absolutely not. Well,
No?
I mean,
she just said no, and I wanted to side with Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I
Yeah,
love you.
thank you for
Love you
that.
too.
No, it's like position, like even just small stuff like positioning. There was a fight where Shiro's morph for some reason just ends up on like the right side of a fight alone, and that's why he's able to get black holed away from planet, so he couldn't be covered by his Rubik. Because you stick near your Rubik, and you're pretty much set to go.
With
because
the shard, right?
Yeah, he
Like-
has the ether lens as well. Like he will be able to steal black hole and cancel the black hole instantly. So leaving your Rubik was like a massive no-no.
That was actually very interesting because every single fight, not every single fight, but I've seen a lot of fights in which
Nah, call them out. Just say
I've seen
all
a
of them.
lot of fights. Stop naming them.
Not all of them, but
Fight 17 in the game, if you remember,
If you're
guys.
such a big fight fan, name 5 fights.
Go, right now, fight.
5 of them.
Lizard
of
v
them.
Sheep, Sheep v Nat.
Whoa, I'd never fight sheep.
I would.
Cinderin versus
On
Cinderin.
It's all a facade. Sorry, the
So
fight
what were you
thing?
saying about your point? Sorry.
Yeah. Are you saying how the
I forgot to fight.
No, I
Let's-
know what you were
let's
going to
talk
say.
about
No,
the
I
fights.
know. I know.
What about the
Yes,
fights?
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say there were a lot of fights in which it was just the wrong engagement for IG, whether it was LGD initiating or not. It just wasn't good spacing for IG, and they would always find a way to. What's the word I'm looking for?
No,
Disengage.
that's really not what I want to say.
Yeah, I
but
don't know what
thanks-
you're
thanks
saying.
for the jump.
Listen, what
But you
I
are kinda
said
right.
was that the morph was away from his team
Yeah.
and away from planet, and then you were
And
like,
that-
"Oh my god!"
Yeah,
He was
pretty
doing
much.
waves away,
I
yeah.
just wanted to take what she said and just
And say it again.
morph it in a different
Do
way.
it again.
Say it
Do it.
again.
Morph it. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
there you
I
go.
like it, I
Like,
like
it's,
it.
it's incredible that the morphling is being 100 to 0 in a game such as this one so many times in a row. Like, I understand when he's caught in a triangle, he's like trying to farm minute 60 items or whatnot. Like, they use a black hole on him while his whole team is in the base. That's fine. That's okay. But in the middle of a team fight, he's caught on one side and Rubik is in the complete opposite. Like, okay, you don't have as many areas to control, like spells that control area like Mars, like Enigma. It's not that easy for you, but it's not that difficult too. I believe that shouldn't have happened.
Well, be connected. Game 2 draft. It's going to be coming up. It's going to be popping up very soon.
Goal.
That's
All right,
one-
to be fair though,
I
it
love
was sometimes IG players, sometimes PSG players.
I think it's the server.
Yeah, but I saw the players having to leave the lobby, rejoin it. But one time was IG, one time PSG, so it's like a 50-50 split. So maybe it was like a shared load. So luckily, it wasn't just one guy with bad internet. Let's go.
So far, bands aren't looking too different.
Yeah, kind of the same. IG with Lina and
Shadow Fiend.
Yo, IG actually banning out the leader themselves. They're the team that are first pick. Again, I feel like I think
yeah,
some
that's
of
the
the
difference.
when I say weaker
10
teams, I don't
seconds
mean
remaining.
actually weaker. I mean more the
exact
drafting
same.
prowess that they have. I feel like some teams against PSG or even like Aster, it's like, do we really want to pick this first pick Lina? It's so obvious because it's so powerful. And the fear of that, because teams will have strategies, right? Like when you think about drafting, there are maybe 5 or 6 meta heroes that you would expect to be first picked, and they're the
10
drafts that
seconds
teams have spent hours perfecting on how to approach it.
The other thing is, we always say,
5
yes, Lean is
seconds
very
remaining.
easy to execute, but is it a hero Emo really wants to be playing? He just feels like he thrives off of so many other heroes that they're like, let's just not have this in the game
Yeah,
at
maybe
all.
that's a good way to go about it. You just ban out the Lina and you continue picking these aggressive ones for him. It's a fair point. I still think that if Lina, if they didn't ban out the Lina, PSG LGD probably would have.
Yeah.
they could have gotten it
That's
if they
true.
wanted to. And they pick Phoenix into the snap.
Yep. Love it.
It's so love it. I mean, it's
No, I
not.
do.
It's sure like snap. If this is played on position 4, and if he gets a couple of good items, gets a blink, like he can deal with the Phoenix really easily with the egg.
I'm of the stance, and I said this to Sheep in the green room as well. It's like these snaps into Undying, snap into Phoenix. It's like on the most basic level, yes, it counters. But we even saw in that previous game, Undying would put Tombstone down, and Snapfire, unless you are literally buying Blink Dagger and sacrificing yourself into the middle of the fight to kill off this kind of unit.
I can agree with you to a point, because it's not really the same. Tombstone is a spell, egg is
a
the Phoenix.
hero, sure.
So
But it's like
if you're sacrificing yourself for the Phoenix, it's 1 for
More.
1.
I have a
then
counterpoint. I have a
there's layers.
counterpoint.
A counterpoint to a counterpoint?
There's layers.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Who won last game?
Yeah, but it
The
wasn't
snap.
but the
The
Tombstone
snap. The snap.
But that's like,
Let's go.
again, all right, we can keep it simple.
T.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, nice
That's
one,
okay.
bro.
It's
Nice.
okay.
Nah, T.
But like
Keep
Tombstone
going.
survived
Nah,
so many
T.
times. But okay, the point is, Zhao Wei just picked Phoenix into Snapfire, right? One of the best drafters in the world, guys. So let's try and give it some context, you know?
What about Mars?
Context is he's dumb.
All I'm seeing is all.
Clip it and ship it, guys. Send it to China.
No.
Translate that, please, someone.
No, so the thing with
IG again going with some AoE control sheep. Do you like this?
Yeah, I like it. I love AoE control.
They're just running it back. It's not Mars.
I wonder, is the Ember Mars mid matchup, is that just even? If they do put those
I
on?
believe it should be quite even. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think a single one of these
Dire
heroes should
team
Yeah,
outplay
I'm
too
or
hard.
get any kills, yeah.
Yeah, because I would be happy again if like Dust just had a Mars that he had farm on, because he was really effective all game. I really liked his Mars. Like, and he was in his team fights, he was like splitting team up pretty nicely with his arenas and stuff.
I like that they're banning out the Life Stealer too now, getting rid of some of these
10
heroes that can
seconds
deal
remaining.
with the arena easily. Is Pango something that you need to worry about,
5
or because of
seconds
the Ember
remaining.
pick, Pango isn't truly an option anymore
Yeah,
for
it
PSG?
kind of loses value a lot. You
Yeah.
don't really want to put Pango into offlane. I think the only time we saw Pango offlane sometimes work is when their safe lane's a little bit weaker, but again, Emo still got his pick to come here.
Could you not safe lane the Ember and then pick Pango anyway?
Safe lane Pango doesn't.
Oh, those bans were fast, like.
Yeah.
And we actually see an anti-mage ban, which is really cool because I brought up in the previous draft that they could have been picked, and it's out getting banned out here, so it's nice to see the hero
You
in
just
China.
think
still
so
there.
far ahead, the hero gets banned out in the next game.
No, I'm just happy to know that they think of the hero, you know?
I mean, they planned for this so hard. There's like
10
Slark,
seconds
Morph,
remaining.
Anti-Mage, all three are like so baller against Bruin lane.
Yep. And
5 seconds
PSG LGD,
remaining.
I believe seeing an insane Brewmaster already from them once, so played on that offlane.
I mean, PSG, we mentioned about how do they approach IG after losing game 1 to aggression. In this game, it's kind of matching it to some degree. Brew is very good at aggression, but through a counter-aggression style. If you get jumped, if you don't get 100 to 0 perfectly, you always will counterplay. Ember as well, you can get jumped, but you always have ways to make the play. So all three heroes on PSG right now, you're kind of baiting IG to try and initiate on them, and if you aren't perfectly clean, they're going to turn it around. So yeah, I like the fact that PSG have
Is there something that's
got a
actually
theme.
good versus the Brew right now that IG can pick?
I mean, I feel like a 5 silencer plus kill hungry carry, and then you pick up another bit of CC on your mid lane would be pretty helpful.
This is also cool, right? Like you get the Disruptor. The area of control with the silence is actually ridiculous. Sheep, do you like playing Ember or Brew into it, or?
No. I mean, who does? I think like the one nice thing though about this Brew pick that maybe is not intentional but will be nice for the game is that last game IG kind of dealt a little poorly with the fact that their bot lane was always pushing into their base. They're not like super good at keeping all their waves in, and Brewmaster, if you get the Ags, you can send the Fire Pando down like side lanes to push and create a little
5
bit of
seconds
pressure on the
remaining.
map. There could be a problem for IG because none of their supports are like super good at just pushing out waves.
As Syndrin would say, the fire strat on LGD.
Definitely.
The fire strat.
It's true. That is quite fire. For IG at least, we've already mentioned.
They try to put that in the game.
Yeah,
what,
for a
month?
brief period of
For
time.
a brief period.
That was
I
so
didn't
bad.
bother learning it. I was like, okay, this is.
It'll be gone soon.
This
Yeah,
is-
you already knew it was going to be out. Yeah. I feel like for PSG, like them.
I like IG again, by the way. They get the Ursa against the Egg, against the probability that they will pick something else like a TB and go late. I like the Ursa as well. quite a lot.
Yo, a rare shaman pick.
Wait, okay, I have to say, this is... yesterday I brought up Venge, we saw. This morning I also brought up Shaman. I was like, why aren't we seeing Shaman?
So we have two examples of weak supports getting picked up. So earlier we saw the Venge because they had the Lone Druid. And in this game,
10
PSG have a lot of
seconds
chaotic early fight, but they need a way to capitalize on winning
5
those fights. And
seconds
Shaman
remaining.
is that hero that if you don't die, throw Serpent Wards, you get a tower. Serpent Wards, you get Roshan. And of course you can play defensive and you can kite out this Ursa. For IG, they have 2 heroes that want to go into the fight and 2 heroes that don't even want to be near it. They want to be at the back lines. So Shaman will always be able to counterplay there, but...
Sheep, do you think that their ultis are a bit maybe too long on a cooldown for LGD? Or is it fine?
It's hard to say. They do different things. Like for team fighting, sure, but at least with the Shaman, they don't have to commit other ults to like make the Shaman all good. Whereas, you know, Brew and Phoenix probably want to use their spells together.
Together, yeah. So, but when I see it that way, I feel like is Shaman enough when it comes to control? Like in that last game, we saw that the team that had a bit more of area to be controlled kind of played easier.
The other thing is, how easy is Shaman's stun to cancel? You know, like especially with the IG lineup.
It used to be broken. It used to be that strong, like a year and a half ago. Shadow Shaman and Lion were picked every single game almost in the first
It was like
stage.
Lion, and then Shadow Shaman was like budget.
Pretty much, yeah. But and players like PYW would destroy the whole scene with the Shadow Shaman. But I'm not sure. I don't think it's the same.
I like it. I mean, it provides like pick off on side lanes and stuff. This Hex from Fog, like the Ursa's not going to be able to respond to it. And at least within the Hex, he can't enrage. Like if he had an Axe or something, it just has a little bit of late game insurability.
Can you protect the egg properly? Not from the snap, from the Ursa even.
It's less about protecting now. It's more PSG want to be the aggressors where they dictate the fight. If they're reacting, sure, their draft will have a lot of weaknesses because they don't have the setups to enable each other, right? But if they're the ones being the aggressors through Brew and Ember leading the charge, it unlocks supports like Shaman and Phoenix to enter the fight. They still have last pick as well.
Are we expecting a last pick offlane or
I was going to say, yeah, offlane or mid right now.
I would love to see IG pick up a really tempo offlaner. They've already banned out Beastmaster and Viper on the side of PSG.
Yeah.
I think anything with a bit of push and pressure would be amazing. Like some Lycan or something. Oh, sure, yeah, Death Prophet. Just something to go, we hit towers and the rest do. So they're basically looking at PSG and go like, you want to fight us and push with Shaman? We'll fight you back, but with a DP. So somewhat mirroring lineups.
That's a really good idea because otherwise Shaman will like run away with things. Like he'll go top and take your safe lane tower, then he'll go mid and take your mid tower, and then the third ult will be used for like a Roche. And they want to like take the Roche before us.
What are you doing now? Are you going for super range or are you going for some troll-esque kind of?
You tell me, brother.
Yeah, you picked the sniper.
Are you a host or an analyst?
Yeah,
tell me.
Well, I already kind of leaned it into a direction. Do you wanna?
No, I'm joking.
Would you rather go with something like a sniper, or would you rather go with something like I don't know, troll that can perhaps match the Ursa?
Both of those feel super sad into Mars.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do some.
They already banned out heroes that don't feel sad into Mars. Like the Void is banned out, the TA, the Lifestealer as well.
There's a lot of cheap damage as well to deal with, like a Naga Siren, especially in lane. Some snap +1 in laning phase. If you put the Mars there, we'll actually be able to deal with the Naga
the
farming.
illusions, yeah.
But something like that for PSG might feel nice because you get to skip behind IG. They go aggressive. They don't really have waves, and you get to dictate it. It's a relatively difficult pick, I think, for PSG. Again, they want to be the ones dictating the game to get
So
their
many
heroes
carries
in.
banned out. When you look at the bans, they themselves banned out a lot of carries, like 3, 4, and then you have on IG, like what, 4 or 5 bans committed just to the carries.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Naga's, again, lane's awkward. Maybe the game might feel alright, just for the pacing. I think, unfortunately, Furion as well probably won't feel too great. Great for DP in lane, but actually, I think
maybe Furion would be good. I like that
Yeah.
idea. Yeah, it push the tempo a little bit.
Okay, they can Furion.
I speak for the trees.
Nice one, thanks, mate. But again, for like PSG at least, you're picking the Furion, which feels good for a bit more of laning. But it just feels like this lineup has a point where it's like, IG just has so much. Maybe we don't have damage yet. I think damage might be their issue with this draft if they aren't the leaders of the game all the way throughout with item advantage.
You want to do closing thought? Why are you smiling? Why are you?
Just happy. It's
That's
good
just
draft.
smiling. Looking at Lizard.
I'm smiling at her.
I'd be smiling too.
Oh.
Closing thoughts, Sheep, quickly.
I think this will come a lot down to gets like first Roche and can use that to like launchpad them forward into the game. Like that's where I will be looking mainly in this game.
Lizard?
Yeah. I actually like IG's draft a lot better. I think that PSG LGD are on a timer. If they can execute that aggression that they're known for very early on, sure, they can take the game. I still think that for IG, it's a tiny little bit easier to execute the team fights and the game itself. But
I was actually going to ask if you wanted to throw it to the casters.
Go on, big boy, you got this, mate. You got
again.
this.
Lyrical and Fog, take it away.
That's right.
Is that okay? All right,
Thank
we're
you,
here.
Wizard.
I didn't know that was actually going to happen. I thought they were just messing around. They didn't even say who they thought was going to win, did they?
No, they didn't. Well, I think that some of them kind of did. They were like, you know, they get the hedge their bets kind of thing. Yeah, if they do this fast and that they play their usual.
I mean, that's
no. I mean, we all do
that's-
that. We all do
I
that.
do
It's
that.
true. It's fair. It's fair. We all
I do that before a fight.
Yeah,
Like-
that's true. I mean, I do that the whole time also, so it's fine.
But we do have these games, and if they play, you know, LGD, they're playing this Nature's Prophet. If they can play fast, if they can play around these ultis, bang, bang, boom.
Should be.
You know what that means.
Yeah, should be bing, bang, boom. Should be successful, yeah. I think they definitely can. I think this one, maybe they last time, like, they were just worried about, like, the pushing and stuff like that, how they could break high ground. Now they've got Nature's Prophet, they've got the Shadow Shaman wards to kind of force it, and they've got this Brewmaster just brute force and try to win most of these team fights. But, yeah, dude, it does feel like they probably are going to be on a timer. Unless they're significantly ahead, of course. It does feel like, yeah, this Ursa, I mean, very similar kind of draft that we see from the side of IG could just take it away. And Emo, I mean, he was amazing on the Ursa, right? He played so damn well. A little bit harder, I would say, in this time because he has like the Brewmaster constantly to deal with him, who's going to be throwing him up in the air. But yeah, it's a well-rounded draft from IG again.
Well-rounded draft from IG and LGD, a team that has been slipping a little bit.
Yep.
You can see good luck, China Captain. Jaman 8.
It worked last time. Emo has he's like, don't change the formula. I said this last time. We won.
All right, we
Give
ran
them luck
mid,
again.
Got a ward down everywhere we want to be, and they're out and away. Yeah, super interesting. The dynamic that I feel like has existed here, where LGD obviously a team that people come in with big expectations to. You know, I've seen some stuff being passed around online that like the old LGD players are kind of talking out a little bit more on social media. People are asking their opinions and things like that. It feels like it's a team that has so many expectations on itself.
30 seconds
Absolutely.
to battle.
And I mean, after already losing, you know, matches here and there, and now if IG could come in, this would be insane. This would be a crazy 2-0 story.
I can't even imagine what the social media in China would look like if IG wins here. I mean, the flame and everything would be coming. The praise for Emo comes back. Maybe Emo drops a question mark. No, Emo wouldn't do that versus this team, but or anything like that. But still, you know, it's the amount of praise that could come out is going to be pretty crazy. So let's see how it all kicks off. So one thing for IG is they do have I would say a little bit harder form of just like initiating fights this time around. Last time they had Polison on his Tiny. They had Emo Ursa who kind of just charged in. They had easier ways to just start all these fights. So this time it's a little bit harder. Most of that's going to be coming from the off lane from Irving, which sometimes can just take a lot longer, right? He's had some struggles on these melee heroes in the past. His Enigma was amazing, but this one could perhaps be tripped up, especially into a Brewmaster who, as we said before, kind of king of team fights.
Yeah, and likewise, you know, Dust. I don't know if we've actually seen him play a Death Prophet yet.
I don't think so.
But he has kind of been a little bit hit and miss. I would say, though, that the hit and miss was, like, consistent amongst all heroes from Dust. And it feels like he's refound his form or his confidence or whatever it was that LGD saw in him. I'm now seeing it in this player.
Yeah, he's definitely looked to, after like the first week, we were like, whoa, what's going on with Dust? And then I think he's really improved and stabilized himself, so good for him. And yeah, looking at Brewmaster as well, I think this Death Prophet's a kind of cool last pick because now they also have a secondary form of Silence to deal with him. So could potentially just, if they shut down the Brew in these team fights, then IG will be able to just win the team fights more than likely almost every time. But that's kind of saying a lot sometimes. It is one of his most comfortable heroes on this Brew.
Moving in, wanting to get that hit, but the deny right in his face.
Both having to use their salves early versus the double ranged. Tons of harassment that comes out from Fire Spirits and from Shiro. Can't even like trade back versus those Treants unless you have Rebuke. You just get Fire Spirited.
Yeah, incredibly frustrating to play against. In the mid lanes, things staying, well, a little bit into the favor of Nothing to Say. 8-2 versus 6-2. which you kind of would anticipate, I would imagine, playing up against the Ember Spirit, who is taking a lot of pressure, though. Dust staying right on top of him here.
It's going to have to be probably an extra regen being brought out for Nothing to Say at some point, because that's the melee versus range matchup with a constant spam. Dust is able to put the ability on to Nothing to Say a little bit.
Ooh. And a long pull. I think that's going to be back behind the tier 2 tower. Yeah, so this is, if you don't have enough time to get the other one, you can go the long way around.
And Innocence, Irving, completely misses the rebuke. Like, actually nowhere even near him. With a mistake there. We'll get the spear, though.
It was all to set up the spear. It's like, this guy doesn't know how to play Mars. It's free.
And Innocence looks like he's going to drag this wave, too, as top aggression. Find the kill.
First blood for Planet.
Oh.
Me. Oh my god, dude, he rolled
So
low
close.
on his damage.
He really did.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
He rolls on the high, definitely gets the last hit there on the Korean, but won't be the case. And yeah, we see Phoenix, he drags the wave behind tower. So there's a wave getting denied by the Snapfire. There's also a wave that's almost been denied from that Phoenix too.
Gianni, we're off to see if he can sort of keep up that high tempo play that we want to see from the Brewmaster eventually here. Nothing to say. Spirit Siphon. The tower is hitting onto Dust, but still keeping that Ember Spirit very low. Ooh. And doesn't have a easy bottle refill available to him. Well, getting shackled there.
Glimpse.
But they pull him back in, and yeah, that's going to be a kill. Emo now onto Planet. But too slow, I think, to do anything. The Cinder Brew is burning. Stick charges.
Ooh.
And one last tap from Planet gets the job done. Does have a salve. See if he decides to pop that here. I think that he might just head back to base, though.
I thought he might even just suicide so that he can refill Ember's bottle, but not the case, as the runes are going to be spawning around 4. He literally just got the mana for the Ether Shock, by the way. It was ticking like 99, 100, boom, gets it off. Not Polison's here. What can you say?
Good dodge.
Oh, beautiful, wow. Fancy.
I don't know if I've seen that before.
But now Polison, if he gets body blocked, he might die himself.
Yeah, in a lot of trouble. The root's there, and how dare you come and mess with me? Wow.
You must train harder.
Some of these Ember players are just too damn good at dodging spells.
It's pretty insane, man.
Nobody getting left behind in these lanes, though. Looking pretty even across the board.
Yeah, Ursa and Ember, the two that are the furthest down. Ember obviously getting involved in a kill, as was the Ursa. But lane pushing into them, too, so that's going to make up the difference for him.
And QIQX, he does have his double stacked pull, so that's actually huge for the top lane. They'll be able to... Okay, he actually does a half pull as well, too. So he's going to deny 2 of these creeps and keep that double pull available to be able to keep denying waves. So nicely done from him. We do see same kind of mirror thing happening from the Brewmaster to take away those creeps, deny a wave, too. So a lot of similar lane mechanics coming out from both sides.
Yeah, they're playing it very standard right now, it feels like. And you could see there that, pull was also being done over there on the other angle. Planet comes on in to try and contest this and is going to farm it up a little bit.
I think that's something you have to do.
Yeah.
Can't get in range of the glimpse.
Oh, Planet. He jukes up to the north. So a nice punish.
That's you. Yeah, it's like when you see these double stack pulls, somebody has to go stop it. Otherwise, it's going to start being disaster how much you end up losing. And being a Planet, he actually almost has Arcane Boots. So getting those 2 kills up top. This is, Rubik, I was mentioning that you want Arcane Boots early. Shaman, you need Arcane Boots early. It's so difficult to play if you don't have it.
Paulison. I don't think, when he walked out there, I don't think he wanted to hit that courier, actually. He was trying to set up for a long time on Nothing to Say.
Setting up for the 6-minute power rune.
And it's a regen. Paulson going to take that one away. Dust, they're bringing numbers.
Got Exorcism, but he's a little low HP. Needs something to siphon off of. They'll salve him for now. Gets broken.
Oh, jumps right on top of him. Spirit Siphon is working and pops the stick charges. Dust low, but gonna be okay. Yeah, Exo is wearing off too soon. Or not soon enough for him to be able to stick around through that.
He didn't even have like a creeper wave to throw the siphon onto either. Nothing to say's going in.
This is a little crazy. I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. Still has Fairy Fire and Stick. Keeping himself alive. Turns in. Dies.
Oh, and now Innocence also.
Why You Smile is getting ran down there. Needs another hit or 2. And, well, they get it from Dust.
Oh, Nothing to Say. Gets over aggressive. It gets punished. Up top, Emo.
Chasing down one, but he's actually getting chased.
He's
Needs
got
to get
backup.
some help from his buddies, but it comes too late. Now, can they find Jiang Yu to get the kill? It doesn't look like it.
No. But over-eagerness coming out from Nothing to Say. Yeah, he gets killed. They weren't yet level 6 on Shiro. Now he's 6. That Wrath comes out.
Moves on in to try and play cleanup. Yeah, he was the one that was sort of free to farm while everybody else was rotating around the map. I guess the only other one being Irving down bottom on that Mars.
Important that Nothing to Say comes back and secures the last hit there with the slide.
Yeah.
After he gets slowed down a bit. They will prevent too much tower damage, of course, but yeah, a little over-aggressive there, gets punished.
Wilson comes on in towards mid, gets some dropped off things from Dust, who is a level ahead right now, Nothing to Say. But didn't get a ton of value, at least to structural damage out of that first exorcism.
Keeping Nothing to Say very low, though. Max Crypt Swarm, so just Nothing to Say. Doesn't have Flame Guard, of course, because the build he's gone for. Every time it hits, it hurts. No raindrop on him either to absorb any damage. Might look to pick that up next as double-checking Ruins. Polison's here again, but he takes it. He's got the haste.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Decide
attack.
to pop it now. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, you want that bottle recharge, but you also want to be able to use this haste turn to try and get back up into this game. You can see Dust just not giving him a free moment at all.
No, he's just keeping him quarter HP, so he can't even look to make any rotations. Now we see Shiro maximizing, going jungle. They're going to give Phoenix the lane. Well, they do have some level 6s every single time he steps up. They have that ward, so they know every single time that he steps up, he's able to land that Crypt Swarm.
Spot him again. Get in for it. But won't be able to get him. QI, QX, going to die in the top lane, trying to defend this tower, and LGD make a concentrated effort to secure the first tier 1 tower of the game.
The power of the NP, that's why they want to go for this pick. Try to accelerate things a little bit more than they were able to with that Morphling.
Stacking up the Ancients and the hard camp. So a little injection of gold for potentially Emo later, who actually hasn't committed to an item build yet.
Yeah.
Queuing up the Battle Fury.
It's the usual. He's versus Nature's Prophet as well, too, so that much more worth it as Emo. Will he get caught by the Hex? He gets the enrage off.
Played, well played. Still controlled and doesn't have a way out of here. Stick charges are going to be there, but he won't use them. Knew he was dead. Irving runs on in. We'll find why. Goes down. And Dust paired together for this kill is going to be taking that tower, but mid.
They get Planet 6. He hits it right off of the creep wave.
That is 4 heroes from IG down bottom. I don't know if they can keep their mid tower alive.
It looks dead. Don't want to TP into this fight here with the Brewmaster there and with Ember Spirit level 7. Yeah, so trade. Quick towers being picked up for PSG LGD, but IG striking back at the same time.
This is what Sheep was talking about on the panel a little bit too, this sort of faster tempo that they can play against the DP. 1 exorcism used and, well, it's 2 towers down for IG instead. They get a huge Wrath of Nature out there. Hex to try and slow. The Spear is going to connect onto 1. Nothing to say, he's getting slowed down a little bit there. They're trying to take 3 separate fights, it feels like, and nobody's really going down except for IG players. They lose the... Oh, this Shadow Shaman now control onto Dust.
This Arcane Rune is doing so much damage.
Tries to run in for Shiro, they can't get him. And on the other side, they jump over him. Xianyu just waddles on out. Nothing to say. He's not going to go down.
All right, Dust is like, okay, we cannot let him get away as well.
They have to get this kill. They need to get somebody. And it looks like they will be able to run down Irving here, most likely. Oh, he's switching into the Panda form, but it's not enough to keep him alive.
Xianyu drops. Crazy aggressive play. The Arcane Rune coming into play there for Nothing to Say, getting all this spam out, recovering nicely, but not to say that IG isn't doing a good job of being able to fight back. The bad thing, though, for them is Emo actually has more deaths this game already than he did the entire last game.
Yeah.
They're really putting the hurt onto this Ursa.
Is one of the bottom of the cores. Oh,
blocks
tries
the vision.
To get to the other side to get him there. Pulls him back in. Gonna give him a hug. Shiro in trouble. Can they kill him off in time?
Hex.
Oh,
the grab.
Planet. He shows back up there, and now with other heroes showing up, Emo, he's in trouble. Has to pop the enrage.
He's
trapped
trapped
in by treants. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. Oh no, Emo. Living up to his namesake. Crawling in my skin. Is that Emo? I don't know.
I think so.
Oh, Oh, jeez.
They're really bullying him. So playing super fast pace on the side of PSG LGD. They're moving around the map nicely, playing around the cooldowns. IG have to start trying to maybe bring the Mars in to try to help out Emo a little bit. I think Emo just has to probably just not show up to more of these fights. He's unbelievably slowed down in this game.
Now, what a monster Shiro there to get out of harm's way, get out. He has his Midas working. Look how close he is to the camera right now. This guy's ready to play. He's a gamer.
That's focus right there. After the last game, LGD, no mercy. Trying to fix up everything that happened there. That was beautiful plays, really, from him. Just, yeah, sprout, block vision, come back with that team help. Really nicely done.
Nothing to say. Won't
Smoke.
get caught there. Oh,
Quick
hello.
Yules.
That is a Yule Scepter for you, sir. Dude, they dropped everything. They brought numbers, though. Can they kill off in time? Dust didn't have Yule Scepter alive to keep himself alive. Irving, Spear, Planet. That just means that Planet's going to be able to escape. Oh, IG, they're hurt. Comes back in for the finish.
Oh, that was Exorcism, Snap ult, and the Mars ult, and they literally only just get the Phoenix. PSG LGD, they look angry. The way that they're playing around the map, it's so fast how quick they're collapsing on top.
Yeah, that was pretty perfect.
Like, look at the wraparound, too. I didn't even notice. I'm like, Shaman just appeared out of nowhere because of the smoke. Like, look, they're getting this set up onto the Phoenix, and then it's just like, oh, by the way, Shadow Shaman here.
Yeah. God, and I mean, again, using that Yules for the initiation, you imagine a different world where maybe there's a Spirit Siphon going while TP can Yules herself back up to survive through the burst, but recognizing that they just basically had no effective net worth left in the game at that point. And, well, a hell of a punish by LGD. 4,000 gold lead. I hesitate to say this because we did see last game a comeback from pretty intense sort of lead by LGD, but the difference this game, there's no black hole.
Exactly. I was going to say the same thing. There's no Irving having that amazing performance on his Enigma. It's going to be a lot harder for them to execute this one as bottom. Nothing to say. Constantly toying with them. Can't really get the catch. No, maybe. Static Storm. Nope, he's out.
Wow.
Yeah. Nothing to say after this one mistake that he made earlier. He's 5-1-3, has completely salvaged everything for himself. Looking good for them right now. There's a blink on the side of IG, but it seems like PSG LGD always has the numbers in this one.
X, Paulson can't find a place to escape from. And they bring down the Snap.
Immediate smoke. No hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like this is a moment where Zhao 8 has had a stern conversation with the boys.
Yeah, I would definitely imagine. So. Like, why are you yawning? It's got them going now. Yeah, quick smoke. It was spotted, so Disruptor probably going to be the one who gets caught, but probably protecting Emo.
By QX. Ooh, big smash.
I think he just had hit 12, and he took the 10 talent just before all that. And now, quickly into a Roche versus the Ursa Death Prophet lineup. Things are accelerating too quickly for IG to react.
Yeah, they are very much trying to clean this up as quickly as possible, it feels like. LGD taking it down to Sages, scanning to make sure they're fine.
They've got ults at the ready, but so does LGD.
Nothing to say. The root breaks it. Emo wants to run in to no avail. Now they're committed. He is committed. Oh, IG, they're in trouble. They're going to control now onto the Ursa. He's gone. The lift up onto Snapfire. Looking for more now. Irvine trying to escape. And, well, they get the glimpse back to force back the Nature's Prophet. But the rest of LGD running down hero after hero. Aegis, 3 heroes dead, 7K gold lead. They are cooking.
Yeah, and it's nothing to say now for, it's either the second or third time this game that he stands in perfect position to kind of break the smoke and instantly slight chain them. So stops any form of initiation that IG doesn't have a chance to. And then Emo is just, he's literally in no man's land completely by himself. Still not quite having his Battle Fury a full component away and starting to lose more and more map control.
They're going to use the glyph now to try and keep this tower alive. Irvine moving up towards the top as Zhang Yu moves in. They are stunning. He has Supernova. Why? Spirit Vessel. Chase Irvine. Oh my god.
So close.
And he's still dying in Fountain almost. The Spirit Vessel was almost enough.
It's all right. It's close. Tower continues to get hit, and right now is probably the moment where IG's telling themselves, guys, we need to try to pick a fight. Like, Brewmaster ult was down, Shaman ult was used. Can we try to do anything here? But not able to find any opportunity. The lane's all being shoved in. Emo needs to catch up, so not going to get an opportunity to punish while Brew ult is down. That's painful. Next fight, Brew ult will come back up, and they're just going to be able to get the fight. Okay, they're going to group up. Let's see. Can IG get a hit here?
I mean, that's the thing. You're calling this, and it felt like it needed to happen right away. They're getting close to the timing now. Will they catch anybody?
And who do they catch, too? LGD's all split up, so it's not like they can get a big, successful, like, 5v4 team fight or something like that and win it.
This would be a nice catch.
There's a glimmer on the Phoenix, though. Are they ready for this?
Oh, trying to keep him alive here. Glimmer is there. They pop Exo and Sunray. Everything. 7, 5, 6. A couple more seconds is all that he needs, but it's not going to be soon enough. They bring in a huge Wrath of Nature. Shiro with the double kill. 4 gone.
I need to see how much damage this just did.
What?
Okay, 2,000 damage just from the Wrath. Holy moly. Phoenix combination 2 just cleaning up almost everybody.
You take 2, you lose 4. And, well, down bottom, the 5th to fall. GG. Dude, they're done. Oh, my God.
Emo's like, I have no recovery outlet in this game. Get me out. 1-6 this game.
Oh, my God.
I didn't think they'd call it that quick, but it was starting to feel pretty devastating.
Minutes?
All right, we got a series on our hands, Gabe.
That's like an NA game. My God. Holy moly.
Wow. This was PSG LGD. Just, it looked like they were angry, honestly. Their play style of anger. Like, everybody's just playing so quick, playing together, breaking smokes, showing up with the numbers. Yeah, that was
crazy.
Beautiful, really, from PSG LGD. Holy crap.
They really came in and executed perfectly. I mean, that's the team that we kind of expect to see. The team at the top of the region coming on in and laying down the hammer. With that said, they got to do it one more time now.
Yeah, but that was, I mean, that's quite a hammer. For having Emo GG out at 18 minutes after having such a spectacular game, a similar kind of lineup that IG had as last time, but definitely lacking in some type of these compartments of being able to get these fight starts. And when they go for this type of 4-man play, right, losing all of them to just 2 heroes, game quickly spiraled out of control. That was, honestly, I can't even like fathom how fast they were playing, right? PSG LGD, just numbers. They kept having absolutely everybody just on top of IG. That was beautiful. And P-Pick worked.
It worked really, really well. And I think it's good to like recognize those sort of overlapping timings too, right? The Death Prophet, she went in, you know, Dust tried. I mean, I don't think the Dust looked bad. We were even praising how well he was playing in the laning stage. It just felt like in its inception, it was not hitting as quickly as they needed to really like put on that pressure. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's head on back to the panel, though, because they're there ready to break down the very quick action from this game number 2.
This series really is delivering. Game 1 going to 70 minutes. Game 2 being 18 minutes. I don't know if you could have 2 polar opposite games in such quick succession, but we've had it here. This 18-minute game to LGD just felt like they were playing with 10 heroes on the map, honestly.
Oh, just got to say, Planet already absolute baller. You think about the laning phase, right? Brew Shaman against Ursa. Ursa's laning with a Snapfire, so it now makes the lane aggressive. If it was any other +5, you could argue they can be a bit more defensive, but they need to go and fight. Brew Shaman does really well. Shaman got, what was it, the solo kill onto the Ursa, then doesn't die, gets to reset the lane. I think that alone made it so good, and nothing to say. His Ember Spirit, dodging so many spells. Yeah, I don't know, an insanely high skill game from PSG. The complete opposite of game 1.
I loved the Shadow Shaman, a support that so many people overlook, that has all these downfalls that we've heard a number of times. But
he hits hard.
I was going to say, when you pick him and you have a game like this.
No, I meant he hits hard, like his right click is.
Oh, it's both, like Planet hits hard, Shaman hits hard.
He definitely hits hard. There you go. Speaking of the devil, going in, stealing a couple of kills. Yeah, your Emo goes 1-6. Right? What?
Yeah,
1-6-0. Yeah, you just GG out 18 minutes in. I don't know. I felt that they could have perhaps taken it a little bit slowly, like maybe a little bit slower pace on the side of IG, and just yeah, you accept our lanes didn't go that well. You don't have to go and make like the riskiest movements. every move that they made, pretty much post 10-minute mark, got rebuked, rebuffed, and just completely negated by the side of PSG LGD.
Should you want to add anything? Is there anything more to add?
I don't know. I think
There's
Shiro's
18
an
minutes of
absolutely-
game. There's not a lot to
there's
add.
not a lot to break down. You guys kind of just grabbed everything, and I have nothing left. But I mean, I just was very impressed with Shiro. I think the highlight for me that I was very excited about was when he trapped Emo in the trees, with his trance
That was
while
amazing.
the Phoenix egg went off. That was hilarious.
We're gonna play MVP game again, all right? This time I have so much faith that we are all gonna be in sync with who we think is gonna be MVP. Are you ready, Lizzie?
Yeah.
Do you have one? Are you ready, T-Go?
Yep.
You got one? You ready, Sheep?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, and then you all say, you ready?
Let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Cinderella.
Master.
What?
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 How are you not all on the same page about an MVP just then? And also, you said Syndron. I heard that, Lizard. What the hell, man? What the hell?
He's
He
my
was
MVP.
so close.
He's my MVP in life.
What did you say, Tigo?
I said nothing to say because even though
Okay.
Planet score looks good, I think when you watch back the highlights, nothing to say. Going for the chain slight build, the amount of times he would dodge key spells from IG's early aggression, it opened up everyone else to play behind him and then look a lot better in the game. And so,
If you're, let's be real, if you're winning a game such as this one, it has to be off of your position 4 in mid lane, right?
Yes.
90% of the time, if you're winning in 18 minutes, it's because they rolled out of control.
Who did you say, Sheep?
I said Brewmaster.
Oh, okay.
I thought this bear was balling out of control. He was involved in so much. He got that early vessel. He was just running at people. He's causing so many problems.
Yeah, I definitely
But
see
like,
that.
I mean, I feel like in a game like this, everyone is the MVP
Oh, yeah.
because the game is so condensed and small. Like everyone had to have had maximum impact to make that happen.
They were all everywhere on the map. Like, I remember Emo dying, I think, twice within this span of maybe I think it had to be under 2 minutes, maybe like a minute and a half, twice down mid lane. Oh, it was so unfortunate for IG.
I think that's the key difference between the two games. I think why PSG has been able to always, if they are losing games, they take it to the 3-game part of the series, is because like IG, you look at their lineup, it feels very similar to the previous game, right? And then you look at PSG, they're giving the same heroes away, but then making these adaptations to punish it, right? And I think, Emo, we mentioned it so many times, if he's on a good Ursa game, if he's with the farm, he leads the team, they look insanely good. He dies a couple times in this game, they're already GGing out 18 minutes. He's running to contest a Roshan with 2 parts of Battle Fury. And I think that's where we're seeing the weaknesses of IG bleed through. It's like, if Emo has a bad game, IG does not look like a top 4 contender.
It's true, though. I mean, there wasn't much changed in terms of bans significantly. And on the side of IG, the heroes they were picking, while some of them might have changed positions, ultimately, that wasn't really changing up too. So, yeah, it's a massive props from LGD to be able to bounce back and be like, this is exactly what we have to change up and what we have to do.
I also think it kind of sucked for IG that they didn't have a hero that could take these early, like these very aggressive early engagements, and they didn't itemize well for it either. You have a DP who's gone for a Yule Scepter, so there's just no like mech, for example, that would allow them to take a fight and actually maybe survive and be able to extend it to get their spells off properly. And Irving's going for this Blink Dagger. My entire panel's on the floor, by the way. I just want everyone to know that. You can't see it. They're all sitting down on the
slander.
floor.
That's slander.
Yeah,
That's so not true. How are we answering then if you're not on the panel?
Look, we might be taking a break. I don't know about you guys there in chat, but you might be wanting a break. The players definitely want a break, so let's head to one. When we come back, it's Game 3. It's going to be our final game of the day here. LGD up against IG. Game 1, if you guys didn't watch, it was a 70-minute marathon. Game 2, more of an 18-minute sprint here. Sheep, or T, or Lizard,
Yo,
right? My beautiful
nice.
panelists here. Predictions, are you guys going to average out the length of game?
High intensity interval training. That's what they're doing.
Oh, so it's going to go back to 70 minutes
We're
now?
going back to 70 minutes.
Okay. All right. Without knowing the draft, 70 minutes.
I mean, I'm down for a 70-minute game. I feel like
Okay.
if you're an IG fan, I think the game 1 was a true reflection of what they can achieve. Game 2, yeah, they didn't get to play anything. So I feel you'd like to see it go to the long part of the point, and yeah, we'll see when the draft starts. Maybe no Emo Ursa, even though he was so emphatic game 1, game 2.
Maybe they don't ban the Lina because IG banned the Lina.
It's banned.
Okay,
It's gone.
I was like here. I was like, yes, ready to theory
Trying to hype it up.
craft.
Bam, 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 bam.
What's crazy is they have first phases. Yeah, like they have
Yeah,
the first
that's
pick.
why I
They're
thought
still
Lina
getting.
might not have been banned.
They were angry about that.
Yeah.
Ember, huh?
Angry Bears.
Angry Bears.
Yeah, I don't
Will
know.
they pick Rubik? Will they pick Tiny? Will they pick
PSG
Will they Rubik? There it is.
Rubik?
LGD.
Just a
Instant picks it. Boom.
Bam,
Marcy
bam.
Mirana. Let's go.
Well,
Sure.
okay,
Why
guys.
not?
So it's gonna happen. LGD
Yep.
will be last picking Enigma, and we will see a repeat.
Repeat, but in the different. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All that's needed is in IG need to pick Morphling.
Okay, draft-wise though, do you want to take it?
Nah, take it, Tiga. You
I'll
started.
take it.
You started it, you take it.
Oh, you want to take it now? Go
Nah,
on, please.
nah.
Ah, okay.
Nat, please. Return of Analyst Nat.
So, in regards to IG's strengths, at least, sure, Rubik, we ignore that as the first pick, but the Beastmaster response, if they get 3 good bans to cover it, of course it's going to be very good against the Marcy and the Phoenix. Attack speed for the Egg, but also I feel like for IG at least, they need to make sure their playstyle is about with a clear direction. And when you have a hero like a Beastmaster in the offlane, less emphasis on Emo having to shot call, because your Beastmaster player, he knows what to do, right? I have Dominator come to my lane. I want to take mid tower, come with me, So now Emo, he can be a little bit greedy on his hero pick because the shot calling now is a lot more simplified. And I know I am making it sound very basic, but for IG in this series, I think we need to simplify it for them, or at least they need to do it for themselves, because it is night and day the difference when Emo is actually having a good game or not.
No, we need to do it for them.
Yeah,
call them up.
that's true. I mean, they are.
All right, get him on the phone.
They are technically right there, so maybe they can hear us.
Yeah, we just simply run at the screen with
If
full
we, yeah,
speed.
like Nani, if we.
Oh, I look like
It is a
Harry
portal,
Potter,
actually.
You know?
Like
You
you
just
can go
run
in
right
at
through.
any given time.
Yeah.
You can actually go in.
PG has mad production. I'm pretty sure they have portals actually by now.
They do, they do.
Yeah, that's true.
I saw the
Technology sure has gone a
We'll
long
try at
way.
the end of the draft. Jump in there.
Yo,
done.
these
All
bands are
together,
quick.
on 3. Okay,
It's
so
fast-paced, yes.
Interesting bans from IG, just getting rid of a ton of carries once again, Drow and the Luna. Perhaps one of the reasons is the Slark ban from PSG LGD that came first, so you pan out the Drow afterwards. But we are going to finally see, nothing to say, Pangolier on that mid lane. Is there something they can do about that?
They could pick Tusk and Prey? I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen that hero as a response just because of the ability to disrupt him in fights, and also the lane is not that bad at all.
10 seconds remaining.
Tusk has been ignored in both games as well. actually.
Yeah.
5 seconds
That's the
remaining.
question mark.
How would you destroy a Pango in mid?
Perhaps not in mid, but later on there's always ways, right? Like
Well, they have Roar, but
They
you
have
don't
Roar.
really want to, like... I feel like when you're a Pango and you're getting Roar during roll, you're, like, happy with that. Because it means you're carry. Because, like, LGD have second pick. So if they pick a carry that's really good for the game at the end of this phase, for example, now you have to decide between who you're roaring. And I think Pango's happy to usually tank that for said hero.
there you go, you got the Tusk.
Tusky.
I think as well with Pango, it's less about beating him in mid lane and more about just ensuring in the game. If you're jumping him, you're forcing him to react with roll. If you're able to survive his roll aggressively, then you're just disjointing his ability to be strong in the fights. And for IG, at least so far, they picked up a flexible Tusk. You've already mentioned the shards play to disjoint that. You also mirror his fight. And I'm happy that IG are moving down this line of, we will, after laning phase, there is no reason for us to stall up game. We're going to be able to fight you.
It's very active draft so
Exactly.
far, just looking at these 3.
Yeah.
And do you guys think the Tusk is mid or position 5?
Oh, we'll see in a pick's time.
It's still, like, I've seen this matchup on the mid lane. It's kind of fine for Tusk to play against
It is.
Pangolier. You'll never threaten him, like you won't kill him, most likely, unless he makes a major mistake, because he has so many ways of getting over the shards, but you'll farm, he'll farm, as simple as that. What I do like from IG though is you mentioned it.
PSG,
Very.
LGD.
Even 3 I like. I don't mind this too. Like, okay, now it's set in stone that Tusk and Beastmaster are cores.
Yeah.
It's like for IG at least, they have robust lanes. They've already banned out heroes that would be able to beat Beast in lane. With Drow, Luna, Ench, they all have their own skill set to prevent Beast from excelling in lane. Of course, there's plenty more picks to punish it.
Does LGD play Naga?
Sheep, can I just ask you?
Yeah.
They definitely play Naga. I'm just wondering, isn't it usually Phoenix into the tree, not tree into the Phoenix?
No, but
sure.
Usually they do it that way, but
that confident.
I mean,
yeah.
like based on your question, yes, they normally do pick Phoenix into tree because when tree overgrowths to take the fight, Phoenix just throws an egg, and then you can't engage on the overgrowth. So it's a nice response to a very scaling ultimate.
A Lich pick up LGD.
I don't like it. It's ice and it's fire. Syndrome would be very sad
gosh.
for your two supports. They don't like each other. Like how do you expect them to work together?
Well,
Like,
I was
that's
going to
not
say
possible.
more the fact of the Marcy being a core.
Yeah, it's going to be the offlane here.
Something I think we expected, right?
A little bit.
Yeah, I really
mean, she
like
had
her.
flexibility.
I like her a lot as a core. I think it's like all you need is this BKB basher, and you're just able to kill anyone. I think the Lich pick is a little bit weird, just because usually when there's a Tusk, especially one who is a core, he will start with punch, and your armor will come out after it. So it's not as effective as a measure in the mid game. What you can do is just have a core like Marcy that you want to just put the ice armor on, and they go in and go crazy for you. Same sort of situation with this Beastmaster. I've seen some beasts that go the helm into like an ether lens, and they just are able to just roar to start a fight for you, or just catch whoever they want. And the armor might not be so good.
Nice ban from IG.
If I didn't see why is it nice?
I mean, I was actually thinking PSG were going to pick Spectre last because the entirety of IG is very skirmishing, and they have plenty of early fight and wave clear that even if they lose some team fights, they'll stall the game out long enough that any active carry is going to
Strong
get
lane
online.
with the Lich as well, right?
Yeah.
If I only saw the two supports like Phoenix and Lich, I wouldn't like it at all. It's not about ice and fire. That was obviously stupid, but
no, that was 100% analysis.
100% analysis. Yeah, it's not the most reliable for Aura 5 in a way. Like they're both on the outskirts. Not a really reliable stun coming from either of them. A lot of damage coming though. However, when you look at the whole draft, when you have Pango and when you have Marcy, you have two cores already that literally all want to jump in. They just want to create a mess. So it's much easier for these super squishy sideliners to enjoy their game properly.
I could see maybe like an emo Monkey King or something here. Sure, there's still some partial deterrent where you don't want to stay in Wukong with an egg down, but I think there's so many layers to IG's draft, snowball saves, living armor, that this hero will be able to play a strong lane against a Marcy. Sure, Phoenix is a bit disruptive, but the whole concept of the game, you can itemize the player of your team, you can be active, it's what we want to see from emo. I mean, Ursa, yeah, I don't think I want to see it again, especially now that there's a lot more kiting coming in from PSG. It's still possible, but...
They get the sniper.
Sure. I mean, I guess that's maybe the Spectre ban as well, now leans into it a little bit more.
You get that long range to deal with the egg as well.
Is it just like a void pick here for PSG? There's a Lich, there's a Phoenix, there's
nothing else, right?
Yeah, it's just
that's the problem. Like Slark is banned out, Spectre is banned out. What else can you comfortably get on top of Sniper?
I'm still very keen for Naga Siren because you close the gap with a song.
That's true.
And it's just really nice in lane against the Beastmaster. I think for laning wise, I would want that. For the whole game, I mean, if they're gonna run at you, so you just have to survive that. But I think like Marcy, Lich, and Pango alone are pretty good at fighting.
I can see Naga as well.
It takes away the cooldown reliance. You just have items and throw mirror image at people. Yeah, I think honestly, I like both heroes. Just depends on what PSG, how they want to approach it.
Yeah.
They got a lot of time to think about it too.
Thing is,
the lane is the biggest problem. Is that there are some heroes that are nice, like Bloodseeker.
PA again. Let's go.
PA? Wait, again? Did I miss a PA game?
Yeah, I saw it 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I was like, no, you haven't. He's trolling.
What?
I mean, we've not seen Anti-Mage for like a year, but it's getting banned out, right?
So much.
You never know.
But look at the bans; they're literally emo-oriented. SF Troll, Slark, Morphling, Nyx, and an Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
Everything into him.
For IG, they've also covered a little bit from the Void because of like the Beastmaster, even Living Armor. Like the early impact of Void is more on the team helping him rather than Void being himself. These are known counters to it. So that's why like maybe this Naga pick does have more prevalence, but no, they actually just go for the Ursa.
They get the Ursa themselves. Strong lane at least with the Lich.
We've seen a lot of Ursa picks into snipers because you always go Blink, you get Basher, you get BKB. Like if you ever find Sniper, as long as he doesn't have Hurricane Pike plus Shard and all these defensive ways
Look
to
at
get
the
out.
control coming from IG. There's just so much.
So
You have
much
the
jump,
tree, you have Snowball, you have Beastmaster, Rubik. Everyone can contribute to this sniper being in the right position at the right time. So. I'm
Where are
not
you guys
feeling
sitting? And also a genuine answer on how long you think this game is going. I gotta know after a 70-minute game and then an 18-minute game.
Emo's too volatile right now. I don't know if he's going to GG out 19 or if he's going to play till 70, so I can't give a number.
Nope, you gotta, this is it.
Oh, got to.
I'm never throwing to the casters until...
That's fair
If
enough.
it does go to 60-minute mark, IG is winning. That's how I see it.
Okay.
If not, PSG LGD will take it around that second rush.
Much more even drafts, but it's going to be around about 48 minutes, 27 seconds.
Whoa, he's really going in on the prediction.
I think
love
it'll be
it.
like 20 to 25 minutes, and I think that LGD have really strong lanes, and I think they will dumpster them.
Ooh, I have loved what has come out of my panelists today. I'm obviously going to ask the exact same question to your casters, Lyrical and Fogged. How long is this game going to go for?
Well, Fogged, you're the smart one. I says
fart one.
Why don't you answer first? I'll go second. Please fart first.
I'm thinking around 30-minute mark. I
Okay.
actually really like what LGD's got for them. I like their lanes, which I think is going to be able to snowball them to get on this sniper and not really allow Emo to have a good game. And yeah, I have to be with T with a little bit. After GGing out 18 minutes, maybe
Right.
some volatility coming out from Emo.
Well, the first game, 70 minutes. Second game, 18 minutes. You add those two together, 88 minutes. Divided by 2, that's 44 minutes. So T-Gov was close, but it's me 44 minutes exactly. That's what we're going to see.
All right. So we've got Sheep at 20 to 25, me at 32, T at 40, what was it, 47 and 18 or something like that?
47-27.
Okay, and then you were 44, and then what was Lizard?
He was 48-27, actually.
Okay, and then Lizard.
Lizard didn't say a time.
He didn't say a time, all right. Well.
No.
That's fine.
He definitely did.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I
don't
can't remember.
remember.
I can't remember all the numbers. There's a lot of numbers.
He was the first one.
He was. It gets pushed into the back. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Lots of gap closing. That's the thing I'm looking at at the sniper. Even Phoenix. Phoenix, Marcy, Pango, lots of ways to get into the sniper. They do have some ways to protect him with the tree and with, of course, with Tusk and even with the Rubik going for that shard kind of play. But at the same time, you do have to be still cautious.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're always going to be able to get into your face. And I actually really like, I've said it so many times, Marcy in the 3 position, I actually really still like this hero. I want to see it more. I want to see teams still picking it a bit more. And I love it with Ursa. And with Pango. It's literally 2 of my favorite combos because you put that sidekick on the Pango, he throws 1 swashbuckle. Sure, you don't get the damage, but it's like a free satanic that comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing for Ursa. You throw it on Ursa, and not only does he do a buttload of damage, but he also has a pretty much built-in satanic as well, too. So, eyes on that. And eyes from the gap close onto Emo as no.
Jiangyu taking a lot of damage here.
Is he gonna get him clipped?
Oh,
my God, he
no.
did.
Well, he just TP's out.
I saw him skill it up, and I was like, is he gonna go for it?
That's pretty cool.
That was nice.
Well, one thing that we are going to be blessed with a little bit here in this game is the Dust versus Nothing to Say show again. And on 2 of their most, I would say, iconic heroes, the Pango and the Tusk, although Dust a little bit off the mark there, didn't manage to hit the shards onto the range creep.
Yeah, oopsie. A little bit of a slip up.
I just have to curse him.
Yeah. It's his icon. Oh my God.
He missed the shards.
No, I like it though. I think it's much more appropriate having him on a more kind of active hero. Like Death Prophet, it's not like he did bad. It's an exorcism. Without exorcism, sure, siphons are good, but you need Exo in most situations to do anything. And you saw NTS really take advantage of that bully him. There's nothing to say.
Ooh,
he had Fairy Fire, but
these players are so crazy. They just like get right up against the edge and say, all right, we're going to push it that much further. And you can see that across all the lanes, this first couple waves at least have been a little bit into the favor there of LGD.
yeah, bottom. I think bottom is going to be really difficult for Beastmaster. It's already Ursa counterpick versus Beast, but it's also Lich, so pretty problematic how much they're going to be able to deal with all this harassment. As Paulison, it's already level 2.
Oh, and they take it. Taking the Sinister Gaze, and Paulison, he's going to drop. They give it over to the Ursa Shiro with the first blood.
Very cool. Then he goes for Sinister Gaze instead of just Frost Shield. Could have gone for either one to go for the kill, but opted for it. Dust also dropping low.
Dude.
Playing around fairy fires.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the bottle coming in now. So he's going to be okay here. He even gets the water rune and then makes it back for the creep wave.
Nothing to say, he's only missed 1 CS though so far. Well, on the other side, it's been 2 CS if he gets all of them under the tower. So you can tell LGD, like you said, definitely Zhao Wei had some stern words to them. He's like, you guys better clean up your play. And they are doing that, absolutely.
They definitely are.
QIQX.
Level 2 right now. Did take the point there in the grasp and can get a little bit aggressive if things break his way. But yeah, 16-1 versus 15-1, but 3 creeps coming under the tower. We're nothing to say right now.
Yeah. Near perfect CS for this Pangolier. Still only missing the 1.
But things that we also maybe want to watch for here. You know, we have seen every now and then like a 3-position Tusk or what have you roam around the map sometimes. Marcy very capable of that as well, but both of these mid laners, once they get that level 6, there's high potential that we could see some, you know, diving around, making moves around the map, trying to make stuff happen. But, well, you talked about the difficult lane. Irving, he's in some trouble there, throws out the axes, doing what he can, but eventually he will fall.
This is it's a literal impulse. I'm surprised how he's 15 CS. I mean, using axes to get those last hits, of course, but yeah, this is such an impossible lane for them to really be able to get even trades. That's the thing. Yeah. Sure, Rubik's gotten a lot stronger, but it's a straight counter pick versus the Beastmaster with that Ursa. Off to an excellent start down bottom for Shiro.
And then on this lane as well, you know, Sniper moving on in, trying to contest, but this is going to be a bunch of creeps under tower for Zhang Yu. He's going to have a very, very farmed start to this game.
Yeah, and it's a scary lane for the Sniper too. If he just oversteps his bounds too far as Polison, he steps up too far himself.
Yeah, I mean, stepping up too far is just stepping anywhere away from your tower, it feels like.
Yeah, he's likely to have been brought down too. One more hit. Ooh, Shiro, is that the Ring of Health? I believe it is. Efficiently done too, as they get the kill, immediately picks it up.
Runs back, creep wave underneath his tower, but he's going to get most of those too, as QIQX is getting bullied back by Planet a bit here.
And now with the Ring of Health being finished up so early, he wasn't even really getting harassed on Shiro as it was. Now that opens up the opportunity for the Lich to actually move around the map. Lich can actually start looking to check toward the mid lane a little as, uh-oh, Irving!
Dude, again, it's so free.
He's dead.
It's incredibly free. They had to send the Rubik over towards mid to get the bottle refill, but Jesus. I mean, 4-0 start. And
Emo.
What a start to this one. Emo in trouble?
He'll be all right.
Looks like he's, yeah.
But you can see both heroes having gap close onto a Sniper, really problematic. 2 different forms of slow, 2 different forms of getting on him.
Dust is going to need to have a really big mid game.
He's definitely is. It's really gonna be a lot on him to just try to fix both of these lanes. This immediate aggression again onto Emo.
It's jumped on here, down low, but the tree armor, it's helping out a lot actually, and getting some good damage there onto Zhang Yu. Not able to do anything through that helm though.
He's got Tango Salve also being fed over from Planet, who has a Headdress, who's also just feeding him mangoes. Jesus, every time we look bottom, it looks like it's almost a kill opportunity. Even I mean, every time you lose a boar, it's also devastating. Top again.
Dude, they are running at them constantly. They reset, refill, and re-go.
Emo might have to just get back.
He doesn't have any regen at all.
No, Tree's gonna come back and probably bring him a salve or something like that. But actually, okay, it was on the courier. I was like, he has no gold. What's going on? Tree I thought he just had a branch to his name, but no, he's got Tango, and they bring out an extra salve from the Sniper.
Well, Dust has gotten 6, faster than nothing to say.
Okay. Now we do see those 8 denies coming into play.
And the rune is top. It's a DD. This is about as best as you could hope for IG. Maybe a haste rune.
Does he make an instant rotation? He's probably thinking about it.
I mean, Shiro would be a big kill, certainly. But trying to ensure that Sniper has a better lane, either of these things is going to be pretty big. He's going to TP bottom.
Yeah, he's going to go bottom. It's almost level 6 on the Ursa.
Rolling in. Finds him there. The lift back. That's big. And they give the kill over to Dust.
Yeah.
He takes the kill.
Great move. I love that he just instantly goes. He knows how rough those side lanes are going. He has to try to help out his buddies, so sacrifices himself a little bit in the mid lane to get that kill. Nicely done.
That should give level 6 now to the Pango, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, nothing to say, 6. And also, you know, Shiro, he was 1 creep from 6. Imagine that that gank literally happens like 5 seconds later. They might not even get the kill onto Shiro, so perfectly timed there from Dust.
He said he needed to make moves, and he's doing it.
Yeah.
How much does... I mean, that lane doesn't get easier, though, just by that kill, I'm sure.
Definitely not. As Emo gets thrown back, should still be fine.
Back turns now onto the Marcy. Trying to do what damage he can. Still the Spirit's being very annoying. And looks like the Marcy will be fine.
It's so deceptive when you see a tree hitting the Marcy and it's just like no damage because he has the Helm of Iron Will so early on.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bottom lane is just, it's still a disaster. Like, they're just going to have to do pulls. Or they're going to have to do stacks, which they do have ready. So Irving will be able to catch back up. The 33 strategy, as I like to call it.
Yeah, this is nice for them, definitely. Get into their first sets of neutrals. Can stack up the Ancients.
And all things considered, he is level 6.
Yeah.
So pretty damn good. Marcy's still only level 5. Irving's been getting a lot of solo XP because of the rotations and movements that Polison did around. So
I mean, to me, the biggest thing is I feel like it's set up Ursa to have an amazing game.
Yeah.
Walrus Punch, nothing to say. He's really low. Oh, the lift! As he was trying to dive away from there, he's going to get the rollback on to Dust, but Emo right there with him.
He's still going
back and forth, keeps going for more, and nothing to say. With that armor, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Snowball in, trying to finish him off, and, well, they get the finish from Emo. You smile, he's still alive. This is a good rotation from Emo, but the shard's not quite going to connect.
A pretty unexpected rotation from Emo, right? I guess he just doesn't want to be up top anymore, wants to help around in the mid lane.
Yeah,
ends up working nicely.
Went for that the mask too, the Morbid mask, and I feel like sometimes we've been seeing like Javelin or something.
I don't think I ever really see that. It's a Mask of Madness. It's all about the DPS. Okay, DPS and farm, cool. Might hurt him if he uses it at the wrong time, of course. If they're on top of him, which they do have lots of ways to get on him, but he just wants to jungle. It feels like.
For the side of IG, it's all about trying to slow down that game. Have the 3 points in tree armor, Nature's Grasp, trying to keep this tower alive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be tough for him to match that pace of Shiro after such a good start, though. 2 pieces of that Battle Fury done and phase boots, so he can actually lane solo, and if Irving's not careful, he could just get taken out even just from a solo Ursa. Top tower. Starting to rotate over. Maybe Dust is looking to make a rotation if he's able to find something.
Bringing numbers, this would be big for him. Emo's still already hurting. They're just trying to whittle down the creep wave, it looks like, with that shrapnel.
It'll work for now. 10 seconds till power rune. I think on that, then maybe Dust looks to actually make the move up there. Let's see which one he's going to get. It's still showing illusion on the map for me for some reason. But okay, there we go. Another DD.
Dude.
The dream.
That's big. 10-minute mark, so Tome's ready.
Oh, okay.
That's smoke. They're just out of vision, but I think... I don't know. They didn't have a ward seeing the DD either. Do you have to play around the Enrage this time on the Ursa?
He's out already.
Okay, he's
something
gone.
was up. Third component of Battle Fury about to be finished, so his farm rate will accelerate massively.
And showing on that lane, Shiro heads right on in. But Dust still hanging on to that DD.
Is anyone going to show up down here, though? I don't think so. I think LGD's just going to sack this tower.
Yeah. Dust just comes on and takes that out. And with the Helm of the Dominator, they have ample opportunity to take down that bottom tower and try and defend mid.
The Unleash just used for the tower.
Shards. Throws out one salvo from nothing to say. Dust is there. Sits pretty, has that DD good to go. And LGD looks like they will be forced back.
Planet. He's got the dive. Dust doesn't want to get pulled into a weird spot. Doesn't use the snowball.
So saves that one for now. Interesting.
I like the Unleash on towers. I think it's something people don't do enough. To be honest with you, I think it's, level 1 is a little bit, a little underwhelming, and it's also got a pretty long downtime, but, they're trying to get any type of forced reaction. They don't have a Nature's Prophet, they don't have a Shaman to push and force these towers this game, so any little bit that they can use, they're trying to get.
I mean, it's a pretty good, I feel like, play. Of course, you do have the tree there that's going to be able to heal it back up after with the 3 points up in the living armor. And Dust now pulling this creep wave over. It doesn't get lucky this time with the rune. It's an illusion taken by Paulison. Nothing to say has not been able to get a rune at all this game.
No, they just keep double checking it, so he'll be slowed down a little. He still looks like he's gonna have pretty damn good timing on his defusal though. It's gonna be like 13 minutes. And looking at Ursa, he is 100 gold from Battle Fury, and he's already got stacks prepped. I think a triple stack Ancients.
Everybody's been very farmed this game, it feels like, as Irving also finishes off his stack of Ancients.
Yeah,
and is almost at Helm of the Overlord.
He's completely caught up. He's top 2 net worth as this Beastmaster's planet. Egg does go off.
Tries to get off the map there.
Seal it.
Can't get over.
QX maybe, if he had done it early enough, could have perhaps gotten the overgrowth on him, but didn't want to even try to go for it.
No. Well, Supernova down. Does the way that Beastmaster's been able to recover his game change your sort of current thoughts of how this one might go?
Honestly, maybe. Like, it's gonna be like his levels are very important because he's able to now scout out the map and be able to control to be able to stall things up for the sniper. So yeah, it's a pretty damn good side for them. The Hawk, it's not gonna scout out the smoke, of course, but let's see if he sticks around.
Dire
to farm.
scan hits.
Okay, I was gonna say.
And running out of there.
Seemed to know something was up.
Does he get the Helm of the Dominator creep killed? Would be pretty easy to drop a Chain Frost right there.
Yeah. Come on, take it easy.
I want to see it. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know right there, you Diffusal Blade taking over creep. It roots it because that's a thing.
Yep. Inhibit.
It's super weird.
It's always been it's always been a mechanic of Diffusal actually to put creeps and hold them in place.
Yeah.
Even back in Dota 1 days. I believe even in Dota 1 it worked on Lone Druid Bear same, so.
Wait, what?
Oh, well, Lone Druid Bear also used to get Frostbit for 10 seconds in Dota 1, so CM was the literal hard counter to Lone Druid.
That's funny.
Yeah. So Tricore scaling on LGD, but IG also finding themselves a good recovery outlet. A DD rune for Marcy. Can they make anything happen of this? Right now it's been more of just like a farm sit back. They're having trouble getting into the jungle, finding emo because of the way that IG set themselves up. They just have the tree always in position to break smokes.
You know, this is one of those classic times, I feel like, where game number 1... Well, actually, it's a little different, because usually it's like, okay, 2 bad games, then 1 really good game. Or it's like 2 really good games and then 1 really bad game. We had the bad game in the middle.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how you look at it, right?
I guess that's true.
Bad game for IG, but a near flawless one from LGD, right?
Right.
So,
well,
in terms of viewing,
one-sided is
one-sided.
One-sided.
Yeah. Now, perhaps they found their outlet to be able to get into the jungle. They finally are able to pierce through, so they push emo away.
He wants that curry.
Can't quite. Mid lane. Olsen. They'll be okay. The unleash used. Onto the tower, which is now full HP. But now LGD, with them being able to force them out of that jungle, with Ursa they'll get a free Roshan.
Yeah, this gets taken way too quickly.
Yeah. And full HP on all of them. Oops.
How close is it now to Blink Dagger? It's about 100 or so gold before they'll be able to finish that one off onto Ursa. Could be a nice pickup.
That's when things are gonna truly accelerate. It feels like for the side of PSG LGD. Then they're gonna be able to actually dive into these squishier backlines as the Hawk scouting out the Marcy. It's a long snowball though.
Big hit here. Does he have a rebound to get away? Does look like it. On nothing to say, but the roar.
Uh-oh, that's not a good roar.
And Overgrowth. They're trying to break that one out there. Root onto a couple. Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. A lot of ultis used by LGD, and they are pretty. Dust can't do a thing. IG just threw away everything.
Oh, no.
IG just got demolished, man.
And the Marcy who gets initiated on is still alive.
Yikes.
Oh, what a disaster coming out from IG. Just way too over-aggressive. And the way they started, too, the snowball, it, like, telegraphs the move. PSGLG is like, okay, we can all just TP in. Everybody can rotate in quickly. And now Shiro, who just finished up a blink, has another 1,000 gold.
I mean, you look at this. They've got that helm creep. Could have just hit the tower, you know?
Yeah. They really wanted to, I guess, try to get a kill before that, but then it's full panic. The roar on the Pango and then the Chain Frost, look at it.
Oh, man.
It's like the most perfect bounces I think you could have asked for.
Didn't even hit those other creeps there. And, well, IG now well and truly in a rough spot. I mean, it's still only a 2K gold lead, But you know, that was a moment where I guess it's weird. Like, it's just a huge injection of gold again into LGD.
It's the Ursa who now is going to have full item advantage over the sniper, right?
Yeah.
Always going to have an avenue to jump on him. And besides just gold, it's experience. So when you bring up the experience chart, it's actually quite a bit more in that advantage that they got from that.
And now having
blunder.
Blink done, yeah, look at that swing.
Yeah, the XP is a huge change. What is it, a 5K swing with that XP? So yeah, pretty massive, especially for somebody like the Ursa. Level 14, while the sniper's 11.
No, that fight right there is, we're going to be thinking back to that one for a little while and what could have been for IG, but for LGD, it was perfect.
Yeah. And now, like you said, big injection of gold, even Planet getting relatively close to a halberd, so already starting to itemize for future fights.
Be careful here. Paulson only gets a lift for a moment. They have
the
control
chain.
onto Dustin. Well, that is the shard. The power of the Lich Shard.
Innocence is dominating. He is 407, and they even get the Overlord creep. Things are starting to get out of control.
Man, I love Lich. This hero is pretty sick. Like, he's got some cool things added onto him now.
Yeah, I mean, the shard is one of the best things that you can do for this hero, but it's really been all about that lane, right? Shiro and Innocence, 407 Lich, 713 Ursa. They've kind of played perfectly off of each other.
2 minutes on that Aegis. And after a incredibly disappointing game number 1 for LGD, they have come back and really started to dominate IG here in this game number 3.
Oof, and they get the Brigand's Blade on Nothing to Say. Everything's coming together. The best neutral item you can get on a Pango. Goes for a blink as well, too, himself, as we expected. You know, we're probably going to see the 3 blink daggers on the court really early versus a sniper. But being able to get it this early after having Diffusal, he can actually stall out his that shard a little bit longer on the Pango.
Trying to bait the emo illusion there, but won't be able to, it looks like. Yeah, now they have avenues to deal with the Helm of the Overlord. I think that was 2 dead. I mean, they could maybe get a 3rd if they want to here also.
They've got just an explosive window. Even Planet is level 12. So killing the egg is also really difficult in these fights. Sure, you have Sniper, you have Beastmaster, Aura, but it's gonna start becoming problematic. It's Tree, dead in nearly 1 swash.
Dude, that is crazy. How is Planet level 12? What the hell?
Yeah, he is. He lives the last fight. That's the big thing about that last fight. It's not the gold, it's just XP when you kill 5 heroes and survive, right? Man, he's very overleveled. And if he gets Halberd, dives in, Halberd, Sniper, pop Egg. Egg's never gonna die.
Yeah.
So, good itemization from him if he's able to get that soon. And Nothing to Say now, after Blink, he's got Shard, so no longer has to worry about getting tree rooted. You get tree rooted, click the Shard, remove it, can continue being aggressive, so. Finding their footings. Similar score as we saw in the first game, 15-3, but their lineup feels like it's much better just forcing the aggression this time.
Right, and they just don't have that damage yet, that sort of...
Chain.
Right on top of them. Bounces around a couple of times. Paulson in trouble. They have Shiro right on top. 1 more hit from the Chain Frost. And they eliminate both of those supports rather deftly.
I guess they must have given the tome to Planet too. You mentioned how high level he is. Uh-oh, top Dust. He's out of mana.
In trouble. Pops that. Tries to get away. There's no way out of this. Dust is going to get ran down here, it looks like, as IG just can't find their footing. I mean, it's so hard to fight into the lineup now.
It's starting to feel almost like a GG pretty soon. Like, Emo is probably feeling all that pressure coming onto him. It's everything up to him now if he's able to distance himself. He buys Shard to try to get some type of protection, but the map, it's shrinking. There's nowhere that they can really farm anymore.
And he doesn't have damage.
No, none.
There's Mask of Madness and a Hurricane Pike.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Our Planet now has his Halberd, so the Sniper solution is there for him too during the egg. But yeah, he's level. Yeah, I think they give him both homes on Planet because he's a full level and a half ahead of the Mars. Yeah. Irving, mid-range is there.
Gets it off right beforehand. Turns now onto the creep.
They're coming though. Shiro.
Oh, needs to back out.
He's got BKB, and he's got 2 teammates behind him, so yeah, I don't think IG can actually punish. And now, smoke coming out. Not only do they get the Helm of Overlord, but the Lich and Pango are rotating over already.
trying to get into position here and see if they can run these heroes down.
I mean, look at Innocence. Look at his positioning.
He's got him already. Dude. That
confidence.
That combo is just so nice. And Chain Frost, like, only 100-second cooldown. If you can use that and get a kill every time, it's so sick.
It's just the sheer, it really is the sheer confidence that his smoke breaks and he's just like, I know someone's there. I'm solo killing them. This essentially is just a solo kill from him. Whew. 9K lead, another smoke, swinging up towards top. They see what Nothing to Say is, expecting maybe the sniper, or perhaps Emo over here.
They look like a completely different team. Absolutely completely different team.
Like you said last game, right? Jiaowei definitely had some stern words with them, and those words are definitely working. Yep. Shiro, the flank. He's all the way behind them already.
Oh
He's
God.
literally right behind the sniper.
Oh my God, sniper.
Look at the scary bear.
You gotta run. They find one. Irving, he's starting to drop. They have the frost armor. They find the sniper. On the other side, Jiangyu trying to chase down that tree. The roar is out, but Emo, he's gonna go down. Shiro finds him. 2 dead. The BKB out from Dust. But this plan that's been concocted by IG is not looking like it's going to work out.
The wraparound from Shiro. Like, literally, it's
Yeah.
like, hello! Beastmaster instantly panic BKBs. Emo's like, oh my god, he's in my face. I'm already screwed in this fight. They're playing just so confident and so aggressive. Even the Lich, as we've said multiple times, Innocence there, or why? Sorry, I keep calling him Innocence, just have it. Under the tower, Sinister Gaze is the sniper, you know? Sometimes in these situations, that's a crazy move, but works out perfectly for him.
There's just so much chaos going on, too. Like, as soon as the Ursa jumps in and got all these particles all over your screen and stuff, it's like, the hell are you supposed to do, man? It's
Yeah,
got-
and for a second, they probably thought, like, oh, Ursa's being a bit suicidal, and then a giant Pango ball lands on top of Emo's face.
They're all there.
And Roche next on the horizon. 1 more minute until that's going to be there for
Radiant's
LGD.
middle tower is under attack.
Dude. With an arcane in the bottle also for the Pango.
Oh, man. And he almost has an Aghanim Scepter on
Sure
Pango.
does. So damage is, I feel like everybody on the side of PSG LGD has crazy amount of damage, and it feels like nobody on the side of IG really does much damage at all anymore.
Yeah, it's completely fallen off the rails. And I can't help but think again back to that fight, like, had they just sort of pushed the tower, you know, what could have been? It's going to be haunting them for a while, I think. Dust manages to get the jump in blow up right as they win, but look at him! Oh, Marcy! Yeah, that's still a hero in this game. Can pull back in Dust here with the disposed snowball. Tries to interrupt, but Why You Smile gets the catch for the kill.
Jeez. Nothing to say. Also, gets rooted, pops the roll up, jumps over the shards, lands in their face. All 3 of them. It's 4 innate built-in gap closers on the side of PSG LGD plus blink daggers. They just eviscerate everybody.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Whew, way too much damage out from LGD.
And Roche, 2 seconds.
Nothing to say. He wants another one of these helm creeps. Keeps on finding them.
Irving's trying to find a creep to Overlord, but can't quite find one, so dragging it away. But Roche, Shiro, it's immediately scouted. Level 20 Ursa, also, by the way, so these levels. The levels this game, really, the experience has just been crazy after all that.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, there was a good job of IG to catch back up in terms of farm, but the problem was always that it was just accelerating Ursa so quickly. Now, Roche is low, Dust wants to get in, but it's going to come too late. And
now,
that's the Ags. Pango roll in on top of them. Dust trying to escape. They find Irving. The BKB already used. Managed to get in on the kill for Dust.
IG can't do anything. It's defensive BKBs to run every single time.
25-4, man. It ain't looking pretty for old IG. Shard done. Queuing up the Ags next for Shiro with the BKB completed. And that about tells the story of the game right now. Midas bought by Emo.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's GG.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He knows it. They haven't been able to have a single successful fight this game, so I guess his hope is, guys, we need to stall for 40 minutes before I have any hope in the game. High ground defense is the name of the game. Don't take fights outside.
Yeah.
But I think LGD, they're just going to try to barrel right through them soon.
Dire's top tower
Beastmaster picks up a Blink Dagger. So wanting to push side lanes, maybe find a chance at a pick off, and then getting out of there.
And that must be so disheartening. Look, whenever I've seen someone buy like a 20+ minute minus, I'm just like, all right, guys, let's call it.
Yeah. Sorry about that, by the way.
Yeah, it's okay. You're not the only one. Owen does it all the time. Nah, it's there's like nothing you can even really say, because what item would fix it for him?
Right.
There's nothing. Like, so.
Hey, and you know what? You were talking about the levels. That's gonna help with the levels. You know, there you go.
Sure, we'll go with that. Full Aghanims now for Ursa. Good God. Even if they do get the control onto him, he's just gonna always have Enrage.
Yeah. No, it is a big pile of bleh for Emo this game.
Yep. I'm gonna bring up win probability for myself. I'm pretty sure it should be a 99 or a 98%er. Yeah. Oh, is that? You're giving him 4%? Oh,
dude, that's the minus. That's the minus. You never know.
No, it's a brutal one. Dust. I think Panel will try to talk about it too. Is like the BKB having to go back just for BKB rather than going for any aggressive play on Tusk. I know a lot of people are more fans of just going for the straight Deso play, but this game it felt like he didn't even have an opportunity to try to.
No. No, it is a slow, steady dwindling of hope that we've seen here as IG have continued to struggle. Hey, there's a salve there on the ground, but Xiangyu gets the blink out.
Take the board.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
They found Emo's on our side.
And Emo TP's out of there.
So yeah, just desperate plays from IG. They're gonna just try. I think this is literally just them gonna be nuking out waves, trying to farm. Any fights that happen, LGD is just gonna crush them. Yeah, and it's gonna be a slow, steady moment till GG's. What time is it on the clock? 28?
28.
Come on. What did I say? 30, 32, something like that?
I think he said 30. You said 48.
I did not say 48.
I'm pretty sure you said
40. I said 30.
Okay, maybe.
As Polison goes down. T said 40. 48.
That's right. That's right. You're right.
I said 30. I think Sheep said 20 to 25. I said 30, 32.
Well, if we're real, the game was actually over at about
it
20,
is over
20 25. Yeah,
it's true. So Sheep's probably right on that one too. We'll give her the credit.
Irving, dead zone. Yeah, just pushing these out, leaving trash on the ground, and doing whatever they can to try and slow this one down. Sniper queuing up the Shadow Blade next. So, feeling like that's going to be the recipe for his success here. Just need to redefine success, Fogged.
It's true. There's just, I'm surprised they're sticking in it really, but I guess just really hoping for some type of huge throws from PSG LGD, but not going to be the case after that first game.
Oh no, that can't happen 2 times in a row. But, you know, they do need to wait for the right moment here on LGD. They're going to smoke up as 4.
They're going to dive in the base, it feels like, in a second here.
Yeah, Emo, maybe recognizing that inherent danger of his situation, backs out of there for a moment.
Look at this. They're just waiting for someone to show mid. They're pinging in the high ground already, too.
Who do they find?
The tower.
God. Jumps and kills the boar.
Shiro got boot to travel too, by boot to travel also.
Dust, BKB.
Comes the Ursa.
The old fish punch to get the blink out. Oh, Dust. Oh, Dust.
Lives to die another day.
I like that.
Yeah, they've all bought boots to travel, by the way. Pango bought boots to travel. Ursa bought boots to travel. They're just trying to. They know the name of the game. IG can never fight, so it's just hunt them all over the map.
Yeah. I think a second ago I did see Emo smiling while he was playing a little bit too. So, you know, trying to keep spirits up a little bit maybe.
They probably accepted the fact that this is over about 15 minutes ago. So. That's good.
Yeah. Buy as much time as possible.
Yeah.
If it works out, it works out, you know. They won the game that went to 70 minutes. So if they get to 70 minutes, they can only win. It seems good. Yeah.
If only. Don't think they have any ways of even outscaling anymore. They are just way too far down this track.
They're very, very far.
Looking for any fun items. Anyone All right, yeah, Lich. There we go. There we go. Innocence has the blink queued up too.
Tusk has eggs.
Oh, okay.
He did it.
That's the hope.
The hope, the dream. We've got a Rubik Force Staff.
Kick him into tier 4s. Uh-oh. Irving.
Oh, gotta run. Oh, no, Irving. Not like this. BKB, roar. Gotta get out of there. And, yeah, he is still got a basher on the old Ursa, so no way to BKB TP.
Nope. They see somebody bottom. Nothing to say. Immediately botses towards the bottom lane to look for the Rubik. Polson, will he stick around for another creep wave? Uh-oh. He might. Nothing to say. He's hungry. Polson. Oh. Here it is. Bye-bye.
It showed for like 1 second there.
Fade Bolt into just instant bash into instant death. As also Emo now gets... Okay, now they're going to call it, right?
I mean... Maybe. They're tipping each other. I don't know. Maybe they want to force him to do it.
Yeah.
They'll see.
Not going to call... Mod. No? All right. Well, they're not going to call it.
So Jiang Yu, he is taking on down buildings along with Shiro.
LGD will make them call it by ending the game.
We'll see if they decide to play it towards another set of racks or maybe just go in for the kill shot. We'll see. If somebody from IG steps too far forward, there's definitely a chance for a connection. Now again, Dust has Aghanim Scepter.
Okay, so maybe this is the kill one hero and GG out.
Okay.
That's probably what the next goal is there for IG. Now, which target will it be, though?
You guys realize is that they don't have a Blink Dagger on Tusk, so that Aghanims makes it a little rough to initiate.
Yeah, he's just gonna get a YOLO in there. Okay, okay, they can force him in there. Get a kickback. They just want one kill.
Okay.
They just want one more.
All right, let's see.
Because that's usually what it is. You ask your team when you have these type of games where it's so rough, you want that, when you kill one of those targets, is instant GG out. But yeah, LGD's not even giving them the opportunity. Roche, it's back up. It's the third one.
And the Aghanim Shard. Oh, nope, that's not it. Refresher Shard, the one there. All of IG is showing on that ward. A little unfortunate for them, but that does signal that, LGD free to do what they want on their side of the map. They're going to smoke up and go.
Cut them off in the... Look at the line drawn. It's at the tier 4s.
Dude,
Shiro's like, kill heroes, kill base.
They're going inside the base.
They're going to cut them off on the retreat into the base.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is beautiful.
They see Dust. They're ready. They jump in. Oh no.
They don't have detection though. Oh, they did have a sentry. They just didn't see Emo, I guess, with Shadow
Dude,
Blade.
IG are going to have to break their own high ground.
Yep. That is actually what's going to have to happen.
How do they break their own high ground? All right, they leave open the other side of it. Irving trying to catch and kill these waves. Things getting a little bit weird now.
Yeah. It's been weird for a bit. Been weird for over 10 minutes now. Innocent. I think he wants to solo kill Emo.
Oh.
Because he's got the shard. He's got the blink.
He could find him.
Whoever they find is dead. They're hunting.
I do like Emo's build that he's got queued up now, which is Silver Edge Rapier.
Oh, he's been spotted. Shiro, saw him for a second. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Shadow Blade in 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's a gem.
Okay.
I really can't believe they're sticking around. This is just painful.
Oh no. They find Irving. He's gonna drop. Man, what a journey we've been on with IG. You know, they take that first game off in really fabulous fashion. Good job breaking that TP there. And 2 games where one done in 18 minutes and the other one where it looked like it was over at 18 minutes.
Yeah, truly so. They're not even going back for the Roche. They're just like, get them out of the game. They don't want to be in this game. We don't want to be in this game anymore. End it.
Taking the melee racks now down bottom. The second one here.
It's just too much, too strong. These last 2 games, pretty much 0 mistakes, it felt like.
Yeah. And it looks like they are going to back now.
Okay.
Get the creep wave.
I guess Shiro's trying to hit GPM records or something like that too.
I mean, yeah, he is up there. 865, not bad.
High for an Ursa.
Yeah.
And now they will actually go back for the Roche. So have we hit 100%? Nope. 99.
Oh, 1,000 XPM.
1,000. Okay, there we go. That's what he was looking for.
Wow. Yeah, rarely used stat there, the old XPM graph. Pick up some of those things there in the base. They got cheese on people. They got refresher shard. And the last set of racks going to be gone after 37 minutes.
Has Dust gotten to use the Aghanims yet? I don't think so. He's not getting the opportunity to kick people even.
No, he hasn't.
Shiro nearly is full slotted.
Oh, that sneaky ward gets taken away. Again, the gem. Getting ready for the roll-up. Holding on for all they're worth.
Oh,
and they pull him. Yeah, that was always going to happen. And looks for the kick. Wants to kick. All he wants to do is kick. Oh, he kicked him in.
Uh-oh.
And then the root. And Shiro, well, he's still alive. Everybody's still alive. Stolen egg? Oh, Rubik.
Stolen egg?
Stolen egg?
Sorry, says Planet.
All right. A little interesting moment right there.
45. This is a highest gold lead I've ever seen in 38 minutes.
Yeah,
with confidence.
more than 1,000 gold per minute.
Yeah.
But they are getting closer to Rapier on Emo. It would be a lot. It would be a lot of gold to get. It would be pretty good for them if they could do that.
Does he even kill anybody with it?
You know, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he still might get solo killed by a Lich.
No, you're probably right. Rooted on the Ursa, but the roll-in coming from nothing to say. And buildings dropping. Paulison going back and forth, but Dust. Oh, the Lincolns.
Can he kick him in?
You looking for it? Oh, get in the base.
The cube.
The lift. Can they kill him off? It's not going to happen. The cube is going to die. Nothing to say goes down. They kill the Rubik too. And LGD are going to buy back on a couple of their heroes. Want to finish this one off. End this game as Mega Creeps are going to be gained. And GG. Emo finally calls the GG at just under 40 minutes.
Good God. Well, this one felt over for over 25 minutes, or over 20 minutes or so, but LGD makes them suffer. I guess IG makes LGD suffer by forcing them to stay in this game a little bit longer as well, too, but a total switch around. LGD, first game, looked like maybe they were still warming up, shaking off some stuff there. Next two games, utter beatdown.
Yeah, and, you know, the panel was talking about, like, you know, Emo and what was going to happen. Was he going to sort of be able to recover after that one? Didn't look terrible in the game, but ended up buying that Midas, and that just was indicative of the problem of the game, which is they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it's like that one mistake happened, right?
Yeah.
Like that one little slip up, they go for some type of dive. When they actually kept net worth, I think was only like 1 or 2K in the lead of LGD. Everything was looking kind of okay. They go for this dive play, and 5-0 wiped, or they get 1 kill, but like 4-1 wiped, 5-1 wiped, something like that, and then the game is just completely over. LGD just steamrolls them.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. You know, and I think that in a lot of ways we've talked up Dust a lot in this series, and the way that, you know, things went well there. The snowball in on the Marcy at the end of the day, that was his decision. Ended up going in there. It wasn't like the only thing by any means necessary, but and you know, it could have been a team call of like go in, get that 1 kill, but it ended up really coming back to hurt him. He still looked incredibly much better than he did at the very beginning of it, and I think he's an improving player.
Yeah, I think he's definitely improving. I think LGD just made some mistakes. I think they definitely know what they did wrong in that first game. They recognized very quickly how to press forward their lead. Because the thing is, too, first game, it was like 17-3, right? Yeah. Or something like 15-3. I can't remember the exact score. Next game ended at 18 minutes. This game, pretty much the same thing. It was like 22-3 or something like that. So LGD, all 3 games, they had that incredible early game. They just messed up a little bit of how to close out the game first game. Second game, third game, they identified their mistakes and fixed them immediately.
Fixing, improvement, that's what we're looking for here in the DPC, and that's what we're finding at various different points. So LGD ended off 2-1 on the day, and we're going to end the day by heading it on back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Lyrical. That's a nicer way to throw to you guys than I would have. I thought it would have been like improvement, Our panel's improving with their guesses. Did anyone actually end up guessing it?
I mean, I said around 40 minutes, and I think it ended at like 39 something. So I'll take the close one. It wasn't exact, but you know, yeah,
Very
PSG
impressive.
just playing with their food for a little bit. I feel like in this game they got to run around the map. They crushed the lanes, of course. MVP. We're gonna jump the gun. Sorry, no.
Whoa! No.
Do you want to do the MVP game again?
No.
Yes. It's going to Lich.
No, bro. You take away the fun from everyone else. Whatever. I don't care anymore.
Yoink.
She's been done.
You can give one too. We can have multiple MVPs.
The
it's a
whole point
wholesome
was we
panel.
all get to say at the same time, T.
Yeah, but like this is too good of a game.
Whatever.
We got to see a Lich. We got to
What
see
happened
why.
with Lich?
He bought Shard. He ran around. He played like an assassin. Of course, everyone was running around with him. But I just thought, why most of these clips, it's all about him setting up with his team, connecting with his Pango, connecting with his Marcy. Just a beautiful game from him. But yeah, PSG, they held the lead. They respected IG maybe a little bit too much, but they had fun farming, and yeah, nearly a flawless game.
Farming kills from
Farming
the get-go,
kills,
from the
farming creeps,
laning
everything.
stage. It
Oh
was
my
insane.
gosh.
Like you watch bottom lane, you watch top lane. The observers had a lot of work this time around because you blink and you miss a kill in the laning stage itself, at least. Like you miss. You don't watch bottom lane for 15 seconds. There's a Beastmaster dying. There's a Rubik dying. Lich and Ursa just too powerful. On top lane, they went with this super defensive 3+ sniper. It's a good lane. Like Treant can cover the sniper, but not against Marcy plus Phoenix, because they get on top of you so easily. The mid lane kind of actually also going in their favor. Pangolier doing quite well versus the Tusk. Tusk was putting some pressure on him, but Pango was never really worried. And if you don't have a single lane 1 out of 3, it's usually kind of hard to win the game.
Absolute uphill battle, definitely.
Yeah, they even like. I feel like it gets to a point after you lose lanes where there's a desperation play. Instead of like these clean, calculated moves, instead you have a bunch of heroes running and diving a Marcy towards the tier 2 tower quite early on and getting wiped.
Yeah.
Because they're having to roar a Pango roll, which they can't convert into a kill because they're not positioned well. They're trying to back out. They can't because there is a lot of catch on LGD. And when you get wiped in that manner after having an already bad laning stage, it just becomes an impossible hill that you have to climb. And it's so hard to do. And I don't think IG were good enough in this match to do that, obviously.
Yeah, let's go.
It sounds weird to explain it this way, but it's like IG were being aggressive. Like they definitely were trying to find these kills, but yet everything they used was still in a defensive way, even when they initiated. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how it felt like team fights were playing out for them, even when they initiated.
That usually feels that way once you don't win a single lane.
Yep.
If you don't have a good
Very
laning stage, you're always 1 item behind, you're always a level behind, and you're never truly setting up the pace of the team fight or the game. Also, obviously, they have the sniper. It's a hero that can't really sustain himself. You need to take care of him until he gets that pike and a shard. And because of that, you always have to take care that he's in the right position, that he's not dying constantly. I think that they could have taken it a little bit easier on themselves once again. Like in that last game, they didn't. In this one, I feel like they could have perhaps aimed for the super late game and dodged a lot of these engagements that they were taking.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for PSG, right, with their heroes that they have, especially with their, nothing to say and why, just being so aggressive together, it's hard for IG to ever want to make these plays because Beastmaster, like you mentioned, he doesn't have a game, so now you can't play around him. Tusk, unfortunately, when it isn't Dust's best hero, and I don't think he's as comfortable as other heroes at making plays on it, and it felt the same way. Like he didn't see these opportunities to TP to a side lane to find these kills, because also there wasn't a side lane to TP to, so now it kind of doubled downs on that. And yeah, I think for PSG at least, I love it when they pick these heroes with a bit more aggression. I love when their supports can pressure in lane, but pressure the map. It's so refreshing to see, and I think if they continue this style, there's going to be many more of these games where they have this insane kill lead and just choke out their opponent over a 40-minute game.
Lich was MVP, but Lizard, do you guys want to give an honorary MVP for you, or you guys like, yeah, I see exactly why it was Lich, and I agree.
I was going to say Lich. Were you going to say Lich?
I was gonna say Synderen, but Marcy also Marcy also had a lot of fun, like jumping in and out, creating a lot of cool stuff happen across the game, just dominating the laning stage. Like for me, Marcy is a sort of hero. If she has a good laning stage, it's MVP afterwards because she's just 100 to 0ing heroes left, right, and center. 12 kills, not too bad.
Not at all. IG, they had that game number 1 where they were looking good, just, I guess despite all the fact that it's went to 70 minutes. That was going to come out as a question, but I just got in my ear, there's an interview ready, so we're going to bench that question. I'll ask it afterwards because we have Y joining us, and we're going to get to ask him some questions. Y, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on this series win. Game number 1 went significantly longer than I think everyone was expecting. From your point of view, what was the big downfall as to why you guys could never close this game out or be in a substantial lead?
首先恭喜我们拿下这场 BO3 的胜利。想问一下，就是第一局的比赛，可能用时比所有人预想的都长了很久。就是想问一下，对于你们来说的话，第一场比赛哪里出错了？为什么没有就是在优势的时候拿下比赛？
第一场比赛没有很快拿下的，主要是因为我们打团的画面不够清晰吧，每个人然后司职不够好，然后输了两波关键的团战吧，然后再包括导致第3波的盾给了 IG， 所以我们阵容再往后拖，确实能操作空间并没有对方高。
Yeah, I think we didn't have a good picture of how the teamwork gonna go in game 1. We made several mistakes here and there, and we lost 2 crucial team fights in a row. And the third team fight, we let them have Roche, and at that point, our lineup was just past our strong phase. So I think that's why we didn't win.
Cool. Congratulations on the win. So IG in game 2, they GG'd out at like 18 minutes, and in game 3, they just didn't care. They just kept trying to the very end. In PSG, do you have a rule about GGing out from games? Like, will you play to the very end? Like, when do you decide to actually type GG?
就是第2把的话 ，IG 记得特别早，然后第3把又一直就是打到了最后。那在你们队里的话，有没有就是一个规矩，就是说什么样的局势才可以去打 GG？
没有所谓的规矩吧，可能就更多是每个人觉得只要这一把大部分的人都觉得没什么希望的时候，我们肯定就会考虑敲了，然后但大部分只要至少感觉只要大哥觉得还有机会，我们可能都还会尝试到最后吧。
We don't have specific rules on this, but if everyone agrees that there's no comeback hope in this game, we will call GG. But as long as at least when our carry thinks he still can perform and we still have a chance, then we'll just fight on.
Sure. Okay. And also one quick question. So you go by Y, you go by Innocence, and you go by Why You Smile now. What's with the name changes? Why can't you just stick to one?
就是想问一下你的 ID， 就是之前是 Y 队，然后现在也用过 Innocent， 然后现在是这个 Why You Smile， 就是想问一下，为什么要这个改 ID， 然后有什么故事吗？
没有什么太大的故事吧。然后过去的 ID 陪了自己，刚好跟边疆一起，刚好是相同的时间吧。然后刚好突然就想到了一个这个 ID， 就感觉这个 ID 自己看到自己都会想笑，然后就改了一个这个 ID 吧。
There's no particular reasons. I use the previous ID with face ban. It's been a long time, and now it's a new start, and I come up with a new one. And every time I look at my new ID, I want to smile. So I think it's pretty.
So wholesome.
Yeah, that's why I choose this one.
Yeah, sure. So, you in a previous interview, we found out that you're the one that makes the calls. I think you always did. What is that like with this new iteration of PSG LGD? Are other voices in the team weaker or stronger than the last iteration? Like, has anything changed for you in terms of how you're calling?
之前的采访也有问过，就是说这个其实队内的主要决策还是由你来做的。那现在这个版本的老干爹跟之前的版本的老干爹在决策这方面有什么改动吗？就是从你的角度来说，你的发言权之类的。
都还好吧，感觉其实最主要的往后面的决策，其实还是看我们大哥还有大哥的关键装吧。前面包括其实前面中期，其实我们的4号位的说话也是比较多的，所以我个人感觉决策这一方面也不是单独光是我在做决策。
Yeah, I felt there's not too many changes because as the game goes late, it's always gonna be the carry players. When he hits a crucial item or he feel like we need to do something, we listen to him. And also I listen to in earlier mid game. I also listen to a lot information from our position 4. So for me, the role didn't change quite much.
Thank you. That's very insightful.
Congrats on the win, Y. I have maybe a heartbreaking question. Do you still hear from Fate Beyond? You guys were together forever. Like, do you still message each other, or was it strictly Dota? And on a more serious note, well, that's serious as well, but what are the main differences between your current offlaner and Fate Beyond?
就是想问一个比较深刻的问题，就是你跟边将最近还在联系吗？然后如果你们联系的话，你们聊什么呢？就是还是聊 Dota， 还是会聊一些Dota 之外的生活上的问题？然后现在的话，从你的角度来说，项羽跟边将对你来说有什么这个不一样的感觉吗？
首先我跟边将其实已经比较久没联系完，因为上次联系是说他准备回国，然后不是上一次说，因为他一回国，然后就回老家，然后说下一次他来上海的时候，我们再一起见面，然后吃个饭什么的，然后再刚好迎来我在打 DPC 吧，然后可能之后 DPC 完，然后再看在年前有没有机会吃个饭什么的，然后区别其实都因为可能都还是比较大的吧，因为一个是年龄经验方面的，然后另外再加上英雄池吧，然后两个人也是区别比较大的吧，然后差不多吧。
I haven't talked to FaceBN for a while. I think the last time we chatted around is when we come back from Singapore, and then he went back to his hometown, and we chat about it, and we said we're gonna have some meal together, maybe probably at New Year. So now that I'm still playing DPC, so maybe after that we will meet again. And as for difference, I think there's many differences between two players, and it's about experience wise, and it's also about the hero pool. They're quite different on hero pools they can use.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, can I still one more question?
Yep.
One more. Very
Quickly.
cheeky. You played Lich. It was awesome. I'm wondering, is the shard on Lich, is that something you would value to pick up around 15 minutes every game on Lich, or was it very situational to this game?
想问一下，最后一把用巫妖的时候出魔晶出的比较早，你觉得巫妖的魔晶就是应该是一个15分钟左右，优先级比较高的道具吗？还是在什么样的这个情况下你会考虑去出这个装备？
可能因为当时局势比较优，我觉得出一个让自己操作空间更大的装备可能会好一点吧，所以我当时会出。但是平时可能有的时候一些局势会不太允许我出魔晶这样装备，可能更需要我出推推或者微光这些装备，所以是局势促使的吧。
Yeah, I feel like because we are leading by a lot in that game, that's why I feel like shards can maybe help us with more mechanics skills in the team fight. Normal games, probably I tend to go Glimmer Cape or Force Staff.
Thank you.
Perfect. That's all questions asked from our side here. Why, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on another series win for you at LGD.
感谢你接受我们的采访。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Ooh, I loved it. Why gave us so much information from everything in Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, but also, I guess, like the differences from TI to now as well, what's happening with LGD and his point of view.
I just hope he gets to have dinner with Faith Beyond.
I know. I was going to say Chinese New Year's coming up for him. Like, he's probably looking forward to the break. He gets to see his family, and most likely, hopefully, fingers crossed, Faith Beyond as well.
Yeah,
More important.
More importantly, family. Faith Beyond. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he is family. They played together.
He's definitely
They are.
family.
Pretty
Yeah.
much are.
When you look at the history that these two have together, if he's not family, I don't know who is.
Very true. Did you guys have any comments you want, or are you ready to close the show out?
Show me
The results?
The scoreboard.
Results.
The results.
We've got results.
Results.
first.
Come on.
Show me the results.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
hoping it'd be scoreboard. It's
No,
fine. That's my bad.
Close, close.
I would say it is your bad considering it's day 12.
Trying to spice things up, you know. People expect the results. People expect to see Knights not actually be extreme, but somehow being extreme, because that was pretty cool. And then the subsequent series to follow.
Yeah, Asta getting a 2 over eHome, not too shocking
Yeah.
there. And then that was LGD IG that we just had. The leaderboard after such a long day of a China Division 1 Dota means it's Team Asta 5 series wins. I believe we had Syndron, our human calculator, live on broadcast to do the maths, and it does guarantee Asta as the first team to be going to the major. So a massive congratulations to them. I guess such a flawless start. That's what you guys get. I missed the rest of the leaderboard, but I do
Doesn't
know
matter.
that it was definitely going to be Dawn and Asta Aries at the bottom. So that's the main things we've got to look at. Knowing now Asta's definitely secured major, Asta Aries Dawn very much in the danger zone. The next time we come back with China, it's going to be Extreme up against Dawn Gaming, and then Knights versus Asta Aries. So knowing that Dawn and Asta Aries are at the bottom right now, both of them with 4 series losses, they're going to be playing in 2 days' time. So on Tuesday, this I think is pretty close to nails in the coffin, I think, for both
I
of them.
feel that the future is grim for these two teams when it comes
Yeah.
to their possibilities of staying in Division 1. They didn't really show too much from the series that they had so far. I think Dawn probably the least out of all teams. Asta Aries kind of did show up in a couple of series. I actually expected them to be taking the IG one before it started, but then things kind of went wrong, and yeah, sometimes it's not your day, and versus IG definitely had to be, because IG is one of those teams that's kind of above the relegation zone. They're not necessarily top 4, they're the middle pack with possibility of dropping down.
Asta Aries, sorry, they just dropped too many balls. They
Yeah.
had so many wins in their grasp. I genuinely am shocked to see them that low. I mean, even their parent team thought that they would be in the top 4, and they had the potential to, just not quite good enough.
Sometimes you just don't execute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like a lot of games they struggled a little bit to close out, and then to series as well. Like they have had game wins, so it's been looking good for them. That's gonna be in 2 days' time, though, guys. Do you guys know what's happening in between now and Tuesday, though, on this channel?
What? No way, something's happening?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
No, you don't know? You don't
No.
know?
Tell me more.
Western Europe is going to be happening on this channel as well tomorrow in about 24 hours. 24 hours, yeah. I had to quickly do some maths. I told you I don't like doing it. 24 hours, it's going to be some Western Europe Division 1 action. Make sure you guys are back here for that. I already mentioned it was 24 hours, right?
Yep.
24 hours. If I keep saying it, it might be 23 hours, and then it might be 22, and you know, we got places to be. You guys have places to be. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ace.